In 2017, Korea went crazy for dramas about monsters with unusual abilities, and dokebi-style coats were selling out every day. The main filming locations for Korean goblin dramas became popular spots for couples on dates. A schoolgirl found out about this from her phone connected to the internet. The article was not about Korea. She and her friend were studying at a prestigious high school in the Seoul district of Daechidong, known for its intensive private school curriculum. Her friend complained that she couldn't get into college in Seoul and that their lives lacked romance, while their peers were falling in love and going on dates. But what romance is there when final exams are just around the corner and admission to university depends on them? The brown-haired girl's mother was waiting for the results of the September mock national exam and would most likely send her daughter to a tutor if she failed. But her classmate thought that tutoring was better than school, and besides, her friend liked the previous tutor. When Ha-jin Sonbi appeared at the school, the other girls tried to invite him to a nice place that had opened nearby, but he refused. The brunette was surprised by the guy's arrival because she was supposed to go to him herself. He was handsome, had a pleasant disposition, studied well, and came from a family of lawyers. Admiring his legs and perfect proportions, the girl dreamed that he was a dokaibi and would take her as his wife, but her friend advised her to look in the mirror. After mentioning the possibility of the sudden appearance of a legendary creature, he suddenly appeared before her and killed her friend. The frightened schoolgirl was told that he had appeared in response to her call, or that she had been expecting a different dokaibi. But now, the students were already crowding around the board with the results of the September national mock exam, noting that Yoon Ki-mok was again in first place. He was so confident that he didn't even check his results, believing that the secret to his success was constantly memorizing the words written on the cards. Lee Changmin was not last this time, but second from the bottom of the list, yet he enjoyed the attention of the girls. Blondie Min Jong-pil did well this time, solving all the problems, but he was still stuck between his handsome friend and the top student in the country. He only had money, while Chan Min again ate chocolate instead of rice, which he constantly received from girls. The guys discussed how normal people don't eat snacks 3 times a day. Ki-mok hadn't seen his friend eat a normal meal in recent days and wanted to ask him about it. But a teacher came in, apologizing for interrupting their lunch, and announced that starting today, all students had to return home by 6 o'clock in the evening. He also announced that evening classes had been canceled, which caused an uproar because there were no seats available in the nearest reading room. Yoon Ki-mok wondered if the early return home was due to a new virus in the area, but he was glad he had reserved a seat in the school reading room in advance. However, Jeon-pil learned from the news about missing people in the Gangnam area and the police's promise to resolve the case, and recommended returning home early. The media did not rule out the possibility of increased organized crime and hate crimes against the wealthy. In the last 3 months alone, 13 people had disappeared without a trace. Jong-min added that all 13 were students from their neighborhood. Ki-mok thought that this was why people had been talking about dokebi lately, while Jeon-pil said it was because of the drama and that Korean goblins didn't harm people. He heard from his father that all 13 of the missing people were students with high grades. But Ki-mok didn't take his friend's words seriously and continued reading. His friends teased him, saying that he had nothing to worry about because he wasn't a good student. But suddenly, the top student cut himself while flipping through a book, and Jeon-pil handed him a handkerchief, advising him to be careful because he was always falling due to anemia. Ki-mok thanked him, saying that it wasn't worth making such a fuss over a small cut, but suddenly looked around the bus in alarm. It wasn't because of the pain, it just seemed like someone was looking at him. But then Lee Chang-min remembered that it was Yoon Ki-mok's birthday tomorrow, September 9th, and Min Jong-pil suggested going to the movies for a change. However, the birthday boy said that he would only have a little free time on the weekend after studying his textbook and completing his assignments. The next day, when the honor student was sitting in class, Chang-min sent him a message on Messenger, suggesting they go home early. He was worried that the good students were disappearing, but he didn't have time to ask Ki-mok why his friend was worried about him. He had a headache and assumed it was because of his blood type, which was the rarest of all, type O. Only 44 people out of 7 billion have this blood type, and it is called golden because it can be transfused to people with any other blood type. Taking pills for his headache, he thought about the absurdity of this name, because he could only receive blood from those 44 people. The word zero means the absence of an antigen, so the red blood cell membrane is weak, and he has to live with anemia 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Thinking that he had lived another year of intense study, the student did not notice that he was alone in the library. Security guard Hyun reminded him that tomorrow was a holiday. Upon learning that Ki-mok would come to study again in the morning, he asked him to lock up before leaving and open up in the morning. He left him the keys, and the diligent student continued studying until he realized that 2 hours had passed. He then left and closed the library. Noticing the light at the end of the corridor, the student decided to check if Hyun had really forgotten to turn it off and saw monsters standing over a lifeless body. The dokebi discussed how this time their victims were school children. They smelled wonderful but didn't taste very good, though they were fresh. Shocked by the sight, Yoon Ki-mok initially thought he had studied too hard and fallen asleep, but then realized that he was awake and would also die if he stayed. He decided to escape through the back door, but the monsters sensed a new smell and panicked that adults might see them. But they realized that it was coming from the young body with type A blood. Golden blood was as powerful a source of strength as it was rare in the world of dokebi, and the name of whoever obtained it would go down in history. More than 10 years ago, rumors spread among them that the owner of golden blood was born in Korea, which meant that he must now be a student. Two monsters began searching for the escaped Ki-mok, intrigued by the powerful scent emanating from him, hoping to catch him quickly. To make sure they didn't lose their toy, the leader went to the front door while the other went to the back. Ki-mok had already managed to hide in the courtyard. Not noticing the boy, the monster decided that the leader had found him and hurried there to taste the golden blood. But the senior partner was alone and angry that the junior had come back empty-handed. The second dokebi excused himself, saying that he was guarding the door and the fence on the side, but he didn't notice the boy. Assuming that the boy had returned to the building, the leader ordered his partner to stay where he was and went inside himself. Meanwhile, Chang-min tried in vain to call Ki-mok, even though he thought he should already be home. He called just in case, worried that there were already 13 confirmed missing persons, assuming that they had disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, the leader went out into the yard finding no prey in the building and discovered the ringing phone and the school bag of the boy who had run away. But he also saw a hole in the fence through which the owner of the belongings had escaped. Soon the alarmed Chang-min found his friend standing with his eyes covered by his hands. The handsome man attacked his friend, reproaching him for not answering the phone, but seeing the dejected look on his face, he realized that something had happened. Ki-mok responded by telling him about the monsters and the lifeless body on the floor. Chang-min tried to calm his friend down, saying that everything was fine, but he insisted that he couldn't explain what was happening or what he had seen. But he knew that they were monsters and that they had eaten Hyun, and that the recent disappearances of people were probably their doing. But they needed to stop talking and call the police, and then Ki-mok realized he didn't have his phone, probably dropping it while running. Suddenly, Chang-min said that they should have been more careful today because the birthday boy's scent was getting stronger, and that had broken the rule. But how does he know these phrases that Korean goblins say? Then someone shouted, "I found the golden blood!" and a dokebi landed behind Ki-mok, but Chang-min sent him away, and he suddenly fell into the ground. However, he soon reappeared with the bag Ki-moka had left behind and said that he had been beaten up badly because of him. Chang-min attacked the monster again and kicked it back into the abyss. He told his friend that he knew the monster's phrases because he himself was such a creature. To prove his words, he first turned into a dokebi. Then he turned back into a human and said that he was very different from them, especially from the predatory ones. But he would explain when everything was over. Ki-mok refused to believe that his friend was the same as the monsters that had tried to capture him. But a monster emerged from the hole in the ground again and grabbed Chang-min by the leg, shouting that he was trying to steal their toy, and Yoon ran away in terror, thinking that this was all like a nightmare, but if it wasn't, they had to get out of there quickly. He almost got hit by a car, and the driver first accused him of trying to ruin someone's life, but then recognized him as the student from room 204. He offered to drive him to the hospital, noting that the boy was pale and sweating, but then remembered his suffering from anemia and asked about his blood type. The question of whether it was gold made Ki-moka wary. He thought this man might be a dokebi and said that he was fine. He rushed off, lamenting that no one would believe him. Not knowing what to do or where to run, he stumbled upon monsters and fell. The monsters disappeared, but the guy hit himself so hard that he cursed. He couldn't get up right away, and when he finally stood up, he noticed that the sky had turned completely dark and the street seemed deserted. Stunned, he froze in place and wondered where all the people had gone. There had been so many of them, but for some reason they had all disappeared at once. He stood there until he heard his name being called. Someone was shouting so loudly that it brought tears to his eyes. He kept rubbing until Ki-mok grabbed his hands and covered his ears with his hands. Then Lee slapped his classmate on the cheeks, trying to bring him out of shock and calm him down, asking if he recognized him, since they had known each other forever. Yoon didn't think that Chang-min could eat a person, especially a close friend. He should have listened instead of running away. The handsome man said that although he was a dokebi, he was different from the predatory ones who had destroyed people. Then they sat down at the bus stop and Ki-mok assured him that he wouldn't run away and would listen. Chang-min explained that dokebi is his essence, and its core is fire, and when it goes out, the monsters die. Therefore, the flame must be constantly fed. and for that, human flesh and blood are needed. To gain strength and strengthen their bodies, the cruel dokebi eat people and are called predatory. But he was not like that. Otherwise, humans and monsters would have no choice but to fight each other to the death. Once upon a time, a dokebi, tired of fighting, wondered how they could live without feeding on humans. He came up with a plan to possess human bodies without losing control of his own. This is more like two different minds sharing one body, and such dokebi are called possessors. Changmin belongs to the second type, but he never shared his body with anyone and would never try to eat people. Then what was that? Kimok asked, pointing to his cut finger. Changmin apologized, saying that he was suddenly carried away by the smell of blood. In reality, dokebi cannot just attack people, but there are exceptions, which in this case were all the school children. Kimok asked in surprise why the school children, and guessed that it was probably the work of the predators who had disappeared in the Gangnam district. If it turns out that Yoon's blood is golden, Chanmin continued, all the predators in the country will flock here. Golden blood is a special nutritious delicacy with powerful properties for predatory dokebi. Kimok even stood up in outrage that his blood had become an elixir of life and a magnet for all the monsters on Earth. This remarkable conclusion came from the mouth of the country's top student, who had finally gotten himself together. But the surprised exclamations of the man quickly turned into curses. A friend advised the top student to stay where he was while he dealt with the second monster, since the first one was already taken care of. Especially since, from the moment Changmin activated his Hamtu, most predators would be unable to find the owner of the delicious blood. Kimok figured out why all the people had disappeared. It was because of his classmate's ability to split space, which is called Hamtu. But then a loud crash made the students turn around. A monster appeared before them, carrying the body of their classmate who had been killed by Changmin, and the top student cried out that it had been easy for the predator to find him. The predator seemed to be possessed, talking to the dead boy as if he were alive, noting that he had been useless, even though he was his brother. Promising to stay with him forever, it began to eat the lifeless body. When his disheartened friend commented on this strange behavior, Changmin explained that this was how an older brother tried to consume the flames of a relative. His power was growing at an incredible rate, which is why he had managed to break through here, and the predator swore to adorn his kin's path to the afterlife with golden blood. But the owner had no intention of letting the monster do this so easily and opened a portal. His eyes lit up with red fire and a real battle broke out between the dokebi. Kimok watched the scene with excitement and suddenly felt as if he had been pierced by fire. Something completely unknown knocked him off his feet, and before he could understand what was happening, he found himself lying on the ground. The predator was so surprised that it stopped fighting and froze for a moment. Then he cried out enthusiastically that it was golden blood, that it really existed, and that if he and his brother ate this man, they would finally be able to… But he didn't have time to finish because Lee managed to kick the monster back into the portal. Then he bent over his friend in alarm, worried that the wound was too deep and he couldn't stop the bleeding. He said that the only way to save the wounded man was to take control of him. Because if you add golden blood to the physical abilities of a dokebi, he will be able to heal the wound quickly. To do this, Kimoku would have to swallow his blue fire. The predator tried to dissuade Chanmin, saying that he might not get his body back and that the possessors were unlikely to be on the side of humans, even though they used other methods. He said that taking a human body was equivalent to taking their life, but the guy smiled to himself, rejoicing at the wonderful opportunity to acquire golden blood. But he told the monster to shut up and stop talking nonsense, and that the wounded man should just trust him because there was no time to think. Kimok objected that his father had also trusted an old friend but had been betrayed by him, and that he had then reached the age when he could go to elementary school. His mother had to raise him alone, and after a while, she fainted due to poor health. That's why the boy was so obsessed with his studies, so that he wouldn't be deceived and used as a weakling because of his stupidity. That's why he doesn't trust his friend, but the friend was already holding out his blue fire in his palm. Kimok took the energy ball, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed it. All three froze for a moment, watching with interest to see what would happen. Suddenly, a powerful force threw the predator several meters away. A powerful stream shot upward, and he tried in vain to cope with it. The blue flame was already healing Kimok's wound, and he agreed to use its power to survive, considering it terrible to die while still in training. The predator felt intense heat burning his skin and associated such an absurdly large release of energy with golden blood. Chanmin approved of this decision, believing that it did not matter whether his friend used his abilities or not. He had simply lent him his power. Seeing such a quick healing, the vile dokebi did not hide his desire to drink this unusual blood to take advantage of its power. And Kimok wanted very much to hit this freak, so he swung his arm wide. He struck, putting all his strength into his fist, intending to send the monster that had wounded him flying. The guy's face contorted with rage. His eyes darkened and his pupils flashed fiercely. As a result of the blow, the monster was thrown back and disappeared, leaving the students alone in the deserted city. Relieved that everything had ended well, the successful student wanted to return to the familiar world he had missed so much. Changmin felt an unpleasant sensation in his chest and remained silent. Kimok also felt something unusual, as if he had split in two and could see his other body. So this is what it means to be a dokebi, the straight A student thought, and suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and began to fall into a deep sleep. When he woke up in the morning, he was surprised to find himself at home in his bed and decided that everything he had seen was just a nightmare. So, it was in his dream that he was wounded and then turned into a dokebi and threw fireballs, but then he heard Changmin's voice saying, "Maybe." At first he was frightened, but then he realized that everything he had experienced was real and asked the creature inside him to return to his body. But it said that Kimok was ungrateful, because otherwise it would have had to spend the night on the street. "Isn't it strange to share my body?" asked the straight A student in response. However, the dokebi said that it also wanted to return to its body but couldn't. What does that mean? Why is it suddenly impossible to return? Changmin suggested that his friend probably didn't remember anything, but at the end of yesterday's events, something happened, and golden blood spurted out. At these words, Kimok tensed up and remembered his friend clutching his chest, meaning that it must have happened then. Changmin, in turn, admitted that he had tried to act as carefully as possible, but if he hadn't been able to do anything, they would both have died. He had managed to stop the golden blood from breaking through at the last moment by using all his strength, but as a result, he was severely exhausted and his core had completely contracted. Now he didn't have even a tenth of his original power, and in this state, there was nothing he could do. Therefore, he is forced to remain in his friend's body until his strength is restored. At first, Kimok was angry, but he calmed down when he realized that all this had happened to save him. But how long would it take to recover? A day, 2 days, or a week? Changmin himself did not know for sure, guessing that it would take at least a year. The news terrified the room's owner, and suddenly the alarm clock rang, reminding him that it was already 8:30. But today was Saturday, and he didn't have to go to school. "No, it's Monday," Changmin muttered, then realized that going to school wasn't very important under the circumstances. Hearing this, Kimok was outraged that he had only found out now, and dokebi tried in vain to apologize. The honor student wasn't listening to him anymore, and soon the school where he studied was right in front of him. And now he was sitting in his seat in class, happy that he had made it in time for the start of class and wondering how he had managed to cover the 20-minute journey in 5 minutes. His doppelganger whispered that only dokebi's abilities had helped him not be late, although it was strange to go to school now, but Kimok needed perfect attendance. Next to them, a classmate was bragging about the gold award he had won in yesterday's computer game, while another teased him that he was still a beginner. And he was definitely talking nonsense because they had only just reached platinum level. Could they really not see the doppelganger floating in the air? Of course, Lee confirmed it, because he was now like a soul trapped in the body of a straight A student, whose voice the people around them couldn't hear. During the conversation, the guy didn't notice Jeon Pihye asking why he was muttering something under his breath, and Kimok was very happy to see him. But the guy who approached them asked why the two friends hadn't answered his calls or messages all weekend, and why Changmin wasn't there today. The straight A student started to answer but hesitated, and John Peel became alarmed, wondering if something serious had happened, but the teacher who entered ordered the students to take their seats. He then announced the news he had learned that morning that their classmate Changmin had left the country due to family circumstances and would be studying abroad. During lunch, everyone wondered why Changmin had left out of all the students. John Peel assumed that there must be a good reason for it, but he was still disappointed that his friend hadn't told them a word about it. Meanwhile, Kimoka's alter ego said that his dokebi friends would take care of all the details. They would probably come, and he needed to get some sleep because it was too difficult to stay awake due to his weak fire. At that moment, Jong Peel finished his lunch and said he was going to play soccer. Kimok stayed behind and was going to study, but everyone in the classroom was discussing the statistics of missing persons, which had increased by one more person. His classmates thought the situation was really scary, and one of them even considered asking his mother if they should move. For some reason, this annoyed the first student, making him think that he was to blame for everything. Was he really to blame? Out of frustration, he kicked the trash can. But then a stranger appeared at the door, saying he was looking for the bastard Yoon Kimo. Someone recognized the stranger as the legendary Jin Kwon Ho. What was he doing here? Kimok introduced himself and asked the stranger who he was. But instead of answering, the stranger just frowned and suggested they go outside to talk. They walked into the hallway, and Kimok asked the stranger to say what he wanted so they could get this over with, as he was a busy man. But instead of words, the stranger swung his arm and hit Yoon so hard that sparks flew from the guy's eyes. This caused a fight to break out, and soon the straight-A student was knocked to the floor by his opponent's kick. The bully wanted to continue, saying that he would be disappointed if the owner of the golden blood was knocked out by such a kick. His opponent replied humorously, realizing that he was facing the same friend of Dokebi that Chong Min had mentioned. The instigator of this fight said that he had always been against protecting such a fool, believing that it would be easier to kill him and take his blood. But Chong Min acted like an idiot and was losing his strength to save an ordinary person. Stepping toward his rival who had gotten back up, the brawler continued the fight. Ki-mok shouted them this was absurd because he was already in a bad situation and the stranger had chosen the wrong person to pour his heart out to. How ridiculous that this was the friend the handsome guy had been talking about. And the guy shouted that he didn't know how to fight and had never been able to dodge before. He managed because he became a dokebi. And then a voice familiar to both of them rang out, saying that he could see everything and that now the attacker should try to dodge. Meanwhile, one of the students was worried that he would be caught smoking again and that this school was only for studying, but the other one disagreed. After all, they only came there for extra classes and could smoke discreetly in the bathroom. But when they saw the fight, they both decided to go to class. Catching his breath, Ki-mok tried to convince his opponent that the fight was ridiculous, even though he had started it out of anger over a problem with a close friend. But the stranger said that they weren't friends at all, just colleagues. Then what was the reason for such anger, the schoolboy wondered, since he himself did not like having golden blood because he was afraid that he would cause a stir. They stood there arguing over the stranger's desire to kill Yuna, arguing over who had almost sent whom to the other world. The stranger became enraged, threatening to kill his opponent right there and then. But the girl, whom the stranger called Ju Un-soo, caught his arm before he could strike. She said that if he died, what would happen to Chang Min, who was inside him? Ki-mok, who was calming down, thought that this incident had brought some real variety to school life. Dae-young, who had arrived, took the bully away at Ju Un-soo's request, demanding that he stop causing trouble because it was difficult to fix. The bully tried to break free in vain. The girl wondered why the bully hadn't grown up yet, even though he had lived for over 100 years, since she had told him not to interfere. Like 100 years ago, Ki-mok bombarded Changmin with questions about why the three of them had appeared out of nowhere on his side and whether they were all dokebi. Guessing why the guy was muttering, Ju Un-soo approved of him talking informally with his sunbae and moved closer. "What are you doing? Are you scared?" Ki-mok asked, but she didn't take her admiring eyes off his fresh scratch, noting that the wound was already healing. Kwan-ho could hardly restrain himself because she had known him for a long time and Chanmin's power had nothing to do with it. It was the ability of golden blood and she was magnificent. Would Ki-mok like to go on a date instead of studying and find out something important? The girl asked suddenly, but he recoiled in fear. No, especially today, when the 5th lesson is literature on the topic of language, and they will give valuable information in that lesson, and we can talk after class. After class, they met, and the girl asked him to call her Yinsu Sunbai. She was from class 3-6, and he could come there if he got bored. But he suggested getting down to business and said that if this was an attempt to find Chapian Mina, he had long since disappeared, most likely falling into hibernation, said the beauty. She added that sleep was the best medicine for a dokaibi, but she needed to discuss something else entirely. Ki-mok took a sip of coffee and noticed that it tasted strange, or rather, it had no taste at all, probably because he had no appetite all day. "No," she replied, "because he had become a dokaibi and now couldn't eat at all, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to taste normal food. You can only taste something a little bit if it's very sweet. Didn't Jang Min prefer that kind of food?" Ki-mok remembered and understood why he ate that way. Jo Eun-soo added that this is why predatory dokebi hunt people and eat human blood and flesh, which is delicious. Does he understand that he is no longer human? Although for some, it's not a relief but a reason to go mad, even though they may look normal on the outside. "How do you feel?" The guy replied that it was great because now he could study without distractions and without spending money on food. The girl said she had asked Dae-won to buy her a gift, but he was late. Suddenly, he appeared with 2 bags in his hands. As a gift to celebrate Ki-moka becoming a dokebi, he bought everything he saw in the store. The honor student thanked him and said he would eat it later. Dae-yoon was surprised that they hadn't finished talking yet, as it was dangerous to stay there. She asked if she had told him the most important thing about the blood rules. Jo Eun-soo said she had almost finished explaining the rules. The transformed man also hurried her, wanting to hear from her what he had already heard. This is a very old story. Long ago, there lived a being known as the Tokaibi King. The ruler ended a long war with humans and created conditions for coexistence with them through possession. But not all dokebi liked this innovation, and they began to depend on their own desires and the pleasure of hunting. The possibility of peaceful coexistence was threatened, and then the king of the Dokebi established an important rule in the blood of all his kin. It must never be broken. It states that Dokebi must help humans and therefore cannot harm them. But that doesn't make sense, Kimok interrupted excitedly. How can they be predatory? They use cunning, replied Sonbai. For example, when a couple quarrels and in a fit of anger, one of them wishes the other to disappear forever. Then the predatory beings can go after the person who was wished harm. And since one of the humans wanted their partner to disappear, such Dokebi may consider their elimination to be the fulfillment of human desires. Kimok called it madness and damn cunning, but according to Ju and Su, this is exactly how the predatory ones get around the rule and find their prey. Finally, Kimok saw the whole picture and realized that this time, the prey was the school children. The student sadly continued that she didn't know who was responsible, but that someone had wished for all the students to disappear, probably wishing for something like that. Dae-young added that this was why Kimok had been searched for last night, but they managed to prevent the information about his golden blood from leaking out. But as long as he remains a student, he is in danger, so he must drop out of school, Ju Un-soo concluded. Of course, the newly minted Dokebi agreed with her, but his human nature resisted such a decision, and he asked again. Dae-young clarified that Kimok would have to stay home for a year until Chang-min regained his lost power. But the top student couldn't accept the idea of having to drop out of school, so he asked if he had heard correctly. Dae-young reasoned logically that if Kimok dropped out of school, he would no longer be a student and would therefore no longer be a target for predators. Jo Eun-soo voiced Chang-min's opinion, who considered his friend very intelligent, wondering if such an intellectual understood that this was the best option for him. But this was only the point of view of two participants in the conversation. Yoon spoke up to prevent the golden blood from falling into the hands of the predatory Dokebi. Sonbae agreed that his interlocutor might think differently, but the stubborn man did not want to die either. Then Kimok tried to consult with his double about what he would do if the bloodthirsty monsters returned, but he did not answer. Ju Un-soo said she was ready to guard her charge around the clock, 7 days a week, but that would be difficult if the guy was wandering around everywhere. But how do the well-wishers plan to do that? Yoon asked them. If you can't give up your studies when your life is in danger, we'll have to break your legs and drag you home, threatened Dae-young. The girl asked them to wait just 1 year until Chang-min regained his strength, but her opponent called their proposal ridiculous. He doesn't want to die, so he swallowed the blue fire, but in 6 months he will graduate from high school, which they don't quite understand, even though they are also studying. In Korea, asking a student to give up college entrance exams is like asking him to ruin his entire future. His interlocutors tried in vain to stop him, but he thanked Ju Yoon-soo for the coffee and left. When his failed fellow school Dokebi came home, Lee woke up and said that he was going crazy because of his friend. Having essentially declared war on his new acquaintance, how could he study calmly after that? But that was the secret of the country's top student. Calling his fellow misfortune an idiot, the handsome guy reminded him that if Yoon died, they would both die. So what was he thinking? But the top student waited so long for his friend to wake up that he ignored his attacks and showed him the piece of paper he had written on. As a student, he too had become a target and had to hide until Chang-min's power returned. But was he really going to just lie low for a whole year? The handsome man replied that, of course he wouldn't. They were doing their best to find the predators and get rid of them as soon as possible. But things couldn't be that simple, because that night he wouldn't be able to help Kimok if he also decided to go and fight. But the guy wasn't crazy enough to fight evil monsters. He thought about what else could be done. The next day, he came up with a way to get rid of the desire without having to fight them. He needed to find the person who had made the wish and ask them to change their mind through persuasion or threats. Wasn't there some way to cancel the wish? Then the school children would no longer be prey, and the monsters would no longer be able to hunt them. He thinks that finding the person who made the wish will require some effort, but it will probably take less than a year. Kimok came up with this idea while sitting in class and decided to say he was sick tomorrow and skip school. But Chang-min strongly objected to his friend searching on his own, as his classmates would see him, and it would look like Yoon was talking to himself. The handsome guy said he hadn't mentioned it before because he didn't want to get his friend involved, but this plan was also dangerous. But what could be dangerous about it, since it was just a simple wish? Kimok thought he could fight like he did with Kwon Ho. His opponent would not be an ordinary person. He had a fiery seed within him. Meanwhile, hidden from the eyes of passers-by, 3 school children took turns practicing their punches on Kwon Ho. And then, with a death cry, the largest of them swung his whole body and hit the bespectacled boy in the stomach so hard that he collapsed to the ground. The tall one shouted, "LAL," and called him a free punching bag. Another noted that he had held up well, and the third was upset that he had lost. Was his friend's punch really that painful? He ordered the fallen boy to take a bunch of cash from his parents and bring it back tomorrow so they wouldn't beat him to death. Kwon Ho, who was lying on the ground, began to clench his fists, and the tall guy asked him what he was doing, if he wanted to hit them. Jo Yoon-soo answered for him, saying that they would get off too easily if it ended with just one punch. Turning around, the aggressors recognized the uniforms of the students from the prestigious Kigyong School and told them to just leave. And why, regardless of changing times, does this never change? Thought the girl, continuing to walk forward next to Dae-young. One of the trio called her pretty, and the tall one decided that the newcomers were friends of the scum and had come to help him, but who did they think they were? In response, Dae-young's eyes flashed blue, and his colleague said that they had come to rescue the three of them. No one knew who she was talking to, but purple sparks were already flying behind them. The one they called the punching bag stood up, threatening to send his tormentors to the other world. His eyes glowed with a wild fire, spewing terrible flames, and his enemies fled. Dae-young noted that the guy hadn't evolved yet, which meant he wasn't the one with the fiery seed they were looking for. However, he managed to obtain it, and the girl reminded him of the conditions necessary to use a person's desire. Without these conditions, the world would descend into chaos, but they could be nullified in some cases, such as if the desire was uttered with the fire seed. The second method of hunting predatory dokebi using the seed obtained from their fire is to implant a small seed into a human. It tempts them to make the wrong wish, like the devil's whisper, and after the wish is made, it devours the person's soul and body, turning them into a predatory dokaibi. This time, they arrived just in time, Dion noticed. He stood in the way of the fleeing seed carrier and used his fire art. He threw out blue flames, not in bursts, but using a technique called the blue vine grab. When the blue streams spiraled around the enraged man's body from neck to toe, Jo Yoon-soo moved toward him, and between them began a duel whose outcome was predictable. Kwon Ho, bound in his movements, could not resist fully and soon received a blow to the heart. He stopped moving and collapsed to the ground, exhausted. But Jo Eun-soo's victory did not come easily. Her blood sugar dropped as she held another fiery seed, saying that she had lost count of them without Chang Min. Then Dae-young suggested letting Kwon Ho go, but she decided to keep him tied up for disobeying her. Meanwhile, the old friends were chatting on the roof. Chang Min said that the fire seed often developed dangerously, especially now in such a serious situation. Therefore, it was unknown when they would turn into vicious dokebi, so it was clear that one should not even think about interfering. No one knows when they will turn, Ki-mok objected. But for now they are human and we can just talk to them. But his companion stood his ground, saying that if they tried, even if it was possible, there was still danger. And their lives were at stake. How many times did he have to repeat himself? Aren't you tired of this nonsense? I'm going to ask you to drop out of school and stay home for a year. Maybe we can stay alive and just retake the test, Chang Min objected. But if entrance exams weren't important to him, they were everything to Ki-mok. But then the guy realized that wasn't true. He wanted to earn his own living, but his scholarship, grants, expenses for things, housing, and hospital bills had been taken care of by his friend. Plus, because of his ignorance that night, he made a lot of noise, and because of his wounds, he has to share his body, so he feels very sorry and sees his own fault in the case of the missing persons. He is going crazy from inaction, but since it's his friend's life at stake, he will back down if his friend decides it's dangerous, so he tells Lee to trust him. The next day, Ki-mok did not go to school but decided to start searching because, according to his sunbae, he could recognize a person with a fiery seed. This method could take a lifetime, so he first thought about how to narrow down the search. Thinking about who might have such a desire, he assumed that it was most likely one of the students in the area, or perhaps one of the kids they bullied, suggested Chang Min. And since, according to Jeon Fuel, they were all excellent students, it could be a schoolboy experiencing stress because of his poor grades. However, this teenager must be doing quite well in school. Otherwise, he would have no interest in studying and would not want to ruin someone else's life to improve his own grades. In the end, he was a student in the 8th school district of Kana with above-average grades, focused on his grades, and stressed out from studying. After that, Ki-mok suggested searching all the schools and courses in the area, and the doppelganger promised to help him. But if Jang Min realized that it was becoming too dangerous, the initiator would not argue and would back down. After checking 32 locations, they thought they would be able to check the rest fairly quickly, but there were still 2,108 locations left. And that was just near the Gangnam-gu district. In the entire 8th district, there were more than twice as many such places, which was an awful lot for a small area. The handsome man was already tired and decided to go to sleep, but Ki-mok insisted that they had to do what they had planned together. He didn't know they would have to walk so much, and for the first time, he thought that excessive enthusiasm for private education had become a national problem. But who was he to philosophize about it? He himself was attending these courses, and he suggested visiting 100 places a day. Chang Min noted that they would be lucky if they managed to do it in a year, but they were already standing in front of the main building of the Hee-sung courses. Ki-mok said that he thought he knew one of the people who went there, but he wasn't sure because the only other friend listed for the top student was John Peel. But then their attention was drawn to the voice of a girl talking to her mother in a car. She promised to come home on time. It was Cheon Mi-jun, who was on the student council with Ki-mok, and her brother Ho-jun was their classmate in middle school. The girl thought he wanted to sign up for the same courses, but he said he already went somewhere else. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and she still had an hour before class, so the guy suggested they go to a cafe. Mi-jun was so touched that he wanted to treat her, and she even teared up and agreed, of course. He had already been thinking about her while making notes about his stress from studying. About 2 years ago, when the girl gave him a book, her hand was as swollen as her brother's. He thought they were being beaten at school, but Mi-jun confessed that it was her mother who did it. She was waiting for her daughter outside the school to drive her to an important lecture that was scheduled for that day at the courses. She approached the man her daughter had been talking so much about, mentioning that he had recently won a grant. The woman asked if he had a tutor and lamented that Mi-jun was much less successful even though she only slept 4 hours a day. She said that her daughter was almost ready to join the book club that Ki-mok belonged to, and the girl finally burst into tears from all the pressure. Recalling this episode, Yoon noted that he might not have been able to endure such conditions if he had studied in such circumstances, but did her mother really want her to be so successful? But Mi-jun decided that he had come for the school exam tickets and didn't answer. In her eyes, the guy didn't look like someone who would treat others to food. The girl thought this because she considered him the only person in the world who was married to his studies. But she herself had started studying hard in middle school, so she never had any free time. And now she had terrible bruises under her eyes, which is why he decided to treat her. Mi-jun cried and complained that she hadn't been able to sleep properly for several days because the police had been coming at night. They were looking for her brother, who had been causing trouble in a bar last week and had been riding a motorcycle without a license this week. He had a fight with his mother and left home, probably because of hormonal changes due to late puberty. The girl's outburst was interrupted by a text message from her mother asking her to send the results of today's test, and she explained that she needed to try harder because of her brother. Changmin suddenly intervened and demanded that his friend leave and contact Ju Yoon-soo, suggesting a connection between the ill-fated desire and her family. But Ki-mok decided to check it out and asked why Mi-jun asked the dokaibi for help so that all the successful students would end up like this. But she didn't understand his question, saying that he had watched too many dramas, or maybe she was just pretending to be stupid or wishing for it unconsciously. If it was unconscious due to stress, her problem would be almost impossible to solve because he didn't want to get involved with Ju Yoon-soo and solve everything by force. If people died because of her and she realized it, he could imagine how awful she would feel, so he wanted to figure it out himself if possible. When the girl suggested skipping school tomorrow and spending time together, Ki-mok agreed. Meanwhile, the monsters continued to kill the students, and 3 of them discussed the deaths of the brothers who had recently appeared there, the eldest of whom was very strong. One of them suggested that these unfortunate souls had been captured by the local rulers, among whom there was a monster. The second shared a rumor that this guy was here. Then they mentioned a predator named Devil's Fang, who was currently engaged in the noble task of spreading fire seeds. He must have been weakened, which is why he is looking for golden blood, but does it even exist? More importantly, now that he is weakened, it should be easy to finish him off. My friend agreed to deal with this dokaibi, which would allow us to settle down better, but the hero of their gossip is already here. Let them try if they can. A battle broke out between the predators, which he quickly won. Then he called them useless trash trying to rise from the bottom, and wanted to find the golden blood as quickly as possible. Mi-jun, meanwhile, remembered how she bragged to her mother about passing the test with flying colors, scoring the highest possible score. And who was she to be so smart? However, the secret to her success was that the girl liked it when she was praised as a child, so she tried even harder. That's why, starting in 6th grade, she was always the best student in her class. But her brother often did his homework incorrectly, even though he attended the same courses as his sister, and even after tutoring, his grades were low. He got tired of listening to his mother's reproaches, and one day he packed his things and left, refusing to speak to his sister. Of course, their mother changed after that, but Mi-jun could no longer be the best in her class, knowing that she was the reason her brother left. She decided that she could study better if she became a better person, and then everything would be as it was before. That was when she received the fiery seed. The next day, Ki-mok came to the date as agreed, and Chang-min demanded in vain that he call his friends the dokaibi. After all, the straight-A student had known Mi-jun for a long time, and they could easily cancel the wish themselves. But the doppelganger reproached his friend for wanting to have fun while he was a ghost, even though it was just a walk to relieve stress. And if the meeting was bothering him, he should recover quickly. But then Cheon arrived, apologizing for being late. She always studied at this time, and it was their first date, which had a positive effect on the girl, and the seed in her chest gradually faded away. Kimok said that students often have mental disorders and that a walk would help more than long games and staring at your phone. His companion thought this was a good idea and decided to try it by turning off her phone. They walked around and took a lot of photos, admiring the blue sky and watching a movie, and then went to a cafe to grab a bite to eat. Mi-jun was happy and thanked him for the walk, which had broken up the tedious studying, but she wondered how he had managed to sense her state and really help her. He admitted that he had had a similar experience, although not because of stress related to his studies. After listening to her gratitude for clearing her head, he decided to move on to the main point. Had she been thinking about anything in particular lately? Maybe it happened subconsciously from a feeling of hopelessness. Did she remember anything? What wish? The girl asked. He had also read a post on SSS about the lottery, where they wrote that dokebi grant the wishes of lottery winners. He thought it was unlikely that this post was related to real dokebi, but she still had a fiery seed inside her. He thought she believed the post and made a wish, but how could she wish for the death of others? What kind of death did Mi-jun really wish for? She just wanted her grades to improve. Yoon realized that he had underestimated the monsters. She had a simple wish. He thought that after the complications in her family, she would unconsciously make a terrible wish. But she didn't want anything bad, only to improve her grades. Any schoolchild could make such a wish. But the predators distorted the girl's wish and planted a seed of fire in her. It was simple. Test results were relative. If those who studied better than Cheon disappeared, her grades would inevitably improve. So then her wish would come true, which is partly what she wanted. Having come to this conclusion, the boy wanted to prevent the worst and stop Mi-jun, but she apologized and left because she couldn't miss her classes. Kimok was worried that he hadn't immediately thought of the monster's ability to come up with such tricks. This had to be stopped quickly. He needed to call Eun-soo, but he remembered that he didn't know her phone number, and Jang-min was always asleep when he needed him. Just then, Cheon Ho-jun called out to him, wanting to know what his former classmate was doing with his sister. Mi-jun, after class, was scolded by her mother for a mistake on the last question of her test, which could have been avoided if she had checked more carefully. At the same time, the woman didn't ask why her daughter had skipped school and turned a blind eye to her truancy because her grades were improving. The fiery seed decided to take advantage of the moment to grow on emotions, convincing the girl that her mother didn't need her, but rather a successful child. Then Mi-jun said that the classes would end early because of the missing students, and her mother replied that she had found ones that worked late. And the voice inside intervened again, whispering that her mother didn't care about her daughter at all, and so the seed grew more and more throughout the conversation. Realizing this, Kimok persuaded Ho-jun to visit his sister, but when they arrived at the house, the flames of the dokebi were already raging and could be clearly seen from below. The boys rushed upstairs, Ho-jun trying to figure out where the fire had come from, while Yuna was more concerned about the purple color of the flames. When they reached the apartment, a powerful stream of fire was already breaking down the door. The boys froze in horror, illuminated by the fire, and did not dare to approach. But then the door burst open and a woman appeared in the hallway. Ho-jun recognized her as his own mother. Following her was the monster, and Kimok remembered Chang-min's story about a human being transformed into a lowly dokebi. It turned out that the final transformation had happened to Mi-jun, not her mother, but now was not the time to discuss it. He began to wake Chang-min, and the ghost justified his sleep by saying that it was pure torture to watch his friends date. When he saw the monster, he remembered what he had said about running away in case of danger. Kimok tried to talk him out of it, saying he didn't know what to do, that Chang-min was gone, and he didn't know Yoon-soo's phone number, but now they had to do something. Hearing their conversation, Ho-jun tried to find out who his former classmate was talking to, but suddenly he and his mother disappeared. It was the doppelganger who had used the hamta. The hamta secured everyone except Kimok, who became the predator's only prey. The guy asked Mi-jun to calm down, because happiness doesn't depend on grades, but this creature had already turned from a friend into a man-eating predator. He had to run away, and he ran, thinking about saving his life and the intervention of the dokebi. The confined space was too cramped, and Kimok wanted to get out onto the street, but Gamtu was only allowed to stay in the house. He had to run around inside the house, killing time and hoping that Yoon-soo and the other friends would show up. When he managed to hide behind some boxes, Yoon asked his friend if Eun-soo could bring Mi-jun back to her former self. He assured him that he could if her company arrived in 15 minutes. But if they were any later, it would be irreversible and she would merge with the fiery seed into one, and they would have to get rid of her. The handsome man didn't like this option, but at the moment it was the best one. In 15 minutes, he had to strike the outer body with his power to free the seed trapped inside. But was there another way where he didn't have to fight and could just save her? There was. Chan Min knew that his friend would not listen to him, so he suggested betting on the power of the golden blood. He believed that the monster from the seed was weaker than the brothers who had been defeated earlier, so this method might work if they were lucky and his partner would listen to him. Meanwhile, the monster's appearance became more terrifying, which meant that the time during which his friend could still be saved was running out. Ordering his friend to listen carefully, Chang Min revealed that even with golden blood, nothing could be done with bare hands. They needed to use the Dokaibi's fire to release it. This was called the art of fire control. Ki-mok wondered what it meant to release it, but the beast, heated by the chase, was very close, and there was no time to talk. The monster had not only raised its huge paw but also attacked in a leap. Ki-mok had to act, and a blue flame appeared next to him. Focusing on his fiery core, he raised it to the level of his third eye. He pushed it out, scattering it throughout the space with a bluish flame. The powerful fist of the wildly screaming enemy was already flying toward him, but Ki-mok was already prepared, turning his body toward it, and the battle began. Unable to knock the guy down with one blow, the monster began to butt heads. It used all its limbs to strike, but he twisted like an eel, noticing at some point that the body had become lighter. And then Yoon managed to turn his fire into a powerful stream. His double advised him to push the beast to the edge and destroy its body. Otherwise, his friend would not be saved. At first, everything went according to his friend's plan, and the monster backed away, helplessly lowering its paws. But in reality, it was gathering strength. Then it grabbed its opponent by the leg and threw him to the ground. The blow was so powerful that Yoon's body broke through the ceilings of several floors. How could this be? If this beast was weaker than the defeated creature, why couldn't they defeat it? Chung Min said that he had helped defeat it before, but now his comrade was acting alone and using his power incorrectly. With the art of fire control, one can do anything one wants, not just put fire on one's legs and arms. He suggested using another technique called the Dokaibi Club. But the monster didn't let them talk. It didn't stand still, but flew through the gaps in the floors. He rushed toward his prey. Ki-mok ran, looking for a secluded spot to hear more about the club. Pieces of plaster flew after him from the walls broken by the enemy. Balls of flame rushed toward him, but he just ran faster and faster. Soon, the horned one lost him. When this happened, the monster paused for a moment to catch his breath. Then, crouching down, he dived through the open door and froze. He was stopped by the familiar scent of blood and began to sniff around. The smell tickled his nostrils and was very close, but there was no prey anywhere. The smell kept the predator in place because when he tried to move away, he grew weaker. His friends were already on the roof, and the handsome guy explained that monsters track their victims by the smell of blood, which is why the jacket tied to the pipe had distracted him. There was already so little time left that Ki-mok interrupted him, calling him a Dokaibi. Chung Min said that all Dokaibi can use energy, Gu Hua Sul, but a bat is a tool, and only those who possess it can use it. A club or bat is a tool that simplifies the use of Gu Hua Sul. Ki-mok realized that the bat was like a magic wand. You need to take your flame and mentally imagine a Dokaibi's bat. Chan Min corrected him, saying that a bat is just a name, and it would be better if it were in the form of a weapon, as this would make it easier to learn how to use the attacking Gu Hua Sul. The novice tried to do something like that with the flame, but it turned out clumsy. After giving the energy the right shape, the fire quickly scattered, which was not surprising since Ki-mok had never seen a real weapon in his life. The mentor was angry and circled around the clumsy fighter. Weapons can look different. Don't use your memory, use your creativity and imagination. Finally, the guy couldn't take it anymore and ordered his double to shut up so he could concentrate. The latter advised him to use a medium template to compensate for his lack of imagination. For example, to imagine a sword made of flame that looked like a real sword. He asked if his friend had brought a spear or sword with him, but the other never carried such things, especially since he was going on a date. Yoon reached into his pocket to show him everything he had. But suddenly, the roof opened and a horned creature appeared. He realized that the smell was coming from the jacket, and since there was no victim inside, he went to look for her. Ki-mok held a fireball in front of him with both hands, but it didn't stop the villain. With red eyes flashing, he climbed out completely, and the battle reignited. Once again, the respite was too short, and Ki-mok did not have time to learn how to use the Dokaibi bat. Without it, victory would be difficult. But he had no intention of giving up, for time had not yet run out. Only the monster had its own plans, and it threw its prey into the gap from which it had just emerged. Boulders of various sizes, shattered by a powerful beam, followed in its wake. The guy barely managed to jump out of the way before the monster landed behind him. Relentlessly pursuing his prey, he was still unharmed and confidently closing the distance between them. The mentor panicked, shouting that their plan was impossible because Ki-mok couldn't even defend himself. But Ki-mok was already fired up. determined to follow the instruction to use his imagination. Now he would show his mentor a creative approach. Knowing that he needed to control his energy like a weapon, he decided that a firearm was better than a sword, and to visualize it more accurately, he took a pen out of his pocket. There it was, the weapon, and the guy mentally saw how the barrel continued his outstretched arm and his fingers gripped the handle. Then he imagined how he would aim, supporting the handle from below with his left hand and pressing the trigger with the index finger of his right hand. And when the monster raised its hand to strike, Ki-Mok simply raised his outstretched arms with his imaginary weapon higher. Then a bullet flew from his imaginary weapon. It rushed forward at tremendous speed, a focused bluish stream directed forward and upward. Although the monster saw the flying flame, it did not have time to dodge, and it severed his arm and part of his body. After the first burst of energy, Ki-Mok only tilted his tired arms down slightly, but a second imaginary shot was not necessary. The guy realized that the weapon called a bat had incredible power that could even defeat the fire seed. Although the seed had already consumed about 90% of his friend's body, this weapon surpassed the power of a novice dokebi. He had only wanted to survive until help arrived and had not expected such an effect. He had not expected the golden blood to be so powerful. But around the lost part of the enemy's body, tongues of purple fire flickered, and the fiery seed began to restore the flesh of its carrier. But for now, its power was limited, and the weapon would need to be used a few more times. Ki-Mo-ye understood this and promised to finish what he had started with a single shot. He just wanted to know if Mi-jun would be alright if he destroyed the monster. His mentor promised that it would be, because the fiery seed had only trapped her, not consumed her. Ki-Mok said that the power of this shot would be enough, because less than half of its power had been used the first time. He concentrated and directed a cluster of energy at the imaginary weapon. He began to increase its size, and a series of sensations experienced in recent days flashed before his eyes. From unpleasant premonitions to a state of helplessness because he could do nothing. Remembering how the irritation had built up, he concentrated more and more energy in his bat. And now, he was about to pull the trigger and get rid of all these unpleasant feelings in one fell swoop. Finally, as if for the first time, he pulled the imaginary trigger and fired a powerful beam. Jo Yoon-soo and Dae Young were resting after school when they suddenly saw a blue beam above the rooftops. They immediately ran there, guessing who had released this stream of energy, regretting that they had left Kaimoka unattended. Seeing the second beam, Dae Young shouted that they needed to hurry and ran faster. Kwan Ho also saw the blue flame after dealing with the predatory dokebi. But this monster was not the only one. Kwan Ho noticed other monsters approaching the golden blood. He had to engage them in battle and send them to the afterlife. Meanwhile, Ki-Mok had already struck his enemy with his bat and the body fell apart. A purple ball of fire, the evil seed, fell from his chest and shattered into pieces. The freed Cheon Mi-jun was safe and sound, lying on the floor and sleeping soundly. Jang Min said that she would remember almost nothing when she woke up, and if she did remember anything, she would think it was a bad dream. But Ki-Mok also wanted to know what would happen to her brother and mother. It turned out that they were also asleep and would forget everything that had happened to them after the activation of the Hamtu, so they were unlikely to understand how the front door had been broken down. His friend called the winner home to tell him a lot, but he didn't leave and thought that even though the fire seed was gone, nothing would change. Did he plan to save many people after learning how to use Gu Hua Sul? Changmin reminded him that the job of the possessors was to get rid of the predatory dokebi and that they had no right to interfere in anything else. Especially since life was hard for all children in Korea, especially those with parents who were obsessed with their studies, of whom there were many even in this particular city. Ki-Mok agreed that he should take care of himself in any case, but nothing would happen if he took Mi-jun home. When they left the building, they saw Ju Yoon-soo and Dae Yoon, who didn't look like they were up to anything good. Sure enough, Eun-soo narrowed her eyes and silently beckoned them with her finger. Assuming that they wanted to talk to Ki-Mok, he tried to resolve the issue peacefully and explain everything. He started to speak briskly but faltered at the first words and clutched his heart. Changmin looked at him in surprise, unable to understand what was happening. Why did his friend fall silent and then, without any explanation, suddenly jump up and run home as fast as he could? Why did Ki-Mok run away? He could always explain everything calmly to his mentor, but he explained his escape as an instinct for self-preservation. In the face of Eun-soo, the guy saw, if not the devil, then a predatory dokebi, and he felt in his gut that he had to run. Jangmin wondered if he had noticed another predator, meaning Dae Yeon. After all, Kwan Ho, the guy he had fought with at school, was 100 times weaker than Dae Yeon. But it was impossible to escape from the possessors, and soon the fugitive's house shook with the angry voice of the elder. Yinsu Sonba said that from the beginning, the plan was to hold him hostage, but she took his condition into account and decided to give him time to think. But during that time, he managed to distinguish himself so much that he began to think that if his captors couldn't destroy him, he could do whatever he wanted. The lectures about the golden blood falling into the hands of the predatory Dokebi continued for more than 4 hours, and Changminu already felt that he was being punished. Then Ki-mok confessed that he was to blame and apologized, explaining that he didn't know how dangerous it was and promised not to do it again. After that, the stern Sunbae softened because he admitted his mistake. After she left, the honor student thanked his double for saving him, although he should have done so that morning. Today's events prompted him to do so. After all the explanations, Mi-jun called, trying to find out what had happened yesterday, as she had only vague memories of the day in question. Ki-mok asked her if she had gotten home safely that evening, and if she had accidentally hit her head on the door. After thinking about it, Mi-jun decided that this was why the front door to the apartment had been broken down. She then said that she had wrongly accused her brother of not talking to her. Her brother had behaved that way because he didn't want their mother to hate Mi-jun because of him. After that, they made up and went outside together. And now, she is sitting on a bench talking to her Sunbae and doesn't want to go home because she had a fight with her mother. In addition, she was disturbed by a strange dream about a monster and her Sunbae using supernatural powers. After waking up, her head felt clearer, but she didn't understand what had really happened and wondered how she had managed to hold out for so long. He started to say that it wasn't strange at all, but stopped himself, remembering Chang Min's words about not interfering in anything that didn't concern getting rid of the Dokebi cannibals. He decided to follow this rule, but if he advised her to just cheer up, it wouldn't help, so he told her she was doing well. He could only hope that she would break through these barriers. She had already asked him if he knew that in high school he seemed to be surrounded by an iron wall, spending all his time in the library or with Chang Min. But her brother came up and said he wanted to come back but didn't know where to go if she wasn't there, and Mi-jun offered to put him up in a spare room. Other details of the situation with the fiery seeds that struck the children should be considered. At night, in a corner of Gangnam, Devil's Fang pondered his plan, noting that the part about scattering the seeds abundantly had been completed. It was time to move on to eliminating those annoying insects. It was time to harvest. A few hours later, Ki-mok, throwing a dozen sugar cubes into his coffee, thought that the morning was surprisingly calm. Although not everything was going smoothly, the question of Mi-jun's fiery seeds had been resolved, and the case of the missing people had been solved. Therefore, the predators cannot chase him, and life has returned to normal. However, there was a problem related to him, as he had become the owner of something, even if his mentor was being ironic about it. Coffee is once again a ritual to start the day, and after a series of anxious days, that's probably not a bad thing. His headaches are gone, he doesn't need to eat 3 times a day, he's not late for school, he can see the board perfectly even from the back row, and his energy is endless. The only inconvenience is sharing his body with Chang Min, but that's easily solved by telling him to turn away when he goes to the shower. He was about to return to school when he suddenly heard on TV about the disappearance of schoolchildren in Gangnam last night. After that news, Yoon-soo and Dae-yeon appeared in the room, saying they knew this would happen and asking why they had come to his house again. And why does Dae-yeon always appear out of nowhere, although that doesn't matter now? The reason they came was because they accidentally stumbled upon a wish addressed to the students and thought that Ki-moka could be exposed. But in reality, someone had deliberately planned to cultivate the fire seed within the students. But the thing is, the cannibals only hunt Ki-moka, otherwise they wouldn't be so obsessed with the students. Chanmin intervened, assuming they had made a mistake in controlling the information, but he knows what Yinsu and Dae-yeon are doing while he is in such a helpless state. The owners made every effort to prevent leaks, but nevertheless, it happened, and there are too many possibilities as to how it could have happened. According to Ju Yoon-soo, only one thing is clear. Kimocom is being hunted by not just one person, but a whole group. In another house, a servant greeted the young master and asked what to bring for dinner, but Kim Ha-jin replied that he had already eaten. Going up to the living room, he saw a predator standing over a ruined body. It was Devil's Fang, the leader of the group, whose members were also there. Kim Ha-jin reminded him that he had forbidden him to appear in his house in such a form. Taking on human form, he asked his master if he was satisfied, then remarked that it was time to get used to this appearance. Kim Ha-jin was indignant. He didn't want to get used to it because he was a normal human being, but Cha-wol had ordered him to watch his words. If he didn't stop talking like that, she could send him to the other world. He was too arrogant for a human. But the owner of the living room said that Cha-wol would never kill him and had no idea how much publicity he had generated that day. In addition to his work, he also spread rumors among high school students, and there were already more than 100,000 wishes on the lottery website. Tae-hwa, in turn, reported a sharp drop in the speed of seed appearance, worrying that the owners had probably noticed. The Devil's Fang reassured her, saying that enough power had already been accumulated and that he had planned to get rid of these wrong dokebi anyway. Then Kim Ha-jin asked Cha-wol where the kid who had made him run errands had gone. But she didn't know that So-gyu hadn't been there since morning. He might have gone out to cause trouble again. Cha-wol was right. He was indeed alone until Jin Kwan-ho, who was searching for the monster in one of the quiet alleys, found him. Suddenly, a guy ran towards him, calling for him to save him, shouting that he was running away from a monster that was eating people. With a lollipop still in his mouth, Kwan-ho hurried to where the eyewitness had directed him, but there was no one in the courtyard, only red stains on the asphalt. The frightened guy also disappeared, but in fact he didn't run away. He jumped high into the air and tried to attack his captor from behind. However, the latter had anticipated this move and jumped back, hitting the attacker, because usually people run away from monsters and don't rush to help the first person they see. So-gyu apologized for mistaking his opponent for a fool and even sprayed some cologne, but it didn't work. It didn't work because the smell of blood would haunt the cannibal for 100 days. Kwan-ho wondered how it was possible to hide such a smell. Admitting that he had intended to kill the stranger with a knife but had been polite, So-gyu laughed, but his opponent barked at him to grit his teeth and hit him. But the monster regrouped and stood his ground, saying that he was offering his opponent the only option to go to the other world without pain. Then he inflated his stomach and exhaled a large sword from his mouth, promising that dying with it would be a little more painful. Surprised by such anthropomorphism as an addition to gabgui, Kwan-ho attributed this phenomenon to the recent appearance of seeds in the area. He countered the sword with his bat, which was shaped like an impressive axe. A fierce battle ensued, which continued after a brief pause for verbal sparring. The dokebi fought so fiercely that the objects torn out by steel flew higher than the roofs, but the other owners did not yet know about this. Yinsu's revelation that a group was hunting Kimoka upset the young man, meaning that the danger was not yet over. But what kind of creatures were they? The eldest member of the group did not know this yet, but promised to find out. Dae-yong sternly reminded them that this was their job and that the top student should sit quietly and wait. However, the holders doubted that he would be able to stay put, so they decided to assign a watcher to him so that their ward wouldn't do anything stupid. Jo Eun-soo said that if the newcomer really regretted yesterday, he should listen. Upon learning that Jin Kwan-ho, with whom Yoon had to fight, had been assigned to watch over him, he categorically refused. Unexpectedly, the guest turned to the window without saying a word and suddenly froze. Lee Changmin explained that Kwan-ho was fighting and had even pulled out a bat. They decided to intervene because they sensed gabgui, and to make sure nothing happened to Kimok, they took him with them. In the fight, Kwan-ho pressed hard on his opponent, noticing that he could only bark but did not take his cunning into account. He shouldn't have attacked so recklessly before learning the characteristics of his opponent's gabgui, whatever that strange ability was. Enlightening his friend, Changmin explained that gabgui is the ability of predatory dokebi to use all the flesh and blood they have absorbed. All of this is released, accumulated, and then used outside the body, but a large amount of flesh must be consumed in order to release it. Gabgui is possessed by strong predators and is opposed to bite, but it is not based on imagination, but on the personality and innate temperament of its owner. In the duel, So-gyu was now advancing, twisting the energy into an arc with his sword. Fearing a trick, Jin Kwan-ho decided to step back and heard something fly through the air and rumble, and he was hit from all sides. The cannibal rejoiced at the sound of his gabgui, which was capable of accumulating force equivalent to a blow and then returning it in shockwaves. Calling his opponent stupid and a milksucker, he revealed his abilities for some reason, confidently believing that it didn't matter if his opponent learned his secrets, because he couldn't do anything about it and would remain here forever. A special department of the police was investigating the cases of the missing students. The head of the department's management team had not been home for a week and asked her sister to bring her some clothes to change into. Her friend joked that Min Hee-soo had married the police station and was in no hurry to fulfill the request. Falling asleep at her desk, the police officer instructed her not to look for a job and not to stay out late in the evenings because of the disappearances of students in the 8th district. But the girl knew that only those who studied well were disappearing and where the information was coming from. To get the girl to bring the clothes faster, Min Hee-soo threatened to tell her mother about her bad grades, and she finally said she was coming. In the ongoing battle, So-gyu slashed the sword-wielding man, but he screamed that he wasn't going to die. The enemy smiled maliciously, thinking it was just a bluff before his death. Well, let him return the damage after the blow, waiting for Kwan-ho to strike first. And if he immediately cuts off his head, will this stupid skill help him? The sword wielder swung his weapon with all his might, creating a wind that carried the power of 100 blades. He aimed at the predator's neck, but it seemed that his hand slipped and he had to pull the axe out of the asphalt again. But since he had chopped off So-gyu's gabgui, he was unlikely to have any tricks left. The enraged predator threatened to send the bastard who had crippled him to the other world, but a voice from above stopped him, ordering him to return. He didn't mind So-gyu roaming free, but losing an arm was too much, especially since he had been warned that his strength would soon be needed. But Hyun rebuked the renegade, saying it was unbecoming of a hunting dog to lose its teeth before an important hunt. The predatory Dokebi obeyed, but first wanted to know the name of his attacker, who refused to tell him. Instead, his rival said that he was So-gyu from the Fang clan, and that he would remember the anonymous man and destroy him next time. Enough of listening to the empty chatter of a half-dead fool, and why did he decide that he was being let go? But a strong whirlwind hit Kwon Ho, forcing him to bend over and drop his bat. The daring opponent managed to leave the battlefield before the wind died down. Dae-young, who had arrived, asked if everything was okay, noting the extensive damage from the fight. Did he really think Kwon Ho would lose? The enemy fled with his tail between his legs after losing his arm. Why is this man here again? Ki-mok explained that it was not his choice, so there was no need to show hostility. Jang Min was satisfied that everything was fine, as the enemy was strong, having used Gabgui. But Ju Eun-soo didn't see anyone using Gabgui, and Kwon Ho said that the monster called himself So-gyu from the Fang. Hearing the name Fang, Ju Eun-soo wondered why they would go all the way to Gangnam. So Dae-young clarified that it was the Devil's Fang, and Hee-soo said that there were rumors that he lived in that area. From Chang Min, Yoon learned that Hee-soo was a police officer who helped people with special abilities, and she was also the sister of Jeon Pee-hee, which is why they were able to keep everything a secret. Everything fell into place in the elder's mind. Someone in such a position could easily do such a thing. She explained that the Devil's Fang was behind them, scattering fiery seeds and creating weak predators, which was easy even for someone as weakened as him. Kwon Ho added that because of his golden blood, such a figure could risk his life. Ki-mok asked him to tell him to get in line if he had the chance. From the next day, the honor student began attending school. As the teacher spoke, he thought about his unexpected encounter with Ju Eun-soo at the school. Sonbae didn't just say hello, she watched him, trying to stay close. Didn't she need to be in her own classes? Then he tried to find out why Kwon Ho hated him so much, but it turned out that Kwon Ho hated everyone and suffered from social phobia. Jang Min reminded him that a body possessed by another person doesn't necessarily mean there are two personalities inside. Kwon Ho only has one. After the man betrayed him, he fought him for possession of the body, and the man died, as did the only person to whom he had ever opened up. Meanwhile, Kwon Ho tried to figure out why he had been assigned to guard the man. Dae-young replied that he had already shown why, and that he could protect the golden blood even from Fang. But why allow him to roam free when last time they wanted to lock him up and even break his legs if necessary? Dae-young said that he had thought it was the right decision at the time, but then changed his mind, because everyone had seen the enormous power of the golden blood that day. Kwon Ho remembered that he had indeed seen a blue beam at that time. Dae-young clarified that with just one blow, Kwon Ho destroyed the fire seed that had almost completely engulfed the man's body using the Dokaebi bat. Kwon Ho was surprised that this idiot already knew how to use it. Therefore, Dae-young decided not to lock up the troublemaker, and if a battle was inevitable, it would be safer for Kwon Ho to fight instead. They had to guard him starting tomorrow, but for now, they went to the predatory Dokebi. Dae-young ordered them to tell him everything they knew about the devilish Fang. Night fell, and Min Hye-soo arrived at the agreed meeting place. Waiting for her companion, she leaned back against a car and smoked. Suddenly, someone hugged her waist and called her older sister. The stranger said she missed her and thanked her for her hard work on their behalf. Grabbing her by the hair, the police officer asked if Ju Eun-soo was going to do this every time, but she liked this reaction. She asked if it wasn't time to stop calling her older sister, since she herself had been the owner for many years. But the other woman interrupted, saying that it didn't matter and that her sister was mistaken. Then Hee-soo handed her the medical device she had asked for, but wondered where they would use it. She heard that it was for training Kwon Ho, who was considered too strong by the supposed enemy. Judging by the report, it was Click, and now it had been confirmed. If the rumor about Kanny Taejeon was true, it would not be easy to act. Interrupting Ju Eun-soo, she asked if her interlocutor had visited the SNS page, as the lottery was definitely connected to this group. Hee-soo said that although the department was investigating, there weren't enough people, but hunters who were already close by would soon help. There have been many different attacks, but it's time to stop this mess. Gangnam will defeat the cursed monsters, and from this moment on, the counterattack began. When Ju Eun-soo unexpectedly came to Ki-mok, he assumed that she liked to visit him as if it were her own home, whenever she felt like it. But she brought him a gift, a device for accelerated recovery, announcing that it was created using the most advanced technology in the field of Dokebi science. It looked like a toy from a TV shopping channel worth about $3, but the seniors said it wasn't easy to get it for Jong Min. After discussing it among themselves, they decided that it would be difficult to communicate with Chong Min in the current situation. He said that it was very upsetting because it was the first time his fire had weakened so much, but he himself had said that it would take a year to recover. Jo Eun-soo said that this device, which uses the power of another person to speed up Chong Min's recovery, would help. More precisely, it would remove the barrier in the exchange of energy between the doppelgangers, allowing the golden blood to manifest its power. Upon hearing about the recovery being accelerated by a whole month and the elder using all his connections, Ki-mok asked how this was related to Chong Min. The handsome man replied that with a little recovery, they would hear his voice through a small flame, but that there wasn't enough power for that right now. Jo Eun-soo warned that to eliminate the side effects, Chang Min would have to sleep for about 10 days, but he was already sleeping half the day. They began the session, and during it, Ki-mok screamed, thinking he was going to die, and then collapsed on the floor. Jo Eun-soo told them to let her know when Chong Min wakes up so she can check on him, and Kwan Ho entered the house asking if the man was happy to see him. Looking at them, Songbai said that they would get along, but not to fight like they did when they first met, and each of them assured him that they wouldn't be the first to start. However, the guys glared at each other, and Ju Eun-soo wondered if everything would be okay. And so, after getting on the bus with his ward, Kwan Ho began his work as a bodyguard. All the way from the bus stop to the school building, he walked slightly behind them. He was present in class, and John Peel noticed that this stranger was watching his friend. His friend asked if something had happened when this guy called out Kimoka and if he was bullying him, but he replied that he didn't know. He thought to himself that Kwan Ho was much calmer than he had thought, and maybe not so bad judging by his work, and that he had attacked him because of Jong Min. He looked pitiful, but he immediately told himself to pull himself together because this bully had started a fight half a minute after they met. After school, Kwan Ho walked his ward home and settled into Chong Min's room. Did everyone really think his house was a hotel? Then he said he had to be a security guard around the clock and went to take a shower, asking for shampoo and a toothbrush. Seeing that Ki-mok was still studying at 2 in the morning, he said he would have to go with him to a certain place because he couldn't leave him alone. The guy became curious and obeyed. When they arrived, it turned out to be a school. Kwan Ho admitted that he had activated the Gomtu yesterday and today so that neither the people nor Dae-yong and Eun-soo would find out. He probably wanted another fight, but the owner said he wouldn't fight himself. However, there were captured predators being held in one prison, like lab rats, and he connected it to this place. The predators started appearing in the square in front of the school. Has he lost his mind? Don't worry, because of their limited strength, they're like broken cans that can't do anything, and even in the worst case, the golden blood won't pass to them. Ki-mok realized that he had been fooled by the calm behavior of this crazy psychopath and let his guard down, but it was too late. The man challenged him to prove himself in the arena to see if he was worthy of being saved by Chang Min, who had ended up so badly. Although Dae-yong tried to convince him of the usefulness of the golden blood, would it help its owner live to see the morning? Ki-mok said that if he survived, it would be better for Kwan Ho to recognize his value and the correctness of Chang Min's choice. The bully laughed at his words and suggested he try it. It was a good thing that before leaving the house, Yoon had put a pen in his pocket, and he didn't want to think about what might have happened if he had forgotten it. Having fashioned an imaginary weapon, Ki-mok began the battle and soon noticed that his opponents were weaker than those he had encountered before. Striking them with his beam, he realized that these cannibals didn't seem to have any intelligence and that he didn't have to go all out. But there were still many of them, and they surrounded him on all sides. Monsters kept appearing and just kept coming forward, and it seemed crazy to face them alone. And because there were so many of them, he wanted to give the culprit of this gathering a real beating. But he was watching from the roof and wanted to make Yuna as stupid as these creatures because he couldn't kill him because of Chang Min. After a while, Ki-mok realized that the monsters were gradually closing in on him, and when he tried to retreat, he was pushed back by the crowd. Meanwhile, their numbers were growing, and at this rate, it would be difficult to hold out until morning. Then he realized that attacking with bullets flying in a straight line in open terrain was ineffective and that he needed to change his position. If he could get into the building and shoot in a narrow space, such as a corridor, he would be able to deal with them all. Seeing how the man was clearing the way to the school with his gunfire, Kwan Ho thought that he had stopped thinking due to his overflow of energy and would gather even more predators. But Ki-mok was already rushing through the cleared corridor and realized that if he dealt with them one by one, he would be surrounded, so he started jumping and killing them in groups. And now the building was very close. But one creature had already gotten so close that he couldn't use his bat. Kwan Ho could see from above that the guy was stronger than he had expected, but he lacked experience and needed to intercept the monster before it got close. Because of this mistake, The monster now had Kimok's arms in a tight grip. The others were approaching their victim, forming a small crowd. Kwan Ho decided that his protege would not be able to escape, so all he could do was attack head-on. So Changmin's decision was wrong, and there was no reason to sacrifice himself to save another, even if he was a friend, because people always betray each other. Trapped on all sides, Kimok couldn't even move. He had to think of something to do, but his consciousness was fading. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Had Changmin always fought alone, and he didn't even know? His friend replied. He advised him to think about why he had fought, even though no one knew or rewarded him for it, because he had fought for the one he wanted to protect. And indeed, now the battle was not for life. Because of the golden blood, there were already wounded and dead, and if he died in a pile of creatures, he would not be able to rest in peace. Deciding that he had to win this bet and that he didn't like to lose, Kimok gathered all the fire in his bat and exploded. Kwan Ho said that it was true that one could imagine Gu Hua Sul as anything, but with such power as he had, this brat would still be unable to do anything. But he was interrupted by a voice saying that it wasn't bad for someone who had recently been human, and that he had enough energy, which was to be expected from golden blood. Turning around and seeing the stranger, Kwan Ho asked who she was, but she didn't have time to answer. Su Gyu was already rushing towards him with his sword, shouting that he would destroy him. The owner asked who they were and said he hadn't invited anyone to this place. Then he gave his name, So Gyu, shouting that the owner could hardly have forgotten him. But the owner replied that he had forgotten, because hunting predators had become a daily routine, and he had no time to remember the names of minor figures. The bastard called him a petty nobody and asked how he dared to think that of him, and the enemy cursed him and struck him. Kwan Ho did not understand how they had passed him, as he had put a lot of effort into activating the Hamtu. Dodging one of the intruders, he saw an empty roof and wondered where the second one could have gone. But the predator was already swinging her scythe and attacking the enemy one after another with her partner. First, So Gyu beat him with his gabgui, then the second one slashed him. But thanks to his self-healing ability, the wound closed instantly. The owner said that he had expected anthropomorphism when she appeared, but apparently she also uses gabgui, so it seems that they both obey the Phantom Fang. Sure enough, she was Cha Wol, and she had come for the golden blood. But then So Gyu interrupted her, shouting that he had asked her not to interfere and to let him destroy the bastard himself. Kwan Ho thought, well, Kimok's golden blood is even better. It will help me not to let them get away like last time. Yesu told her partner that it was much more rational to fight together against one enemy, especially since her partner would not be able to win alone in this case. And he would lose 8 times out of 10 because he had encountered the Southern Demon. Hadn't he read any of the files prepared by Tae Hua? So Gyu said that he doesn't read papers because everything can only be understood in battle. Then Cha Wol summed up that this is why he is weak and explained. This is Jin Kwan Ho, or the Southern Demon, representative of the 4 owners of Kana and the people from the Southern Division of the Dokebi, including the so-called hunters. But then Kwan Ho knocked So Gyu off the roof with a powerful blow and ordered her to shut up. She agreed, noting that the truth can hurt. But they are enemies, and if he wants, she will attack him with her gabgui instead of words. And the battle began, with energy flying in all directions, even the roof cracking. But what were these skulls that were useless to fight off? Cha Wol noticed that once they surrounded him, there would be no escaping them. Fine, but if she does that, he threatened to simply wipe her out, but why did she freeze in such a relaxed pose? And immediately, he felt a red skull clinging to him. Cha Wol directed it with the index finger of her left hand. And now, she was admiring the spectacle of the explosion that knocked the enemy off his feet and onto his knees. After the explosion, Kimok noticed that there were fewer monsters on the battlefield, which meant that by shooting from a good position, he would be able to deal with them all by morning. He was already looking forward to seeing Kwan Ho's expression when he finished and wondered if the victory would be too small. Let him call him not Kimok, but respectfully Hyun for the rest of his life. But then there was a loud thunderclap from above, and he saw an explosion on the roof. There Kwan Ho, rubbing his bruised neck, thought about the meanness of Cha Wol, who had attached a small skull and blown it up, meaning that her gabgui was capable of such a thing. But So Gyu shouted at her that if she was going to interfere, she should finish what she had started, while he attacked the enemy from above. Turning around at the shout, the owner realized that he would not be able to dodge in time, and with the enemy's acceleration, swinging a bat was useless. The only option left was to use the axe as a laser gun. He turned around and aimed the beam of energy at the enemy. The first enemy screamed in helplessness and was thrown far away again, and Cha Wol said that the wind Gu Hua Sul was in the enemy's bat. But although the wind helped increase the speed and accuracy of the blow against her, close combat would be the worst option. Realizing that something serious was brewing, Kwan Ho began to attack her, and she used the purple decay against the cursed Gu Hua Sul. The front defender protected himself with his bat, but behind him the red skull loomed again. He already knew what would happen next. The skull would latch onto him, and then there would be an explosion. But what could he do? Folding her hands in a prayer, Chawol declared that he could do nothing and opened her fingers. Another explosion rang out, and she declared that the decisions of the Ghost Fang were always carried out. From the moment he decided to get rid of the suspect, he could be considered dead. When the smoke cleared, it became clear that Quan Ho was unharmed. But from above, the defeated enemy flew back, calling on the owner to make sure he remembered his name. The name of the one who would destroy him, and he slashed his opponent's body with a powerful stream. Quan Ho was thrown back, and So-gyu mocked him for his dwindling strength. Breaking through the back of the building with his back and reaching the roof, the owner thought that it was not profitable to fight two alone without knowing the abilities of her Gabgui. To retreat, he needed to remove the Hamta he had set up, which would allow him to turn the tide. Kimoka's fight with the monsters dispelled any doubts about his strength, but Quan Ho gathered momentum and struck the stunned mocker with a bat. "Don't treat me like a child like yourself." He hit him so hard that he fell silent and couldn't raise his weapon. That doesn't mean Jin will fight this idiot hand-to-hand. Chawol didn't understand where such strength came from in such a battered opponent and exclaimed in surprise, "This southern demon is still strong." That's right, he won't resort to human help because he can handle it himself. He will never believe in people again. These beliefs are based on his life story. The first and last person Jin shared a body with was a petty man. A petty man who had gained power and strength through money. Wanting to wield this power alone, he tried to kill Quan Ho, but in the decisive battle for the body, he died. This coexistence was short-lived, but it was enough for him to begin to despise people who had become social animals because of their weakness. Because in the limited time of life, a person cannot do everything alone, but Quan Ho convinced himself that he was strong and could handle everything on his own. The possessor began to live and spend all his time alone, regularly reminding himself of these words. But one day, there was a knock at the door. Standing on the doorstep was a girl named Jin So-yeon. She said she worked in the Tokebi department and had come to support him. At that time, Quan Ho was not living in Gangnam and was not hunting predators, so after her words, he simply slammed the door in her face. But under the pretext of checking on the owners, the girl came every 2 weeks for several months. He was annoyed by these visits because he was tired of people, so he wouldn't let her in. However, So-yeon was persistent and continued to come. One day, the girl came when it was snowing and wouldn't leave, lamenting that she had forgotten her scarf and worrying that she would freeze. He let her into the apartment. After that, he let her in, and after a few months, she began to visit him more often just to chat about things like love. She was dazzlingly bright and seemed to be his complete opposite. One day, she brought him some chocolate, which he found awful. She bought it after a vacation with her team on Jeju Island, then casually asked why his name was VK201. She learned that he didn't have a name. His partner simply called him Hey. Puzzled by this, she came up with the name Quan Ho from the words light and mutual. She suggested he take her surname, Jin, and he agreed. From that moment on, they seemed to grow closer. So Yeon said that her boss often gave her documents 5 minutes before she left work, and once she had to send out a response team. Quan Ho offered to help, so he started fighting the predators and getting to know people who treated him better. One day, she apologized for him helping her even though he didn't want to fight, and as a reward, she gave him a cell phone. She said that it was the 21st century, and he needed to keep up with the times, and that it would be more convenient to contact him that way, and she gave him her number. She suggested they go somewhere together the next time she called, and as a result, he began to spend much less time alone. Now he had no time to think about his ex-partner, and his wounds began to heal. While walking around at Christmas, So Yeon said that she was annoyed by couples in love, and he suggested that she find a boyfriend, because there would always be 1 or 2 guys who liked her. When asked if he would like to find a partner to coexist with, he replied that he had already been badly burned once, so why was she asking him that? Although most people live this way, considering it unboring and giving them an advantage in battle, symbiosis is not just that. It's like a serious marriage between people. The girl confessed that she felt like an outcast when she was transferred to the southern office, but the hours she spent with him helped her get through those days. She spoke about coexistence in a different sense, asking if he would be with her, and when he agreed, she promised not to let him down. The next morning, he felt the warmth of the sun and the beauty of the sky for the first time, but it started to rain, and when the doorbell rang, he thought So Yeon had forgotten her umbrella. But the police came and said she was gone. She had gone to visit the owner to check on his condition, but the place turned out to be a predator's hideout. In the end, all that remained of her was the cross that had always hung around her neck, but she would never have made such a mistake. So the police conducted an internal investigation. It turned out that her colleagues were responsible. To get promoted, they had altered the data, and without knowing this, So Yeon had gone to a dangerous place. Upon learning of this, He couldn't even cry, reasoning that they were much worse than the predatory Dokebi and didn't deserve to live. But there were also those who did not react to the incident or tried to cover it up, fearing that information about the existence of Dokebi would spread. When he came to the girl's colleague, he begged for mercy and swore that he only wanted to scare her because he didn't like the way she talked to him. Kwan Ho explained that people are imperfect because they cannot achieve all their goals in such a short life. They use others for their careers and then attack them from behind and betray them. He dreamed of punishing the guilty himself and sending them to the afterlife. But it is illegal to kill police officers, and the person who sent So Yeon to her death continues to work in the police force, so Kwan Ho will never trust people again. Therefore, he does not need Yoon Ki-mok's help and will manage on his own. Seeing the Southern Demon rush into battle again, So-gyu, in helpless rage, tried to understand where he got his strength. Cha-wol advised her partner not to be so impulsive because the fight would still be in their favor, at least until the owner found out about her gabgui. But Kwan Ho shouted back that he already knew what his ability was. He understood the abilities of my gabgui. It's a bluff, they've only been shown twice, but it's impossible to understand while continuously fending off attacks. She didn't believe him and thought he should show her so she would believe him. But first he should get lost, the little punk. So-gyu was angry at how he dared to call him that again, but the enemy just hacked and directed energy at him with his bare hands. The predatory Dokebi was amazed that the enemy could send Gu Hua-sul with his bare hands, even without a bat. Throwing the bastard away, Kwan Ho wondered if Cha-wol's ability was to launch a skull spinning around the enemy, which would explode a few seconds later. But the strange thing was that she had the same skull spinning next to him, but for some reason it only exploded near him. And she asked why he was trying to attack her again if he understood her gabgui abilities. Kwan Ho realized that the skull couldn't distinguish between friends and enemies on its own, that gabgui wasn't universal, and that the stronger it was, the more energy it required to activate. And so he ran. But Cha-wol stood motionless as before, meaning that her ability was activated depending on his behavior. Now it was clear that when the skull went crazy, it exploded if the target moved. That was the condition of the gabgui. The strange thing is that her protection was weakened at that moment, and the idiot only attacked after the skull exploded, which means that if she had moved, the skull would have exploded. Yes, this gabgui or forbidden elixir of life works quickly, I understand, but what's the point of such a discovery? Will the Southern Demon be able to fight without moving? Kwan Ho replied that you need to stay still, only when the skull turns red, and use this to chop enemies. Gu Hua-sul is tuned to such things. And so he ran, unleashing a powerful stream, and she moved hers toward him. The streams collided and canceled each other out. Cha-wol sent a new wave and froze, but what was that hanging in front of her? A hologram of an axe. The hologram began to fall, and a few seconds later, there was an explosion. The Phantom Fang's decisions are always correct. It's just a joke. If he wants to destroy Kwan Ho and take the golden blood, let him come himself. But the Devil's Fang himself was suffering that night. Kim Ha-jin's medicine, made from 100 fire seeds with an addition of his own medicine, proved useless. The monster said that it was not surprising. No matter how many highly concentrated fire seeds were used to make the medicine, it was like pouring water into a bottomless box. Kim Ha-ji noted that the box was a perfect analogy because the Devil's Fang was indeed in such a state, and he said that without golden blood, he could not be cured. But the messengers were gone for a long time, and the man was worried if everything was okay there and if it was worth sending So-gyu for such a valuable item if he had already been attacked. Click replied that he should be given a chance to redeem himself and that his gabgui was well synchronized with Cha-wol's gabgui, so everything would be fine. But Kim Ha-jin didn't like this girl who whined about everything and had inconvenient conditions for using her gabgui. Besides, both of them were still weak, and wasn't strength the most important thing for a dokebi? In response, Devil's Fang noted her combat instincts when using her gabgui, which helped her overcome the gap between her and her stronger opponents. Meanwhile, a red skull hovered above each opponent, ready to explode at the slightest movement, but stopping at the right moment was no easy feat. However, both dokebi managed to stop in time and their energies collided in front of them, preventing either of them from getting hurt. So-gyu watched as his colleague took on the enemy's challenge, wanting to eat only a few times, but she no longer thought about it and made better use of her gabgui. Kwan Ho teased her for deciding to participate in the game despite the risk, since she was one of those who competed from a distance. Well, it was to his advantage that she would use her explosion tactics less often, and he would be able to take down two opponents at once with a single blow. A Cha-wol felt something similar to what she felt when she first met the Phantom Fang. That was when the organization had thrown her out to buy time, and her strength was much less than her current abilities. And it was on that day that someone finally recognized her ability. She begged him to kill her immediately, because her energy was insufficient, and because of her, he had lost everyone else. But he still couldn't finish his job even if he ate her, so he offered her a job helping him integrate Chill Goal. He appreciated her tactics and combat intuition, seeing great potential in their application, and as for her strength, she could become stronger. Only for him, the Phantom Fang, could she not lose to this hypocritical owner. Perhaps Cha Wol wants to use both Gabgui and Gu Huasul at the same time, but it no longer works on him. He knows how to stop at the right moment and use his energy even while remaining motionless, and he already knows when the skull will explode. He also knows their tactics, that when he stops, Sogyu and Quan Ho immediately attack, and Quan Ho shouted at him, but he told him not to tell him what to do. Expecting the skull hanging over him to explode over the predatory Quan Ho, he didn't even turn around, but in vain, because Quan Ho took advantage of the opportunity to use his sword. Somewhere he made a mistake. If the bomb didn't explode, maybe it was a fake. And now Sogyu said goodbye to him with a kick, and Cha Wol shouted that it was over. Swung in a sharp arc, the Gu Huasul flew toward him, but the wound slowed his movement and prevented him from straightening up. He didn't have time to dodge, but he understood the deadly danger of a blow to the forehead and, leaning on his bat, managed to raise his head and direct his flow across it. For a moment, everything froze, but this paralysis was broken by Kimok, who was surprised by the anthropomorphism but quite human appearance of the non-humans, only their horns betraying their predatory nature. He immediately understood that he was their target and offered to stand in line since he had become so popular. Quan Ho scolded him for interfering, Cha Wol praised him for his courage, and Sogyu thought he had lost his mind and was looking for death by throwing himself into the hands of predators. The guy said he had come because of a bet with Jin that he could destroy all the predators before dawn, and now only the two of them were left on the roof. How did this happen? Quan Ho used a Class A wormhole generator that could transport up to 200 monsters, and it was impossible to get rid of them all so quickly on his own. Cha Wol also did not expect such a quick victory, and it was hardly just luck, which is why the Ghost Fang took a liking to him. Approaching his offender, Kimok kicked him off his feet and when asked what the hell he was doing, said that he almost died because of him, and that it wasn't the first time. Quan Ho said that last time he only punched him in the face. Let him think about how bad things would be if those bastards got their hands on the golden blood. Kimok told him not to lecture him on life, saying that if he had been late, his partner would already be dead. But what did he care about Jin, who hadn't even asked for help? They argued in the middle of the fight, making it easier for the predators, and Cha Wol decided to take the golden blood, while Sogyu was tasked with dealing with the other idiot. But the owners knew that there was no time to break the rules, and the couple would not let them leave without a fight, so they decided to act. The fight continued. The girl saw that Kimok was clumsy, but for some reason he wasn't nervous, even when he shielded his partner from her blow. Therefore, it didn't matter if he was weak-minded or brave, he couldn't escape her jubagui, and he not only parried her blows but also managed to land his own in return. However, his partner advised him not to rely on his strength, which was not enough to compensate for his lack of experience. This angered Sogyu, who was infuriated that his opponent was distracted during their fight, but Cha Wol decided to try to talk the guy out of it. However, when she suggested stopping the circus because of the obvious difference in their skills, Yoon laughed at her arrogance, which came with her horns. He talked about the tricks up his sleeve and capturing her in case he died, but it was too early to think about that. He hadn't started losing yet. Such arrogance outraged the predator, but remembering that the Phantom Fang needed a live trophy, she said she would only cripple him a little. Seeing his partner's motionless posture, Sogyu gloated and ruled the newcomer out of the game in advance. Quan Ho guessed the skull's purpose and the subsequent explosion, and ordered Yoon not to move, but the cannibal's fingers were already clenched into a pinch. Too late, the young man replied that he didn't and added that he knew everything. He pulled out his weapon and started shooting, even though the skull was the color of a ripe tomato. He knocked the blonde girl off her feet. Quan Ho thought the guy had finally lost his mind, but he remained unharmed. In the end, an explosion thundered above her, and Kimok pointed to his partner the line beyond which her Gabgui could not reach because the mistress's strength was insufficient. He made an important observation that each use of her energy required a pause, and that she had to see her opponent. Sogyu was seriously angry. Where did he know so much? He had probably already fought with Cha Wol. Kimok replied that he had been watching the fight for 20 minutes, which was enough time to study the details, such as the fact that Gabgui had not aimed at him during that time. He had been observing and analyzing the skills of the participants and developing a strategy, which explained why he had not yet started to lose. 20 minutes ago, the guy was celebrating his victory, thinking he had finally managed to slip into the school corridor and kill all the monsters there. He thought about how he hadn't expected such a huge number of these terrifying creatures. There must have been at least 200 of them. Now he needed to find the lunatic to finish the bet, and give him a good beating. But what was that noise upstairs that hadn't stopped since the explosion on the roof? Maybe he's not alone and is also fighting these traitorous test subjects. I need to check, and he started climbing the stairs. Through the half-open door to the roof, he saw 3 of them. And yes, he was fighting the traitors about this anthropomorphism and telling Yinsu Sonbi. So they were the hunters of golden blood from the Fang Gang, and he had to help the owner. But he was stopped by Quan Ho's words. He claimed that he had revealed her Gobgui, but they had said that the traitors controlled them, and that each Gobgui had an individual ability. He was taught that in battle with them, their abilities are never known in advance, so the outcome of the battle is unpredictable and cannot be fought recklessly. Jo In-soo even advised the newcomer to avoid all fights, so he would just watch without getting involved. After these revelations, So-gyu was outraged by the boy's behavior and hid to understand Cha-Wol's abilities, which is why he didn't run away or come out right away. Ki-mok noticed from their faces that he had understood everything correctly, although the predator did not believe that he had deduced this from his observations. Yes, she finds his ability to understand everything so quickly strange, and everything is almost as she thought, but that means that the guy is really unusual. Quan Ho wondered why the man didn't run away after getting rid of all the dokebi, why he bothered to save him when he owed him nothing. Ki-mok said that he didn't want to save someone who almost killed him and owed him nothing, and besides, he didn't even like the owner. Then the Southern Demon said that if he had the chance, he would brand Yoon as a traitor, so why did he rush to save him? Ki-mok replied that he owed his life to Chang Min and couldn't betray his expectations, because Chang Min would have saved his colleague, and besides, the two had come for him. Quan Ho needed to think about what he had heard, and he silently left the battle. He remembered how he had come to Chang Min's training session, and how Chang Min had twisted his energy into a ring with his right hand. He directed it at targets shaped like predatory dokebi. The strikes were precise, and the targets shattered into tiny fragments. Quan Ho then warned Lee that it would be dangerous on Yoon's birthday if the Gyeodon brothers were already in Kana, because the smell of golden blood would intensify. He was also worried about Chang Min, who had lost his bat and was now fighting at half strength, because in such a situation, it would be impossible for an uninformed person to win. Chang Min said that the others should still prevent the traitors from reaching Gangnam, and that in the worst case, he would become the winner. After all, they had been friends for over 10 years, but Quan Ho assured him that people always betray. He had been through it and knew. Chang Min had also been deceived and betrayed many times, and he didn't trust people. But he said that he trusted Yoon Ki-mok. The boy, left without a partner, did not run away, and now Cha-Wol promised to take him to Clique, but So-gyu wanted to cut off his limbs first. But the boy had to fight alone, and he called out to his partner in vain. He already thought that he had betrayed him again. The enemies discussed their loss of confidence as fighting 2 people was clearly not part of their plan, and wished for his death. But suddenly, Quan Ho appeared and said that he had been persuaded to take on this job, but now he couldn't let Chang Min be defeated. Ki-mok decided that his partner lacked strength, but he thought about his analysis of Gobgui. If it was correct, then the enemy's weakness was their speed and they needed to increase their pace. They agreed that one of them would stop disappearing from the battle and the other would not get in the way. They stood back to back, and their opponents approached them from different sides, glancing at each other. Then So-gyu jumped and swung his spear, but Quan Ho met him with his axe. Then Cha-Wol spun around with her scythe, gathering her gu hwasul. Ki-mok beckoned her with his finger and prepared to fire his weapon. She ran forward, accelerating her energy, while he stood calmly, waiting for the right moment and choosing his target. And then he too ran forward and fired a bullet that looked like a torpedo. The bullet hit the braid directly, and it became more difficult to run against the wind, but the predator put her weapon on her shoulder and moved forward. She fired bursts of energy at her enemy, but he blocked them with his flashes and they fell onto the roof, breaking the hot tar. Then she stopped and spun like a top, twirling her energy in spirals. She lifted her enemy into the air, but he did not let go of his weapon, even though he was falling headfirst. There was a whistling sound and a noise, followed by green lava flying down, crashing onto Cha-Wol and tearing stones from under his feet. Ki-mok realized that close combat was disadvantageous and began to increase the distance, but he did not notice the white skull hovering nearby. The skull became pinker and pinker, but the explosions under his feet prevented him from stopping, and the guy began to run faster. Noticing that the bomb had turned completely red, he thought it was about to explode. But the skull released only 3 small puffs of white smoke and quickly turned white, leaving Ki-mok wondering why it had misfired. In another part of the arena, So-gyu suddenly threw his weapon forward from behind his back, releasing energy in beams of sharp-edged pink rays. The beams fell in even rows, knocking out stones, but Quan Ho used his axe to clear a path for himself. Without consulting each other, the opponents looked back and, seeing that each of them was still managing on their own, continued the fight. Ki-mok aimed again and fired, while his partner destroyed the enemy flashes with his axe. All of So-gyu's attempts missed their target, and he yelled at his colleague, asking her what the hell she was doing. He missed a sensitive blow to the side which knocked him to the floor. "Don't yell," Ki-mok said instructively, but because of the noise, he didn't hear Cha-wol sneak up behind him and raise her weapon behind her back. However, Kwan-ho noticed her movement in time, jumped up, and pushed her away. She fell to her knees, dropping her scythe. Ki-mok turned around and realized that they worked well as a team. But his partner thought it was only possible because he had adapted to such a dimwit. Their teamwork paid off, and soon the victors surveyed the battlefield with satisfaction, their opponents motionless. Ki-mok was glad that they had managed to defeat the uninvited guests, while his partner leaned tiredly on his knee. But he advised him not to say that, because even the dead sometimes come back to life, and these losers were not dead at all. Noticing purple vapors rising from the bodies, he explained the reason for their anthropomorphic appearance. The human form requires less energy. On the other hand, it allows them to accumulate a great deal of energy, but now they are abandoning human form to heal. Feeling sad, Ki-mok noted that the next round was likely to begin. But Kwan-ho considered it their last hope, although he doubted it would bring relief. Then Ki-mok decided that he would not stand by and watch, so he aimed his weapon at So-gyu and fired. But the bullet got stuck in a thick cloud of vapor and didn't reach the body. This was predictable. If you wanted to get something without putting in any effort, without investing a lot of energy, all attempts would be a waste of time. Ki-mok admired traders who had such incredibly powerful weapons and the ability to resurrect themselves, but did they have anything else? And what was wrong with his partner? He didn't seem tired. Kwan-ho replied that of course there was something wrong with him. He had nothing, not even a partner, and he himself was abnormal. After all, if you don't take strength into account, how could someone who stopped being human just a month ago become such a good fighter against traders? Ki-mok noted that the entire month had been like a roller coaster, half of which was his own doing. What was their plan? Or maybe his partner couldn't fight anymore and was suggesting they escape at this moment. Kwan-ho assured him that he had enough strength and that if they let the idiots go, they would come back anyway, so it was better to finish them off now while they had the chance. Ki-mok was sick of nights like this and came up with a plan to get rid of these two so they wouldn't come back for the Golden Blood. But in order to prevent them from daring to fool around in this sacred place of learning, they first had to retreat. Catching his partner's puzzled look, who was upset that he had said something different earlier, he added that they could initiate a fight later and win for sure. But he couldn't do it alone. Would his partner have enough energy for another powerful blow? Kwan-ho said that he didn't have much energy in his current state, but if he needed Pecto-san Gildo, he could strain himself and strike one more time. One blow would be enough, and if everything went according to plan, they could finish off both of them at the same time. So-gyu, who soon regained consciousness, lamented that he had to use all the energy he had gathered over 400 years on these pieces of shit. But it's not over yet if the only thing left to do is send the Golden Blood to the afterlife, but they don't have it on the roof. A Cha-wol objected that he should not be killed, but caught. Underestimating him was their mistake, and with such a tendency, the whole plan could fail. There were no enemies anywhere, but she could feel their energy and wanted to use the time remaining before the end of the Hamtu. The shell covering the school was getting thinner and thinner. It would last about half an hour, and then other possessors might appear, perhaps even that monster. But it was in vain. So-gyu thought she was suggesting they hide and wait for help, thinking she was afraid to fight them fairly. Their task was to find the Golden Blood, but its carrier was using annoying tricks. However, they had to find him, so they set off to search the building. So-gyu was annoyed by this game of hide-and-seek. What kind of hide-and-seek could there be during a fight? Although the staircase and corridors were empty, he felt that they were somewhere in the building. But then he heard a rustle and a familiar voice asked what he was looking around so anxiously, like a child who had lost his mother. The southern demon was rushing towards him, and it was a good thing he had decided not to hide, or they might have thought they were trying to escape. But Kwan-ho called him an idiot, meaning that only losers run away like those lying on the roof. Fed up with the mockery, the enraged So-gyu swung his sword, and immediately in response he received a flash of blue fire with a wish for his death. But the traitor crossed his arms and managed to defend himself, and that was all they could do at first, run after them and then try to overwhelm them as a group. He thought that everything his partner had said was completely true. They didn't expect her to appear from around the corner. Feeling a movement into the air, Kwan-ho realized that Cha-wol was attacking him from above, probably jumping out of the classroom, and realized that she had been waiting there on purpose. And immediately, a hot stream from her merciless weapon burned a strip on the guy's back. But flying out at So-gyu's voice, the girl did not look around and did not see the participant in the fight on the other side of the corridor, and he was already pulling the trigger. The flash was very close and burned another hole in his clothes, and now the predators were surrounded, and being caught between two fires was clearly not good for them. But there was no time to change places, and she knew that in such a confined space her gabgui had the advantage, so she kept her cool. Then the southern demon jumped on them from above, striking with his stream, and she realized that they were trying to execute some kind of strategy. But at very short distances, her gabgui was faster, and Gu Huasul was very powerful. And although the green streams knocked stones out of the floor, the predators managed to avoid losses. But enough of fighting off these insolent creatures, it was time to go on the offensive. But why were they all in a smokescreen? Were they hiding from her eyes, trying to delay the activation of her gabgui? Having come up with this trick, the owners realized that they too would not be able to see the uninvited guests, and that there was a risk of not defeating them with one blow. But Kimok had anticipated another option and would not have worried if he missed, as he had a different goal. Observing the peculiarities of Cha Wol's gabgui, he noticed the conditions necessary for an explosion and told Quan Ho about them, surprising him. So Sogyu was wrong to move in a cloud of smoke and call his opponent a fool who was about to attack without seeing anything. But his colleague calmed him down, as she would be able to cause the explosion once the cloud dispersed, though she did not yet know that her plan would not work. Explaining his guesses, Kimok said that at first he was afraid of an explosion, thinking it would happen even if he moved his fingers, although that would be too strange. But after Quan Ho's warning, the skull didn't explode even when Yoon stumbled, and he realized that there would be no explosion if both feet were on the ground. It doesn't happen even when you turn your whole body, wave your arms, and shout any words you want, as long as you don't take your feet off the ground. But the vicious Dokebi cursed in vain. The guy attacked anyway and achieved his goal, although everything happened differently than one might have expected. Unable to see his enemies through the veil, Quan Ho missed everyone. The fiery stream passed between the opponents, and they were very happy that he had missed. So Gyu again called Quan Ho an idiot and gloated about him missing in the smoke, while his partner finally saw everyone and activated her bombs. But then the traitors heard a strange sound, and the blow was so powerful that the floor beneath them began to break. It was impossible to cancel the activation. The predators knew they couldn't take their feet off the ground, but they couldn't do anything because they were already in the air. Following this, the skulls hovering above them exploded. Quan Ho was far enough away from the explosion and was unharmed, but he was worried about his comrade. When everything was planned, the owners knew they could make a mistake, but they decided to try anyway. Having survived the explosion, Kimok ran to the crater. He saw that the traitors were not even wounded, they were still flying. But he was determined to finish them off, so he took aim. First, he aimed at Sogyu and pulled the trigger. He saw that the energy flying toward him had condensed and was shaped like a cannonball. If such a dangerous projectile hit him, it would be the end. And even though he had been laughing maliciously before, now he was in no mood to laugh. However, he had no intention of losing to a human and used the shockwave from his sword instead of a shield. Seeing this, Kimok thought that he and Quan Ho had put everything into this attack and that they had no second chance, but it was all in vain, and he had to think of something. The southern demon decided to act without hesitation, and running forward, jumped straight into the explosive funnel. He aimed his axe directly at Sogyu, and due to his initial acceleration, the distance between them was rapidly decreasing. But Quan Ho decided not to just attack, but to increase his energy. He infused the flames of golden blood into his Gu Hua Sul wind and used them together. The power of such a weapon was enough to break through the traitors' defenses and deal with them. After the jump, there was almost no strength left, just as when the phrase was uttered that was expected of the one who had destroyed everyone in the southern branch. It was very difficult. Then Quan Ho came to his senses and realized that the blue flame was still burning on the ground next to him, and the stranger was asking why he had broken the law of blood. The stranger said he had come for his own reasons and thought he was seeing the guy who had broken the rule and couldn't understand how it was possible. Quan Ho asked who he was, and he introduced himself as the owner who was looking for the southern demon to offer him a job. He was fighting traitors in Kanem, but they were short-handed, and he offered to forget his crimes if he worked for them for 230 years. If he refused, they would have to use force, and the work was being done for the peaceful coexistence of Dokebi and humans. Quan Ho said that it was better to die than to fight for humans, and that he would not help them, considering what he had been through. But the stranger knew that life was boring without friends and family, with no one to talk to or laugh with, especially if you lived forever. And not all humans are so unreliable. Someday he would meet such people. That's how Quan Ho met Chang Min, who was the unknown guest and now agreed to work as a vagrant, lying on the school floor. Kimok ran up to him and asked how he was feeling and what kind of technology had caused the hole from the third floor to the first. The upper floors were destroyed, but everything here was intact, and by the way, the hammer turned out to be a cool ability. He asked why Kimok hadn't mentioned such an effective technique if he knew about it, because then they wouldn't have had to worry about messing up. But in the end, the man lying down interrupted him with a question. Did he know why he had come to hate people? Kimok said it was because of his partner's betrayal, which Chang Min had mentioned. Quan Ho confirmed this and said that he used to consider all people unreliable, although he knew from the beginning that not all of them were bad, but the good ones died quite quickly. Kimok didn't want anyone to talk about his impending death or ask him not to die, so he asked them not to show any emotion in their conversation. After all, he still didn't like Jin, and they wouldn't become friends just because they had fought together. No matter what he said, Kimok had no intention of dying and was ready to face both the Phantom Fang and anyone else who wanted to fight him. Quan Ho thought that Kimok doubted his ability to win, but he was somewhat confident in the abilities of the Golden Blood, judging by his strength after such a battle. Before he could finish, his partner fell asleep, and Kimok stood there confused, not knowing what to do with him and the traitors lying nearby. At first, he tried unsuccessfully to wake the owner to cancel the Gamta, then tied up the traitors. Thinking about the problems his partner had created, he dragged him down the corridor and saw the morning approaching through the window. Blue streaks cut through the sky, and Kimok realized that the Hamtu was disappearing, which meant he could return home. He was already walking toward the exit when someone entered, and for some reason he thought it was Ju Yunsu, but someone else said they were glad to see him. Although Yoon had already encountered traitors, at the sight of this, he felt nausea and disgust, just like the day he first encountered the Tokaibi. It didn't matter if it was a Tokaibi or a human. Every cell in his body screamed that this monster was stronger than anyone he had ever met before, which meant he was very dangerous. The stranger stopped, put his hands in his pockets, and said he was the Ghost Fang. 2 days earlier, while his classmates were playing soccer, Kimok was sitting on a bench talking to Chang Min. Chang Min was curious why his doppelganger continued to call himself sick despite his golden blood and the fact that he no longer felt dizzy. Kimok suddenly asked him to tell him about the Ghost Fang and the 7 people his friend had mentioned. It was clear from his expression that he didn't know about it, but then again, he had only learned about the existence of Tokaibi 2 days ago. Jiang Min had simply forgotten to mention it, even though everyone else knew, but now he was filling in the gap. The 7 were not a gang, but those who had risen to the top of the demon community, and the 7 strongest among them were given personal names. One of these 7 was called the Phantom Fang, and he was targeting Kimoka. Yoon asked why he had become the target of this powerful traitor, wondering if it was because of the blood again, and learned that there had recently been a war in Kanam. In the war, the 7 fought fiercely against each other, and according to rumors, Fang was seriously wounded and needed golden blood for treatment. What can be done then? Perhaps a bone marrow transplant to change his blood type would be safe. Chang Min urged him to be careful with Phantom Fang, apparently meaning that he should just run away when he appeared. But then with a cry of, "Watch out!" a soccer ball flew into Kimoka's field, and the guy managed to kick it away, thinking that he might be quite strong. He has golden blood, and even Yinsu Sanba was surprised by the news of the fight with the fire seed, but according to Chang Min, he will understand why he needs to run. And then this Ghost Fang appeared before him and said, "Nice to meet you." There was really no need to explain anything, just like there's no need to explain why a rabbit can't defeat a lion. They're completely different creatures. Kimok realized that if he tried to pull out his weapon, he would die immediately, but he would also die if he tried to turn around and run away. But what should he do, and could he survive with the sleeping Quan Ho? Assuming that the guy had defeated his men, exceeding his expectations, the Predator called the Golden Blood Magnificent. But Kimok asked him not to call him that, as his name was different. Surprised by the audacity of someone who dared to object in such circumstances, the Ghost Fang said that he was beginning to like his opponent and did something. Kimok felt something unusual. Perhaps the pressure had eased, and he offered to join him and become his subordinate. This guy offered to work for him and said he was serious, but he considered it useless to destroy the golden blood that only 44 people possessed when he saw the power that proved its value. He urged him to take his side and give up his golden blood. It turns out he doesn't want to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, and he needs a slave to drain blood from. It seems that with the increase in power, Dokebi's brain power decreases. Does he really think he can make them accept his offer? However, Ghost Fang is confident that anyone will succumb to pain and fear. Realizing that he cannot go against his beliefs, Kimok decides to be cunning and agrees to follow the traitor if he spares his life. He raised his hands, but assuming his high value, he offered to cover the insurance. He will have to join those he recently fought against, and not everyone agrees with this, such as the guys in the back who look unhappy. Taking advantage of the moment when the Phantom Fang turned around, the owner jumped out of the window, grabbing Quan Ho. He landed in the schoolyard and ran, wondering if there was anyone normal at Dokebi. Wasn't it obvious that he didn't want to be a slave? He ran until he heard his pursuer, who was wondering why the man hadn't used his chance to survive and had made suffering his hobby. A purple lilac ball hovered over the courtyard, rushing down at its master's command. But suddenly, Dae-yong appeared beneath it, manipulating it with his right hand in mid-flight. And next to Ki-mok, blue energy pillars appeared, growing out of the ground like powerful trunks with mighty roots. This technique was called the blue vine trap. It stood like a dense wall similar to trees in the jungle and firmly held the dark Gu-hu Sul. Dion stood up and said he was glad to find Ki-mok alive. After that, the sky was pierced by lightning bolts from the girl whom the Ghost Fang had called Yeonhwa, but it was actually Ju Un-soo. She said that she had long since renounced her former name and struck the demon with her power, but he managed to neutralize her with a stream of spears. Then, fiery arrows shimmering with lilac-purple flames flew across the sky. These arrows tried to knock down the blue flames, and Ki-mok thought about starting a new battle, but he realized that the battle extended far beyond the school grounds. The ghostly Fang swore that today all the possessors of the Kannam would die. But Dae-yong found him with his eyes and replied that only he would die. Ju Eun-soo decided not to argue, but simply to fight and go all the way. She knew that this enemy was one of the seven, which meant he was stronger than them, but the owners had been able to prepare. To start with, the girl began throwing prepared discs with clumps of energy. But these were not just flashes. The discs traced lines in space, and the Ghost Fang ended up inside the parallelepiped frame. She also needed to make the edges. For stability, Ju Un-soo lowered herself to the ground and activated her lightning Gu-hwa-sul. The burning edges connected the ribs floating in the air, forming a parallelepiped that essentially turned into a fiery prison. Then Dae-yong joined in with his earth Gu-hwa-sul. Twisted bundles of blue trees began to quickly stretch upward. And now, the blue trunks pierced the parallelepiped created from lightning, and laser spikes firmly bound the resulting structure into a single whole. But that was not all the owners had in mind. To avoid lengthy explanations, Dae-yong simply grabbed Ki-mok and Kwan-ho and dragged them to safety. Ju Eun-soo took off again and began circling around the trunks, entangling them with snakes of lightning. She spun and darted around in a wild dance known only to her eyes flashing fiercely. And finally, with a long "ha!" she went on the attack. These were no longer the small, narrow bolts of lightning that usually pierce thunderclouds. Enormous energy rushed toward the place with the Phantom Fang. When Gu-hwa-sul concentrated on the unusual prison between the spikes, there was a powerful explosion. And Ju Eun-soo fell to the ground, tiredly lowering her limp arms. What he saw struck Ki-moka. He realized that all this time he had underestimated the abilities of his acquaintances. Unlike Kwan-ho, these two were incredibly powerful. Although he was surprised by the energy he had discovered within himself, it was merely the energy of a strong enthusiast. The power of these two was like a deadly blade, and while he could outnumber them, they could outmatch him with their skill, like well-trained professionals. But it was too early to rejoice. A fresh wind blew from the sky, and the Ghost Fang reappeared above the schoolyard. It seemed like a fairy tale, because the owners had first locked him in a cage and then blown it up. How could anyone survive that? But he descended in his unburned clothes, which fit him well, and his shiny greenish bangs gave his face an ominous, magical charm. The predator pulled his right hand out of his pocket and swung it through the air from side to side, inflicting heavy wounds on Ju Eun-soo and Dae-yoon. Then, with small, slow steps, he walked toward them. He said he was disappointed in their actions, wondering if they really thought their training would be enough to destroy him even though he was wounded. Ki-mok knew that the owners really thought so, but that meant that the Phantom Fang was stronger, and now they looked like rabbits in front of a lion. He looked at the owners in front of him as if they were insects whose existence was insignificant. But the guy didn't think so, and he wasn't going to die. He took out his weapon and fired, but the enemy didn't even flinch. He aimed and pulled the trigger, repeating this several times. But each time, the shield worked, and the bullets did not reach the traitor. Why is this happening? How can he deal with this demon? But the Ghost Fang grew tired of standing and reached out his hand, saying he was taking the golden blood. He grabbed the senior student by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Straining his muscles, Ki-mok tried to remove the hand that had grabbed him, but he couldn't shake it off. However, the boy had no intention of giving up and fought desperately, screaming through clenched teeth. But the traitor seemed to find this amusing and was in no hurry to squeeze his victim's throat harder. Jo Eun-soo finally came to her senses and raised her head, whispering to her partner that they had to save Ki-mok and figure out how to deal with the vile monster. Someone replied that they just had to fight together, then rushed at the Phantom Fang and saved his victim. The demon said that he had forgotten about him and why there were no hunters in Kannam. Jo Eun-soo was still unable to stand and reproached the one who had appeared for being late. But Ki-mok was no longer in danger. He sat on the ground, coughing and rubbing his sore throat. The stranger apologized for not showing up for so long and said he needed time, but he was happy to see so many people greet him right away. The stranger turned his head, and Kimok recognized Dai Yong, but it turned out that it was not him. Kwan Ho, who had awakened, explained that this was another personality that coexisted with Om Dai Yon, and his name was Om Dai Il. Turning to the ghost Fang, Om Dai Il said that he had beaten up his younger brother and hurt Hube, and now it was time to pay for his actions. It should be noted that at first, the traitors were fought by the possessors and members of the response team of the Tokabi Police Department. To cooperate with the possessors, they sent so-called hunters. However, Gangnam became the only area in the country where there were no hunters, and all services in the region were entrusted to the possessors, except for minimal support. This was because Om Dai Il lived there, who was so strong that he could handle the work himself without the help of other hunters. And now, this guy has told Ghost Fang that he will punish him for attacking his beloved district and injuring his friends. But Ghost Fang considered the rumors about Om Dial to be exaggerated. He had managed to assess his strength but believed that a change of personality did not make the body stronger. The giant laughed in response and said that his opponent had greatly underestimated him, as it was foolish to jump to conclusions after just meeting someone. He even felt a little sorry for the people who weren't as weak as the traitor thought they were. Meanwhile, the Ghost Fang became interested in what his opponent was holding in his hand. Apparently, this object, called a myriad of colors in this case, was called a dokebi club, and the demon wanted to have some fun this time by fighting with all his might. Kimok looked at the stranger with curiosity, because it turned out that he was not the only one in Kanam with two personalities in one body. Amdaeil remembered that he had forgotten to introduce himself to Hube, but immediately corrected his mistake. He said that he had been watching Yoon for a long time and saw how difficult things had been for him lately. He explained that, unlike Dokebi, Daeyeon was human and therefore understood what Kimok was going through, especially since he was a high school student with golden blood. He chatted on and on about Daeyeon moving in with him when he turned 20 and that he should just call him Hyun. Kimok tried several times to interrupt the conversation, saying that the enemy was preparing and then began to attack, but Daeil only turned around after hearing that they were already flying towards them. Only then did the defender finally raise his club to meet the fiery stream. Kimok immediately ordered him to step back so as not to interfere. At that moment, the authorities were reprimanding the leader of the group, Min Hee-soo, who was trusted because of her good work in the past. She had failed to take the situation seriously by allowing the golden blood to move freely. Min Hee-soo justified herself by saying that Om Dae-il was with Kimok. The authorities trusted him, considering him the best protector for the golden blood, but he could only use his abilities continuously for 24 hours. And if the Phantom Fang appeared after that time, the golden blood would be left unprotected. Min Hee-soo said that in view of this danger, she was asking for permission to send Yoon Kimok to Oja, where his studies and protection could be resolved. Considering that the guy with a myriad of colors had been to Oha, they agreed to arrange it. But suddenly, a subordinate ran in and said there was an urgent call from Ju Un-soo, who reported that the Ghost Fang had attacked them. At that very moment, two powerful energies collided and canceled each other out. The first blow was repelled, but the Phantom Fang hovered in the air and sent out a new wave. Amdae-il was already prepared to meet it, unfurling his myriad of colors. The masters watched from the sidelines as the professionals fought. Kimok marveled at how a so-called ordinary man was fighting on equal terms with someone who had defeated Insu and Dae-yong with a single move. There he was, rising into the air and unfolding his umbrella, the color of the evening sky, reflecting purple streams. And although the Phantom Fang sent both straight and spiral beams, it was unable to pierce this shield. Dael watched the enemy's projectiles closely and managed to react in time. But the demon no longer stood still. It flew up and attacked from the side, grabbing the umbrella by the middle of the handle. And although the man held his club tightly by the end, the demon managed to snatch it and direct a white flame at his opponent, but Deal still managed to deflect it. Then the Ghost Fang said that he recognized the strong difference between this man and his previous opponents. He was not hindered in the slightest by the fact that his enemy had broken the umbrella handle. Now, instead of it, there was a vine wrapped around its owner's arm. Kwan Ho noticed that although the shape of the bat was determined by the fighting style, this rule did not apply to Deal. The predator apparently wanted to distract the man with conversation and do something while the bat flew away. However, his opponent was not in the mood for such a conversation, and pulling the vine toward him, grabbed the umbrella handle again. He was an example of how a dokebi club could be made in the form of any object, as long as one could imagine it. Flashes of his energy could fly out from the center of the dome in any direction, wherever needed, and they would reach their target even if it was far away. That's probably why Dael's weapon is called that. It resembles a tree bearing thousands of flowers. The discouraged Ghost Fang even condescended to express gratitude for the show during the break. But the giant did not need thanks and laughed in response. Kimoku was interested in watching the spectacle unfolding in the large space, but he wanted to help Hyun, who was fighting alone. But Kwan Ho said that he would only get in the way if he shot from there, as he would most likely hit the wrong target, and the speeds were very high. But the young man did not want to just stand by and watch someone who had gotten into a fight to save him. Although he himself had previously said that he would not get involved in fights he was sure to lose, Kwan Ho warned him that now he needed to keep quiet and run away. But still, the time spent that night was not wasted. It was then that Kimok realized that he was no longer a high school student, but a dokebi. And studying was no longer a priority. It was better to put it on the back burner. Kwan Ho felt terrible. Just like after Mi Jun's death, the world was falling apart again, and he couldn't do anything about it. Only this time it was even worse. Right before his eyes, people were risking their lives, and it was all because of him. Kimok also felt like he was back to the day he lost his family. He was just a little boy and could only curl up in a corner and cry. Seeing that his partner had realized the full tragedy of the situation, Kwan Ho ordered him to help Eunsu. They had to leave so that Dae-il could fight at full strength. Kimok agreed that it was time to admit that there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to run, as there were no other options. The enemies continued to fly through the sky, leaving trails of different colors, but Dae-il watched what was happening below out of the corner of his eye. He saw Kimok help Ju Yinsu up and lead her out of the courtyard, while Kwan Ho walked beside them holding his stomach wound. The girl apologized for wanting to help but having to pull her out, but the man told her not to apologize. While his body was being controlled, Dae-il watched Kimok and learned that he didn't like to lose and was strict with himself, which helped him become the best student. He probably blames himself for what happened today, but he did everything he had to do. Dae-il knew that people were prone to weakness, but dokebi were not like that, and only he should apologize. Dae-il rushed at the Phantom Fang. Thinking about this, the giant threw his vine at the traitor and wrapped it around him like a rope. Then he pulled tighter and decided that he would play the leading role in this spectacle and thoroughly beat the man bound by the wind. But the latter did not lose his composure, and only noticed that his opponent was not lying and that it was foolish to underestimate him. Noticing that the Ghost Fang was trying to untangle himself, the man began to pull the vine again, but instead of a human form, he saw a blue-violet flame. When the flame burned out, the astonished Dae-il saw that there was nothing inside the vine ring. Sliding out from under the vine, the demon took on human form again and decided to end the fun and get down to business. When Ju Eunsu heard the sound of his footsteps, she decided that Dae-il was trapped and told Kimok to run. Kwan Ho took a bat in his hand, saying that he had put Yoon in danger and must protect him, but he saw that his friends had no strength and that only he could do it. Jo Eun-soo told him to stop talking nonsense and get out of there, because he was the only one the pursuer wanted. He obeyed, thinking sadly that everything was happening again. But what could these insects do to him, who was many times their strength, even if they were in a fighting mood? With a single blow they would fall to the ground, and the way would be clear. They couldn't even entertain him. They were just annoying, like that giant. Looking back at the sounds, Kimok saw his friends falling, but he didn't have time to feel sorry for them. Once again, the path was blocked by the Ghost Fang, who wanted to finish what he had started. Thinking that the demon had only needed a moment to take down those he had seen in action, the guy thought about the difference in strength. Could he not even escape? "Go to hell, you bastard!" he shouted, punching him hard in the chest. But the demon didn't even flinch, and the attacker couldn't muster even the slightest bit of his energy. Then Kimok jumped and tried to kick him, but it was useless. His strength was either blocked or absorbed. And the Ghost Fang said that his fate had been sealed from the moment he was born with golden blood. But the guy sent the demon with the golden blood away, not understanding what was so special about it that people were willing to destroy hundreds of people for it. But the traitor saw nothing wrong with this, just as he saw nothing wrong with humans killing animals for food. Just as people didn't care what animals felt at the moment of death, he didn't care about the words of those he was about to devour. But nothing like that happened. Blue arrows rained down from the sky. The arrows scattered the disputants in different directions in an instant. And while Kimok was coughing up dust and getting to his feet, Dae-il landed next to them. Approaching, he reproached Ghost Fang for ignoring his opponent and hurting his feelings. And because of this, it was obvious that his condition after Kanema was far from the best. Dae'il's face was serious, but a smirk showed through his words, and then the predator felt blood in his mouth for no apparent reason. Wiping his lips, he remembered the pain he felt when he was attacked while bound. Apparently, he had not been able to absorb the full force of the attack. It seemed that the enemy had known about his wound from the very beginning and had aimed specifically at it. Then the sound of sirens was heard, and police cars began to drive into the schoolyard. That meant the leader of the group, Hee-soo, was here. and they had to leave. He would remember that name, Myriad Colors. They had a little fun. Then Ghost Fang threatened Kimok with his finger and said he wouldn't let him go. He shouldn't think that his golden blood meant everything was forgotten. He would return. No matter where he ran, he would find him and devour him. Paralyzed with fear, Kimok couldn't respond and just stared in awe. He sat and watched as the demon's fiery ball spun and hit him completely. Then the ball rose into the sky and sped away, leaving only flakes of purple spray behind. Dae-il also watched the ball fly away and, satisfied that it was gone, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it had been dangerous, but wondering if Yoon-soo and Kwon-ho were alive. Kwon-ho just sighed, but Ju Yin-soo said that they were alive, but it seemed like it wouldn't be for long because they had forgotten to activate the Hamta, and Hee-soo would finish them off. Assessing the damage, Dae-il sighed sadly about the Gamtu and what to do next, but no matter how he looked, the school was destroyed. Kimok was devastated by the collapse of his hopes. He wanted so badly for this to be a dream, to return to his old life with its familiar routines. He wanted to be a normal high school student again and not have to deal with all these troubles. But realizing that none of this was fleeting, today, for the first time in his life, he wanted to become stronger, to become as strong as Dokebi. Looking around the scene of the accident, Hee-soo was devastated that Dokebi would definitely destroy her. What had she done to them that they were letting her down like this? It would be one thing if they were newbies, but this wasn't their first time, and how was she going to cover this up? There was a school nearby, a huge building, and it wasn't just destroyed, it was razed to the ground. But the main thing is that no civilians were hurt, said Dae-il, scratching the back of his head. As they say, lucky. What luck? Hee-soo was furious. She'll bury him right here. But Ju-eun asked her to calm down. After all, they had protected the Golden Blood. Of course they protected them, but how could they forget to activate the Gamtu? The situation didn't allow it, and there was no time. But even if everything had unfolded in a flash, Hee-soo couldn't understand how the Phantom Fang could have found them so quickly. Jo Eun-soo knew that if Min found out about Kwon-ho's trick, it wouldn't end with a simple scolding. But Dae-il blurted out that Kwon-ho had opened a portal to the prison and sent the weakened traitors to Kimok. Hee-soo asked again, but after being nudged by Ju Yoon-soo, he corrected himself, saying that Kwon-ho had attacked the traitor who was hunting Kimoka. The conversation was interrupted by experts who had finished assessing the damage, and Hee-soo asked if there was any way to cover up the incident. When the noise continued throughout the night and some saw blue flames, they could only imagine the collapse and had already suggested closing the school for a while. But Hee-soo knew that if publicity was inevitable, they would have to come up with a plausible story for the journalists. So she listened to their ideas. They suggested disguising the dilapidated structure of the old building as a gas explosion and the vibrations from a nearby construction site. They discussed what Dae-il, the strongest among the owners, looked like. The participants in the night's events thought the gas explosion idea was better than a meteorite fall or an alien invasion. But with such versions, they finally drove their boss crazy, who pushed their annoying faces away and lit a cigarette. As she smoked, she argued that this wasn't a movie set and that covering up the destruction with a gas explosion wasn't just going to be a difficult week. Soon, the TV reported that a gas explosion had completely destroyed the high school in Kanam, but neither people nor nearby houses had been harmed. That's why Kwon-ho was riding the bus and upon hearing the news was upset that Yin-soo had beaten him for no reason, since everything had turned out fine. But Kimok told him not to play the victim when he was responsible for 80% of the consequences and that the problems had started after the fight. He didn't even deny that he had started the whole thing and said that it was Fang who destroyed the school and that only a couple of classrooms were damaged, not an entire floor. He said that 10% of the damage was caused by Ghost Fang, but the remaining 10% was his fault because nothing would have happened without him. Kwon-ho saw the upside in being able to take a break from school and the surveillance at school that had been getting to him. And he could have skipped those damn classes at least once and relaxed at home, but Kimok advised him not to worry because it was their last trip. What does last time mean? But then they announced a stop at the Dichi intersection, and they had to get out. Kimok told the guard to wait and not go anywhere so as not to cause any trouble. But he didn't want to sit around until evening, because the classes didn't end until 10 o'clock. However, the top student had no intention of staying there. He just wanted to say that he wouldn't be coming back. With a shout of, "Stop!" Kwon-ho grabbed his ward by the hood and pulled him back. What is he doing again? Kimok fell and said to wait with the fight until at least evening. But the other guy kept talking nonsense, thinking that it was Ghost Fang pretending to be Kimok, and told him to admit what he had done to his body. Then the guy had to explain himself to the owners of Yin-soo Sonbai, who said she had never met a Dokebi capable of brainwashing a person so skillful. Dae-il said that if it wasn't Ghost Fang who did it, then maybe there was something wrong with his head, and they should ask Hee-soo to take him to a doctor. The owners didn't believe Ki Mocha's claims that he was fine and had decided to quit the course of his own free will. He had been struggling for so long and then suddenly decided to quit. Quan Ho suggested that the clash with Ghost Fang had influenced him. Ki Moch said that the only reason he studied so hard was to get into a prestigious institute and then a large company and make a lot of money. But in his essays about his plans for the future, he wanted to become a doctor, probably because of a sick relative. And don't the best students love to study? But who would love studying? He wrote about becoming a doctor in his plans because it was easier that way, so that people wouldn't bother him with such questions later. They said that if they had known, they would have showered him with money for 100 years of living in Kanam, where they had acquired a lot of real estate and were all rich. But Ki Mocha's parents had to go through certain trials because of their poverty, which is why he studied so hard. As a human being, it was difficult for him not to think about money, but last night he realized that he would have to spend a whole year as a dokaebi, for whom only strength matters. Lee Chan-min supported him, saying that a weak dokaebi wouldn't be able to cope with all the trials of the harsh world under these rules, which were the rules they lived by. They realized that the boy had come to his senses, but it was unusual to see him like this. Soon, a messenger bird brought a letter to the master in Ojak. Cursing, the master exclaimed that the senders must be joking, that Dai-il had turned out to be a weakling and had let Fang escape. After all, he was his best student, whom he had personally trained. What was happening to his dojo? On top of that, he had lost his rank yesterday, and his hands itched at the thought of it. He should have immediately followed the idiot's desire to go for the upper line. He went to his students and ordered them to answer what his school's credo was. And the scum shouted in unison the creed of Ojak. Don't make excuses, don't whine, don't shy away from the consequences, and if you're upset, become stronger. Even in a daze, he was aware of what was happening, such as the fight with Quan Ho Chung-min, and after thinking it over, he saw no other way out. Ki Mocha had to become stronger. Ki Moch was amazed to see his doppelganger in the form of a cheap jelly toy, and it was as if he were touching fire. He would have lowered the temperature so as not to be his air conditioner, but Chanmin said that his friend was no longer human and that he should stop touching him. Yun-Su said that it was not uncommon for those with special powers to appear as fire, and that ordinary people who could not sense energy could not see or hear them. Having been to more than just Gangnam, Quan Ho knew this, but this area was home to possessors who were different in some way, that is, they were incomplete. Well, one seems to be bragging, and the other calls this creature a soul fire. The thing is, it's impossible for two people to use the same body at the same time, so Dail called this form the most unobtrusive for communication. And from that moment on, Ki Moch would often see other dokebi. When asked what kind of dokaebi they were, Ohm said that he himself had only recently learned about them. But Yinsu Sonbei interrupted, saying that Hisu plans to send Ki Moch to Ojak, where he will definitely become stronger. At first, the curator wanted to do this during winter break, but decided to do it sooner because the school was closed due to damage. Dale thought this was the perfect solution for the period while the school was being repaired. Chanmin thought it was a good idea, but wasn't sure he'd be able to come back soon. Ki Moch was upset that no one was explaining to him what Ojak was. He learned that he was usually called the Eastern Ojak, and that Dai-il had studied there for some time to become stronger. It was a kind of dojo for dokaebi. He also heard Chanmin's doubts about whether he would be able to survive there. In the world of dokaebi, strength is everything. And of course, every dokaebi can become stronger through training. A friend told me that since ancient times, dokaebi have been trained by many different organizations, of which only 4 remain today. One of them was called the Eastern Ojak, led by a hero of the Great War. An incredible number of masters have emerged from the walls of this renowned dojo. That's if he understood correctly what Ojak is. It was from there that Deal recently returned, attracting a lot of attention. They say that almost 300 masters came to study there, which is too many, considering that masters usually avoid company. Of those 300 applicants, only 10 were accepted into the dojo. And even among those selected, only 1 was able to successfully complete all the training. When asked why only 1 out of 300, since the dojo is not an IT company, Chang Min replied that no one cares whether the candidate passes all the tests. There was one who came out broken, and when asked what had happened to him, he repeated the same thing in a trembling voice. There was a real devil there. Ki Moch said it sounded like a bad horror story. He repeated the same thing over and over in a trembling voice, saying that there was a real devil there. Ki Moch said that it sounded like a bad horror story. Laughing, Dae-il intervened, saying that it was a lie from someone who had never been there, unlike him. In reality, everyone there is very kind and fluffy, and Ki Moch will have a lot of fun, but the applicant himself found it hard to believe. Because of Dae-il's behavior, He imagined that everything would be much worse, especially since In-soo and Kwon-ho looked scared. In Kimoku's opinion, it would be useful to go there, since the most important thing for him now was to learn the basics. When asked how, Chang-min said, "Don't try to learn to multiply without knowing addition and subtraction." Calling the guy a passive idiot, the doppelganger added that he had a lot of power, but he needed to learn how to control it. However, once he learned the basics, he would quickly become so strong that he would surprise even Ghostfang. This suited Kimoka just fine, as he himself wanted to take extra lessons. Just as long as Dael didn't stare at him and kept his hands on the wheel, or they'd crash. Cursing, he apologized, explaining that he hadn't driven a car in a long time since 1987. Hearing this, Kimok asked to stop the car and literally crawled out of it. He thought he would never get in a car with him again. But why did the driver go to the police station? Aren't they in Ojak? DL replied that they couldn't go there right away because they would surely be killed. That is, they would be refused. So it would be better to send a letter of recommendation first. Considering his sufficient fame in Ojak, why did he say they would kill him? And Chang-min insists that they are in trouble. It would take a couple of days to send the original recommendation. So in the meantime, Dae-il would be the coach. There was no point in thinking about it. They were heading to the underground training complex. Well, thanks for the explanation, friend. Since that's the case, Kimok hurried to the hall where the coach, smiling, suggested they get straight to business. Reminding him that he was one of Ojak's graduates, he promised that there would be no leniency. He hoped that his student would last longer, but Kimok wasn't scared, and they headed for the entrance. An ordinary person after such trials would cower in a corner, shaking with fear, and Chang-min thought about how to help his friend cope with this, but he worried in vain. Golden Blood had already asked where this dojo was located and listened with interest when he heard that it was in Kangwon-ro. Unlike the other participants in the events, who may not have noticed, Chang-min saw that the guy had devoted his entire life to his studies. And now he had easily given up everything he had achieved to start a new path. Not everyone is capable of such a thing, and perhaps he will succeed in becoming strong. When they entered, Hee-soo was scolding the owners for destroying the school, and while Ju Eun-soo just sat there looking guilty, Kwon-ho was getting the brunt of it. Seeing how the one who had released the monsters was being punished, Ki-mok felt sad, but they moved on and began training. To start with, Ki-mok was given targets at the shooting range and he shot at them with his weapon. Meanwhile, Dae-il was alone, writing a recommendation letter. Then they had to learn how to move and block various strikes. Time was also devoted to meditation related to energy control. A week later, Ki-mok was hitching a ride to Ojak, and the driver asked him if he was sure he wanted to stay there. The guy thanked the driver because he had been deceived about the buses and continued on his way. The man confirmed that buses really didn't run to such a remote place, and normal people wouldn't go to such a remote place surrounded only by forests and mountains. Setting off on his journey, Ki-mok expected to come across at least a small village or farm, but there was nothing but untouched nature around him. There was no cell phone reception, but Chang-min wasn't surprised, as he didn't think people often visited such a remote place. The guy hoped to find some comfort, but all he found was a sign about ghosts, probably put up by students who couldn't handle the training and scared everyone away. But the sign was misleading because ghosts don't really exist. Could there really be people who believe in them? But it was strange to hear this from someone who was almost a ghost himself. However, the map that Dael drew would come in handy. He said that Ojak was located far away in the mountains and that it would be impossible to find without it. But Chang-min said that drawing was one of Dael's weaknesses, and there were only 99 of them, so he was responsible for everyday matters. Cursing in frustration, Ki-mok decided to set off, hoping to find something before sunset. But after 4 hours of wandering through the wild forest, he already regretted going there. Why did he decide that the finish line was at the top? And why was the mountain actually much wider than it looked, with cliffs to boot? With no hope of getting anywhere, he was already dreaming of swapping places with Chang-min, just like Dae-young and Dae-il had done. Then the mosquitoes came and the sun went down, and he still didn't know where he was and regretted going without any supplies. But then his double said that this was not the most important thing, and that it was more important that they were lost in the forest. He replied that this was the third time he had seen a camera on a branch. One was hanging at the entrance to the forest, and the other had met 2 hours earlier. At first, he thought that the Mysticism Club had left them there, but that was strange. But it was impossible that they had been moving in circles all this time, because they had been walking in a straight line. Ki-mok chuckled, saying that it was a ghost confusing them. Had his friend started believing in ghosts? No, they don't exist. But why did Chang-min hide? Did he decide to leave him alone or did he chicken out? But he said he was saving energy. Ki-mok explained that he really didn't believe in ghosts. With the highest math score in the country, it was impossible to believe in them. The only paranormal beings he had ever encountered were dokebi, but then someone rustled and said it was him. Looking back, the guy saw the ghost, which meant they existed. But what was he doing here? However, Chang Min told him not to whine and to run faster. The guy ran and asked who would win in a fight between a dokebi and a ghost, but his double had never encountered one and didn't know. Suddenly, a rock appeared in front of them. Where did it come from? They had only run a short distance and now there was a ghost blocking their path. What to do? There was no way through and the ghost was very close. Well, since there was nowhere to run, they decided to beat him up properly and find out who would win, and Kimok took out his weapon. But the ghost didn't fight back. Instead, it clapped its hands. Realizing that it was also a dokebi, it slowly descended to the ground and threw off its cloak. It turned out to be a girl who pointed out that they could have just run away. Approaching the strangers double asked them to give their names, and she said that she couldn't let them go because they were dokebi. Chang Min's friends were also busy that night. After finishing his report, Dae-il stretched with satisfaction and said that Kimok was probably already in Ojak. Jo Eun-soo was very skeptical because it wasn't easy to even get in there. But the head of the special department's management team ordered her and Kwan-ho to keep quiet and continue writing their explanations. Dae-il continued that during the Great War, due to frequent enemy attacks, Ojak had been turned into a real fortress with a powerful security system. Hae-soo wondered why they would bother with Kimok if he had a letter of recommendation and what kind of security system they were talking about. She learned that the dojo had organized a huge raid on the forest, which was guarded by students in shifts. If anyone spotted an intruder with hostile intentions, they were immediately disposed of. But thanks to Kimoka's letter, everything would go smoothly. The dokebi who met in the forest stood facing each other and wondered what to do next. The girl thought that the owner had no reason to attack the elder. He had probably come for the treasures. Seeing that the strangers were talking, Kimok wanted to ask if she was talking to his spirit. However, he said that Mi-hee was too kind to them and that there was no need to talk to the enemy. In response, she called him too cruel. Then the girl decided that her Ibi was right and that there was no need to ask if they could find out for themselves. Transforming into a wolf, Ibi threatened to bite off the stranger's limbs and see what he would say. Kimok was surprised that the spirit was able to transform, but Chang Min explained that it was not an ordinary spirit, but a great one. Suddenly, the wolf jumped straight at the guy but didn't even touch him. Immediately, a chill ran through Chan Min's chest, and he explained that the beast had stolen the flame from the guy. Ibi barked that the stranger's flame reeked of a traitor, and quite strongly at that. Terrified, Mi-hee said that she had heard of people who collaborated with traitors, but this was the first time she had seen someone who worked with a traitor. Kimok guessed that he had met students from Ojak and exclaimed that they had completely misunderstood everything. Mi-hee ordered them to tell the stranger everything they knew and that she would not repeat it. But how could he tell them if they weren't even listening? Just then, Chang Min warned that someone was coming. Kimok felt a powerful movement and lunged to the side. Just in time, a huge whirlwind swept past him, barely missing him as he jumped out of the way. Noticing that the wolf had tremendous strength and that his friend's slow reaction would have left no trace, Chang Min concluded that the situation was hopeless. However, having been through a lot, Kimok was not surprised, although he was seriously concerned about the huge wolf. And now this animal was standing right in front of them again, laughing at how he had dodged it. Standing at the edge of the huge funnel, Kimok wondered how the spirit of the owner could be so strong and how it had managed to steal his fire. He learned that such spirits were called Great Ones, a different form of flame or rather a separate being. Mi-hee approached, not hearing their whispers, but wanted to assure them that she would try to destroy them painlessly. But the stranger said he didn't want to fight them, that they should stop attacking. But Ibi didn't believe him because the guy reeked of a predator and the attack continued. Jumping back, Kimok wondered how such a huge body could move so quickly and where it got so much strength. Perhaps Chang Min could do the same, but he replied that strength of spirit depended on the skills of its owner. Spirit was merely support. Noticing that the guy was moving well, Mi-hee decided that he wasn't fighting for the first time, so why wasn't he fighting back? Or maybe he thinks his spirit is enough to deal with them. He shouldn't underestimate them. How could he underestimate them when they were about to destroy him? He wasn't fighting back because that wasn't why he was there. But ignoring her companion, the girl continued, asking if he was confident in himself. Suddenly, Chang Min interrupted him with a shout, warning of an attack. Out of the corner of his eye, Kimok saw a wolf jump at him, trying to bite his arm. He managed to pull it out of its mouth, but the beast's teeth tore his clothes and scratched his arm until it bled. It seemed that Dae-il's lessons would come in handy right now, and it was very useful that he had understood his abilities on the very first day. Then, drinking water, the novice sat on the floor of the hall and said that he had tried his best. Noting his unlimited potential, which was impressive for a novice, Dae-il said that the hunters after him were much stronger. Kimok blurted out that that was why he had decided to go to Ojak. Dail doubted that he would be able to teach him much and, instead of correcting his weaknesses, decided to help him improve his strengths. By strengths, he meant energy, the amount of which the trainer had never seen in anyone else. Dail considered the release of flame to be the simplest technique and asked his student what he imagined when he did it. Kimok replied that he imagined a person like Hadouken, which surprised Changmin, who wondered how anyone could survive that. The coach showed that the flame could be held in the hand, but such a simple technique was not very good for shooting. The second method was to create fire around oneself without the need for air nearby. One must imagine how energy flows inside oneself, coming out of the heart and spreading through the veins to all parts of the body. This makes it very convenient to draw power from your fire. However, it is necessary to shoot from the core of the flame, not from the flames created around you. The problem is that you need to be able to concentrate. The feeling is similar to when you are so excited that you cannot go to the toilet. Dail said that to concentrate, you must always remain calm. And remembering this, Kimok closed his hands and concentrated. The doppelganger suggested retreating, as the ghost did not even want to listen to them. But the wolf laughed and said that they would not go anywhere and would remain in this place forever. Could it be that they only hear what they want to hear? Thinking about this, the guy began to release flames from his heart, thinking about how all the energy was beginning to flow out from one point. Surprised that the enemy wasn't running away and was just standing there, Ibi stopped. Kimok had already dispersed the energy throughout his body and released it, and its power easily caught the wolf and threw him away. Mihi was amazed by the fantastic amount of energy and the way the guy used it, and the Great Spirit laughed as he rose from the ground, impressed that the novice was capable of something when he wanted to. Kimok decided to explain himself once more, informing them about the letter of recommendation that should have already arrived and that he had not come with the intention of stealing. And when he finally saw that his opponents were ready to listen, he said that he didn't want to fight either. He didn't want to fight them because he had come here to study. The situation immediately changed, and now they were all walking together through the forest, and the girl apologized, justifying her actions with her belief that he was an enemy. Kimok generously forgave her, even though his whole body ached from abrasions and he had almost lost his arm. Only Ibi couldn't understand why she believed a guy who had appeared out of nowhere more than him. Sensing the scent of a traitor, Kimok suggested that it was probably the scent of the ghost fang he had recently fought. When Ibi asked him incredulously, Chanmin replied that it wasn't a fight but a beating. Mihi noted that there would have been no need for a fight if the traveler had told them everything right away. She remembered that a recommendation had indeed arrived recently, but she hadn't read it yet because the elder had to do so first. However, the elder's health had deteriorated, and he had been asleep for 2 months. The person who sent the letter probably didn't know that. After inquiring about the sender's name, the girl learned that it was Dail. Kimok clarified that this man was from Kanam and had said he was the best student in Ojak. Upon hearing the name Dail, Mihi was delighted that such a person had written the recommendation. Could her companion really know a renowned master? Kimok said that he had not communicated much with him, but many people in Ojak knew him and looked up to him. Describing Dail as handsome and kind, Mihi was clearly in love with him, and the guy thought about the importance of appearance for a dokebi. Convinced that he was the person with golden blood, the girl was finally certain of the purpose of his visit. She invited him to climb the long staircase that led to Ojaka. Despite the late hour, the travelers were already being met. Apparently, their battle had been heard there. At the threshold sat a giant in a red and white t-shirt, wondering if this was really Dail's student. Kimok stopped and looked up. So this was the famous place, but there were still a lot of steps to climb. As he climbed, he learned from Miha that the best students were gathered at the gate, all of them senior students, discussing the guest who was climbing up. Chan was curious to see who Dail had taught, especially since he had golden blood. Chui Hyun-yeon did not take the newcomer seriously as an opponent. They had not yet gotten rid of all the trash. And here comes another one. But Yim Singyu urged them not to judge by appearances, as strength could be hidden, and perhaps they would give him a couple of students, but no one wanted to share. Park Hee-jin asked them to shut up, saying that it wasn't worth making such a fuss over a letter when they couldn't sleep or stand in peace. Yim Singyu reproached her, saying that she was probably angry because he had beaten her badly during training. It was time to calm down, and she threatened to bury him if he did it again. Hee-jin bragged that he was stronger and would win, while Hyun-yeon grumbled that they were making a fuss again. Chun-jun tried to calm them down, saying that they shouldn't fight and should set a good example for the newcomers. But they thought he was getting too big for his boots and walking around like a turkey because he came in first, even though they were all senior students and had equal rights. Standing at the gate, Kimok overheard them arguing about who was in what position and how the damn weaklings were only good at talking. The students behaved like one big family, and in Ojak, they believed that the more children fought, the closer they would be when they grew up. Ibi said that you can't become stronger without fighting, and that the older students can act as teachers because there are only 2 active leaders in Ojak. But then Master Gu Cheolche appeared and, banging his staff loudly on the ground, told the older students that they were disgracing Ojak in front of the newcomer. Ignoring Heejin's tattling and Cheonjun's apologies, he headed straight for Kimok. Jangmin wondered who this old man was. If he was a master, why did he not seem to have any power? And was it possible to completely hide one's aura? But Kimok had already guessed that this was a true master, and he immediately liked the dojo. Noticing the newcomer's enthusiastic gaze and his skeptical spirit, the old man grunted and looked at them with a long, attentive gaze. Then he greeted them and said that he had received a letter of recommendation. The master knew Chang Min's name and sympathized with the young man for having to travel so far and get into trouble, especially with his noble blood. Kimok was happy to meet the master, while Chang Min noticed that the master did not seem like a human being. This was Gu Cheol, who had trained Dae Yong and Dae Il, and he had come personally to meet his new student. The young man said that it was a great honor for him, and that he would do his best to become stronger. The master liked this start, but since it was already very late, he advised the boy to get a good night's sleep. Gu Cheolche ordered everyone to wash up and go to bed, and sent Heejin to show the newcomer where to stay and patrol the area. Chun led the newcomer to show him his room, but the guy quickly caught himself and stopped the old man, saying that Dokebi didn't need sleep or food. Turning around, the old man said that it was possible to live without them, but they were like vitamin supplements that made anyone feel better. Cheonjun confirmed that Dokebi need a strong body, which cannot be achieved without good sleep and a proper diet. It was Chanmigu's turn to be surprised that people here slept at night and ate even if they couldn't taste anything. But the old man heard everything and exclaimed how dare he contradict the master, just like Dae Yong and Dae Il, who had no respect for their elders. Apologizing, Kimok asked why the master called Dae Yong and Dae Il weaklings, and the students explained that that was how it had been in the beginning. The boys had even been considered laggards until they broke through, and then their power quickly took off. It's amazing that they were once weaklings. I would never have believed it. The master asked if it was true that Kimok had been sent for only 3 months and would then have to return to school. There wasn't much time, and the old master looked sternly at the newcomer, although if he could endure the training, he would gain strength. Of course, he would try his best, the guy exclaimed enthusiastically. Lately, he had gotten into the habit of not sleeping, but the fresh air and the storm of impressions made themselves felt, and the traveler fell into a deep sleep. It was his first time sleeping in the mountains, but he was not allowed to sleep in, and to start with, they opened the door, letting a draft into the room. Then someone started banging a hammer on a tambourine, loudly calling him to get up and sing. But what kind of commotion was this? Waking him up when he couldn't even open his eyes. When he got up, he saw that the moon was still shining through the window. What time was it? But Chan announced loudly that it was already 4 in the morning, that he hadn't been given a schedule, and that everyone was already training hard. Why put us to bed if you're going to wake us up in the middle of the night? The boy asked, who had woken him up. The boy reported that he was Jin Tae, the youngest of the junior students. Above him in rank were simply students and senior students. He said that he and his partner, So Isu, had been assigned to look after the newcomer. Upset that such a brat had been assigned to look after him, Chang Min wanted to send him away, but Kimok said that was too rude. But he would try to ask them to stop tormenting Gong, since he was already getting up, but according to the rules, the gong would not stop ringing until the person came out. And in the courtyard, no one was sleeping. Everyone was stretching in neat rows. Gu Chulkyol was also there, shouting something rhythmically. Noticing that everyone on the square had their own spirit, Kimok asked if he should go there, but it turned out that this was a place for ordinary students, and they had not yet grown up enough after awakening their abilities for one of the seniors to become a trainer. Among the younger students, Jin Tae was the only one who didn't give up, but he hadn't yet grown up enough to become more advanced. The boy warned him that it might be difficult at first, but the top student was eager to start moving mountains. But it turned out that instead of training, he had to chop wood with a heavy axe. And then they had to carry buckets on a stick, so their shoulders ached from the unfamiliar work. After that, they tied aprons around themselves and washed dishes in the dining hall. They scrubbed the floors diligently, rubbing them until they shone without using a mop. Immersed in household chores, the newcomer didn't notice how the day had passed. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Kimok was already thinking about going to the master. Someone had to teach him something, but Jin Tae said that dinner still had to be prepared. And after that, do 100 push-ups and 100 squats, and finally run 10 kilometers. You'll go bald that way, Kimok thought angrily. How can you learn anything like that? There's no time and I need to get stronger. However, Jin Tae said that without such basics, You can't become stronger. But he was probably right, the guy thought, calming down. You can't rush things, you have to be patient. But his patience was not endless, and a month later, Kimok was smashing trees out of anger. He even broke a branch, yelling and cursing, telling everyone to go to hell. After letting off some steam, he paused for a moment, but his anger did not subside. Hadn't Chong-min gotten tired of this yet? A whole month had passed, but he still hadn't learned anything. But he felt that he had learned a lot that he didn't know before, such as cooking for 60 people, chopping wood, and even cleaning up quickly. Come on, he broke his record, cleaning in only 110 minutes instead of 120. Soon, he'd be down to 60. But seriously, he was fed up with it all. He hadn't come here to be a cleaner. But Jin Tae came up with a broom, unhappy that the newbie was slacking off. Kimok jumped on him, trying to find out how much more nonsense he had to do. But he replied that the master was in charge here and he decided everything, so it was useless to ask a junior apprentice. And why then had he been training with the others at night, trying to unleash flames instead of doing stupid exercises? He also wants to learn, but he immediately fell from Jin Tae's push, and Jin Tae said instructively that he needs to train the basics. But then Chang-min intervened, saying that in this case, he wouldn't develop if he didn't train his flames. His frightened partner froze in place, because he hadn't even thought about it. Kimok didn't want to get up and go to work, but his tantrum was interrupted by the master. He thought the guy would be more patient, but he only lasted a month. But the resentment in the guy was growing, and he began to reproach the master, who had promised to make him stronger in 3 months, but a third of the time had already been wasted. Chanmin supported him, saying that he didn't believe the old man and couldn't even feel his aura, that maybe he was deceiving them. Kimok admitted that he had overreacted, but believed in his strength and wanted training that matched their level. At that, the master burst out laughing and said that he must have been mistaken and should have shown the madman his place from the very beginning. Well, he would teach the novice everything he wanted, on one condition: if in a fair fight the braggart could defeat Jin Tae. A time was set for this exhibition match, and the opponents stood facing each other. A crowd of curious onlookers gathered to watch the fight, including the senior students. They were curious to see the guy who had arrived only a month ago but had been recommended by a master and was lucky enough to be born with golden blood. Kimoka was annoyed by such an attitude. Those idiots didn't know how much he had suffered because of his blood. But his spirit told him to focus and not be distracted by those who were jealous. Even Mihi came to cheer on the uninvited guest, but he was so annoyed by the crowd that he asked what they were doing there. Yun Yong said he was just passing by, but in reality everyone wanted to know how strong he was. And so the master announced the rules, which were standard. Participants fight one-on-one. Only bats were allowed, and the fight would continue until someone gave up or lost consciousness. Before the fight began, Kimok warned Din Tae that he had no intention of giving up. He apologized for the whining he had to put up with for a whole month. But he was driven not by a simple desire to become stronger, but by the need to protect what was important to him. He hid his eyes behind his bangs and said stubbornly that he had to defeat the 7. So, despite their friendship, he was going to fight with all his strength. But the other promised to give it his all too, even though he was the junior student. Changmin warned that even when dokebi hide their strength, some of it leaks out. And judging by his feelings, Din Tae looks 10 times weaker. Therefore, he should let the body's owner give him control and press his opponent with force. But enough talk. The master had already told them to get ready and started the countdown. Waiting for the command, Kimok warmed up and took out his weapon. And Din Tae, encouraged by his spirit, gathered himself as if before the start. Finally, he had a chance to show his achievements, and he would not give in. Noticing brass knuckles on his opponent's hands, Kimok realized that he preferred close combat, which meant that his habit of shooting from a distance would give him an advantage. With the score at 2, Chang-min suggested they finish quickly if possible. Glancing at his friend, Kimok replied that he would certainly try. With the score at 1, he raised his weapon and took aim, thinking that his opponent had no chance of dodging. By this point, Jin Tae had already gained momentum and realized he wouldn't be able to jump out of the way. Around them, people were already discussing the newcomer's bat, as it was rare for a dokebi to use such a weapon, and Mihi had expected something like this from someone of golden blood. Adjusting his brass knuckles, Jin Tae was amazed at the amount of energy and realized that this bully really lived up to the rumors. However, he was no slouch either, and during his time in Ojak, he had learned a thing or two and stepped forward to meet him. Kimok was astonished and couldn't believe his eyes that such a boy could fight back. He fired again, but his opponent dodged like a rabbit and evaded the shot. Although Changmin noticed that their strategy wasn't working, Kimok decided to take one more shot. He raised the flame from within, as Dae-il had taught him, and began to concentrate it on the tip of his weapon. The disciples discussed that he was preparing to shoot a sphere again, hoping to win by repeating the old technique, but it was not worth expecting much from him. Only Cheon Cho-nu guessed that a completely different technique was being prepared. At first glance, it was a giant sphere, but something was wrong. Yun-yong said that the charge was weakened, but the area of damage had increased and the target was likely to be hit. Inside the sphere, Jin-tae was flailing around with his flames like a blind kitten. The senior student's suspicions were confirmed, as the real target was to block the view. The one who had used the sphere was already turning around, preparing to deliver a real blow. He turned, swung his arm, and exhaled forcefully, but the technique he used only masked his intentions but did not eliminate the predictability of his attacks. The situation changed, and now Kimoka was being attacked and flying away. Locked in the sphere, he crouched down, not only holding back the flames but also preparing to strike. As a result, the attacker was not only attacked from within the sphere, but also received his own blowback. But before he could understand how this was possible, Kimok lost consciousness. This was met with loud laughter from all the students present at the spectacle. Disappointed by the newcomer, Yim Singyu whistled that he still wanted to fight the Seven, but 3 months would definitely not be enough for him. Since the opponent was knocked out, Jin-tae was declared the winner. When Kimok regained consciousness, he did not immediately remember his name or what had happened. He was in an unfamiliar room on a hard bed, and Hee-jin was surprised that he hadn't slept for 3,000 years. The girl thought that he would be unconscious for at least 3 days after the fight, even with her treatment, but Golden Blood works wonders. The guy remembered that she was the senior student who had met him when he arrived, and now he was lying in the hospital she ran. Yes, he remembered how he fell during a fierce battle with Jin-tae. Hee-jin laughed at him, saying that he had knocked himself out with one blow, otherwise he would have seen everyone laughing. But he didn't want to lose face in front of the girl, so he blushed and blurted out that he had relaxed a little and let his guard down. He's not lying, but next time Chong-min intervenes, saying that in his opinion, the bully will lose another 99% of his fights. And it's unlikely that he was scared after one loss. He just finds it strange how you can aim to win without knowing the reason for your loss. And conclusions based on this one attempt are no stranger than arrogance based on a couple of fights won by pure luck. They started accusing each other of losing and wanted to beat each other up, but Hee-jin grabbed the aggressor by the scruff of his neck and kicked him in the ass. If the bully is already capable of such language, he should leave the hospital. Meanwhile, everyone was still discussing the fight between the bully who decided to take on 7 opponents. As was evident from the fight, he deserved such an outcome and had foolishly relied on his golden blood. He thought he was the strongest, but he probably only fought a couple of traitors. Appearing next to them, Hyun-young said that he agreed with them about the newcomer, but that it only proved that some people didn't belong in Ojak. And this statement is also true for them, who are far behind their peers. Instead of training properly, they found time to make fun of others. He sent them to the training ground, where the students went after apologizing to their teacher. On the way, the offenders discussed the behavior of their mentor, who, in their opinion, had become extremely irritable lately. However, this is not surprising when you consider that their master had only 2 fights left to participate in before the practical duels. And even if they made it to the final to advance their qualifications, their opponent would be Master Chan, and only by winning could they become official teachers. They argued about who would win if the fight took place, and came to the conclusion that although the match would not be easy, Master Choi had a chance because he was a genius of hard work. After leaving the hospital and reflecting on the criticism of his spirit, Kimok went to Gu Chul-che for guidance. He wanted to know the reasons for his defeat in the fight and learn the technique that Jin-tae had used. But the master dismissed him, saying that an old man like him couldn't teach him anything, and that he might even be a fraud. What was the old man hinting at? Suddenly, Kimok remembered how he had insulted the master with his intrusiveness and distrust. Perhaps he had taken offense. The old man complained of aching shoulders, probably because of the approaching rain, but why didn't he say so right away? Kimok was an excellent masseur. The master also wanted to eat, and the apprentice offered to quickly whip something up, but since he had decided to come, he decided to bring a back scratcher. 4 hours later, Gu Chul-cheol was basking in the sun in a chair, sipping a cocktail, and Kimok suggested that he call him right away if he needed anything else. He figured it might take another month to earn the old man's forgiveness. Watching the newcomer all this time, Gu Chul-cheol decided that the guy had settled in well and deserved to be taught something. The master asked if the guy had a plan for the fight with Jin-tae, and he replied that he wanted to block his view with a big shot and hit him with all his strength. The apprentice was sure that everything would work, but at the moment of impact, it seemed that the flame had rebounded. Rising from his chair, Gu Chul-che said that the assumption about the flame rebounding was not entirely wrong. He took Kimoka with him to show him how to control the flame. They went to a quiet place where Cheon Cho-nu was meditating. The teacher noticed that it seemed they had come at the wrong time. But Cheon Cho-nu was not upset and, learning of the master's desire to teach the newcomer the three aspects of power, offered his help. Hearing this, Ki-mok looked questioningly at Chang Min, hinting that he had been left out of the loop again. But he was wrong to look so reproachful, because his friend hadn't forgotten. It was the first time he had heard about it. And so the lesson began. The first aspect concerned the release of energy and was called emission. Gu Qiolche noticed that it was familiar to the newcomer. The second aspect, control or coordination of energy, was taught by his spirit, Chang Min, who pointed out that his friend was wrong to think that he wasn't being helped. And the last one is perception, which essentially means the ability to see through things. Instead of explaining how to do it, the master said that it was better to see it at least once. First, he and Cheon Chonu stood on either side of Ki-mok and showed their flames. Then Gu Qiolche suggested determining which one was stronger. This question caught the young man off guard and he had to think about it. Then he replied that it was probably the master's because it looked bigger and had many different curls. Well, if that's what he really thinks, let him check for himself. But there was no time to argue as two energy balls flew toward Ki-moka from opposite sides. The spirit suggested dodging, but the guy cursed and realized he was too late. He couldn't defend himself from both, so he decided to fight off the one that seemed more dangerous. He swung and struck, but his fist felt nothing and the fire seemed to dissolve into the air. Instead, he felt a sharp blow on his back and even cried out. Gu Qiolche noticed that you can't judge by appearances alone, which can be an empty shell, and that in reality, strength does not depend on size. With difficulty, Ki-mok got up and asked the spirit how to tell them apart, and the spirit suggested that the ability to see through them might help. That's why Jin Tae recognized the trick in the shot and didn't lose his composure. However, it remains unclear how the enemy managed to turn the flames back. Gu Qiolche called it the ability to master all the aspects mentioned. The master called out to Cheon Chona to help him demonstrate all of this. And now, a giant bomb is flying toward the old man. He looked through it intently, calling it perception. Then he directs the necessary amount of energy outward. His flames swirled around him, and the master sent the foreign flame in the opposite direction, calling his actions control. Then he said that this technique was called reflection. Explaining the essence of reflection as the ability to perceive someone else's flame as one's own, Cheon concluded that increasing one's power would result in greater reflective power. Therefore, one must develop this skill in order to defeat enemies who are stronger than oneself. Remembering the Phantom Fang, Ki-mok thought that now he knew how to defeat a stronger enemy. He asked the master to teach him the art of reflection, but then corrected himself, saying that he did not understand, and asked how to learn to see through fire. Now, let's go to the cave where an important conversation took place. A stranger who had not been seen for a long time came to visit Gu Qion, the owner of this refuge. The disgruntled leader said that for hundreds of years, the Kangwon had been divided into 4 large factions. But why had one of the leaders come to him personally? Yeon. Ik noticed that Gu Qion also led a faction and had more people under his command, and that he had even gained weight since their last meeting. The guest reported on the unrest in Seoul, which had begun due to difficulties in obtaining fire. Wasn't Gu Qion worried about this? But calling the visitor an insolent boy, the host became angry at his aimless chatter. Then Yeon Ik expressed regret that the host had not appreciated his joke and decided to get straight to the point. He declared that he was proposing to create an alliance that would unite all the factions. Isn't that too grandiose an idea for the 4 of them to work together? The cave owner laughed loudly. For factions that had been fighting for territory for hundreds of years to suddenly become friends. Gu Qion didn't know how to express himself, but what the boy had suggested was only suitable for weak people. But as the representative of the most powerful of the factions mentioned, it made no sense for him to unite with such losers as the one who had come. Instead, it would be better to get rid of him, and dozens of red eyes of predators flashed out of the darkness at the guest. The stranger noticed that Gu Qion was still as hot-headed as ever and probably didn't want to take Fang's place. When asked by the interested Dokebi, he replied that to do so, they would need to steal the legendary treasure hidden in Ojak. At the place mentioned by the faction leaders, Ki-mok was sweeping the courtyard when he noticed a crow on the roof and thought he had seen it before. It seemed to him that he had already seen a similar scene a few days earlier. But Chang Min said that there was nothing to be done about it, as this was how perception was trained. During training, Gu Chul said that you have to use all your body's energy and then restore it. This way, you can get your body used to the energy, and it's the only way to train your perception. He noted that well-known dokebi are long-lived because those who have managed to survive this long are strong. Jiang Min concluded that hard work was not a waste of time, but the old man, angered, said that it was carefully planned training. Chan Chonu explained that in Ojak, in addition to training to prevent invasions, there is perception training, and it is not as simple as it seems. Looking at this powerful dokebi, the novice thought that everything came easily to him while he worked hard every day. However, when the master asked if Kimoka had ever been short of breath while working, he replied that it had only happened on the first day when climbing the hill. Changmin didn't find this strange, as they had trained hard during their time there. Chancho Nu explained that the reason was a special training method that promotes energy consumption, which is twice as difficult and twice as effective. Li Guchul summed up what needed to be done to improve perception. After that lesson, the newcomer often thought about having to do housework and wondered if he was being tricked again. But knowing the reason for this, he was no longer so upset, because before he had considered it a waste of time. However, he didn't like that some students didn't respect his work, and he would growl at them for not wiping their feet before entering the room. After all, the hard work tired him, and he would have kept quiet if he had been sure that this was the right way to do things. He often even yelled at those who touched the windows with their hands because it left marks. But even if he had to spend all his remaining time doing this, he would not blame anyone for not having enough time. And he continued to reprimand those who took towels to the laundry room, breaking the rule written there. Changmig had already offered him a job as a maid, believing that his friend had discovered unexpected abilities. Admitting to the spirit his awareness of the depths of the world, Dokebi Kimok assured him that he would be patient and diligent in his work. Chanmir wholeheartedly approved of such a wonderful attitude. The young man told himself that this was how he would become stronger, because there was no shorter path. But someone interrupted his thoughts about the short path. It was Im Singyu, hanging upside down on a branch. Sucking on a lollipop, the boy said that the master must be spoiling them, saying that there was no shorter way. He saw that Kimok had finished his work for the day and offered to teach him. Following the senior apprentice, the newcomer asked if he really intended to teach him. Yim Singyu promised that he could complete his perception training in just a week if he did everything he said. But is it really possible to do it so quickly? Receiving an affirmative answer, Kimok agreed to become his disciple. Changmin tried to stop his friend, reminding him of his promise to work patiently. But the top student did not want to give up on the idea of a shortcut and said that in the 21st century, one must work with one's head. In vain, the spirit urged him to think about common sense and that the old man would not have hidden the existence of an easier way. Kimok replied that perhaps the master had done so out of resentment, since he had to fulfill his whims every day. Yim Singyu confessed that he was disappointed with how Zolotse fought, and therefore decided to take pity on him and help him. As they talked, they came to the source of energy, which the senior student called the pride and secret of Ojak, passed down from generation to generation. This source was created by the Great Ones and has a very beneficial effect on energy restoration. The strange appearance of the source, with some kind of bubbles on the surface, alarmed Kimoka, but Yim Singyu promised safe and easy recovery. It turned out that the time for consumption and recovery would be reduced, which would speed up perception training. But Hyun warned that one must not immerse oneself in it before the power has completely drained, because the corpses of murderers were originally thrown there. And if impurities in the form of foreign energy got into it, the source would go wild, and corpses turned into monsters would start jumping out of it. Therefore, caution must be exercised and the water must not be touched. But despite Chang Min's protest that the water was bubbling like a hot spring, Ki Mok had already managed to stick his hand in. The guy apologized and asked what to do, since they would now die, and Im Singyu replied that monsters would jump out. The senior student calmed him down, saying that his hand had only been in the water for a moment, and that it was unlikely anything big would appear. But suddenly, a giant monster began to rise from the water, writhing its entire body. The boys looked at it in fear, amazed at how huge it was. Im Singyu thought with horror that the golden blood was much stronger than he had imagined. For the first time in his life, he saw such a terrifying and enormous monster that looked like an octopus with scaly skin. But the suggestion to call Master Yim Singyu was rejected because they could be sent to prison, and Ki Mok would not be able to train his perception and change anything. The only option left was to fight, and the senior student suggested that they defeat the creature together. Shouldn't they ask for help instead of doing it themselves? But Yim Singyu said that the master would scold him if he turned to him. Does the golden boy really want to do housework forever? Don't worry so much, just stay away and cover him. And bearing his blade, Yim Singyu bravely ran straight at the monster, shouting that he would execute it. He shouted at the monster that it was a mistake to come out, as now was not the best time to show off. A Chang said that the guy was strange and that they should call for help. But Ki Mok said there was no choice and they would have to deal with it themselves because he had made a mistake that couldn't be told to the old man. He imagined how Gu Cheol and Cheon Ju would scold him and how he would have to do housework for the rest of his life. When the spirit remarked that he needed to get his head checked, the guy exclaimed that he would do everything himself and thought it was normal to correct his own mistakes. Based on his experience fighting weakened traders, he assumed that the water monster had no soul and thought he could easily deal with it. He quickly grabbed his weapon and started shooting, with all the bullets hitting their target. But for some reason, all the wounds on the giant's body quickly healed, and Yim Sing-yu shouted that they should aim at the tentacles, not the body. Ki-mok heeded his advice and shot the tentacles, while Hyun rushed toward the monster's head. Watching the battle, Chang-min commented that no help was needed, and that at this speed, they were more than enough to fight alone. Soon, after severing the monster's neck, Yim Sing-yu celebrated his victory and descended to the ground. In response to Ki-mok's admiring exclamation, Sonbai said that it was nothing for him, as he was one of the 5 senior students in Ojak. He then suggested moving on to training and began discussing the plan. But why weren't they listening to him at all? And looking somewhere incomprehensible. But as soon as he turned around, the monster came to life, reached out to him from the water with its head, and swallowed him whole. Ki-mok started shooting at the water creature and yelling for it to spit the guy out, and suddenly, by some miracle, the guy managed to jump out. Then, watching the monster from afar, Yim Sing-yu was glad that it couldn't get out of the spring, and they discussed how they managed to defeat it before it came back to life. The senior student said that it was useless to pierce the flesh of this thing with force. They had to aim at hidden points. These were small purple spots on its body, and he had failed because he had missed one of them, allowing the snake to regenerate. Ki-mok saw the connection between this skill and the fire of the soul, and Chang-min suggested that as the senior disciple, he should use soul fusion since he didn't want to ask for help. He could have ignited the soul fire since he hadn't forgotten how to do it, especially since it was possible. But bowing his head, Yim Sing-yu said that he couldn't do anything because his spirit, Ju Hui, hadn't responded for a whole week. It all started after lunch when, out of boredom, he rummaged through the refrigerator looking for candy and found a package of bread with peanut butter and a sticker. Knowing that Ju Hui collected stickers, the boy took the sticker before the other students, leaving her with only 3 to collect out of 52. But he found one that she already had, so he threw them away, thinking they were useless, and she got angry that he did it without asking her. At first, there were no conflicts between them, but over time such quarrels became more and more frequent. One day, she said she didn't want to see him anymore, that it was over between them, and left despite his attempts to stop her. A week has passed since that quarrel, and everything is fine with him. Yim Sing-yu hopes that the guys will understand his situation. But Ki-mok started shooting at the storyteller, making him jump, and then apologized that his hand had trembled but that he wouldn't miss next time. Then the senior student yelled that he had underestimated the junior, but pointing a weapon at him was equivalent to a death sentence, and they quarreled. Then Ki-mok chopped wood so hard that only splinters flew, shouting that his colleague was not using his spirit fire just because of the quarrel. In response, Im Sing-yu admitted that he and Ju-hee had been very close and that he wanted to apologize to her, but he was afraid to do so. Nevertheless, he decided to meet with his spirit and ask for forgiveness, but she called him a fool and said he should have done it sooner. How could he think he had lost her forever? She was angry, of course, but despite that, she came back, even though she was a little afraid that the guy would hate her. Im Sing-yu exclaimed that she shouldn't have been afraid because he loved her so much, much more than sweets. Jo-hee didn't expect such behavior from the guy and was very surprised. Then the two confessed their love to each other, and Chang-min and his friend watched the scene and discussed it. One was annoyed by this scene while the other was amazed by the romantic mood. When his patience ran out, Ki-mok told them that they were confusing genres and that it was time to stop acting like a couple in love. Jo-hee was outraged and asked who he was and why he was acting so arrogantly, after which she learned that he was the newcomer, Golden, with his friend Chang-min. Yim Sing-yu explained the newcomer's behavior by saying that they had all gotten into trouble while she was away and told her what had happened. The guy showed her the monster, and she gasped in surprise, causing Ki-moka to become indignant that they were behaving like a silly couple. Only Chong-min remained calm and suggested they stop the useless chatter. He drew everyone's attention to the fact that this thing was coming out of the source. But Yim Sing-yu laughed carelessly because he had made up with Ju-hee and now everything would be fine. Looking back at his younger companions, he asked if they could do the job right now, and Ju-hee said she couldn't help. She had no other choice, but she asked them to explain what was meant by a soul connection. Yim Sing-yu explained that it was a special power of flame necessary to confront stronger enemies, combining the power of the dokebi with the fire of the soul. Only a few dokebi, including the 5 senior disciples, had been able to learn it, and those with such talent were born only once every 100 years. Raising his sword before the monster, He continued grandly that if the union occurs, unique and special abilities arise. He spoke while standing directly in front of the octopus-like snake, even though Kimok shouted that it was very dangerous. The monster raised its body and roared, spewing white and blue flames. But looking back at his companions in misfortune, he unfinished his sentence, saying that these skills unleashed 100% of the flame's power. Feeling a connection with Ju-hee, Yim Sing-yu rose into the air and began to dance like a slashing snake. He exclaimed that he had only just begun, but could finish in 6 seconds. But even when only pieces of the monster remained, he soon rose above the forest again, as if he were brand new. Kimok was amazed at how he managed to regenerate from such a state without even the flames going out. Struck by the giant's ugly appearance, Judy realized that he couldn't be killed like this, but Yim Sing-yu decided that there was no other option but to finish him off with a single blow. It was Ju-hee's turn, and drawing his sword, he began to summon the snake Gu Hua Sul. His bat shattered into pieces, which flew toward the enemy. The snake did not leave the battlefield and sent a powerful barrage of fire towards him, but after a few moments, its body fell apart. It was necessary to move on to the second stage of the battle to destroy any possibility of recovery, especially since a purple crystal had already appeared in the air. It was a snake core that had fallen out of the head, which had been shattered by a blow to a hidden point. Yim Sing-yu called his student to join the battle. The disciple shouted that he was ready and, knowing that it was better not to miss, took aim without hesitation and sent his fireball. A blue beam cut through the azure sky, scattering pieces of the water giant's body. It hit the tiny crystal responsible for its owner's regeneration. There was an explosion that spread through the air in white and pink circles, and the animal's regeneration ceased. The battle was over, but before the circles on the water caused by the fallen remains of the snake had time to disperse, a scandal erupted near the source. Ju-hee reproached her host for taking on the training of the new recruits and refused to listen to Ki Mocha, who said that they hadn't even had time to start. Let's say he missed her, but now she was back and perhaps it was time to send the student away. Seeing that Yim Sing-yu was deep in thought, Kimok intervened in the conversation, thinking that maybe it was time to tell her about the training. It's clear that Hyun is going on a date with Ju-hee, but he doesn't want Gu Chil-jae to find out about this adventure and kill them. Kimok reminded his senior student that he had told him about the properties of the source to accelerate recovery, and that there would be no problems with that. But Yim Sing-yu saw a problem in the energy consumption due to the golden blood, as its supply was large and very difficult to exhaust. But he came up with a remarkable method. He would beat his student himself until he passed out. After that, he would throw him into the source, and the cycle would repeat until the desired result was achieved. Does Hube like this amazing operation, Golden Pizza? Looking at the diagram and wondering where the guy kept getting this album, Chang Min doubted that this could be called a training method. It seems that everyone here is crazy if they come up with beating people to exhaust their energy. Only an idiot would fall for such training. But it turns out there was such an idiot who decided to do it after hearing Kimok call this idea plausible. Does he even listen to his spirit? You could die with training like that, but his friend believed that you couldn't get anything valuable without hard work. Enough playing with words, he forgot that the feeling of pain is shared with the spirit. Although Yim Sing-yu believed that the more you divide, the less it hurts, Chang Min didn't like the idea and said he didn't like pain. However, Kimok was ready to start such training to study perception in a week, and the spirit realized with regret that these two were in cahoots. Finally, Ju-hee grew tired of watching their absurd endeavor and devised her own method to improve the effectiveness of the training. She suggested that the newcomer cut his finger and drop a few drops of blood into the spring. The water immediately began to bubble, and a ferocious dokebi rose from it. The guy's name was Golden, so let him be Golden, and he fought with him instead of Sing-yu. Since they called release and control the main aspects, it would be much smarter to train the quality that the guy is good at. A person releases their spirit and controls it, because training perception is essentially the use of energy. Is that not clear? In response to Kimoka's objections, she said that it was enough to use half of the energy, not all of it, and that such a reduction would be enough to deal with the monster. She meant repeating the cycle of responding to the monster's call to absorb energy in battle and restoring it to its source. By increasing the number of blood drops, the training can be made more difficult, increasing the level of release and the complexity of control, which will hone even combat instincts. Although who was she to come up with a training program? Yim Sing-yu called her a genius, and Kimok thanked her. And Chanmin breathed a sigh of relief that there was someone to rely on. Then Ju-hee asked if Golden knew how to control energy, since even a minimum of control and release was necessary for perception. He replied that he knew about half of it with Chang Min's help, but she said that he needed to train without spirit, and asked Sing-yu to get what he had brought. Taking the energy mushroom out of his pocket, he told Kimok to eat it, but it looked risky and the guy was afraid he would die from eating it. But the teachers insisted on the product's benefits for the body and he ate it anyway, feeling neither taste nor effect. Changmin tried to stop him but couldn't, and the guy noticed how the spirit glowed with a white light. Then it suddenly began to swell and fly upward. And then from the swollen cloud, he appeared in human form. Seeing his friend in his usual clothes and shoes, Kimok was delighted that his body had returned. Changmin quickly descended to the ground and looked at his hands in disbelief. Then suddenly, there was an explosion that scattered stones and lifted him into the air. And he thought that although he had not been in this body for a long time, he still felt good in it because he had occupied it for much longer and did not share it with anyone. After all, he had given up hope of ever returning, even if only for a short time. Kimok still couldn't comprehend that their bodies had separated. He closed and opened his eyes, unable to believe that all this had really happened. Yim Singyu explained to Changmin that this was his temporary body and that he couldn't leave Ojak in it, but the fire of his soul remained in the golden one. But now he could engage in other training that would be more useful to him than training with his friend. After everything that had happened, Juhi behaved strangely, becoming capricious and unwilling to help the newcomer or waste time on long explanations. She said that the two of them were getting in the way and that they should go to training. She didn't answer questions about where to go or whether the golden boy could manage on his own. She only warned that their energy had been divided and needed to be used up quickly, but even after hearing this, Changmin wanted to feel the wind in his face. He rose into the air and saw a statue of a bird. He descended to get a closer look, thinking he would never see such a sculpture anywhere else. Flying through the sky above Ojak, he noticed 3 more such statues. The stone crows were placed on all 4 sides of the world. He knew that their role was to support the huge and complex barrier of Ojak, which had prevented the invasion of predators during the Great War. As long as this protective dome remained intact, no enemy could enter Ojak, not even those known as the Seven. If only he had known that an attack was being prepared at the dojo and that monsters were gathering for a meeting. Would they really take Ojak this time? The boss himself had said so. Discussing how the place chosen for the attack was filled with higher souls, one of them asked about the likelihood of a counterattack. Another laughed and teased that the bastards were just afraid of people. Who was he and to whom did he say that? Those sitting down jumped up, preparing for a fight, but the mocker replied calmly, "Isn't he right?" But the leader of the Kani clan intervened, promising that those who started the fight would end badly. And there was no need to be surprised by his arrival, for about 100 years had passed. In the name of a great cause, they had gone this far this time. The leader of this group, Yon Ik, had been here for a long time. Hearing a familiar voice, he said that Kani had also arrived and that it might be time to start negotiations. The disciples greeted Changmin unfriendly. Could it be that the partner of the Golden Brat wanted to train with them? But without answering them, he approached his mentor. Mihi warned him that it might be difficult at first, but Changmin dismissed it as a waste of time, confident in his control. Hearing his words, the guys laughed, saying that it was a repeat of the fight with Jin Tae. Everything was just like that time. The guy with the cup didn't think anyone would take it so seriously. Was he just laughing at this cup of energy filled with fire? He repeated that the cup was used for intensive control training, and if there was more or less energy than needed, the flame wouldn't ignite. It's hard to see from the outside, but it's actually quite difficult, and they'd be happy if Chan Min's cup didn't explode. But the guy loaded the required amount of energy and the flame lit up. Mihi was surprised at how well he did the task, calling him talented. But the mockers saw nothing unusual in this. They could do the same size M with practice, but he wouldn't have enough energy for size SS. But then Changmin declared that size L was too easy for the cup and lit a flame of size XL. The detractors were surprised. Could they really be witnessing a super expert? One of them reproached his comrades for considering the newcomer a fool, but he himself had also mocked him. Admiring Changmin's successful completion of the tasks, Miha asked him where he had learned this, and he replied that he had learned it on the street. The test had always been good because of his practical experience, so she said she was calm about Kimok because the test was important for his training. However, Changmin didn't know if he should agree with her answer. Unlike him, the golden-blooded boy had trained with a secret source, and his work was going terribly. An hour had passed since the start of training, and Juhi's patience snapped. She blurted out that of all her students, Yoon Golden was the most hopeless. The monster created from a drop of his blood not only showed no aggression, but even moved sluggishly. However, Yim Singyu was more optimistic and suggested trying again. Since Hube could clearly see the purple glow on the chest of the test subject, the mentor ordered him to aim at that target and shoot. Kimok followed the order, but for some reason the bullet deviated from its intended direction and shot upward in a sharp arc. This was not intentional, and the student acknowledged some clumsiness in his control, unlike his release. But Ju-hee yelled that there was no point in moving forward with just a statement of clumsiness. You can't start training from the middle. The loser himself admitted that the result was strange because everything seemed normal, even in fights without Chang-min. Perhaps it was because he was shooting without thinking about it, but even after a series of shots at the monster, the bullets still deflected. Jo-hee cursed and reproached her student for not being able to do it, but he replied that he wasn't happy either and that he might be making a mistake somewhere. Calling it a talent for missing, Yim Sing-yu wanted to advise him to get closer, but then why use a gun if the distance is so short? But maybe he was just out of shape today, because Ki-mok knew that the shooting results were different from that time, even though Chang-mina wasn't there. And Yim Sing-yu decided that if it wasn't always like that, then it probably didn't matter, and began to reason. With such an ability to release flames, its size is very large, and a huge object is easier to control. But in this training, a precise strike was needed, and it helped reveal poor control, and the protective barrier in that area reduced the energy. The Predator's energy absorption could have had an effect, but the only news for the student in all this was the large amount of energy and good release. He asked Ju-hui what to do, because without minimal control, nothing made sense. But she didn't know, noting that the week had already begun. Maybe they knew some kind of life hack or something similar. If they explained the theory, it should help. Yim Sing-yu was delighted. Golden was doing well at school, and Ju-hee decided that things would work out if she explained something like the essence of it. But despite several hours of practice after the explanation, he still couldn't get it right, and the top student was upset to the point of tears. The senior student laughed, explaining that control is felt with the tips of the fingers, like in basketball when you can't shoot with the perfect posture. At least the energy was being used up quickly, but Ju-hee was tired of watching and left, telling the student to practice on his own and come back every 2 hours. Before leaving, she announced that if Golden didn't learn control, he would have to forget about perception. Cursing, Kai-mok blurted out why they were only given a week instead of a year, but immediately consoled himself that it would take no more than a month. But Ju-hee had only allocated a week for the technique. Didn't he find it strange that the master hadn't mentioned this method of training? The apprentice suggested that the old man didn't want to reveal the easy way, but the reason was that the energy source was not all-powerful. With frequent repetition of recovery in the flame, impurities form. If there are few of them, the fire manages to clean itself, but if there are many, it enters a dormant phase. Then only vital processes are maintained, and all other activities cease. Even a short period of rest can last 100 years. Did Golden understand her thought? If he did not receive perception within 7 days, he would not be able to acquire it for the rest of his life. The whole problem is in control. Finishing her speech, Ju-hui flew away, rustling the leaves of the trees as she left. The younger disciple continued to train alone, and the reflections of his flames were reflected in the spring where Chang-min had found him. He conveyed the request that starting tomorrow, they would have to do the work that Jin-tae had been doing. Then he said that it wasn't very difficult and that he would do everything himself, but asked if Ki-mok was okay, and Ki-mok replied that he was fine, asking why he was asking. Chang-min replied that he had just seen his friend standing there laughing all alone and wanted to make sure he wasn't going crazy. Ki-mok was ashamed to remember his defeat in the fight with Jin-tae, but it also motivated him even more. His bluff had become reality and was no longer a bluff. He was determined to master all 3 aspects of energy control and knew that nothing could stop him. He shouted that it was nothing compared to that arrogant green-haired clown. Every day, he would leave everyone behind and devote himself entirely to training. Meanwhile, Chan-min continued to train with the energy cups. But no matter how hard Ki-mok tried or how loud he yelled, he didn't make any progress. The guy recovered, and spent his energy again, and 4 days passed in this cycle. 2 days before the deadline, Chang-min was sitting alone in the dining room when Yim Sing-yu approached him and told him that Ki-mok probably wouldn't be coming to eat. Jo-hee didn't understand why they continued to watch this guy's training. He was so ridiculous that watching him was truly painful. Hyo-jin joined the conversation, noticing that she hadn't heard the master yell like that in a long time, and it was all because of their stupid antics. It was good that it ended with just an order to keep an eye on him to prevent dangerous situations, but their conversation was interrupted by Hyun-yeon's footsteps. He wanted Chang-min to help him train, and Hee-jin chimed in that she was also looking for Lee because of the rumors about his talent. The guy was becoming popular, and Ju-hee asked if something terrible would happen if he didn't help his friend. Chang-min believed that nothing would happen because on the very first day, he had given his classmate a lot of advice. The people eating lunch next to them were still discussing Ki-moka, saying that he had no talent and was just wasting his golden blood. Yim Sing-yu wanted to scold the gossips, but Chang-min said that the defender was no better himself and that it was normal for Ki-moka. He had always been clumsy around people, and there were people like that. From early childhood, he had neither talent nor ability. He couldn't do origami, jump rope, or play the flute. His clumsiness manifested itself in everyday and obvious things. Therefore, the boy was not interested in anything. But one day, after an accident, he approached a friend and asked him to teach him how to study. He wanted to excel not in any particular subject, but in all of them at once and pass the test. After that, he threw himself into his studies and sat up late into the night poring over his textbooks. He didn't respond to teasing or invitations to go to a pizzeria, sending his classmates away for fear of forgetting everything he had managed to memorize. Jo-hee said that she also shut up the children who laughed at her, and perhaps his diligence paid off. But according to Chon-min, Ki-mok only scored half the points in English and Korean, and about 32 points in math. Only in the memory test did he score 100 points, which was a natural result for someone who had never studied before. His classmates teased him, saying that he was just as lazy as they were, and with all his efforts, he had scored even less than them, only 32 points. But the boy was not discouraged and said that a miracle had happened and that he too could pass the tests. And so, by persevering step by step, he managed to achieve first place not only in his school, but also in the country, which means he has talent. So there was no need to worry about him. He was fine. Yim Sing-yu decided that his talent was probably just hidden. Instead of lunch, Ki-mok enjoyed a shower and thought sadly that he would soon have to get wet again. But when he heard the sound of footsteps, he rushed out into the street and found out that a fight was going on at the third playground right now. Shouts rang out that the event was supposed to be scheduled for tomorrow and that the battle of the best students couldn't be missed. He rushed after the runners and finding himself in a noisy crowd, looked around with interest. What a huge training ground! Stunned, he didn't immediately notice Chon-min and Jin Tae standing nearby. His friend did not hide his surprise at how he had found out, given that he had been at the source for days. Jin Tae said that such an important fight should interest everyone, as it was in fact the last match, not counting the demonstrations. But Ki-mok started asking about the match, shocking both of them with how he could have come without knowing anything. The guy explained that the atmosphere was like a fight and they probably wanted to see something useful for training. Jin Tae explained that there are fights between students at the end of each year. They are training matches, but prizes are awarded. Once every 100 years, the first and second place winners can fight for a promotion. Chon-min added that this was the final stage necessary to become an official master, but only the winner received the prize. It turns out that his friend found out about this in just a few days by asking around, even though time is all he has. Jin Tae said that one finalist had already been determined. It was Cheon Chonu, who had been in the lead for a record amount of time. In a calm guy with a great figure, Ki-mok recognized the one who helped the master explain the three main aspects of energy. Second place will be decided in a match between Choi Hyun-young and Mi-hee, who already seemed to have started the fight with a verbal exchange. Mi-hee shouted at her opponent to take back her words, or else she would get angry. But Hyun-young intended to keep repeating that her training method was too weak and soft, which was evident even from her ranking. That's only if you're watching from the sidelines. First, you need to look at his outdated Spartan training method. This guy with his completely tasteless glasses hates his students. Meanwhile, Mi-hee imagines herself as the master's assistant, attracting students. They stood next to each other, glaring at each other, and a sparking arc crackled between them. The emotions of the two were so heated that when Chan suggested they start, they agreed in unison to do it right now. The referee called them to calm down, saying that if they both wanted it so much, the match would start right now. Chanu scratched the back of his head with his left hand and, placing his hands on the floor, marked a circle separating the combatants from the spectators. The next moment, a fiery barrier appeared above the border. A transparent energy dome appeared above the barrier. Chang-min commented that the young man was cooler than the old man, and that with the level of training of the semi-finalists, a barrier was definitely necessary. Mickey exclaimed that her method was not gentle but stable, and pulling a pendant from her bosom, she announced that she would prove it here. The summoned spirit exclaimed joyfully that now they would fight the nerd, even though he had given up hope of living to see this day. Pointing her fingers at the crystal, she initiated a soul connection. Grinning maliciously, Ibi fidgeted a little around her hand and turned into a giant wolf hunter who had greatly frightened Kimoka on the day he arrived in Ojak. The disciples froze in awe, admiring the girl's spirit. But why had he grown so much since that day? Changmin suggested that he had lacked energy back then. Knowing that the beast was capable of even stealing fire, Kimok believed that even a very strong opponent would have difficulty dealing with it. But Hyun-young did not lose his composure and soared into the air, swooping down on the wolf from above. Lifting her head, Mi-hee watched in amazement as he rushed forward, brandishing his curved saber. He swung and slashed the Great Spirit, flattening its body across the arena. Then he told his spirit that his opponent had started the fight the moment the barrier rose, so there was no point in talking to her anymore. His spirit, Mukyon, saw this and agreed. At the spot where the wolf fell, there was an explosion surrounded by Hyunyon's flames. He himself fell to one knee and, bending slightly, summoned a soul connection called the Flaming Wings. They looked like simple twin swords, but in reality, they were copies of the original Dokaibi club sword. Such a pair could release twice as much energy, and with this tool, he rushed at the enemy. But the wolf was already recovering from the blow, covering his mistress with fire and asking where the guy was rushing off to without having any fun. Mihi bent her arm in front of her, summoning the Art of the Wolf. Shui crossed his sabers in front of him and summoned the Art of Wings as a countermeasure. The wolf was already back on its feet and in full combat readiness. It raised its head and howled fiercely. Hyunyon attacked again, but Mihi was not asleep either, and some of their flames crossed. Each of them passed slightly through the other, and Mihi's blue flames surrounded her opponent on both sides, swelling before him like a veil of light and dust. Hyunyon's flames were mainly concentrated in front of the girl and the wolf, digging a trench of stones between them. Jin Tae was pleased to see a very rare phenomenon called a soul connection, especially between two masters who were seriously determined. At the police station that day, emotions were also running high. He so exclaimed that it was madness, while Dae-il wondered why she looked so terrible. Dae-young explained that her angry expression was normal for her, but she screamed that 99% of her stress was because of them and threatened to sew their mouths shut. Dae-il asked if she had dealt with the rumors and why it was still unknown where Click was. This was a difficult problem because even if they got rid of one figure of that level, someone else would take his place. The best option was to come up with a control network, and they had almost managed it, so the owners didn't have to overexert themselves. That's good news, but what should they do now since Kwan Ho had been on patrol almost all night? That's unfortunate, but unlike him, she needs sleep, although she has so much paperwork that she will have to work overtime today. But the owners didn't hide how many traitors there were in Kana, and they knew that so many didn't know, said Jin Kwan Ho as he entered the room. He even took care of the guys from Kanbuku, but a newly formed faction called the Nine Moon Dragons was gaining strength. They had appeared yesterday and today. What does he want to say? But Kwan Ho assumed that no one would believe him. He presented the head of the bastard from the aforementioned faction, and Hee Su screamed, "Why is this here? Take it away!" How did he manage to get information about Kangbuk without her? Jo Eun-su's voice rang out, saying that she had helped the owner get down from the windowsill and approach the people talking. But unfortunately, that wasn't enough. Heo-su took out a cigarette and stared at the owner, clearly not understanding what was going on. Jo Eun-su reminded her of the fight with Fang, which showed that they needed to become stronger. She didn't want to use this method, but it was necessary for them to meet that person. Hee-su was against it, not knowing who they would have to face in Gangnam, and they were planning to leave. Jo Eun-su promised that it wouldn't be for long and that they would return before Ki-mok arrived. The boss decided that they were simply refusing, and she couldn't imagine what would happen in their absence if danger arose. However, Dae-young asked her to let them go with him, saying that Dae-il was safe enough in Gangnam, so they should go and not worry. How dare he ignore the boss? What if Klevk shows up again? Dae-il said that Klevk won't show up yet because of his wounds, and they will strengthen their forces in the meantime. Hee-su was still against it. Her boss would kill her, and she had already been demoted and had her salary cut for 6 months because of the destroyed school. The leader of the neighboring group arrived later than her, and he had already been promoted. You know how she feels when he comes to brag under the guise of helping. Dae-il said he didn't want to know, but even if that was the case, they had already left. The boss yelled that everyone would die without them and ordered them to return. Dae-il laughed and noted that he so liked being teased. Dae-young advised his friend not to get involved and just think like him. Meanwhile, in Ojak, the battle for the right to fight Chon Chonu continued. Ibi growled and attacked his opponent with energy. He sliced through her and rushed headlong from a height toward her. The spectators watched in awe at the stunning battle of souls. At the same time, the wolf always managed to protect his mistress. The fighters exchanged techniques on equal terms, but the apprentice noticed that Master Choi seemed increasingly tired and exhausted. Mai He, mocking his fighting spirit, already believed she was winning the duel. Ki-mok also did not understand what was happening. Why Hyun-yon, with similar skills, was no longer attacking but only defending himself. The reason turned out to be the incompatibility of the opponents, which was reported to Yoon by Singyu and Ju-hui, who had approached him. Mihi was able to take some of her opponent's energy, although it was only a small amount, and with his enormous reserves, Golden didn't really feel it. But Hyun-yong's energy is his weak point. He is the complete opposite of Ki-mok in terms of reserves. Therefore, He used to defeat Mihi mainly in short fights and targeted her personally, but now she understands this. Now, the guy still used the double technique of combining his own energy with that of the spirit, but he did not respond to direct attacks. He only repeated small attacks, but they became quite slow and couldn't cause any damage. Perhaps he was trying to reduce his flame consumption and exhaust his opponent's strength. The wolf howled, sending rings of fire, and the whistling blows of the cutting blades collided, scattering blue and white-purple clumps. Hyun Yeon-chan was already drenched in sweat and suffering from shortness of breath, and Manu thought he would be the first to exhaust himself. Mihi asked him if he would repeat his words about her training method, even though she already considered victory hers. Ibi also tried not to jump too much, sitting with dignity and sending out fiery spirals accompanied by a furious wind that tore stones from the ground. The four-eyed fighter moved to a standing position and, no longer swinging his bats, crossed them, coughing. Chan saw that the fighter was not approaching but keeping his distance, conserving his energy, which fit perfectly into Miha's victory scenario. Ki-mok said that it was a tough fight, but was it unfair to his opponent? Jo-hee found it amusing to see the nerd in glasses getting beaten up, and only Jong-min suspected that things might end differently. Hyun-yeon stood with his chest covered by his blades and remembered his sister Hyun. As the girl lay on the floor, he asked her to get up, but she couldn't and told him to run away. Monsters were approaching them, and one of them asked what to do with this child since this wasn't the prey they were looking for. They discussed whether it was against the blood rule and whether it would be cheating to eat her. But they decided that nothing would happen if they left no traces, and who cares about the Dokaibi King and his rules? But then a guy who was nearby came over to check out the noise, and the monsters attacked the innocent kids. The predators were distracted by him and left Hyun-yeon alone. The stranger started fighting them and ended up winning. He was like a ray of bright light piercing the darkness, and perhaps that is why Che became his disciple. The stranger asked the boy if he was okay, and then asked if he was going to apologize. He said that Hyun-yeon couldn't protect his sister because he was weak. Those words should have angered him, but for some reason, they touched him. Mihi decided that his opponent was so weak that he couldn't use proper technique. By dragging out the fight, he doomed himself, and it was time to fight face to face. Ibi was also itching to fight and had been waiting for these words for a long time. Choi's disciples noticed that she had gone on the offensive and were worried that their master's strength was running out. But he had been waiting for this moment and smiled at her carelessness. Could the girl really be so absorbed that she forgot to look around? The guy suddenly straightened up and lowered his sabers, from which jets of flame burst forth. His opponent was surprised where he had gotten so much energy so suddenly. Yu Hui was the first to figure it out, and, to the surprised cries of her master, said that he had scattered his fire across the arena. Mihi thought that he had no fire left and was waiting for the right moment. The only question was when he had managed to do it. Changming suggested that he had been scattering it in small portions from the beginning so that no one would notice. As a result, it wasn't a meaningless battle of attrition. He had planned it in advance specifically for this fight, tailored to his technique. Mickey shouted that if she was running out of energy, Ibi should crush him. A fireball formed from her spirit, a wolf technique, a bluish-white flame of Sirius framed by a ring of blue. But where was that wolf? He didn't have enough energy. There was no point in clinging to something that was already gone. Meanwhile, Hyun-yeon gathered his reserves in the arena using the fire lift technique. And now he was next to her and slashed her chest with his sword. No matter how many times she criticized him, he had his own way. Analyzing the outcome of the battle, Changmin said that both participants were incredible and their fire was very bright. But then Ki-mok approached him for help, wanting to try something. Discussing the participants of the duel, the three other students wanted to quickly reach their level and also enter the arena. One of them suggested going to the fire spring and practicing there unnoticed. And so the last day of the week that Yim Singyu had set aside for Ki-mok's training arrived, but he still hadn't learned. Discussing this, Ju Hui said that if you learn control, perception is not particularly difficult to master and can be done in just half a day. It was strange, because ordinary students in Jinte had quickly succeeded in this, so it seemed that training at the spring had been useless for him. Being kind-hearted, she didn't expect such an unfortunate result, but her partner believed that she was not to blame and that she didn't need to apologize. Hearing their chatter, Hee-jin thought that the two newbies were greatly underestimated, although Singyu considered Ki-moka to have messed up. But if he doesn't learn by the end of the day, he won't be able to achieve his goal of defeating Klika, and his dokebi level would remain the same. And if she didn't come to the cafeteria every day, she would feel mentally exhausted. But then Kimoka's voice rang out, asking for the snack he had eaten last time. Only in Ojok did he understand why the owners loved sweets so much. But then he immediately asked about the nutritional value of the product. Smiling, he continued that the food at home wasn't as tasty. Chang Min, replied that he should cook for himself then. Seeing him in a good mood, the older students were surprised that he wasn't worried at all. Johi began to apologize for her idea, but it seemed like they didn't care where they had been until late or what they were hiding. Or maybe the guy had already given up, but she decided to wait because everything would come out today anyway. Suddenly, everyone heard a noise that sounded like explosions. Running out into the street, the older student saw flashes in the direction of the source and rushed there. On the way, Hee-jin felt the energy of some idiots. What the hell were they doing in the forest where it was forbidden to go? Although Joo-hee didn't want to go there, Yim Sing-gyu didn't listen to her because they were almost there. And so they landed on the ground and ran toward the spring. There, ugly traders emerged from the boiling water and stood in front of them, while the dazed students called for help. Grabbing one of them by the collar, Hee-jin tried to find out what they were doing there. But the monster had already come so close that it was dangerous. Yim Sing-gyu drew his sword, but the predator was also armed. While his colleague dealt with the monsters, the girl asked the clueless students if they had dipped into the spring. Stammering with fear, they admitted that they had wanted to train there. But at their level, it was too early to think about such a method, and how long had they been in the water before these predatory strangers appeared? Don't keep quiet, because if they keep coming out, it could turn into a problem. The guy threw off the approaching predator and began to fight all three of them, wounding them. The apprentice said that the water didn't seem very hot to them, and that they managed to dip their heads all the way down into the thermal spring and immediately got out. Having dealt with his enemies, Yim Sing-gyu smiled, because now the master would most likely close this interesting place down completely. Having finished her interrogation, Hee-jin's eyes flashed and she noticed that since these creatures had crawled out, they had to be dealt with. She began to prepare for battle, spinning a spiral of blue energy at her feet, the wind ruffling her light cloak. From the soles of her slender feet, streams of flame rose upward in figure eights. Then she rushed forward, striking with her sharp boots, her red mane flying in the wind. When Yim Sing-gyu finally finished off the two with his sword, he thought it was all over. But the water in the spring boiled again, sending bursting bubbles to the surface and streams of flame rose from it. And then new monsters began to crawl out of the water, only now there were more than 3 of them. Calling the guys idiots, Hee-jin noted that they were all Ojak's students, and that once they had all dived in, they should prepare to face a dozen more. The 2 of them would be enough to handle that many. But besides that, they had to protect these unfortunate idiots. So she asked Ki Mocha to call someone, but for now, they had to stay quiet. However, the guys were so scared that they disobeyed her order and ran away from the place. Hearing the sound of human footsteps, the monsters noticed the students. They crouched down, pushed off the ground, and flew into the air, then chased after the 3 who were running away. What can we do with these idiots now? We can't catch them and it's useless to try. Seeing the chase, she wanted to send Yim Sing-gyu there, but he realized he wouldn't make it in time, because the monster had almost caught up with the guys and the scent of their prey was making it drool. The guys ran with all their might, but it was faster. Its shadow fell on them, and they screamed wildly. But suddenly, the owners saw another human figure nearby. The figure had his back turned to them, but they recognized Ki Mocha and wondered why he had returned. Quickly assessing the situation, he raised his weapon and took aim. After the promotion match, he called Chang Min, who thought that a solution had been found. But it turned out that the guy wasn't sure yet. He only assumed that the problem might be that he had too much energy. So he conducted an experiment with a hose, attached it to a faucet, and began to open the valve. He turned it slightly and said that he could easily control both the hose and the stream. But when he opened the valve completely, he could no longer control the hose because he could barely hold it in his hand, which was apparently the reason he couldn't control the fire. Chan Min said that the assumption was plausible, meaning that the guy would reduce the amount of energy he released, but he didn't want to lose his advantage. He was inspired by the master in glasses and wanted to keep his style. Perhaps that was the right way to go. Therefore, he wanted to try this option first, preparing in advance by choosing a direction and only then opening the water. Chang Min didn't object, but he still didn't understand how it would work in practice. Kimok replied that by preparing in advance, he would be able to use his enormous amount of energy. It was a simple solution, since he couldn't control his energy at the same time as releasing it. These actions had to be performed one at a time, separating one from the other. And now, the guy decided to put the analogy with the tap into practice, while Yim Sing-gyu wondered why Hoob was hesitating and not shooting right away. When blue balls appeared around the figure of the archer, the mentor realized that he was releasing energy. But why? But when the jet of fire flew and hit the flying monster, everything became clear. In order not to miss, Kimok released some of his energy in advance, as if paving the way for the subsequent strike, and solve the control problem. It turned out a little rough, but in this case, it was probably the only way to solve the problem. So that's the feeling of control that Yim Singyu was talking about. And now he has that intuition too, and he knows when to pull the trigger. He senses when the enemy is caught and it's time to release his flame. The beam of flame hit its target, shattering the beast's purple core, and it can no longer rise again. But what's this? After hitting one, the fireball turned and flew toward another target. That makes sense, considering that the predator wasn't alone in the chase. It would take too long to release a burst of energy before each shot, so the same fireball catches up with the other pursuer. However, after striking the second uninvited guest, the blue ball found a third target. After dispatching it, it curved and pierced the fourth. Soon, only bright flashes in the sky reminded us of the failed chase. Kimoka's mentors, at the end of the training week, stared in amazement at the excellent results achieved by their student. A Changmin smiled when he saw his friend's success. The top student had been right. After solving the problem with control through training at the fire source, it was not difficult for Kimoka to learn perception. This is a skill that all students in Ojak learn at the very beginning, and it is obviously easier to learn than merging souls. And sooner than he had expected, it was time to start using the results of his training. When his friends entered the training hall, orders were constantly being given to correct their form, remove something, or take food to the masters. Why was everyone so busy, and why was the instructor rushing the students? But then Yim Singyu saw them and told them to hurry up and follow him to the Great Hall. It was strange because he himself had forbidden them to go there, saying that it was a place reserved for the Grand Master's training. Had something changed? Judging by Juhui's excited appearance, something had changed. She shouted that the Grand Master had awakened. She explained that about 300 years ago, there was a war between the possessors and the traitors, in which each side tried to destroy the other. The possessors, who lived mainly in Asia, were pushed back from the west, and Ojak was on the defensive line. But when defeat seemed inevitable and morale was at its lowest, a brave man infiltrated the enemy camp and killed their leaders. This brave man turned out to be the fourth Grand Master of Ojak, their teacher. Summing up, Kimok called him a hero of the masters and a very distinguished person. But that's not all. Under the previous Grand Masters, Ojak was essentially a small dojo, and its current state is entirely due to the efforts of this master. Yim Singyu added that they should know the nickname of the current master, who is called the White Giant. Chang Minu became curious to see this character. In the Great Hall, a table was being prepared for the head of the dojo, and senior students were busy arranging appetizers. Seeing the pizza and chicken, the cause of all the commotion smiled ironically, realizing that he had become a dokebi and could not taste anything. Looking through the reports, he was surprised by the number of incidents that had occurred while he was asleep, but the old man had handled everything perfect. The White Giant did not listen to Gu Chul-cheol, who was trying to tell him about the recent activity and seemed rather petty to the newcomers. But Yim Singyu and Ju-hee ordered them to shut up and never speak of him that way. After all, he had become a master at an early age, and therefore this was a painful subject for him. The recent earthquakes in Korea were provoked by the master's anger over this word. Could such a thing really happen? Kimok noticed that the White Giant had a human personality and wondered if he had a partner, a tokaibi. Yim Singyu replied that this partner was right in front of them. It turned out to be Gu Chul-cheol, and only then did Kimok and Chang Min notice his legs. Hearing the surprised exclamations, the Grand Master turned his attention to the newcomers, and the old man said that they had arrived on the recommendation of Dai Il and Dai Yong. This was the child with golden blood. Noting Kimok's good foundation, the White Giant said that according to Dai Il, he had not been trained anywhere, which meant that his grandfather had done a good job. But Gu Chul-che believed that, in addition to his guidance, the student had a strong will and was striving to become stronger in order to defeat Fang. The funny little boy wanted to defeat the green-haired man, but more on that later. The master said he was full and wanted to move on to the usual routine. He stood up and walked to the middle of the hall, and the 5 senior students flew into the air and began to attack him. They attacked each with their own weapon. Yim Singyu with a club, Mihai with a sword, and Wolchara. Yun Yeon with 2 sabers, Park Hee-jin in pointed boots, and finally, Cheon Cheonnu with his athletic build and powerful fists. Their blows caused explosions and whistling winds, flames flashed, and stones flew, while the Grandmaster gave advice to each participant. Mihi should try to reduce his dependence on Ibi so as not to get stuck on one thing and stop developing. Singyu should become less predictable in his movements and listen to Ju Hui's opinion. Hee-jin should add variety to his attacks, even though healing has become his main activity. Yun Yan is doing well to conserve energy given his characteristics, but it is better not to fall behind. Ajun is almost perfect, having gotten rid of the flaws that were mentioned last time. Ki-mok and Chang-min watched as the white giant fought all the best students at once while training them. When he was done with the best, he offered the rest of them to touch him as a reward, which could be a treasure or even a promotion to senior student. Of course, encouraging themselves with shouts, everyone rushed into battle, but after 30 minutes, they left the hall without having achieved anything. Ki-mok decided it was his turn and said he was tired of watching from the sidelines. But the master first wanted to talk, to find out his name, age, and strengths. Ki-mok replied that he was 17 years old, liked the reading room with free ramen, disliked the teacher who gave tests, and was capable of learning well. Chang-min kept his age a secret and said that he liked to take naps and could probably learn quickly. When asked about his level in class, the honor student replied that he didn't play games. But in the interviewer's opinion, games were the easiest way to get to know a person. However, Chang-min called himself a forester and his friend a top student, and the master decided that it would not be easy with them and therefore did not want to take them as students. Ki-mok didn't understand why, since their motto was to become stronger when upset, and that they could talk to Chang-min if they needed to pay for training. But the Grand Master, with hundreds of years of status in Ojak, had seen many times how his students, intoxicated by their power, had gone down the wrong path. And most of them were hostile towards others. The desire to win is a good motivator, but it can also plunge you into darkness if you take the wrong actions. Once the goal is achieved, strength loses its meaning, and it will be difficult to resist the temptations of those predators who will appear in the future. After all, in the end, it could mean the destruction not only of a couple of masters, but of the entire Dokebi world. And the Grand Master concluded that it would be better to get rid of Kimoka immediately. Hearing these words, the young man was confused. He stood in front of the leader Ojak and did not understand what was happening. The latter strangely stretched out his right hand, palm down. Suddenly, some force knocked the guy down and pinned him to the floor. The feeling was the same as when he encountered the Phantom Fang and couldn't use his flame. He decided to use his perception to understand what was happening. He saw that he was covered by an invisible energy like a cap. He tried to resist and even got down on all fours, but that was all he could do. His former power was gone and exhausted, he fell to the floor. His tormentor demanded a guarantee that he would not stray from the path and was worthy of the power of golden blood. Chanmin intervened, and placing his hand on the master's shoulder, said that he was going too far and that there was a limit to jokes. However, the master had no intention of stopping. Could his partner really have taken this as a joke? At the half-open door, Hee-jin was talking to Gu Chol-cheol. The girl giggled and said that the test had begun. The old man noted that this was not a simple test of skills. All those who failed were expelled from Ojak. Why was it so difficult, like selecting the best students? Was it because of his golden blood or because he felt he had the necessary qualities? Gu Kyol-che said that if he answered incorrectly or couldn't handle the pressure, he wouldn't pass the test. But would he have enough willpower and strength? If he fails, he will indeed be crushed, and if he was called because of the likelihood of such an outcome, then she cannot resurrect the dead. Jiang Min asked her to stop this torture. He had been watching his friend and knew that he would not switch sides. But the white giant considered Dokebi too noisy because no one had asked him. He covered the annoying person with a transparent hood so that no sounds could escape. Knowing that he had to help, Chang Min tried to break out of the cage, but all his efforts were in vain. Continuing to pressure the test subject with the field, the Grand Master was aware of the harshness of his method but believed it was necessary. But Ki-mok was tired of this charade, of being treated like shit and told that power without a purpose was useless. Getting down on all fours, he said that he didn't understand complicated things and didn't have much determination. The white giant saw that the kid wasn't going to give up and wasn't exhausted. He decided to become strong, not because he was upset or wanted revenge, not so he could quickly return to his studies. Nor was it for the sake of existing in a world of dokebi or defeating someone. It was much more prosaic. He wanted to become strong in order to protect himself. But his opponent sneered and shouted that those were just words. The guy stood up and saw this whirlwind of foreign energy and remembered Chan's words that you can perceive it as your own and reflect it to defeat someone stronger. He knew he had to see the entire foreign flow through and release the necessary amount of energy. Changmin guessed that his friend wanted to use reflection. And sure enough, Ki-mok was already standing firmly on his feet and swung properly. He lunged forward with his foot and throwing his arm forward said, "Catch it back!" The observers at the door saw that the guy had deflected the Grandmaster's attack and had only just learned how to do it. Then the trainee asked to be taught, and then he would show that he would follow through on his words and destroy all those who were on the wrong path. He stood and waited for an answer, while the entire horizon was obscured by clouds of flame. "How is it going, mentor? Did the guy overdo it with the deflection?" Finally, he heard that he had gone a little too far, but he had passed the test. The Great Master appeared from behind for some reason and ordered him to come to this hall every morning. He added that he would personally train him so that he could defeat Fang. Kimok was so happy that he couldn't hide his excitement. Then he approached his partner and said that he was touched by his feelings. But Changmin joked that when a friend dies, the winner is as good as dead. Gu Tiolche noticed that he had probably worried for nothing, as these students were different from Dae-yeon and Dae-il, but his partner thought they were similar. The white giant didn't know what to expect from them, but he wanted the wishes of the gods of Ojak to come true. After testing the newcomers in the dojo, everyday life continued as usual. Kimok went to the Great Hall, but when Jin-tae saw this, he became jealous. Jo-hee trained the students so hard that they literally collapsed after training. Among them was Jin-tae, and one day Yim Sing-yu asked him why he looked so down and why he was making so many mistakes. Duke explained that his partner was upset because Kai-mok had beaten them, but managed to get personal training with the Grandmaster. Now his strength was growing every day. Of course he worked hard, but his golden blood gave him an advantage at the start. Jin-tae had been in Ojak for 4 years, while this upstart had been there for just over a month. Yim Sing-yu said that in the absence of talent, a student can simply defeat his opponent in battle if his goal is to become the strongest. Maybe that's why the master asked why they wanted to become stronger, and what Jin-tae replied. The guy said he wanted to save innocent people who were being attacked. Then let Golden go ahead. He won't get in the way of saving people, so there's no reason to be discouraged. The Great Master also had to convince his senior students of his decision, repeating once again that he had canceled the promotion fight. Without any fight, he promoted his senior student Cheon Cho-nu to master, and there would be no grand ceremony. He announced the cancellation of the match with Cheon Cho-nu in front of all 5 of them sitting in the Great Hall. Thinking sadly about the amount of work that had piled up because of Ki-mok, the Grand Master announced that he had decided this for various reasons. But Hyun-yong could not accept this decision and did not understand how a long-standing decision could be cancelled so easily. Although Yim Sing-yu urged him to calm down, the young man asked for an explanation as to why this verdict had been handed down without a fight. Why was it Cho-nu who got the promotion and not him? The mentor replied that everyone in the room knew the answer, and after withstanding his students' intense gaze, he added that Chan-woo was stronger. Why hadn't he been given a chance, knowing the reasons for his desire to become a teacher? But there was nothing more to add to the answer, and the white giant walked toward the exit, calling Chan-woo to follow him. Yun-yeon tried in vain to stop him, but his words were wasted. The next day, Mi-hee, Yim Seong-gyu, Hee-jin, and Ju-hee discussed the news of the cancellation of the final battle at the table. Hee-jin came straight from the hospital and asked about Hyun-yeon. She learned that there had been no joint training. Because the guy had locked himself in his room and hadn't come out since yesterday, Ju-hee and her partner spent that time training their students. Yim Sing-yu understood perfectly well why he hadn't shown up, because from his point of view, there was no longer any reason to appear in the hall. Mi-hee asked why the master had come to Ojak. Arriving at the dojo later than the other senior students, the girl did not know that Hyun-yeon wanted to avenge his dead sister, which Yim Sing-yu told her. Mi-hee did not know such details, but then most likely the guy needed Ojak's treasure to take revenge. Hearing that the official instructor had access to the treasure, Yim Sing-yu guessed why the finalist was more persistent than any of them. But Hee-jin considered Chuna a serious problem for the unlucky contender, as the athlete was constantly increasing his strength. At the same time, the winner did not use his spirit. Could his secret really be in his closed eyes? However, Hee-jin didn't want to believe it, assuming that Hyun-yeon was going through a difficult time and suggested leaving him alone. Meanwhile, the hero of their discussion sat in his room talking to his spirit. He still couldn't come to terms with the cancellation of the final match and still refused to believe it. Agreeing with him, Moo-kyun considered the cancellation of the fights to be a disregard for the traditions of Ojak, but perhaps that was what the Grandmaster wanted. Yun-yong ordered the spirit to be quiet, saying that it was impossible to end it this way, that he would not accept it. As if in response, a crow landed on the windowsill and tapped on the glass. It had a letter in its beak. After Cho was appointed official master, everything in Ojak seemed to be going as usual, except for the heavy atmosphere that reigned there. But it seemed that this problem was not one that newcomers should get involved in. They could only train, so they concentrated on that. The training took place outdoors and on an individual basis. Ki-mok threw small fireballs, which flew like short arrows toward the teacher. He also operated with streams in the form of long rods, which the master preferred to deflect with beams fired from his feet. One of these clusters bounced off a tree near where the student was standing. Following the blue fire thrown by the student, a white bundle flew from the teacher and there was an explosion. The mighty tree began to fall on the Great Master. The master managed to jump out of the way and the tree fell nearby without harming him. He looked around anxiously, worried about the other participant in the training. But he was no fool either, and perched on a branch of another tree, he was already preparing another burst of flame. After preparing the desired amount, he directed it in the right direction. But there was already a barrier there, and the flying rings broke apart, turning into clouds of flame. And of course, the master did not hesitate for a moment with his counterattack. Summing up the battle, Ki-mok was dissatisfied that he was just a little too late. He needed to be faster, but Chang Min blamed himself for losing control. Another time, while running away, the Grandmaster shouted that today his student would not hit him even once. But as he rushed after him, the boy replied that there was still the whole day ahead. He was determined not only to catch up, but also to catch his teacher. The latter thought that even though he was teasing the boy, he was making surprisingly quick progress in his training. During the test, he noticed that the boy had mastered the basics of control and awareness, and the power of release caused by his overwhelming energy was clearly noticeable. In addition, he possessed combat instincts acquired through practice and could think several steps ahead. He had the soul of a veteran inside him, but even so, his level was much higher than that of someone with less than a year of experience. But then the pursuer stumbled and fell to his knee, slowing the chase. Then the spirit came to the rescue, saying he would replace his partner. He lifted the guy into the air and sped off in his place. With his arms outstretched and leaning forward, Ki-mok was no longer running but flying like a bird. Watching the young fighter, the Grandmaster was convinced that golden blood was a wonderful thing. It gave the young man courage, strength, and quick recovery. But most of all, he liked the boy's gaze, his attentive eyes betraying someone who was eager to gain as much knowledge as possible. The apprentice finally caught up with his mentor and swung, but the latter was faster and dodged. Maybe the youngster would get lucky, but not this time. Dodging the blow, the white giant tripped his student, who began to fall. His flames missed his opponent and knocked stones out of the rock. The master called after him that the fighter still had a long way to go. Night fell, and although Ki-mok boasted that he was still able to train, the master saw that they were completely exhausted and summed up the results. He divided the students' shortcomings into two parts, the first of which was the inability to fight in close combat. This was because the boy used a dokebi, a firearm effective at a distance, as a weapon, but at close range, he simply swung his fists blindly. Apparently, the student knows this but does not like close combat, so his fighting style boils down to monotonous shooting from a distance. Ki-mok wondered if this meant he needed to change weapons, as he had heard that the dokebi club was capable of anything. But Chang Min saw the difficulty in that it would take a long time to get used to a new type of weapon. The Grandmaster advised them to just listen to him for now. Their second problem was the lack of a special attack. Hearing the new term, the senior student even straightened up despite his fatigue. Chang Min assumed that a special technique meant shouting before striking, as he had seen in the fight between Mi-hee and Hyun-yeon. But the essence was not in shouting, although from a technical point of view the name was necessary and simplified the creation of an image in the mind. A special technique can help you move into an advantageous position and even turn the tide of battle. It is an individual secret weapon. In other words, a special technique is a unique strategy that leads to victory, and its presence in battle significantly influences the outcome of the fight. The Great Master asked Ki-mok if he had ever encountered an opponent whose abilities were unknown. He replied that he had, hiding and watching the fight and analyzing the situation until he understood the enemy's abilities. The teacher said that this was not bad, but it was not always possible, as the enemy did not always appear when expected. In such situations, it does not matter what the enemy's strength is. If you use a special technique, you will still win, so your life or death depends on its presence. The next day, the mentor announced to Ki-moku that training would begin on creating a special technique using not only his and his grandfather's powers, but also those of their students. The senior student was delighted that he would finally get what gave the owners of the Canem a combat advantage. Chang Mina was more concerned about the lack of close combat skills. Could this really be compensated for by creating a special technique? However, instead of addressing this issue, the Grandmaster planned to begin preparations for the grand ceremony as they had mastered 3 aspects. Over the next few days, the disciples took turns helping the newcomers with their training. Ki-mok rehearsed his victory cry and came up with a special technique, initially calling it the Great Fireball. He set up targets and fired his fiery whirlwind at them, but Hee-jin said that the long name was not suitable for use in battle. Chang Min couldn't see the difference between it and a simple, powerful shot. Then the guy rose into the air, scattered the flames like feathers, and called it the blue pair of wings. Although Yim Singyu thought the move was cool, Ju Hui considered it impractical because the guy had simply shaped the fire. Then he decided to simply gather all his strength into a huge ball and lift it up. Mi-hee found it quite amusing but also impractical for use, since it took 20 minutes to construct such a figure. The guy promised to do it in 10 minutes next time, but even that seemed like a problem to Chang Minu. Things weren't going very smoothly, but he could see his friend's skills improving thanks to the training and the fun atmosphere. But he didn't neglect his studies. But if before the high school student had strived to be the best in school, now the cramming was tiring, and he felt that his results in the second semester would drop. After all, he couldn't even watch online lectures because the internet was only available in the White Giant's room. And every night, he played computer games using words that were strange for his age. Thinking about a special approach, Kimok asked Chang Min to give him a couple of ideas, describing it as something simple, colorful, and effective. In his opinion, the technique should be classic and familiar, but at the same time modern and effective. The spirit spoke of the similarity of the techniques used by almost all the owners, saying that they seemed to enhance weapons and that the names consisted of 1 or 2 words. The guy thought about it and asked what Chang Min's weapon was like. Had he forgotten to mention it? His club was dokebi, but he didn't have time to finish. The conversation was interrupted by Jin Tae, who was holding a letter from Gangnam. The message had arrived just a couple of minutes earlier. It was from Dae-il, reminding him that 2 months had passed since the guy's departure and that winter was approaching, as evidenced by the cold breeze. The beginning sounded like the principal's speech at the beginning of the school year, but then he wrote that Klika had not yet been found and that Kwan Ho and Yunsu had left to develop their strength. The writer believed that difficulties could not be avoided, but that past mistakes could be avoided, and he eagerly awaited Kimok's transformation. The senior considered the letter a good sign that would not allow him to relax. Since there was still time before dinner, he suggested coming up with a dozen ideas. Then he asked Juhee to tell him about the grand ceremony, and she realized that the boy would not leave her alone until she explained. She defined it as knowing the soul, which literally means meeting the soul face to face, but it was unclear what she meant by soul. Chan Min said that it meant their essence, dokebi. The great master asked if he had been told about the essence of the merging of souls. The guy said that he had heard that the dokaibi's club merged with the fire of the soul, becoming one, and thought that this was how they made their weapons stronger. Gu Kiol thought it was normal to understand it that way, although in reality it was more complicated. The White Giant said that dokebi weapons are created by human imagination precisely because the fire of the soul has merged with the essence of the dokebi. Even if a person gets along well with the spirit, the essence of the dokaibi, which is its core, can resist merging into one with the person. Changmin presented this as a reunion with one's inner dokebi nature and overcoming it with strength, which is how one can learn to merge souls. When Kimoka asked if he would have to fight the soul, he said that it was not necessary, as everyone had their own way. For example, Yim Singyu and Ju Hui climbed a cliff, Hyun Yuon ran out of a maze, and the Grand Master simply struck with all his might. Now, the newcomers must undergo this trial, and only after beginning it will they know what it will be like. On the way, the newbies discussed that the mentor would make a very picky entity, and the top student would make a good one. But enough talk, they had already entered. In the room were Mi-hee and Hee-jin, who had prepared everything. The Grand Master praised their work and told Kimok to sit in the center with his legs crossed. Isn't that dangerous? Last time, for example, they had to finish the process within 7 days. They told him that activating alone required a lot of strength and was dangerous, but in Ojak, they had eliminated the risk with a trick. Hai-jin placed her hand in the center of the glowing circle and suggested they begin. Jo-hee and Yim Sung-gyu sat in other circles with their palms on the floor. Kimok felt the place begin to fill with energy. The Grand Master said that success was almost impossible on the first try, but that they should think of it as a warm-up and not worry. Suddenly, the door flew open and a very bright light poured in. He squinted his eyes, so the senior covered them with his palm. Then he wondered where Chang Min had gone, since they were supposed to do something together. But someone's voice greeted him and said they were glad to see him. At the same time, Kimok continued to sit physically, but it was as if he had been transported to another dimension. The boy was gone for quite a while, and the others who were with him finally lost track of him. Hee-jin asked how much time had passed. Looking at her watch, Mi-hee said that 15 minutes and 46 seconds had passed. According to Singyu and Ju Hui, he should have already returned, especially since time passes faster inside and the first attempt lasts about 10 minutes. However, the Grand Master didn't know what this meant as he had never encountered such a delay before. Perhaps Kimok was simply afraid of being ridiculed if he came out too early. However, Gu Chol-che suggested that something unexpected had happened. Yim Singyu and Ju Hee said that Yoon always had problems, starting with his golden blood, and that he was an absurd person in general. Mi-hee asked what to do if something really bad happened inside, but Ibi suggested not interfering in the great ceremony, which represents a struggle with oneself. Gu Chol-che noted that they could only check the stability of the energy from outside and wait. But what was the Grand Master muttering about trying to link the golden blood to the great ceremony? He decided to step away for a moment to check something. If he was right, Ki Mok needed time to return, so at least one guardian should stay with him. At that moment, Chang Min also couldn't understand what had happened and why he had ended up in an empty space. And why can't he see his friend at the great ceremony no matter how many different kinds of trials there are? Could this be possible? Another strange thing was that he couldn't feel his dokebi flame, so where had he ended up? Suddenly, someone apologized and said that it was useless to look for that guy here, that he would take care of his trial personally, and that Chang Min should keep him company for now. Surprised by this unexpected turn of events, Lee wondered if this was really the person he had thought of. The figure that emerged from the bright light resembled Kimoka, and the guy shouldn't be surprised because this is their shared world. They shared the same body, so it was only natural that he looked like that. But Ki-Mok didn't hesitate, swung his arm and punched the insolent man. The blow was quite strong and the stranger flew back several steps, fell to the floor, and began to protest. What's wrong with this brawler? Why did he do that? But Ki-Mok called the question strange, saying that he was doing this to learn how to merge souls, that it was an internal struggle with himself. If he disobeyed, he would show the stranger what pain was. But the stranger replied that those words should have been said before the blow, not after. The guy is a global villain and has a primitive mindset, just like that man. But he wants to help his other half, but it seems that Ki-Mok is too early. Who is he to say such things? But the stranger grabbed the guy's arm to prevent another blow. He took control of the situation, so when he speaks, one must listen. Meanwhile, Chan Min's spirit, in the form of Ki-Mok, asked something else. Wasn't his interlocutor interested in finding out who he was? But Chan Min already guessed that he might have encountered the legacy of that guy, his ego expressed in golden blood. When asked how he knew, he said it was by process of elimination, since he was here and the fire was nowhere to be seen. The stranger was not Ki-Mok, although he looked similar, and only the high school student's golden blood could interfere. Besides, he himself had been there that day, and the spirit replied that he understood everything and that it had been a long time ago. It turns out that about 18 years have passed since their meeting, and how life likes to play friends. Chang Min said that instead of juggling puns, it would be better for Ego to answer the question. Does he want to ruin the ceremony, and will he be on Ki-Mok's side no matter what? Of course, the spirit would be on his side, which meant that Chang Min was his enemy, and he kicked the questioner in the chest. But the other had anticipated this and managed to defend himself with his hands. He managed to block the blow and not let himself be caught off guard. Bravo, Lee Chang Min, the champion from Gangnam. Or maybe it's better to call him that, even though the name is too old-fashioned now. Chang Min couldn't take the insult, ran away, and punched the insolent man in the face. An explosion rang out, scattering stones torn from the ground in all directions. Now, the veteran looked more like himself, an enemy pretending to be a friend, and his ego took up a fighting stance. But what does that mean? Ki-Mok asked his double, who wasn't finishing his sentence. And Ego replied that he knew everything about the two of them and about Chang Min, who was listed as a friend, but was actually watching the guy. And not just because of the golden blood and the desire to prevent the traitors from getting it, because there was an easier way to do that. One had to wonder why he was going to such lengths and living undercover among people. And from a careful look, he realized that Ki-Mok was ready to listen and said that it all started with his birth while he was lying in a crib. But the boy covered his ears with his hands and started screaming that he couldn't hear anything. Why do that? Ki-Mok replied confidently that, although they shared a body, his ego didn't know the most important thing, that the human half of their pair knew nothing about dokebi. And everyone they meet lacks common sense and doesn't notice this fact. Why should he believe the words of someone he didn't understand? He wouldn't let himself be misled and wouldn't listen to anything. But the ego wouldn't let up. How could anyone seriously think that a dokebi would protect a human for no reason and not even think about it? Of course, Ki-Mok thought about it, but he simply trusted him and is waiting for his friend to tell him about it himself someday. Did the alien really think he could trust someone who had separated him from Chang Min and started slandering him? It all seemed like a joke. Oublier grabbed his head and said that it was still too early, and out of frustration, he stamped his foot hard. Then he swung his arm and hit his companion, using his hand and body to help himself. From such a powerful blow, Ki-Mok fell to the ground and flew several meters, hitting the wall with his back. What a rude man, he thought, and looked around to see where he was. His ego was getting the better of him and telling him that this conversation had gone nowhere, so he would just throw the troublemaker out of there. Meanwhile, the white giant was rummaging through books and finally found the one he was looking for. It said that in the worst case, the golden blood could get out of control. Turning around at the rustling sound, he asked the person who had entered why he had come here at such a late hour, but the latter had already prepared a crooked dagger and plunged it into the leader. Chan Min fled from the explosions sent after him. The enraged ego stubbornly pursued him, preparing his hand for another blow. But then Chong Min turned around and faced his enemy's flames with his own, and an explosion rang out. Laughing, the ego praised the shooter but called him useless, for on that side he had already met Kimok and could have obediently surrendered to him. But before that, he told him a very old story, asking if he would now want to be with his friend in the same body. But Chang Ming did not stop fighting, spewing blue flashes. The enemy sneered, noticing that this was a hypocritical game of friends, and sparks flew from his eyes. And along with them, the entire space was filled with bursts of fire, but Chong Min was ready for such actions. He used his special technique, stretching out his right arm, grabbing it with his left palm, and approaching his opponent. Then he directed a giant pillar of flame forward, helping himself with his right leg bent at the knee. But his opponent blocked with his right arm, and when the smoke from the explosion cleared, he stood firmly on his feet as if nothing had happened. Unclenching his fist, he wiped a speck of dust from his face with his thumb, as if everything had not gone according to plan. Chan Min said that he knew Ki Mocha better than his opponent. This guy didn't judge people by what others said about them. Therefore, all attempts to separate them were useless. Nothing would come of it, no matter how much ego he used. By keeping him here, Chang Min was only helping his friend direct his anger toward him. The stranger thought for a moment, then smiled, and realized that this was indeed the case. He hurried back to the school where he had left the high school student. Standing on a pile of furniture scattered as a result of the fight, he called the attempt to cover up with worthless friendship a disgusting sight. But Kimok shouted indignantly that he was tired of listening to this nonsense, and if he wanted to fight, he should start, and if not, he should give the fire back to Dokebi. Then Ego placed his fire on his palm, saying that if the guy wanted it, he should come and take it. Before he could finish, he suddenly opened his mouth and shoved the blue ball into it. What was that? Did he really eat it? Amidst the indignant cries, the insolent man smiled foolishly and nodded. Let the guy not worry. It would take time to digest the fire. Let him try to take it back before he was thrown out of there. Let him think carefully. He was being given one last chance. If he lost this time, they probably wouldn't see each other for the next 100 years. Kimok thought that 100 years was a long time. If he became human again in a year, he would already be dead by the time the deadline came. He suggested continuing the game of tag. The crazy bastard agreed, but advised him not to be mistaken. He was water, not Kimok, and the room was filled with flying clumps of energy. The high school student tensed up and stared intently at them. There was an explosion that lifted the school desks and chairs into the air. At that moment, alarmed students were on duty at the hospital. Yim Singyu paced excitedly back and forth in the hallway. Chan Chan stood leaning against the wall, and Mihi stood next to him. But then the door burst open and bright light flooded into the hallway. Hyo Jin came out of the ward into the corridor, and everyone immediately approached her, asking how the Grand Master was doing and how the treatment had gone. She told them to be quiet and said that she had finished treating the wounds. Everyone fell silent and listened intently, even Yim Singyu and Ju Hui. The doctor said that she was concerned about internal injuries related to poisoning, but Mihi did not understand how he could have been poisoned. She had not misheard. But He Jin stopped her by raising her hand because it was not critical, and most of it had been neutralized, although she had never seen anything like it before. She did everything she could, but the problem was that some of the poison had seeped into the Dokaibi's fire. Now, all that was left to do was wait for the wounded man to wake up. After everything that had been said, Mihi froze in place, unable to believe that it was so serious. Chan Chan Nu said that they needed to believe in the power of the Grand Master, but for now, they had to deal with the other problems. When asked what exactly, he narrowed his eyes angrily and replied that they needed to find out who did this. The senior students held a meeting right in the hospital corridor. Mickey asked if there were any leads, and He Jin nodded, saying she was sure the poison had been brought in from outside. Ibi intervened in the conversation, noting that there was only one stranger in Ojak right now, so if anyone was to be suspected, it was him. But Yim Singyu disagreed, because Zalotzi was not like that at all, and besides, he couldn't have done it because he was at the grand ceremony. Chun Chonu doubted that an enemy had infiltrated from outside, because in that case, Gam 2 would have reacted. He agreed with him, noting that the leader of Ojak was too advanced to be harmed by just anyone with poison or a sudden attack. Chun Chonu concluded that the culprit was not only strong, but also close to the master, which is why he had been careless. Hyojin's eyes flashed with anger, and she confidently said that it was one of the disciples. Yim Singyu couldn't believe it, and Ju Hee was uncomfortable even thinking about such a possibility. Then Cheon suggested moving to another place to discuss everything calmly, but Hyun Yon was not at home. It turned out that no one had seen him after he listened to the Grand Master. Everyone was looking for him, but couldn't find him anywhere. Hearing that he was neither in the rooms nor on the main square, Chan Cho-nu decided to search the forest and the treasure chamber. He ordered the other students to stand guard and report to him immediately if anything happened. In addition, he told them to assign someone to the ceremony venue. Hyo-jin thoughtfully wondered how this could have happened and whether Hyun-yeon had really done it, but Mi-hee refused to believe it. Even if he had quarreled with the Grandmaster, her mind was more level-headed, because the young man had the most obvious motive. While Yim Singyu was wondering where the guy with the silly glasses could have gone, Joo-hee said that if they had an alibi, then maybe he really was guilty. But Cheon-ju decided that it was only a suspicion, and they didn't know for sure that the criminal was among them. It was possible that someone had sneaked into the hamlet, so first they needed to find Hyun-yeon. While Im Sung-gyu was thinking about whether it was possible to sneak past the crow statues, Hee-jin asked who was on patrol today. Thinking about the statues, she repeated the question of whose turn it was this week. If Singyu was on patrol last week, then it must be Mi-hee this week, but she said that Hyun-yeon was feeling unwell last time, so they switched. Chun-jun concluded that Hyun-yeon was now responsible for security, but as soon as he said that, an explosion damaged the building next to them. Hyo-jin turned toward the explosion with alarm. This fire was not caused by the owners. The students guarding the dojo saw the predatory dokebi, not understanding how they got there. Could the Hamtu not be working? For over 1,000 years, outsiders had been forbidden to enter Ojak, and now here they were, led by Gu Cheon, the head of one of the 4 factions. He repeated the slogan, "If you can't break it from the outside, break it from the inside," and was confident in the plan devised by the child. But the leader of another faction, Connie, was bored to death and didn't really understand why he had come here. The leader of yet another faction, Ha-Sol, looked around from a tree with wild excitement and shouted that the hunt was on. Finally, the leader of the 4th faction, Yeon-ik, ordered everyone to proceed with the plan. The main goal of the plan was to destroy Ojak, and now he watched the dokebi's movements from the tree. The monsters pounced on the guards, knocking them to the ground, grabbing them, and crushing them with their paws, rejoicing that Ojak's protection was gone and they could now attack. It was clear that someone on this side had knocked him out, thus providing a great help. Condemning what had been done, the monsters, symbolized by the raven, picked up the students and lifted them into the air, while the students couldn't understand how this could have happened. Then one of the instructors grabbed the panicker by the collar and ordered him to stop panicking, because they had trained for this moment. "Don't just stand there," and with these words, one of the students raised her club and brought it down hard on the monster. Had they really failed in their duty to protect Ojak with their own hands? One of them promised to show the results of their training, and another agreed with his colleague, believing that the teachers and the Grandmaster would soon arrive. After destroying the predator with his sword, the mentor ordered the rest to prepare for battle. All the students followed suit, and soon they had clubs in their hands. The mentor shouted viciously that the enemies would pay with their lives for invading this territory. The students fearlessly rushed into battle, running toward the enemy. The enemies mocked the runners, who were not even full-fledged dokebi, wondering if they really hoped to stop the alliance of 4 factions. But the disciples continued to run, some with pikes, some with axes, some with sabers, and some with swords. The main organizer of the attack, Yeon-ik, set up an observation point on a thick branch and saw explosions very close by. They indicated that the attackers had been spotted and that a battle was underway, but the trees obstructed his view. Therefore, he waited for reports, and soon a messenger appeared under the tree with a message. The news was from the leaders of the factions, Gu Cheon-gani and Ha-Sol, that they had all begun the battle at predetermined points. Young-ik replied that it seemed to be true, that the line of defense had appeared earlier than he had expected, but that the leaders would soon become enraged and the problem would be resolved. He presented his plan on the day they gathered for negotiations, with the leaders of all 4 factions sitting around a round table. Gu Cheon then clarified whether he understood the plan correctly, to destroy the Hamta from within and attack from 3 sides at once. Connie noted that it would be difficult to approach from the rear due to the cliff, so they would attack wherever possible. Ha-Sol said that she would participate in the plan because she would definitely get confused by a complicated plan. Gu Cheong wondered if they had chosen too simple a strategy to destroy Ojak, but Yeon-ik believed that the simpler the plan, the better it was for them. The cunning kid reported on a guy who promised to take the Grandmaster out of the game, and without that person and Ojak's gang, they had nothing to fear. Ha-Sol laughed, thinking it would be fun, and Connie said he agreed in general. But he didn't like that the cunning instigator would remain behind to watch, but the latter laughed and said that he wasn't going to watch but to help from the rear. Gu Cheon didn't object, saying that he wanted to eat them anyway, but that the kid shouldn't forget his promise. The latter confirmed that they would, of course, divide the treasure into 4 equal parts, and everything would be fair. And he would give them the spiritual fire, smiling and adding that he wasn't lying. After all, more than any of the treasures, he wanted to get his hands on the golden blood. And so, in the west of Ojaka, the disciples prepared the first line of defense, and now the elders could begin rebuilding the Hamtu. Of course, it would be better to call the police for help, even though time was on their side, but they couldn't just stand there. But what was that behind them? Terrible screams rang out. Turning around, they saw a horrific scene. A predator with 3 muscular limbs had grabbed and was holding 3 students at once. One of them tried in vain to break free and demanded that he be released. The monster only tightened his grip and then sent him into his huge mouth. Laughing, it remarked that they tasted better than ordinary street rats, and that at least there was some use for such idiots. The dojo's defender cursed loudly and informed his colleague that this was Gu Qiang, the leader of one of the 4 factions. But the traitor decided not to touch these unfortunate souls, telling them he was in a hurry, and if he delayed, he would miss out on his tasty treat. He disappeared in a flash, leaving a pinkish trail in the air. At that moment, in the south of Ojak, a purple smoke was hovering above the ground. The defenders lost consciousness from the smoke and fell to the ground, cursing. Seeing Connie staring at his smartphone, one of them asked who he was. Assessing the situation, another student shouted to his comrades not to breathe in the strange smoke, as it was causing the defenders to lose consciousness. Connie commented that the students were so noisy but incapable of doing anything. How did they intend to fight if they couldn't even breathe? The students covered their noses and said they needed to call for help because they couldn't do anything themselves. In the east, the dojo was also under attack, and trees crackled from the enemy's flames. But the defenders were also suffering from the enemy, sustaining injuries and wounds. As they were struck by fire, they cried out in pain and cursed. Ha Sol jumped onto a tree and meowed, laughing at how slow they were and comparing herself to a fish washed up on the shore. The defenders tried in vain to catch up with her, but she was so fast that the men couldn't react in time, and then they began to defend themselves back to back. She laughed at them, meowing and hanging upside down from a branch, saying that they were all fish gathered together. And in an instant, only a fiery trail remained where she had been hanging. Ha Sol herself was already flying toward her prey, rejoicing that they had made her hunt easier. But when she flipped in the air and landed softly on her paws, Mihi was already waiting for her. The leader of the faction tilted her head to one side and asked what kind of puppy was greeting her. The owner replied defiantly that it was not a puppy, but a wolf. In the west, Guqian also glided to the ground, but immediately a whip with knives strung on it whistled through the air and began to cut his limbs. It was Im Singyu, who was indignant that the faction leader had attacked his disciples, while Ju Hui reproached her partner irritably for not coming sooner. Gu Qian frowned and replied with annoyance that they had finally arrived. In the south, Hui Jin appeared, neutralizing the purple smoke with her blue flames, and said that everything would be fine now. Connie glanced at her from under his brows and asked who she was to neutralize his poison. The girl nervously folded her arms and asked if the predator was serious, wondering if he really wanted to know who she was. And He Jin shouted loudly that she was the one who would drive all the nonsense out of them. In the east, Mihi echoed her, adding that they were the pride of Ojak. In the west of the besieged territory, Yim Singyu exclaimed furiously that he and Ju Hui were disciples of the Great Master. They looked fearlessly and menacingly at their enemy. Yu Qian sneered contemptuously and repeated that they had finally shown up. Hai Jin continued to neutralize the poison scattered in the air. Connie, holding his smartphone tightly in his hands, arrogantly asked if he had heard correctly that they were indeed disciples. At that moment, Mihi had already pulled her blue stone pendant out from under her blouse and looked reproachfully at her rival. Ha Sol laughed in her face and playfully folded all her limbs together, as if to say, "Isn't that funny?" Hearing the cries of the senior students, Ojak's guards perked up, for the Grandmaster's best students had arrived. Circumstances forced Chan Cho to take control of the dojo, and he placed his palm on the map of the territory laid out on the table. Then he calmed his companions, saying that in the worst case, he would fight alone. But he was interrupted by a messenger who came running with a cry that all the students were in position. The enemy's advance had been stopped and the situation had stabilized. Chan Chonu said that this was great news, meaning that the main problem had been solved, but the number of enemies was still unknown. He told the students to focus on defense after forming a front line. He pointed his index finger at the southern point of Ojak and said that now, but a student interrupted him, asking if that was really what had happened. The attack on the Grandmaster is probably connected to the attack by the 4 factions, and Master Choi is probably working with them. Chan Chan promised to take care of everything, but the main thing now is not that. The main thing is to stop the invasion. He asked for outside help, and to do so as soon as possible. With a gesture, he sent the disciples away and said that he would begin restoring the Hamta himself. Suddenly, an explosion rang out near the room where the grand ceremony was taking place. Since the senior disciples had left, it had been guarded by Jin Tae. The young man said that he had not expected to see war, but hoped that everything would work out. He looked at the spirit and exclaimed that everything would be fine and that Ojak would stand his ground. Su Isu replied that he wanted to believe it and hoped that the enemies would not reach them, but just in case, they had to be ready. Jin Tae replied that he was ready and would protect the newcomer even at the cost of his own life. He peeked through this half-open door and saw that the boy was still motionless, sitting in the same position. He said he didn't know what was happening to Kimok inside, but he sincerely wished him luck and hoped he would return as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Yoon was at the school where he had been transported, where explosions were rumbling and flashes of fire were flashing. The guy himself was running down the school corridor so fast that only his heels were visible. He ran and cursed himself for always being so unlucky, wondering why he always had to run away. He reached the stairs, but the explosions caught up with him, so he ran down them. Thinking as he ran that this time things were much worse, he looked at his hand and couldn't understand why the Batakabai wasn't appearing. But if there was no gun and no Changmin, then all he had left was his fist. And the pursuer was a very difficult one, not someone who could be defeated with bare hands. And since there were no other options, there was only one thing left to do: run. But his enemy caught up with him and descended the stairs with a confident gait. He announced that there was a time limit for the great ceremony, which he should have mentioned right away, and pointed to the sun outside the window. Ignoring the remark that it was not the sun, he spoke of the destruction of this world and the Kimoka ceremony after its setting, and the engulfment of the surrounding darkness. The speaker did not want to prolong the ceremony, considering that the young man was unlikely to win. The boy listened silently, continuing to descend the steps. Without answering, he ran down the corridor to the next staircase. His pursuer, continuing to follow him, said irritably that he was all talk and no action. But in reality, he also believed in the guy and felt a connection between them. Although they were both lost in their own thoughts, he closed his eyes and didn't see the punch coming. Kimok ran up and punched his opponent, who was caught off guard and lost his balance. He began to slowly fall onto his back, the blow landing squarely on his nose. "Who's the one talking trash here?" the guy said, cursing in anger, and declared that if his opponent wanted to fight, he should shut his mouth and fight. Igo got back on his feet and, holding his bruised nose, cursed loudly. Kimok covered his clenched fist with his palm, restraining his emotions, and said that he didn't need anyone else's approval to be friends with Chang Min. But the doppelganger in the school uniform clenched his right fist and released a large burst of energy from his head. He gathered them in his right palm, saying that the more he talked to the guy, the more he annoyed him. He wanted to attack, but Yoon managed to turn the flow around, and the attacker had to defend himself by covering his chest with his crossed arms. And for the first time in all their interactions, the high school student agreed with him, gathering his flames in his right palm. He ordered him to shut up with a sharp push and threw a new burst of flame forward. The stranger extinguished it with his left hand, forming a protective dome around himself. But his confident demeanor betrayed some kind of devious plan, causing him to be on guard. And in the next instant, a huge pillar of fire was sent straight at Kimoka. However, he directed the destructive vortex downward, and the explosion destroyed the floor in that spot, turning it into a pile of stones. The guy raised his soot-covered face and breathed a sigh of relief that he had managed to intercept it. Ego wondered how many times he had to say that he was Kimok and therefore possessed the same techniques. But if that was really the case, then it should work the other way around as well. Since an energy double can do it, then a person should be able to defeat it. And the guy fearlessly ran forward. Although he realized that without a damn bat, Dokebi couldn't do anything. Because he also understood that there was nowhere to run, the fight began. How naive Kimok was to dream that he could defeat his opponent, who smiled. He struck Yoon in the shoulder with a flash, but was hit in the left side himself. But the guy wasn't going to give up, and with a cry of "Ha!" concentrated on his blow. And so they closed in on each other in close combat, baring their teeth, crossing their legs, and swinging their arms. At the same time, they sent their clenched fists toward each other. Kimok received a powerful blow that hit him almost in the right eye. He himself was hit in the left cheekbone, very close to his clenched teeth. The fight was visible from outside the window of the penultimate floor, illuminated by blue flames, with muffled sounds and bright flashes bursting into the surrounding space. Ibi appeared next to Mihi and spewed a powerful column of fire. However, Ha-Sol somersaulted in the air and slipped away from the blue torpedo-shaped cluster. Landing on her paws, she laughed and noticed that she would have been torn to shreds if she had been hit. It seemed that the girl was on a completely different level. No wonder they call her the senior student, but Mi-Hee ordered the guys who had thanked her to step aside and leave everything to her. They got to their feet and ran away from such serious danger. Mickey and Ebi asked if they were really dealing with Ha Sol from the 4 factions of the famous Black Cat. The uninvited guest looked at them with interest and laughed. Could these two really know her? The owner added that she had heard about the strange behavior of the 4 factions lately, but didn't think they would target Ojak. If they were in the midst of a war, why the hell did they come here? Maybe they attacked the Grandmaster too. But the cat that had jumped onto the branch apologized and said that it was too complicated for her and she wasn't in the know. She didn't know about the others, but she did everything out of boredom and in this case just wanted to hunt, especially since the war between the 4 factions is over, although you can always stir up a few embers. And to be honest, people are no different from cattle. After hearing such revelations, Mihi mentally labeled this cat a crazy creature. Ebi laughed and asked if the predator really went to war out of boredom. In response to this question, Ha Sol smiled sweetly, rubbed her hands, and remembered another reason. She would let them know that she belonged to the cat family. Black streaks crept across her cheeks, and her eyes flashed with a malicious red fire. And she hates dogs. With these words, she tensed up and jumped. But only Mihi managed to appreciate the frenzied speed of her gobgui and warn Ebi of the attack as he shouted that he was a wolf, not a dog. But Ha Sol still reached him and broke through his protective field. Then, flashing her eyes, she turned the fingers of her right hand into bone claws. This was her special technique, with which she carved deep furrows into the wolf's body and then slid down his paw. Ebi didn't have time to jump back and howled in pain, while Mihi thought it was impossible that he wasn't fast enough. The black cat snorted and said that he wasn't bad as a dog, so the hunt was worth it. But the wolf instantly healed his wounds and asked his mistress what she was surprised at, since he was just warming up. She exclaimed approvingly that now he needed to give it his all and climbed onto his back, while Ebi laughed and told her to hold on tight. Seeing this, Ha Sol laughed and noted their excellent teamwork, meaning that now she would have even more fun. Battles raged on all of Ojak's borders, and the air was filled with flashes and smoke. Clearing the air, Hee-jin approached the wounded man, knelt down in front of him, and began to heal his knee with her energy, removing the poison from the wound. Making sure he could stand on that leg, she ordered the other students to take him away and leave quickly. The boys did not want to leave the battlefield, but the healer said that such an enemy was too much for them, and in the end, they obeyed. Taking advantage of the respite, Hee-jin examined the poison and noticed that it was similar to the one used to poison the white giant. If that was the case, then it was clear where it had come from. Finding Canny, the girl demanded that the traitor confess to poisoning the Grandmaster. But he sat silently on the same rock where she had first seen him, not even glancing at her, continuing to stare at his phone. He only apologized, saying he was busy with an important task because today was the day of the guild's ranking battles. Muttering incomprehensible phrases like critical moment and excellent confirmation of his rating, he finally said that he was aiming for the prize this month. Hai-jin got angry and cursed, saying that he had gone too far. She clicked her heels and fiery snakes shot out from them. How dare he mock Ojak? She jumped up and swung her boot, from which a combat knife protruded. But the traitor didn't even flinch, only gasping as he remembered that he hadn't used his free gacha yet today. Instead, poisonous smoke appeared in front of the girl. And he had been talking about useless nonsense and how he had to continue because it was especially important for players like him who didn't have any donations. But suddenly, he announced that he had completed all his quests for the day and could answer the stranger's question about who he was. Thrown back by a powerful push, Hee-jin did a somersault in the air and landing, heard that he hadn't poisoned him, but had just given a little poison to Yeon-ik. One of his subordinates attacked him, although the leaders of other factions at the meeting said that they couldn't handle him alone. He would have been fine staying at the base, but the leaders had taken his PlayStation as a hostage. Looking at Hee-jin sitting there, she realized who was in front of her. If she had any doubts at first, she was now completely sure. This seemingly harmless nerd named Connie was actually the leader of one of the traitor factions. He is considered the most secretive of the 4 leaders, and it is now clear that he uses poison as a weapon. It was a good thing she had the foresight to bring her poison antidote with her. The leader said he didn't want to stay here and could retreat, but he had to maintain his reputation among his followers, so maybe she would give him the treasure herself. But Hee-jin didn't even want to respond to this absurd nonsense. Smirking, Connie said that was also an answer, but he didn't like it. Besides, he hated boring idiots for their inability to think rationally, and his spirit began to rise against the traitor. Hee-jin was convinced that behind his unattractive appearance lay a poisonous essence, but the most unpleasant thing was that his power was growing rapidly. Ugh, how disgusting. She'd probably have to call the spirit, but if she did, she'd have to listen to his babbling again. But there was no way out, and the girl was already surprised at how quickly her partner had appeared. Han Yu was lying down, eating chips and cursing, grumbling about why she had summoned him. He was watching the best episode where Mayu-chan was supposed to wake up as the guardian of the moon. Ordering him to shut up, Hee-jin was indignant that there was a disaster here, and he wasn't even going to show up until he was called. Han Yu said that Ojak could be restored, and that Mayu-chan's first appearance only happens once, and that last time he couldn't play for 10 whole years. Scolding her partner for being lazy, Hee-jin reminded him that he only appeared for about 10 minutes back then, and he sulkily replied that she always nags. That's why time drags on so much that a minute feels like a year. But the girl said she wasn't obliged to do the work for both of them, and that he should have a conscience. Han Yu, who had been sent to work, flew to Connie, and they looked at each other warily. At first glance, Hee-jin's partner didn't notice anything unusual about the man who wanted to get the treasure from the dojo cave. The entrance was hidden behind huge gates with a mountain path leading up to them, rising from the backyard of the main building of Ojak. The stairs behind the gates led to a heavily guarded underground chamber called the Treasure Vault. There lay unusual items, most of which were weapons, but there were also various pieces of equipment. All the treasures had been carefully preserved since the Great War, and until that day, no one except the master had ever entered there. But now, 2 people had managed to sneak in. Mukyun said that they had finally managed to open all the locks. Hyunyong saw the place he had heard so much about for the first time. Before them, only the Great Master had seen all this, including the legendary treasure. And there it was, right in front of him, in a square box on a semi-hard golden cushion, the very thing they called the spiritual fire. Meanwhile, at the school, the opponents were still mercilessly beating each other with their fists. And Ego was brazenly interested in Kimoka's condition, wondering how much longer he could last and whether he had decided to give up. But the guy told him to shut up, continuing to stand in a fighting stance and clenching his fists tightly. In response to the call to look at himself and the mockery that he could barely stand, he advised him not to relax. How he wanted to win, but the longer the fight went on, the more they pressed him. He remembered that when he had problems with control, he realized how invaluable Chanmin's help was, and he missed him very much here. This rebel considers stopping a wise decision, as the outcome is obvious, and again talks about the futility of stalling for time. Perhaps there is some truth in his words that nothing can be done if he controls this space, as it is equivalent to playing on his home turf. Kimok now has very little energy, probably due to time constraints, and when he saw the arrows flying towards him, he knew there was only one thing he could do: send everything. But suddenly, he heard a familiar voice calling his name from the window. Could it be Chang Min? He turned his head and, seeing the silhouette, asked his friend what was wrong. Distracted, he missed a blow that hit him hard in the chest and head and knocked him to the ground. The energy double immediately asked him mockingly what he was thinking about, "You fool." Kimok realized that, fortunately, he couldn't see Chang Min, and his friend was glad that he had finally managed to get in touch. But he had barely managed to do so and had no time for explanations, so he had to listen. But the guy interrupted him because he had so many questions. Could his friend really not show up even in this situation? When Chang Min replied that he couldn't, Kimok asked him to wait a little longer. Calling him a cheater, he said he was leaving and that Oganek should try to catch him if he could. He then swung his arm and caused a powerful explosion that filled the entire space from floor to ceiling. When the smoke cleared, it turned out that there was a large hole in the floor. Ego thought how stubborn he was and jumped after him into the hole. But Kimok didn't run downstairs. He hid in the nearest classroom. Peeking at his enemy and making sure he was gone, he was glad that he could catch his breath and talk to his friend. When Chang Min asked what had happened after the ceremony began, he had to explain that the troublemaker had swallowed the fire and now they were fighting and playing hide and seek. It turned out that everything was worse than his friend had expected, and if Kimok lost, he would not have a second chance to pass the ceremony. However, this adventure was nothing compared to the difficult trials that the older students had told them about, because here there were only fights. But Lee saw the problem not in that, but in the fact that there would be no second chance. Kimok talked about the difficulties he had experienced in fighting with his bare hands, but now it would be easier for the two of them together. Changmin repeated that he couldn't help and that it wasn't a joke. Their connection was unstable and would soon be cut off. When asked what they would do without weapons, he replied that everything could be solved. They just had to remember that this world had been created by the power of dokebi, and human imagination didn't work here. Kimok asked what he should do, saying that he had come to help defeat the enemy, but it seemed useless. Changmin said that first they needed to listen to the weapon. It couldn't be made with human imagination, but it could be made with dokebi imagination. His partner was mistaken in thinking that this class was in his head. In fact, it was created by dokebi and was a visualization of Lee's mind. But what difference does it make whose consciousness it is in? Kimok suddenly understood. If this is Chang Min's imaginary world, then the weapon must also be his. So it can be borrowed, but you need to know where it is, and since his friend didn't know, the guy decided to go into that world himself. His partner was skeptical and asked if Kimok often visited his own mind and understood how everything worked there, although he was sure that the weapon was there. Changmin felt that Ogonek had spotted them and knew that he would soon be disconnected, but the guy was determined to search even alone and asked for ideas. The high school student learned that it must be somewhere nearby and began searching the classroom. At the same time, he said that Ego had said something strange about Changmin's past, about some terrible secret, but he hadn't listened. Remembering his state of mind on the day he found out that his friend was a doakebi, he realized that he had been in shock because of the sudden appearance of monsters. The honor student ran away because he was scared, and at the same time couldn't trust Lee, thinking of him as an enemy. Now he regretted it and asked for forgiveness for his behavior at the time and didn't want to repeat such mistakes. That's why he didn't listen to the stranger, preferring to wait for Changmin to tell his own story. Why can't I hear the ghost? Has he already passed out? However, at Kimoka's call, "Come in, come in," he thanked him and promised to do so someday. At that word, the connection was broken, and instead of the glowing silhouette, a thin cross appeared, which also quickly dissolved into the air. Once again, the participant in the ceremony was left alone. For a few moments, he looked in bewilderment at the place where his partner had just been and spoken. Then, stretching, he decided to hide and look for a weapon, realizing that he could only rely on himself and that there were too many problems. He thought about how difficult it would be to do everything at once. But suddenly, the door flew open and Ego proclaimed the end of the game between partners and friends. However, let's return to Ojak's defenders, among whom was Juhui, who once believed that the meaning of Dokaibi's existence was to enjoy eternal life. That is, of course, if this creature is not destroyed, but living forever is much more boring than many might think. After 100 years, it gets boring to keep track of your age and realize every year that you've become more and more indifferent to those around you. As a result, she no longer understood why she was living at all and simply tried to kill time. And one day, she caught herself thinking about trying to become a predator, hoping that her appetite would serve as a new stimulus. But luckily, she was able to resist and not go down that path. Instead, she met a boy who was always smiling. He approached her, apologized, and asked what she found interesting in the sky, then explained that he had seen her that morning on his way to school. If she was hoping to see a meteorite, that only happened once every 100 years. Or maybe she believed in aliens and was waiting for a UFO. Because of his constant smile, she sometimes thought he was a typical fool asking strange questions. But at the same time, she felt that the presence of this schoolboy would make her life brighter. As a result, they started spending time together, meeting on the street and going places, and in the evenings they would sit around a campfire. They rode bikes, played snowballs in winter, and she realized that this was the best decision of her life. One day, holding hands, they went to Ojak together, and everything was going well. But now she looked at Yim Singyu and did not recognize the person she had once met. Where had that cheerful boy gone? The smile had disappeared from his face. He was now a ruthless warrior, encouraging himself with cries of, "Ha ha!" He fearlessly threw himself into the thick of battle and fought fiercely. His sword could lengthen, turning into a whip with a steel thread and sharp pieces strung on it. Performing a dance of cutting snakes, the boy flew through the air and tore the monster apart with his weapon until he finally defeated him. As he moved to another location, he was spotted by two predators who, realizing that he was a senior student, decided to capture him to receive a reward from their leaders. One of them approached from behind and lunged at Yim Singyu with a cry, intending to taste his prey. But instead, he was sent to the afterlife by the young man who jumped aside. Seeing what had happened to their comrade, the monsters threatened to kill him, but the guy wasn't scared and went towards them, waving his whip. Then he ran between them, sending his fire at each of them. Seeing these flashes, Gu Qian himself appeared. Pointing his sword at him, Yim Singyu said that if he was their leader, he should attack. But the leader of the faction suggested not to be so harsh and to start with some fun instead, exchanging a few words first. Then, catching his tense gaze, he asked if the guy knew who he was dealing with and if he wanted to hear why they had attacked. When the boy refused to speak, he assumed that the enemy was very angry, perhaps because of the dead students. Zhu Hui indignantly called her interlocutor a monster, but Yim Singyu calmly replied that it was not about them. He already knew about their predatory nature. Without expectations, there is no disappointment. And without disappointment, there is no reason to be angry, so he was not angry at the monster. The guy just gripped the hilt of his sword. Looking straight at the stranger, he said that he was only angry at himself. Zhou He did not expect such a response and looked at her partner in surprise. Gu Qian called him a nobody and advised him to get used to that feeling because he would have to experience it many times. Then, without taking his hands out of his pockets, he threw all his tentacles forward. Yim Singyu jumped higher and began to fight them, spewing flames. He swung his club, striking the leader's head and limbs. Assessing his opponent, the leader easily read him and understood that his strength lay in the use of a snake-like sword. The ability was simple, but the technique of gluttony with which he had built up his own flesh was an ineffective tool in the fight against such a blade. In this case, his gluttonous heads could do nothing against the sharp blades. When only 2 limbs remained intact, he braced them against the ground and lifted himself up. Then he grabbed the nearest tree with one of them, escaping from the dangerous weapon. He began to climb up, simultaneously growing back the severed flesh. But the snake could also fly very high and then fall. It could bend in any way and no protection could stop it. This forced the predator to descend to the ground and retreat. He walked and analyzed the fight, noticing that the blade not only cut off parts but also prevented them from regenerating. Therefore, he assumed that energy might be embedded in it. This seemed interesting to him, and he decided to conduct an experiment by increasing the density of his body so much that it would be impossible to cut it, and to see if the blade would be able to cut through such flesh. Using the technique of gluttony with maximum compression, he grew tentacles and waited for Yim Singyu. Gu Qian was already anticipating the end of the battle with his opponent crushed into a pancake. He sent a tightly compressed lump toward the approaching guy. Although Ju He shouted that it was dangerous, her partner decided to accept the challenge. To begin with, he spiraled out some of his energy. He changed the shape of his club, imagining the blades as a pointed umbrella. Then, dodging the explosion, he rushed at the compressed flesh with this instrument, piercing and cutting through it with the pointed end. A powerful stream of force, like a geyser, threw Gu Qian's weapon off the ground, but it did not yield easily to its owner's tool. Yim Singyu did not stop, but groaning and straining, he continued to press down, and his energy beam gradually made a passage through the grown flesh. In the end, the owner pierced it through and flew out, but he couldn't break it into pieces. Watching this scene from below, Gu Qian laughed. Having conducted a successful experiment, he wanted his senior disciple to see how much he had grown. But then a messenger arrived and apologized for distracting the leader from his fun. The moment had come to carry out what they had agreed upon earlier. Hearing their conversation, Yim Singyu, who had just landed, wanted to stop the leader, but he had no intention of staying and left. Promising that the urgent business would not take long, he told the oddball to enjoy himself for now. His subordinates blocked the way, preventing him from catching up with his boss. They needed to hurry to deal with them, but Ju Hui decided not to. Yim Singyu asked again, but the girl was thinking about something and said that nothing bad would happen if they let him go. Han Yu finally managed to get through and was very surprised to see a predator in Ojak. He asked He Jin who it was and what he was doing there. The doctor exploded because he didn't even know what had happened while he was cooling off. A crowd of idiots had rushed in from the alliance of factions. But Connie looked at them intently and interrupted, asking if he had heard correctly, as the chubby one seemed to be talking about Mayu-chan. Does he really like watching Moonlight School? Han Yu became interested, wondering if the stranger was also a fan of the series and who his favorite character was. Connie replied that it was Mayu-chan, of course, and asked about his favorite episode. Han Yu naturally mentioned the scene where they confessed their love on the roof and asked about his favorite character. Of course, there could only be one answer, and they agreed. Then, sealing their mutual affection with a handshake, they both named the Guardian of the Moon, MK26 Gamma version. Han Yu admitted that he never expected to meet a kindred spirit in such a hole, and his companion declared it to be Artemis's providence. They got acquainted, and Connie asked his new friend for his fan ID, but He Jin shouted in vain that he was an enemy, trying to separate them. The spirit said that there could be no bad people among the fans of the Moonlight School, and Connie regretted that she didn't know that. Hai Jin was disappointed and depressed and counted to 7 to calm herself down about what they were thinking and talking about. Agreeing that the girl seemed completely out of touch, even though everyone was watching Moonlight School, the guys decided to enlighten her. After all, the super popular hit had racked up 4 billion views, becoming the leader of webtoons, with 7 million copies of the print version sold and over 1 million copies sold. But she didn't ask about that, and her head was spinning because of those damn nerds. Connie thought the film adaptation was wonderful, but his friend was disappointed. But it seems that one of them is rooting for the anime and the other for the original, and the mutual sympathy that arose between them turned into animosity. The thing is, when a popular manga is adapted for the screen, there's always a lot of controversy. This is because anime is an adaptation of a book, and differences are inevitable, which divide fans into 2 factions. The first group includes those who support the original, criticizing the anime for deviating from it, and complaining that its creators ruined everything. The second faction accepts the differences from the original, believing that the anime is better than the source material and should be watched first. Kwan Ho believed that there were no right or wrong sides in this debate, and that the tastes of both sides should be respected in order to create a healthy fan culture. Although Ju Yun-soo was puzzled by his words, the owner concluded that there were few differences between the two factions. But the new friends were not tolerant of the other faction, and Han Yu called Connie a disgusting bastard and an anime fan who was not worthy of being a fan of the Moon School. In turn, Connie called the spirit a noob who couldn't tell the difference between an improvement and a deterioration of the original. Seeing how the argument was heating up over nonsense, Hee-jin called them both losers. Then Connie got angry and suggested settling everything right there and then. Hee-jin was quite happy with this proposal. There was no need to go anywhere. At the same time, the traitor considered it a waste of time to argue with a worm who liked the original, let him taste its poison and die. Assessing the situation, Hee-jin ordered her partner to hurry up and merge their souls. But since she had called him again, it was his duty to destroy everything here, and this worthless little brat would not get in his way. Han Yu stretched out his right hand and unleashed flashes of blue-green flame at his enemies, which boldly cleared away all the poisonous gas that had just been released. Cain was stunned by how the simple-minded fool had cleared the entire area with a single wave of his hand, which was even more impressive than his partner's method of neutralizing the poison. And Hee-jin called the man who had memorized her technique with just a glance a damn genius, without whom she could do nothing. Truly, in Ojak, he has the best abilities if you don't count the Grandmaster and the guy with golden blood. And the talented slacker decided to enlighten the anime fan before giving him his due. After what happened in the last few minutes, Hee-jin didn't regret signing a contract with this guy, even though she still thinks he's a nasty nerd. But Connie said that Han Yu is all talk and no action. But what can this detoxification expert do when the poison's strength increases? His spirit decided to make the task even more difficult by drowning his lush body in poison. Will the chubby one be able to neutralize him? He sent poisonous streams toward his enemy. They moved so fast that Hee-jin could barely jump out of the way and ended up jumping onto a tree. She shouted to her partner to stop and take down the bastard because they needed to go help others. The poisonous vapors were so strong that they were eating away at the tree trunks before their eyes. Han Yu said he would hurry, but wanted to know if he would be compensated. Hee-jin jumped out of her hiding place and landed on the ground, scattering sparks of fire in all directions. She promised to give her partner what he wanted, and their souls merged, resulting in the healer's hand being covered by a so-called heavenly shield. Connie had foolishly revealed his weakness. His weapon was poison, and by using long-range techniques, he seemed to imply that he was incapable of close combat. But the cunning little guy didn't consider himself weak in close combat, he just didn't see the need for it. No matter how hard they tried to approach him, a purple wave rushed toward the owner. However, Hee-jin closed his shield and successfully blocked the poisonous moisture. But the clan leader had already prepared a new weapon, which he called Selena's Spear of Wrath. Landing on a rock towering above the infected stream, the owner tried to figure out what the enemies were talking about and who Selena was. But Connie not only aimed the deadly weapon at her but also launched it. The girl ordered her partner, who had become a shield, to block the blow, but he resisted, assuming it would hurt. However, it was too late to retreat, and for greater stability she knelt on one knee. The spear struck the shield held up to meet it, causing several cracks but failing to split it. The warrior cursed obscenely, but withstood the powerful blow with honor. And Hee-jin managed to hold this reliable shield in her hands. The spear shattered into pieces, and now it was her turn to make a move. She rushed forward. Connie did not expect such a result and froze in confusion. While he was recovering, the warrior was already in front of him and kicked his sinister spirit. The giant had to cover himself with his arms from her powerful blows. But the leader of this predatory faction had already recovered and was performing some kind of manipulation with his own hands. He aimed a poisonous stream and threw it directly at the girl. Perhaps Hee-jin could have handled it, but her partner shouted that he was at his limit and had to return to the rock. There, she said that she was very close to finishing off the traitor, but her partner asked for a break because he was in pain. But Connie's good mood was completely gone, and he grumbled that he had to strain himself because of the damn webtoon fan. He wanted so much to rest at home and get stuck in moon school, and out of frustration, he stuck several notched rods into his spirit's back. Ignoring the spirit's cries of pain, Connie reasoned that if he took this seriously, he would have to rest for 3 days. Flying around the scene of the clash, Hee-jin noticed an increase in the enemy's energy without any external changes. If this was his final form, it resembled external armor. She considered the advantage of this traitor to be the ability to fight without even taking a step, even though this exposed vital points. When her partner remarked that they would have been noticed long ago, she said that the core was hidden behind a mask, and if it was broken, the entire system of connections to the energy nodes would become useless. Finishing her analysis, the young lady rushed back into the attack, shouting about her victory. Only Connie called her not only hot-headed but also stupid because of her overly obvious actions. Observing the girl's shield, he realized that it had a limit to the damage it could take. This meant that he simply had to attack continuously and firmly, planting his spirit's hands into the ground and tilting its body. But the red-haired Amazon was not fazed. The warrior really thought he had everything figured out. She didn't wait for the attacks on the rock but ran away from there. There was no need to block if possible, so she dodged and climbed to the top of his armor. Feeling a sharp, cool breeze, he was surprised by her speed. The senior student prepared to strike, knowing that it would take a lot of energy. But that didn't bother her because she didn't want to prolong the fight. After the first blow, pieces began to chip off the armor, and opening his beak wide, he shouted at her to leave. Poisonous streams shot upward, but she was ready for them, sending counterattacking rings of fire. The defenders encouraged each other with shouts, and the opposing energies collided. Noticing that the mask was cracked, Hee-jin said that a couple more hits would be needed, but her partner was afraid of breaking down first. Kane heard Han-yu say in response to her cry not to pretend that he hadn't even thought of it, and that everyone who knew him would confirm it. When the students sent by Hee-jin from the south reached their comrades, they had to explain why they hadn't dealt with the poisonous bastard. They said that the predator turned out to be the leader of one of the 4 factions, so the senior student park started fighting in their place. Well, at least they could breathe easy among the seniors. She was the most reliable of them all because Choi was insensitive, Song-yu was ignorant, Mi-hee was aggressive, and Cho-nu was a gambler. The rest of them are so over the top, but Park is super true to herself, even if she expresses herself a bit harshly, but she can be trusted more than the rest. The doctor fought back, her bursts of fire falling on the poisonous streams, neutralizing and narrowing their area. But the poison maker added new doses, and the battle raged with varying success. When the splashes hit the ground, they evaporated, threatening to poison the runners with noxious fumes. The battle between the two elements raged not only on the ground but also in the air, where enemy streams rose in fountains. The warrior swiftly fled from the dangerous spray, covering herself with her shield. Then she struck back, extinguishing the flames with her heels and sending a strong wind. Lifting her leg into a split, she created arched and ring-shaped streams. To protect himself, the sinister spirit pulled his hands out of the ground and covered himself with them. But he couldn't completely cope with the blue fire, and strong cracks appeared around his beak. But the evolved Gabgvi did not respond, and the senior student began to doubt that the enemy's main weapon was poison. Although poison was everywhere in the air, it did not rise above the trees. What was the enemy planning? Why had it stopped? Suddenly, Han-yu announced that his wife was waiting for him and suggested they finish quickly. Someone was waiting for this, which was great and part of her plan. After this exclamation, he tried to slow her down out of caution. Connie was doing something with his hand again, and his actions were mirrored by the spirit. Purple smoke rose upward, but it already had black impurities. Mixing with the base, they turned the gas purple. Pak noticed these changes but did not yet understand their meaning. It was clear that she needed to defend herself, so she put up a blocking dome. The enemy realized that he had miscalculated. Apparently, her technique was not a shield. Dispelling the smoke, the girl decontaminated its remains on the ground. Then she threw a powerful pillar of energy directly into the center of the giant's face. She began calling for her partner to finish off the damned scoundrel. Seeing the double attack on his core, Connie called her crazy. They persistently struck the same spot, protected from below by a screen, and then the leader of the predators began to throw his streams from above in a canopy. But the girl's actions bore fruit. The mask was badly cracked, and the cracks spread in different directions. Her partner also tried his best, helping himself with proper breathing. There was very little left, and gritting their teeth, they increased the pressure. For greater stability, Hee-jin spread her legs wide, and it was to their advantage that the giant spirit did not resist. But finally, the mask was broken, and she managed to grab the core. With her other hand, she pulled it out with her next move. But for some reason, the spirit did not pass on to the other world and silently stared at her. Next to the broken mask, another one materialized, intact, and a flash appeared out of nowhere. But Hee-jin didn't have time to react because she was thrown back, hitting her back on the ground, and her partner fell down next to her. Stroking his beak, Connie was glad that this time they had gotten away with it and the core was intact, although her hand was very close, but now she would not be able to run. After falling, Hee-jin realized that instead of the core, she had grabbed the poison, and now she was poisoned, lying on the ground and unable to move. She realized that it was the same poison that had been used on Grandmaster Han-yu, who rushed over to her, afraid that she would not be able to neutralize it. Connie shouted that the poison was indeed difficult to neutralize, which was why he had managed to become the leader of the faction. He could combine 666 different poisons, and this ability was the source of his technique's power. But he had little time to prepare, so he wasn't sure of the outcome. But now it was all over, and his enemies had also worked hard. He wished the fat man to go to the other world and see the greatness of the film adaptation. He immediately set to work crafting Selena's Spear of Wrath. It was needed to perform the final chord with the help of the final technique. The penetrating power of the spear was amplified along its entire length by energy rings. But Han Yu had no intention of giving up and, cursing, covered himself and his partner with a protective field. And when the deadly weapon reached its target, the barrier held. His spirit urged him not to give up, to shake off the paralysis and run, but he would try to hold on. However, she knew that an enemy with such abilities had to be destroyed. After all, ordinary students would not survive an encounter with him, but her partner did not agree. In this situation, they could both die. Respecting her sense of responsibility, he said that sometimes you have to be less stubborn. But she had to do it as a senior student, and beyond the border were ordinary students who believed in her. Therefore, she could not let them down and lose this battle. Connie was surprised that she could move in such a state when the poison had reached her head. Han Yu called her a stupid girl, but he knew very well that she was like that. The stories of all the dokaibi who became owners are similar, regardless of whether they were connected to people by love or friendship. As a rule, these stories involve a lot of pain and suffering, but the story of He Jin and Han Yu is completely different and unlike any other. The girl called him a lazy nerd and ordered him to participate in training, but he claimed that it wasn't in the contract. The friends rarely shared a bed, and their relationship was based on the guy giving her his strength when she needed it, and she paid him for it. This may seem harsh and boring, but they couldn't have gotten along in any other kind of relationship because they were too different. The guy lived by the principle of why do today what someone else will do tomorrow. Pak, on the other hand, was an overly diligent and conscientious student who was unable to balance her work and personal life. He was attracted to her figure without even imagining the subsequent friction, otherwise he would have refused immediately. The guy heard the students criticizing her for her grueling workouts and harshness, even on the Grand Master's birthday. When he came to the gym, Han Yu saw that she was working out until she was drenched in sweat. He asked her if she knew that the guys hated her. It turned out that she knew but didn't care, having chosen this role consciously. After all, in Ojak, only the most unusual students were appointed as senior students. Han Yu thought of himself as a very cool person compared to whom everyone else was ordinary. She considered herself the most mediocre of the senior students, because Che had resourcefulness, Cho had strength, Singyu had technique, and Miha had potential. To distinguish herself from the others, she learned healing, which is essentially accessible to everyone, the only difference being the speed of learning. Han Yu had heard about her lackluster achievements and couldn't understand why she didn't give up her attempts to become a master. Instead of answering, she punched him straight in the jaw. Then, unperturbed, she put the heavy dumbbell back in its place. She explained that the reason she had come to Ojak was her hatred of predators. She didn't want others to experience what she had gone through and wanted to teach others, so she intended to become a master. Hai Jin didn't see anything special in herself and could only offer sincerity. Knowing nothing about her, he understood roughly what the girl was trying to say. It was probably a touching story, but it didn't affect him. Let others say what they want about him, but he liked the way he lived. If death was inevitable, why not fill his life with joy? The same was true now, with Selena's spear of anger threatening him. If he had been alone, he would have run away long ago. But despite all his laziness and irresponsibility, in the situation they found themselves in, it would have been too selfish even for him. And when he heard why the girl couldn't lose, he wanted to do everything he could. Fortunately, despite the fact that the spear had cracked the protective barrier, it couldn't break through. The guy reinforced the screen with his field, and the spear shattered into pieces. Han Yu said that she owed him and would definitely buy the next generation of Z-Box when it came out. Then, a dazzling white fiery bowl appeared on the ground, surrounded by swirling blue flames. The bowl turned into a sparkling cross that scattered flashes of alien energy. The guy shouted that he would give her strength, and then silver armor appeared on her, covering her from head to toe. They hadn't used such a technique in a long time, so why had he become so generous? He explained that he wanted to finish quickly and go home. This technique would only last a minute, maybe even less. But He Jin wasn't upset and said that would be enough time. Assessing the warrior's new appearance, Connie decided that it was too powerful for someone whose fire was almost extinguished. Especially in full armor, it was most likely a technique of unity with the spirit. If the Amazon rushed into battle as she had before, it would be dangerous for him, which meant he would have to step up his game. Moreover, he noticed that the poison he had scattered everywhere had completely disappeared. And Connie again swirled streams of energy above the place where she was located. Her spiral scattered a terrible mixture across the ground and into the air. But the red-haired girl covered in steel armor front and back had already closed in on him. She clenched her battle-hardened fist wearing brass knuckles. She swung her entire body, keeping her feet wide apart, and struck. Whirlwinds of her energy shot into the air and instantly filled the entire space. Connie tried for a few moments to figure out where his energy flows had gone. Had she blocked them, or simply blown them away with the wind created by the power of fire? While he was thinking, Hee-jin tensed up in a fighting stance, preparing to strike with her other hand. She swung her arm and rushed toward her enemy at tremendous speed. His opponent stretched out his arm in a commanding gesture, preparing to begin his dance, but he didn't even have time to utter its name, because the warrior with the fluttering cloak had already reached her target, this time hitting the sinister spirit right in the stomach. The attack took the wind out of Connie, who broke out in a sweat and began to cough. The Amazon did not stop and continued her attack with a loud cry. She knocked the spirit away from its perch and completely extinguished its flame. Despite its enormous weight, it shot up into the air like a balloon, leaving its master alone. The predator couldn't believe his eyes. What had happened was impossible in his mind, so he had to defend himself with his own hands. The spirit that had been thrown back could not help, as it had been thrown upward along with the streams of its energy. A powerful explosion thundered over the forest with a lilac-purple flash, destroying the predator's spirit. The battlefield was enveloped in thick grayish-white smoke, obscuring everything from view. When the smoke cleared, only Connie remained in the clearing, pondering the suicidal nature of the attack and the danger it posed to him. But the assumption of suicide was not confirmed. From the direction of the explosion, a familiar silhouette appeared, its hair blowing in the wind. He asked a rhetorical question. How was this possible since the poison had already spread throughout her body and the amount exceeded a lethal dose? As he approached, it became clear that it was not a ghost, but a girl, albeit covered in soot from the explosion. How was she still alive? Smiling, Hee-jin pointed out that the question was wrongly phrased. One should ask why, not how. What this redhead was carrying was not important. She should just stop, and then he would simply retreat. Enough fighting. Especially since she was also wounded and probably couldn't even stand, let alone fight. But Hee-jin replied that he was too late to stop the fight and stamped her foot. Then she admitted that she was indeed in pain, and that it was so severe that she only needed to relax for a second to pass out. Han-yu noticed that he had also lost feeling in his body and wanted to go home to catch the TV show Moon School. Kane wondered why they were trying so hard. Because of their silence, he cursed and even shouted, repeating his question. They replied that they were doing it for those who believed in them, to protect them. Hee-jin jumped up and, as she fell, hit her opponent with brass knuckles. He fell to the ground, knocking stones out from under him, and the owner pounced on him like a hawk, shouting that he would destroy him. The roar and flames from her blows scattered over the forest, and the rocky platform where they were fighting crumbled into stones. But now the enemy was defeated and lay on his back with his arms and legs spread out, the last of his life force leaving his body in thin streams. She should show her comrades that it was all over, but Kan-yu advised her not to raise the flag and to quickly remove her armor. Obeying him, she began to disarm herself, feeling the energy leaving her body along with her armor. And so, Hee-jin lay on the ground again, unable to move, urging her partner to get rid of the poison as quickly as possible. But he refused, saying that he was also exhausted, so the warrior closed her eyes and suggested that they sleep to regain their strength. The guy told her to sleep first because of the poisoning, but she hoped that the fight had been spectacular and visible from afar, so that the students would guess to come for them. Since that was the case, maybe it was time to talk about his reward. He wouldn't turn down a collector's edition of Z-Box or a figurine. Suddenly, his partner grabbed his hair and yelled that he had missed everything. Turning her eyes in his direction, the girl asked why he was making such a fuss. It turned out that today was the pre-order day for the figure of Mayu from the Moon School, and he had forgotten, even though he had been waiting for this event since the release of the last chapter. After listening to this nonsense from an adult, the girl reproachfully said that the guy was still the same, and she had hoped that he had come to his senses. The slacker explained that he could get the guy to let him in again, but he would never get the figurine if he missed the pre-order day. He jumped up and down and grabbed his head, asking if she had any idea what pre-order meant and what he was supposed to do now, telling her to call his students quickly. He said that if he returned home now, he might still make it, but the older student just thanked him for his help and closed her eyes. Unable to believe his ears, Han-yu fell silent and froze in amazement. He called him lazy, crazy, and absent-minded, and then burst out laughing. She then continued that because of their different personalities, they would often yell at each other in the future, but she was still glad to have such a partner. 10 minutes before victory, Hee-jin and Han-yu Ha-sol saw a powerful explosion in the south, and although she did not know Connie's enemy, she realized that he was in trouble. Not knowing who was responsible for the explosion, she decided to take a look to see what was going on. She had to hurry because Mihi was already tired, and Ibi told her to get ready. The cat said that she was tired of those two. She liked hunting the huge wolf, but now he had lost some of his strength and had become just an ordinary dog. Realizing that the battle in the south was over, she also wanted to quietly finish up. She threw a flame, turning it into an explosion and spun around like a whirlwind. Mickey shouted indignantly that her partner was not a dog, but Ibi confirmed that he was a wolf. She used Ha-Sol and other explosion tactics, spinning them in the air for greater acceleration and sending them in a predetermined direction. With her eyes flashing red and fighting fiercely, she raced around at tremendous speed. Ibi growled menacingly, shooting sparks from his eyes, while Mihi held onto his mane with one hand and threw fireballs with the other. The wolf's speed was more than enough, and the opponents converged, putting up strips of fire in front of them, but no one managed to break through the other's defense. Although an explosion followed each clash, the owner managed to escape. Thinking about reducing the size of the spirit due to the loss of energy, Mihi saw that they were managing to catch up with the cat. When they measured their strength and then flew past each other, Ha-Sol turned around and threw a portion of fire after them. The cunning animal missed Mihi but sliced the wolf's side. Unlike the cat's soft and graceful landing, the wolf collapsed to the ground and went limp, while Mihi fell and hit the ground. As she got up, the girl thought that the problem was her enemy's speed and agility, which made their attacks spontaneous and unpredictable. Her strength was too great, and her ferocity had been honed in real combat, and she mocked their stiff movements and excessive training. After recovering, Ibi cursed in frustration but did not know how to defeat them. The senior student moved closer to him to talk. But the predator couldn't sit still, intrigued by the respite the two had taken. They were talking peacefully and seemed to pay no attention to her, the head of the faction. She began to sneak closer to find out what they were whispering about without her. But she couldn't hear anything, and black with rage, she flew into the air, screaming for them to quickly tell her the secrets they were hiding from her. But as she descended, the wolf began to shake itself off as if after a bath, and sprays flew at the cat, but not water, but fire. To protect herself, she tried to curl up into a ball, pulling her legs up under her and covering herself with her hands. Then she began to jump from foot to foot, meowing plaintively and regretting that she was suffering so foolishly because of her curiosity. She began to back away and crouch lower to get at least her legs out of the way, but her hands were so hot that she had to wave them around quickly. Her opponent, desperately trying to cool his hands, clearly wasn't interested in a fight, so Mickey decided it was time to put her plan into action and ordered the wolf to run. Ignoring the cat's cries to stop them, they quickly ran through the forest. However, his partner doubted that everything would be all right, fearing that the cat would suddenly turn on them and go deeper into Ojak instead of following them. But the girl thought that the cat was unlikely to do so, since she had confessed that she had gone to the dojo for fun and had no interest in interrupting it. Therefore, it would want to finish the hunt, but what method of victory was being discussed? Did such a method even exist? But the writer wasn't sure they could win, although it was possible to predict the attacks. At first, it seemed to her that there was no pattern to the trader's attacks and that they were random, but upon closer observation, she noticed a habit. Yes, she managed to figure him out, noticing that his attacks changed every time, but it was possible to predict his actions. To predict his moves, she only had to look at his supporting leg. If it was leaning on its left leg, it would strike with its right paw, and if it was leaning on its right leg, it would use its left paw. Apparently, this is more convenient when shifting the center of gravity, and it is similar to changing the position of the body in the air. Therefore, seeing which leg the predator is leaning on, it is not difficult to guess where the next attack will come from, although at first it seemed like a coincidence. Ibi laughed and said that this was typical of Mihi, who was not called the leader among the senior students for nothing. Obviously, after the fight with the nerd, the girl realized some important things for herself. Then she immersed herself in the fight and didn't watch her opponent, trying to stay calm in this battle. That's why Ibi chose her as his partner, and instead of answering her question, he laughed. It doesn't matter what he thought. If his partner is right, they will be able to dodge the blows. Mickey agreed and wanted to mention another weakness of cats. But it was easy to spot, and it was already triumphantly shouting from the top of a tree that it had found the fugitives. Then the girl ordered the spirit to keep running, and they dashed off. Ha-Sol laughed, because such behavior was to be expected from prey, and the main thing in hunting was to pursue it. From the top of the tree, she began to quickly climb down the trunk, encouraging herself with meows that she had to catch up with the fugitives and catch them. But turning her head, the writer noticed how the cat pushed off with its left foot. This meant it would attack from the right, and the wolf stopped right in front of the predator, causing her to fly past. But upon landing, the agile beast immediately jumped up, and it was easy to guess that it was preparing to strike from the left. But by carefully watching the animal's feet and using the trick she had noticed, Mihi easily parried the attacks. But Ibi didn't like playing a passive role, and he had something in mind. For now, he raised his head, watched, and waited for the right moment. Ha-Sol jumped next to him and wanted to hit him hard with her foot, but only grazed him because he managed to lower his muzzle. but sparks of anger flew from his eyes, and the cat responded by baring its teeth. Then, he threw up his attacking leg with his paw and snapped at her with his teeth. The predator managed to pull her back, but she was very angry. She tried to kick her opponent with her other leg, but he lowered his muzzle and bit her, opening his mouth wide. Close combat was becoming too dangerous for the traitor, and she retreated. Ibi chuckled and said that he had eaten her fire and would recover thanks to it. But Ha-Sol did not understand this right away. At first, she danced with joy and teased that she had been bitten, but the wounds had not been inflicted. Suddenly, she realized that the wolf had stolen her energy. But she didn't believe it and decided to see if he was lying. After stretching between the trees, she declared that after the bite, she could move even better than before. Then she launched a new attack, coming in from the left and pushing off with her right foot. But Mi-Hee was ready for this and successfully defended herself with a counter throw. However, the predator was a nimble animal and, doing a somersault, shot from above with clumps of fire that cut through her clothes and burned her body. Rejoicing that she had gotten the better of her senior student, she did not notice the wolf's counterattack, after which her joy vanished. A wave of her own energy struck her in the side, returning like a boomerang from the wolf's mouth. This wave knocked her down and threw her back to the ground where she had been standing. Jumping to her feet, Ha-Sol rushed into the attack but was unable to break through the powerful barrier at first. And when she finally managed to do so with the help of jumps and somersaults, her opponents were already on their guard. But a predator is never stopped by such things, and she prepared her long claws as weapons. Pushing off with her right foot, Mi-Ha realized that the attack would come from the left and gave the command to her partner. A counterattack flew toward the attacker, blocking her energy release. Well, the wolf knows how to strike with its tail, and the cat looked at him with curiosity. He laughed, and jumping away from the flashes, shouted that it wouldn't work a second time. Her fire would be consumed again and then return to her in the same way as the first time. Suddenly, the girl asked the spirit to stop, so he turned his head toward her and asked what had happened. But instead of answering, Mi-Ha strengthened her right hand with her other hand and defended herself from the predator's blow. With a malicious smile, Ha-Sol asked if they were hiding their strength or if they would show it if they were cornered. The girl replied that she didn't know how to say, but she thought about her interlocutor's second weak spot. Of course, she wasn't sure yet, but her intuition told her so. If she had been 100% right about the first weakness, then she was also right about the second. The flash from the mist shot had not yet faded when the predator went on the attack again. And fearlessly rushing toward him on her trusty steed was the senior student. Once again, the lilac-white cat-like flame collided with the blue flame of its owner. Thick smoke rose so high that it hid the participants in the battle. Taking advantage of the situation, two of them decided to escape through the forest again. The most cunning one fired a shot at random, hoping to hit them. But when there was no response, she realized they had escaped. Catching up with the fugitives and landing on a thick branch, she meowed that she liked everything very much. But her prey decided to make her even happier, and it seemed that real fun was ahead. Carried away by the conversation, the predator did not notice that a whole cloud of blue flame was hanging over her. With a flick of her fingers, she brought it down, announcing that she was not in the mood for fun. But the animal did not understand the opinion that was fundamentally at odds with her own. Mickey explained that she didn't enjoy the heat of battle, but rather being with the guys from Ojak. During joint training sessions, when they all grow and develop together, that's what's really fun, and that's why she stayed at the dojo. But now, holding back her anger, she bit her lip. Right now, everyone she cares about is suffering because of the vicious dokebi. They all have to fight, get injured, and die. And she still says that all these hardships are just for fun and entertainment. Yes, they are all sick in the head, their very existence is a threat and they cannot be forgiven. But her opponent sneered at these so-called principles. She understood them all too well, but she too dreamed of gaining more power. Her companion also adheres to similar platitudes and says not to look at it that way. After all, it doesn't matter who you are born as, whether you live as a human or a dokebi, it's always easier to be alone. And the predator jumped off the branch and rushed into the attack again. Saying that it was more effective to be alone, she swung her arm, but Mi-Hee ducked and her fist hit the tree trunk. The owner thought that her guess was very close to the truth. In the end, she managed to discover two weak points of her opponent. The first was that the blows were delivered with the hand opposite the supporting leg. The second was the limited number of jumps before an attack. The first weakness arose from the peculiarities of her balance. And if you recall the pattern of her attacks from the moment they met, she always sat down to rest even when she was on the verge of defeat. She only had enough energy for 6 good attacks, and then her momentum weakened, forcing her to stop. Seeing that the cat had pushed off from the tree, Mi-Hee noted the start of the 4th attack. The animal managed to catch her shoulder, but the girl just closed one eye and grunted. There was no time to worry about the wound, and the senior student continued to watch. She managed to fend off the new attack safely, and it was the 5th one. When Ibi asked her if she was okay, she replied that she was fine and told him not to stop. The wolf increased his speed and rushed through the forest in the direction he knew. Ha Sol didn't know what the fugitives were up to, but her hunting instinct was stronger than her caution. How could she let her prey escape? Without hesitation, the predator launched her sixth attack. Carried away by the chase, she didn't notice the cliff ahead, and when her opponent stopped abruptly, she flew past them due to momentum. Seeing the abyss opening up before her, the cat let out a frightened cry. She desperately tried to wave her arms, but she still fell, and only now did she understand Mickey's plan. The girl knew that the animal would not be able to push off and would inevitably fall. And for them and their partner in such circumstances, this was the best way out. Considering the energy they had managed to absorb, they would be able to finish off the predator with a single blow. Of course, the wolf did not hesitate to send a huge stream of its flames mixed with the alien ones after the falling beast. The flash from the explosion shot up very high above the place where the observers were standing. It rose above the treetops, and the sound and light waves from it spread not only upward but also in other directions. The partners relaxed and watched for a while as glowing sparks fell into the abyss above. Mickey sighed with relief and couldn't believe it was over, but Ibi laughed and confirmed that they had won. Then she noticed that although they had expended a lot of energy, there was no time to rest, and they needed to return quickly. But as soon as they turned their backs to the cliff, Ha Sol rose above them. Turning at the sound, they were confused at first and even shouted that it was nonsense. But the cat had no intention of landing and immediately went on the attack. Before Mihi could react, large pieces were torn from her skirt and blouse, but the predator didn't stop there. Her partner wanted to warn her by calling her name, but he was too late. The animal, blackened with rage, fell like a stone from above, and the girl only managed to duck her head. After that, Ha Sol turned around and slashed at Ibi with her hand. Mickey saw that the spirit didn't have time to react either. Everything happened in a flash. It all happened so quickly that it was impossible to follow, and now the beast was hiding, and how could they fight when they couldn't see its legs? The partners remained in the clearing and looked around anxiously. Suddenly, the cat swooped down from above, and the wolf rushed forward to take the blow, but another piece of the girl's clothing was torn off. Mickey gasped, but immediately ordered herself to calm down and focus on the attacker's second weakness. After all, the last attack was already the sixth, so now they could counterattack. But literally after her words, a flash appeared on the trunk of the nearest tree. What was it? Who was it? It was Ha Sol attacking again. She pushed off with her right foot and attacked with her right hand, so the girl dodged to the left with her defense but missed. Approaching, the attacker laughed loudly right in the girl's face. She believed that none of the predatory dokebi wanted to turn into a predator. For example, there was no one near her who could have taught her. Out of ignorance, she made a mistake, and circumstances pushed her into it. They had been chasing her repeatedly, trying to catch her. To survive, she had to do something, and she had no other choice. In a world ruled by natural selection, where all enemies can be trusted only to themselves, Mickey couldn't dodge or defend herself, and she was thrown back. The cat laughed at the fact that they were all doing it together. She considered them weak because of their weakness and believed that they needed someone to lean on. She did everything on her own, so she was stronger when she acted alone. After crashing into a tree and falling to her knees, Mihi thought about how the unpredictability of this individual was the source of her strength as the leader of one of the factions. Why had such an important advantage appeared so suddenly? But then she noticed the tail that had been hidden under his clothes and realized that he was using it as a steering wheel. To confirm her guess, the girl asked if the cat had really not shown itself completely until that moment. She heard that the predator's balance was somewhat impaired when moving without its tail, but that it had deliberately given its prey a head start in order to have some fun. It turns out that maintaining balance is not Ha Sol's Achilles heel. This means that from the very beginning of the encounter, although the partners tried very hard, the leader did not consider them serious opponents. Offended by this attitude, Ibi intervened in the conversation, telling the predator not to look down on them. But instead of a verbal response, he received a burst of fire in his right paw, which he barely managed to dodge. The cat left Miha, who was still reeling from the blow, alone, and turned her attention to her partner. Releasing another burst of energy, she concentrated it on her forearms and palms. Then she instantly leaped toward the wolf and dug her sharp claws right into his side, piercing his spirit through and through. Her eyes filled with a fierce gleam, and with a malicious grin, she intensified her blows with a movement of her body. After that, she pushed off and, leaning forward in mid-jump, spread her arms wide, trying to tear the hated body apart as much as possible. Struck by the horrific sight, Mihi momentarily forgot her own pain and, sympathizing with her partner, let out a loud cry. Ibi himself roared in agony and, unable to restrain himself, called his tormentor a damn cat. Ha-Sol smugly stroked the back of her head as if nothing had happened and noticed that the two seemed to have run out of strength, meowing that the end was near. But the hunt turned out to be more fun than she had expected, especially considering how much the weaklings depended on each other. Perhaps the other senior students would also be good, so it would be nice to find another victim among them. Gasping with anticipation of another successful game, she suggested aloud that it was unlikely that Yeon-ik and his friends had dealt with all the owners. But Mi-hee suddenly mentioned that before coming to Ojak, she had been a coward, afraid of even bugs and the sight of blood, let alone predatory dokaibi. However, now she was able to fight on equal terms with a strong enemy like Ha-Sol and do so for those she wanted to protect. Therefore, it is not appropriate to speak about her with such contempt to your partner. Laughing, the cat retorted that they couldn't do anything to her, that the most important thing in battle was victory, and that losers only knew how to cry. When asked who had lost, she exclaimed that her partner's fusion had failed. But Mi-hee declared that the traitor apparently did not really understand the essence of the merger, in which a person's weapon and the fire of their spirit merged together. The girl's weapon was a necklace, and she touched her mysterious jewelry. The cat correctly noted that this item had always been hanging on her. It had been there since the beginning of their meeting, but it hadn't fully played its role because the merging of souls with her partner was still only partial. And for the first time, she decided to fully use this ability in real combat, deciding that now was the right moment. The Great Master said that the girl was not ready to be a vessel for the spirit, and that a mistake could be life-threatening, so she needed to temper the fire by using only half of it. Therefore, he recommended using full fusion only in particularly important cases, and it was not considered some kind of super technique. And those moments when the girl's life was in danger were not at all special. The mentor believed that there was something more valuable than one's own life, and that was the goal for which the Dokkaebi had come to Ojak. Miki followed the instructions she had received, but now the time had come, and she warned her partner that it would not be easy to perform such a connection. He would have to be patient, but Ibi just laughed in response, declaring himself ready to begin. And then, in the place where they had just been standing, a whirlwind of blue energy spun at tremendous speed, sweeping away in a bright beam far into the sky. Feeling the frenzied movement of the wind, Ha-Sol tried to stay on her feet, not understanding what was happening or why her opponents had suddenly become inaccessible. The two participants in the ongoing battle found themselves in some other reality where Mi-hee greeted them and told them her name. Unexpectedly, she broke out in a sweat and, embarrassed, lowered her head. Only after a pause was she able to begin talking about the purpose of her visit. Due to her strong excitement, her neck began to spasm, her tongue went numb, and with hesitation, the girl stated her goal. She wanted the people dear to her to continue smiling. After these words, the owner regained her confidence, commanded the start of a complete merging of souls with her partner, and continued speaking. She said that when she found herself in the dojo, she decided to overcome her fears and no longer look like a helpless crybaby. She had decided to find the strength to be ready to defend her loved ones with her own hands if necessary. In response to this revelation, Ibi smiled and said that he would give his partner strength and let her fulfill her desire, and thus the complete fusion was complete. Watching what was happening, Ha-Sol first jokingly greeted them with a wave, then asked if they had really merged. The cat turned her head away from the blue flame and asked ironically if this meant she was copying her technique. But Mi-hee remained serious, and stretching out her hand, launched a spinning vortex next to the overly confident vagrant. The predator claimed that she enjoyed winning, but that her fun would end soon. Sensing a threat in the last sentence, the cat became alarmed and licked her lips irritably. If the owner was really serious, then she had no reason to hold back, and preparing to use her claws, she took a fighting stance. Feeling a significant surge of strength, Mi-hee thought with satisfaction about the opportunity to give it her all. Ibi warned her about the difficulties she was having with the merger and the increase in workload as the time of use increased. But her partner believed that everything was going well, and that she didn't need to be cunning or run away. Taking a fighting stance, she intended to finish everything quickly. However, the cat attacked instantly, not with a precise throw, but with a large stream that far exceeded the girl's size. The large portions of flame released around her did not save her, and the predator looked boldly at her, knocked off her feet and already prepared for a new blow. And then, with its paws spread wide, the animal sent another gigantic stream of energy after her. It partially broke out the blue clumps, which smoldered and faded away on the ground, but this time most of the fire was pushed back and thrown away. The beast had to exert considerable effort to send Miki flying, as the girl had become noticeably more powerful. But the traitor's triumph was short-lived. The warrior returned from the opposite direction and attacked with a rock, falling from a height. Feeling the movement of the air, the cat looked back and was surprised to find that the owner was alive and unharmed and rushing towards her. Gathering a giant ball of blue flame, the girl rushed down, her eyes sparkling with anger and a menacing cry escaping from her mouth. She moved the stream in front of her and threw it with force at the agile predator. There was an explosion that tore stones from the rocky ground. The huge ball covered all the clumps of foreign flame, but suddenly cracks appeared on it and began to spread in all directions. In an instant, they shattered it into thousands of small fragments, and the one at whom the projectile was aimed jumped out from under them as if nothing had happened. Jumping back to a safe distance, the cat pursed its lips and mimicked its opponent's battle cry. Then she turned around, approached Ibby's body, and slammed it with her foot. A new barrage of fire rained down on her partners, but the senior student was ready for it and, clenching her lips, met it with dignity. Then she stretched out like a string and, twirling her flames in rings, sent them toward the restless beast. This time, the predator was not simply thrown back. She was badly beaten and made to understand that she was not the only one who could tear other people's clothes. Of course, Ha-Sol couldn't bear such an insult, and her eyes flashed with an unkind fire once more. When the stream stopped, she quickly regrouped and rushed into the attack herself, grappling with Mi-hee in close combat. They fought so fiercely in the air that the waves from their blows shook and exploded the ground. But then, using the smoke screen as cover, the prey landed on the ground and the hunter glided down softly in pursuit. Pursued relentlessly by her enemy, the girl ran through the forest, covering her face from the blows. Exhausted by the flashes, she decided to be cunning and slowed down, covering her eyes and relying on her sense of smell, a gift from Ibby. But the cat had no idea. It seemed to her that Mi-hee, who had lowered her arms and was wandering calmly, had been blinded by the smoke and flashes and was completely exhausted. Approaching silently, Ha-Sol did not rush, savoring the scent of her prey, but as soon as she was about to grab her, something unexpected happened. The owner of the moment instantly threw the bloodthirsty creature to the ground, and the blow knocked stones out of the rocky soil. A muffled sound escaped from her chest in pain, to which the deceiver reacted maliciously, saying that the hunter had caught herself. However, it was not fitting for a beast raised on the streets to give up so easily. The creature on the ground grabbed the hand that had struck her and pulled it toward her teeth. Pinned to the ground by a knee, she couldn't get up, but she tried to bite or at least maim the limb of the person she hated so much. Fortunately, 2 layers of fabric protected Mickey's body, and although her clothes were torn, she managed to pull her hand away in time. But thanks to her natural agility and good training, the cat twisted around and found herself on her feet, and then re-entered the fight. Tearing another piece of the girl's skirt, she angered her even more, and the girl did not remain in debt, responding adequately to the aggressor. After a brief exchange, both released huge amounts of energy for the battle and used it against each other. The roar and purple-blue flashes of the battle carried far above the battlefield. The battlefield itself was enveloped in a thick wall of smoke, but this did not stop the participants in the fight. Finally, Ibby warned his partner that their fusion time was running out, but knowing this, she replied that there was no need to rush. Ha-Sol believed that her senior student was running out of strength, just like her, and therefore decided to put all her energy into the planned strike. But Mi-hee also intended to go all in, believing that she must win. She stood tensely, her legs wide apart, her head bowed, her eyes hidden by her bangs, but her raised lip betrayed her determination. Watching the energy unleashed against her, the predator chuckled, wondering if the warrior had gone too far. The girl herself was already leaning toward the same opinion, feeling an annoying desire to run away. But she knew that there were people she had to protect, so she couldn't give up. Ha-Sol repeated that she called those who relied on others weaklings, and convinced herself that they would never defeat her. And so, enveloped in their energy like cocoons, they both tensely prepared for the final throw, stretching their bodies toward each other. Behind each of them was a powerful resource, but Mi-hee was not alone. She was supported by a spirit that had become her loyal friend. The cat could only count on herself, but that did not make her weaker. And then they clashed, joining their protective screens tightly together and breaking through them with narrowly directed beams. Then they clashed in close combat, and the situation became so heated that even the owner's eyes shot out sparkling discharges. Sparks flew from the collision of the purple and blue streams, and sound and light waves scattered in all directions. From a distance, the battlefield looked like a glowing cross laid out in 3 planes, its horizontal line extending far to the sides. As we approached the scene of the battle, the cross turned out to be a bright sphere with a bluish shell entwined with arched purple lines. The shock waves rustled the leaves of the trees and bent their trunks, as well as throwing stones and flashes of light above the forest. White and blue flashes mingled with sparks and clouds of thick smoke of various shapes and sizes. Having exhausted a significant part of their energy balls, the opponents descended from the heavens to the earth, where Ha-Sol, taking aim, pierced Mi-hee through and through. But she herself was pierced several times by her opponent, who was not afraid of pain. In the end, Both of them were unable to raise their arms due to their wounds and exhaustion. Unable to straighten up, the predator laughed and meowed that, as she had said, she would survive this time too. The winner smiled bitterly and thought, could it be that the complete merging of our souls was not enough? But she immediately remembered the appraising glances of the Grandmaster and Gu Chul Chul, as well as the silhouettes of the senior students Im Songyu, Cheon Chonu, Hyun Yeon, and Hee Jin. She realized that she couldn't lose their trust, couldn't let them turn away from her, and her eyes flashed with fierce fire. Straightening up, she stamped her right foot defiantly, and suddenly, from somewhere, she found the strength to swing her arm and strike the predator once more. The woman did not rise to retaliate, even when the last flashes of fire faded into smoke. Ibi begged for a pause to catch his breath, and his partner agreed, saying that it had indeed been difficult for both of them. Feeling every bump in the ground, Ha Sol asked why she wasn't the strongest, and if that meant she had lost. Turning away, the senior student thoughtfully said that, in her opinion, strength manifests itself differently in everyone, and some are indeed stronger alone. She then continued that Ojak students, on the other hand, become stronger because they act for the sake of others. In her case, it happened because at the last moment she remembered her friends and was therefore able to take the final step. Continuing to think aloud, the cat called her defeat a disgrace, something that had never happened to her before. The owner summed up that the reason for this defeat was the excessive self-confidence of the defeated, who looked down on them. Meanwhile, in the east, Mihi and Evie defeated Ojak in the imaginary Dokkaebi school, where the confrontation was still ongoing. When Igoki appeared in the classroom doorway, he blew up the wall and escaped through the hole to the floor above. To catch up with him faster and avoid chasing him down the stairs, the doppelganger also made a hole, but not in the wall, but in the ceiling. Calling the man a rat who only knew how to run away using dirty tricks, he pulled himself up with his hands and climbed through the hole into the room. Thinking over the situation, he knew that nothing would change if he just stalled for time, but suddenly the straight-A student might find Chon Min's weapon and defeat him. Assuming this, he immediately stopped his malicious thoughts, deciding that it was impossible to find a club in the vast space of the subconscious. He doubted the possibility of a successful search even with the help of a truly sincere partner, and these two were just playing at being friends. He didn't even want to think about the likelihood of a disastrous outcome for him, but suddenly, as he was walking down the corridor, he noticed tongues of flame bursting out from around the corner. Laughing at what an incorrigible fool he was dealing with, his ego quickened his pace. Was it really possible to forget a broken nose and fall for such things again, unless one was a complete idiot? This time, he decided to forget about any delicacy and strike the stubborn man first. Preparing his hand for the blow, he rushed forward. Rejoicing that the guy had given away his location by leaving a blazing fire in a bucket, which meant that the fugitive was hiding in the room closest to the bucket, he rushed forward. It was very close, just around the corner, and he had already reached it, but as soon as he threw open the door, water spilled out. Slipping in the puddle spreading across the floor, the energy double couldn't stay on his feet, even though he tried not to let go of the door handle. Falling, he tried in vain to lean on his hand so as not to touch the container with the fire, but with a sharp sound, his head hit the overturned bucket. Of course, the first thing he did was pull his head out and curse in surprise, but in his confusion, he accidentally let go of his own fireball. Stretched out on the floor, he couldn't do anything but curse as he watched the ball fly away from him and explode. Turning toward the sound of a very close explosion, Kai, who was nearby, looked out the window and realized that everything had happened in the same building. Smiling, the guy noticed that his enemy had apparently already figured out his trap. It was no wonder he loved watching Home Alone every Christmas. He had already searched part of the premises, lamenting that he had found nothing, and now he had to try to do it somewhere else. Even after a thorough search of the desks, tables, and cabinets in the teacher's lounge and classrooms, he hadn't found anything. Looking anxiously out the window to see how much daylight was left, he saw that about a third of the disk was still visible. It turned out that less than half of the time left for the ceremony, so he had to optimize his search somehow. It was impossible to search every corner here. Carefully peeking into the hallway and making sure there was no danger, Kai decided to think things over. It was known that this building had been created by Chang Min's subconscious, so it was most likely that the club was hidden in a place that was significant to him. If you rack your brains and know for sure that this is a school, then the high school student who ended up here must be somehow connected to this strange place. Trying to solve this puzzle, the guy first ran through the rooms, hoping that his subconscious would suddenly give him a clue. Then he walked slowly, looking at the walls at eye level and taking in the rest of the perimeter with his peripheral vision. Finally, he pressed his index finger to his chin, tilted his head, and then closed his eyes, assuming the pose of a thinker. But neither that finger nor the large one that touched his chin, thrown out to help him, helped in his despair. He exclaimed that he didn't even have any ideas. Realizing that from the outside it would seem like complete nonsense, he had no school memories in his head, except those related to his studies. He couldn't remember anything else, such as hanging out with his friends in Cheonmin, and tried in vain to refresh his memory by slapping his head with his palm. But suddenly, the high school student noticed a sign with the numbers 1 and 10, and was surprised because in his real school there were only 9 grades. Thinking about the strangeness of this institution, he first assumed that all the oddities here were his fault, but this one had nothing to do with him. If the sign was to be believed, Kai was not in high school at all, but in middle school, the same one he had attended with his friend before. At first, he thought it was a mistake or a mix-up, but then he realized that this was definitely not high school but middle school, which changed everything. After all, although he had attended the same school as Chang Min since they started middle school, they had only been in the same class for 1 year. Assuming that the club was in an important place, it must have been in the 4th grade classroom where they studied together. That was obvious. Now the high school student had a logical goal and headed down the hallway to check his guess. Meanwhile, the doppelganger, having recovered from the explosion, got up off the floor and decided it was time to stop playing hide-and-seek. Enough of feeling sorry for Kai, whom everyone around him cares about so much that they are driving him crazy with their concern. Moving to another building, he loudly called out to Yuna, asking how this insolent boy dared to humiliate his doppelganger like that. He promised to put an end to their senseless slaughter. Hearing these cries, the guy smiled, thinking that the screamer had fallen into a trap set up in the dining room. It remains to be seen who will prevail, because the screamer doesn't even know where his opponent is. But suddenly, Kai heard some strange sounds that made him wonder what they could mean. The guy didn't know that his enemy was on the roof of one of the school buildings at that moment, gathering a powerful energy stream in the air. Concentrating the planned amount of fire above his head, he sent it down with a single movement of his hand. Without taking his other hand out of his pocket, he stood and calmly watched as the blue vortex spinning beneath him destroyed everything in its path. Carried away by the falling building, Kai flew down with his eyes wide with horror and screamed wildly, but he managed to escape the stones torn out by the explosion. When he landed, he ran to the surviving part of the building, wondering what the hell had caused Oganek to go berserk and seriously decide to destroy the entire school. On the way, he saw crumbling walls, falling stones, smoke and dust rising from the ruins, and thought he had to hurry. He had to hurry to check on the 4th grade classroom at the end of the 1st floor corridor, but suddenly he stopped dead in his tracks. He didn't understand why, but he was overcome by a strange feeling that made him doubt whether he should go there, whether what he was looking for was there. By inertia, continuing to descend the stairs, the high school student admitted that the weapon might be somewhere else, but if it wasn't in the classroom, then where was it? Ignoring the smoke catching up behind him, the guy thought about it and figured out where it might be, although he wasn't entirely sure. Meanwhile, the doppelganger from the shrunken light source was already approaching the place where he had caused the collapse. He called out to Kai, reminding him of the unpleasant event that was unlikely to be forgotten, considering the day of the encounter with the Ghost Fang. It was embarrassing even to watch from the sidelines how helpless and defenseless the high school student had become because of Chang Min. If he were to merge with this guy, such a deplorable outcome would be inevitable when facing enemies who sought golden blood. But his ego compelled him to look out for his protege's future, and to protect that future, he would have to. However, the guy didn't want to listen to this verbal diarrhea and ran away, maneuvering between the fallen remains of the destroyed building. The doppelganger decided to finish what he started, saying that he had to crush the feelings of the fleeing man, and picked up a familiar firearm. Ki looked back and tried to stop his opponent, saying that it was his weapon, which he couldn't summon because of the doppelganger's interference. But his opponent objected, intending to show him how unsuitable he thought Yoon was for a soul merger. He extended his arm with the weapon, and immediately a blue ball appeared at the end of the barrel, spinning clockwise and throwing arcs of fire. Directing this entire moving system forward, he said that this was how one should control the flames. Watching his opponent's actions as he ran, Kai saw that for some reason, all the gathered fire was gradually decreasing in size, and only when the fireball became tiny did a shot ring out, and Oganek raised his hand with his pistol discharged. The top student had to stop to fend off the attack. He didn't know what was being used against him, but with such a small size, the projectile was unlikely to be very dangerous. However, despite the fact that the guy spread his legs wide, crouched down, and took a fighting stance, it was not so easy to fight back. The flying ball was small but powerful, and as happens in volleyball with a powerful serve, knocked out 2 fingers, and only his other hand saved him. Yoon cursed, and his ego responded that it was time to stop being a naive child who believed that the force of a blow depended on the size of the projectile. Looking at the bright beam carrying ring-shaped streams of energy, Oganek explained that the Dokaibi Club is created by the imagination of its owner. But even if its shape and appearance are formed when first summoned, it is possible to modify its shape when used, and he turned the weapon into a long-barreled one. Moving longer in a closed space, the projectile gained a higher initial speed, and Ki, while defending himself, was unable to stay on his feet. And from the long-barreled weapon, new fiery rays carrying glowing rings of different diameters flew out. Ogonek stood near these stairs and fired from the bat, while nearby flames flickered and explosions thundered, sending stones flying several stories high. The guy was already surrounded by smoke and sparks from the remnants of the fire, but he still stood with his legs wide apart and defended himself with both hands. After another attack, he was enveloped in smoke above his waist, realizing that he had almost died, but at the last moment he managed to counterattack. But he raised his arm with the long-barreled weapon, claiming that he was actually controlling energy, not a club. Although no shots were fired, Kai was unable to relax as fiery crosses appeared around him. What the hell was that? His opponent continued to lecture him about how the club might look like a small weapon, but that didn't mean it would be over after one shot. There was indeed no shot, but Oganek's index finger remained on the trigger. So that's why those flashing crosses appeared, one of which, by the way, burned the guy's cheek and nose. But there was no time to process the information, because in the next moment there was another huge explosion. The powerful blast wave threw the high school student several meters into the air, and he floundered in the air as if in zero gravity. A flash lit up the ceiling of the gym, and pieces of concrete fell from it. Lowering his weapon and looking down at his feet, the doppelganger moved away from the stones that had fallen from the ceiling and the smoking section of the floor, then asked if it was clear now that the merger was impossible and could not be carried out, not only with Lee Chang-min, but he could see that Ki did not have enough strength to merge souls with any spirit. The guy managed to land before the verdict was pronounced and listened without interrupting the person who uttered it, then, without raising his head, thanked him. He explained to his surprised opponent that he was grateful for the excellent demonstration of how to use his weapon. Exhausted from the fight, he tried to recover a little by leaning on his hands and feet, and also thanked him for bringing him directly to this place. He was afraid that he would not make it on his own, but thanks to such luck and his energy double, he was able to get there quickly. When asked by the puzzled ego, Kai replied that he wanted to go to this particular gym, which actually existed in the high school where he studied. It was in this very place that he had his first fight with his friend Chong Min, and he only realized this when he arrived here. Thinking about this, the high school student felt that somewhere here was what he was looking for, Chang Min's weapon. Shaking off his fatigue, the boy suddenly gathered himself and stood in a fighting stance, then stretched out his right arm, loudly calling out to his friend to help him. Suddenly, whirlwinds of blue energy appeared in the hall, spinning around the hole in the ceiling made by the explosion, and the ceiling itself seemed translucent. The honor student was overwhelmed by memories of high school, where he was an ordinary teenager who also suffered from feelings of inferiority. He had heard unflattering comments about himself many times. For example, one classmate called him an orphan and claimed that his parents had died in an accident. Another was surprised by this and laughed loudly, suggesting that the son was a nerd and had caused their death. But the first one objected that it was more likely because of that he had become such a nerd, and in response to their nasty laughter, the straight-A student called them freaks. One day, he was deeply hurt when someone found out that he lived in the house that Chang Min rented, and this became a topic of discussion. Was it really Lee's house? And if so, why was he living there? And his classmates laughed, assuming that Lee had taken pity on an orphan. Distressed by all the sidelong glances, ridiculous gossip, and cackling of his peers, the boy withdrew into himself and preferred solitude. He remembered how upset he had been that day and approached Chang Min in the gym after he had left the shower. After saying goodbye to his classmates, Lee turned to Ki-woo and asked what he wanted to ask him. Yoon blurted out that he wanted to know why he had taken him in to live with him. Seeing that he had caught his friend off guard and that he was hesitating, he explained that he was just curious and wanted to know why he had done so. Changmin replied that he had already mentioned that he lived alone, his parents were far away, and he found it quite boring to live alone in a 3-bedroom house. But Kai pressed him, asking if that was really the only reason and not just simple human pity. After all, he didn't want to inconvenience anyone, so if the reason was simply pity, he would have been able to explain, but he didn't have time to finish, because his interlocutor called him a brainless idiot who was talking nonsense and jumped up and kicked him in the stomach. Straightening up, Yoon called his opponent a quarrelsome goat who seemed to have lost his mind, if, instead of words, he resorted to violence, wondering why he should care about others. They started to settle their differences with shouting and fists, for which they were both scolded at first. Then they were sent to clean the gym, where his friend worked hard with a mop for both of them, while Ki shirked the work. He grumbled, thinking it was unfair that they were both punished instead of just the one who started the fight. But Chan Min believed that if a student wanted to avoid punishment, he shouldn't get into a fight. He then explained that his personal reasons were the initial cause of their living together, promising not to reveal the details. Then another reason emerged, which was well known. He was wonderful in every way, excellent in his studies and in fighting, and handsome to boot. Therefore, in elementary school, he was similar to Kai, who was also uninterested in anything, although for different reasons. Changmin quickly achieved success in everything he started, but just as quickly lost interest in it. The appearance of a clumsy but very diligent guy became a powerful motivator. This living example of unyielding persistence proved contagious. The hard worker became a role model for how to be, and gradually our hero began to regain his previously lost interest in the world around him. Now Chan Min began to try his hand at things he had never even thought of before, such as joining a basketball club. When Ki pointed out that this was all out of gratitude and not out of pity, he replied that it was indeed gratitude. He continued that since his friend insisted, he could reveal the real reason, which was that they had become friends. Either his friend heard his cry for help, or in response to the flood of memories, something appeared in the air that the straight-A student had been searching for unsuccessfully for a long time. It was Chang Min's weapon. It appeared suddenly, as if out of nowhere, and materialized into a real, sharply honed blade. Surprised, Ego grabbed his head and laughed. He had found it after all, though he didn't understand how. Could the treasure hunt really be over? However, the stubborn man could not be defeated. Some piece of metal was no match for the true fusion of souls. The aggressor took the stance of an experienced marksman, standing at a slight angle to the line of fire and extending his left arm forward, then released a powerful column of fire. Ki grabbed the hilt of the weapon, which almost reached his chin. It was uncomfortable to hold, but easier to defend himself with than empty hands. This was only the first test of the newly found blade. When the attack was successfully repelled, it was not a simple column that flew at the guy, but a beam with so-called feathers. But knowing about the possibility of modifying the club, Yoon turned it into a curved saber with a wider blade and also coped with the task at hand. He knew, of course, that the power of a Dokaibi bat was inferior to the power that arose when souls merged, but he considered it sufficient to beat his opponent's face. And so he intends to persevere until he achieves the desired result. And in the meantime, let Oganek continue, because he still has something to demonstrate. They stood facing each other in the gym. Hearing this response, the doppelganger grabbed his head again and couldn't help but laugh. After all, he had already repeated several times that he was the source of this stubborn boy's strength. Did he really think that just finding a weapon would give him the chance to win? It was pointless to even dream about it. Not taking his opponent seriously, he even turned away from him, and the boy immediately jumped and swung his sword trying to attack. However, his peripheral vision caught the movement and he jumped back to a safe distance, so the saber whistled past him without causing any harm. It only shattered the floor and sent stones flying into the air, while Ogonek, turning 180 degrees in midair, prepared his weapon. He fired while still in the air, but it had no effect. The defender was armed and knew how to use his weapon. He had already come so close that using a firearm to shoot was no longer effective, and he had to defend himself with it like a stick, holding the barrel toward the blows of the blade. What is this kid doing? What the hell? How dare he attack without warning? But Ki's eyes glowed with merciless fire and radiated energy. He didn't want to talk and demanded that the other man shut up. Now they were measuring their physical strength, crossing their weapons like swords, but the acceleration gained in the jump gave the excellent student an advantage. This helped him push his opponent back several meters, and the place was immediately illuminated by a flash and filled with acrid smoke. Coughing, Ogonek thought that this space existed in Dokaibi's consciousness, which is why it was easier to control energy here than in the material world. He began to send concentrated beams in response through the gaps in the smoke screen that was still making him invisible. However, Ki successfully dodged these shots. How was he able to react so quickly and move so deftly? Emerging from the cloud of smoke, Ego aimed the barrel at the insolent boy, but he jumped and found himself at the trigger, rendering the shot useless. Not only that, but he managed to slash his opponent with his saber and cut off his ear, and the tip of the saber easily entered the wall as if it were a piece of unfrozen butter. Then the guy turned the blade, but the steel didn't even bend, while radial and circular cracks spread across the wall up to the ceiling. Strangely, the weapon did not get stuck there, but yielded to the fencer's effort and came out as quickly as it had gone in. Kai himself ordered his men to stop running away. He admitted that although he wasn't sure, he felt incredibly light and asked his opponent if it was really possible to knock him out with a single blow. A sudden flash of insight revealed why the boy's body suddenly felt light. It was precisely for this moment that he had been sent here. It takes an average of 14 years for an ordinary person to achieve complete self-sufficiency, but Ki had only been coexisting with Chang Min for a short time. And the human body was not yet accustomed to the great power of the talkie, because it was not originally prepared to accept the golden blood that protected its owner. The boy had unconsciously set a barrier for himself, and the great master knew this, so he focused on strengthening his student's physical form rather than training him. As a result, Ki's physical form rapidly transformed, and all that remained was to take the final step and get rid of his inner limitations. What happened here played a key role in pushing the guy forward and making him wake up. Damn it, he helped him in the end, but he completely failed himself. He wanted to show Yuna the limits of his abilities, but instead helped him surpass them. Pretty soon, half the gym was split into hundreds of pieces with little fires burning between them, turning it into a real battlefield. The senior still only had cold weapons against firearms, but even from the sidelines, it was clear that he had more energy. In retaliation for his previous taunts, Kai now mocked him, considering his blows weak compared to what they had been before. However, Ogonek understood that it wasn't him who had weakened, but Yoon himself who was gradually gaining strength without even noticing it. And when he felt it, he declared that even with his lack of skill, he would no longer be as helpless as he had been before Fang, no matter who his opponent was. Ego warned him against excessive self-confidence, as a real fight is very different from preparing for an exam. Besides, the senior had no idea how difficult the path he had chosen to follow was, and Chang Min remained a dark horse. Moving the battle to an undamaged area, he walked with his weapon lowered, but his finger on the trigger meant that its owner was still capable of controlling his energy, and it gathered in the form of a beautiful pattern of intricate figures, including crosses and arcs of various sizes. Only Kai shrugged, though the path was still unclear. But thanks to his ego, he understood something important, not just how to distribute energy, but how to compress it. The guy gripped his dokebi club with both hands, holding it parallel to his leg, and began to pull narrow beams toward it as if they were magnets. But that was just the beginning. High above him, in a narrow, dazzling white beam, bundles of energy were being sucked in from all sides. And Ego was amazed, not believing his eyes. What he had shown before was happening, but how could he repeat the trick if he had only seen it once? Then maybe he really was an amazing kid with extraordinary abilities, but he didn't want it to be true. It was better not to think about it at all, and Ogonek began another attack, only now he did not neglect his opponent and took his hand out of his pocket. However, Ki did not overestimate himself, and during the fight, he saw that he still had a problem with controlling his strength. His protective shield was not strong enough to become an impenetrable fortress for such an experienced fighter as the one he was now fighting. He sorely missed Chang Min, who was in charge of control, so he had to do the only thing he could, which was to strike. But to do that, he had to get to his opponent, who was perched at an incredibly high altitude, and there was no other option but to jump higher. And he had accumulated a huge reserve of energy and created something like a laser cannon that fired streams of enormous diameter. He clearly intended to turn the stubborn kid into a pancake because it would be impossible to escape from such a large projectile. The flash, surrounded by dazzlingly bright rings, was visible far beyond the school grounds, illuminating the surrounding area like the sun. After that, huge clouds of smoke rose above the site of the explosion, rising even higher than the creature responsible for creating them. He stood in a relaxed pose, thoughtfully watching the scene he had created change. But suddenly, like a jack-in-the-box, Kai emerged from the clouds, not only alive but ready to strike with the weapon slung over his shoulder. He appeared so unexpectedly in a swirling vortex that Ego did not have time to react, only freezing in surprise. A moment of confusion was enough to deliver a blow that severed half his arm, but it could hardly have happened without Chang Min's help. And when he landed after his jump, Kai was transported back in his memories to several years ago, to the day of his first fight with his friend. Now that incident seemed inappropriate and foolish to him, but thanks to it he was able to find a weapon and felt he had to repay his partner. It would be fair because sometimes Chang Min helped him, and other times he would need help because they were truly friends. But even the wound he received did not force his ego to stop fighting. He simply took the weapon in his other hand and started shooting again. Once again, they clashed in close combat where one's short-barreled weapon was used against the other's saber, and flashes of fire flew around them. Calling Ki a stubborn ram, the doppelganger insisted on ending their friendship because he didn't know everything about his partner. But the high school student replied that he knew enough and didn't care about what happened before they became friends, that he didn't care about his friend's past. This was just Chang Min, whom he had known since elementary school, and that was enough. His eyes were full of determination, and his voice sounded confident. They stood with their weapons crossed, each trying to push the other away in a fierce confrontation, the blade cutting into the barrel and eventually destroying it. Pressing with both hands against one in a deep lunge, Kai had been pushing his opponent back until that moment, and then he swung his blade. Flying back like an arrow and finding himself in the center of the flash, the double fell backward, throwing his limbs up in the air. Then they hit the ground, and the body remained motionless for some time, only rising streams of flame indicating that Ogonek was still alive. But it was too early to write him off, and the guy was amazed that he got up like a jack-in-the-box just a few moments later. He stood with his legs wide apart, huddled together, clutching the remains of his weapon in his hand, while the gash on his chest began to close. Ki noted that he was really tough and still on his feet, but since even such a blow hadn't knocked him down, there was no other option. Although Chang Mina was gone and the technique was not yet complete, there was a club, and the guy was holding it tighter, while the double began to release energy into his fingers. However, the pitiful clumps were not enough for a new club, and he said disappointedly that it was all over, although even deep down he did not allow himself to believe such an outcome. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook, and the sky filled with hundreds of glowing spots and flashes of lightning. Could it be that an earthquake had begun? But Ego explained that this was not a natural disaster, but a sign of Uniki's victory, and now he would deservedly receive the sacred fire of Dokebi. The guy exclaimed that if that was the case, then the loser of the battle should lay down his soul right there, and Ogonek began to exhale blue flames. When the shining fire completely emerged and began to pulsate softly on his palm, the doppelganger handed it to Kiwoo. Now he could take it and merge his souls with it, but he should remember the last warning and not regret it when he was betrayed. However, the young man assured him that nothing bad would happen because he and Chang Min had a special relationship, and they spoke honestly and openly about everything. After listening to the young man's arguments, it began to melt into space, reminding him once again of the warning and quietly adding that the guy had taken after his father in his stubbornness. In response, Kai smiled involuntarily, realizing how true it was that once he had made up his mind, he would stand his ground to the end, achieving what he wanted by any means necessary. Suddenly, he paused, thinking about Ognika's words about his father. The joy of victory and the realization of his own importance were replaced by surprise and curiosity. Ignoring the ground cracking beneath him, the boy rushed after him to find out how he knew about his father and what exactly he meant. But the creature did not answer his question, only promising to watch what would become of the stubborn boy's choice and advising him to be careful. The straight-A student tried in vain to hold him back, insisting on continuing the conversation, but the mysterious creature silently dissolved into thin air. Despite his annoyance, the young man quickly calmed down, remembering the trophies, the reliable weapons, and the magical fire with which the goal of the great ceremony had been achieved. But, carried away by the pursuit of the elusive figure of Ogonek Ki, he did not look around, and now suddenly found himself in the midst of a gloomy chaos. Standing on a stone slab surrounded by cracks and chasms, he called out to Chang Min, hoping to get some advice or a hint on how to get out of there alive. But the slab beneath him shook, covered with cracks, and then quickly split into small pieces that fell one after another into the abyss. The loss of support was so sudden that the young man panicked and dropped the blade in the fire, but there was nothing to grab onto and he fell. With a desperate cry, Kai fell into the abyss until he hit a hard surface, and the fire and weapon he had fought so hard to obtain landed nearby with a thud. Fortunately, Chang Min was already there and immediately realized that everything had ended well, then explained the current situation. After the great ceremony began, they found themselves in a space created by energy, and this place would also be destroyed, but last. When Kai came to his senses, he rushed to hug his friend and, in his joy, almost suffocated him in his iron embrace. Talking about the battle, he said that they only managed to win thanks to Chang Min's club, but not knowing what it looked like, it was very difficult to find it. The troubles faded into the background, and the guy was in an optimistic mood, eager to share his ideas with Lee about fighting together. But his partner asked him to postpone the story, insisting that they had to return to the real world first. Because the process of destruction had already begun, and even though the place where they were was artificially created, if they didn't hurry, they would both die. Holding the fire in his palm, Chang Min crouched down and asked his classmate not to fuss, to calm down, lower his sword, and come closer. They both needed to pour energy into the center of the flame from both sides, which would eventually result in a single fire signifying the completion of the merger. Then, the goal of the great ceremony would be achieved, and they would be able to return after this farewell. Ki crouched down, ready to begin. And so, the initial flame began to gradually increase in size, growing with new layers. Focusing on the center of the sphere, the boy already anticipated how everyone would be surprised, especially the Grandmaster, who did not believe that it could work on the first try. Achan Min missed Kana greatly, dreaming of returning there as soon as possible and imagining how surprised the guys would be when they saw the changed Kai. They sat opposite each other, watching with interest and excitement as a miracle happened right before their eyes. A joint dokebi fire was born. Even the phlegmatic Chang Min called their joint creation amazing when the dazzlingly bright center exceeded their own size and continued to grow. The flame gradually thickened, and suddenly 4 blue rays burst out of it in a crisscross pattern. At the same moment, his head spun and everything disappeared. Rubbing his eyes with his fists, Kai cautiously opened them and realized that he had returned to where the ceremony had begun. He was still sitting in the center of the circle, only now he was alone in the room. Where had everyone gone? Bright light streamed in through the half-open doors, and behind them loomed a familiar silhouette. The figure had its back turned to him, but the boy recognized Jin Tae by his red hair and hurried to tell him that he had also completed the soul fusion. But the disciple stood motionless and did not even turn around at the joyful exclamation, and then suddenly went limp and began to bend his knees, staggering. Then he hung limply in the arms of Ki, who had run up to him, and whispered that he was glad he had returned, but that he should run away quickly. The poor man did not have time to say anything else, but behind him there was a malicious laugh, and someone said that this was probably why he was called Golden Blood. Yoon turned around and saw 3 members of his race, who had been predatory just a few minutes ago, approaching the entrance to the building. One of them sniffed and said that Yeon Ik hadn't lied, and that there really was golden blood inside. The second one didn't believe that such people existed. If it was true, he would like to try a piece, but he would have to roll up his sleeve because Mr. Yeon Ik would personally eat such prey. They were ordered to capture the golden blood alive and bring him to the head of the faction, for which they would receive a corresponding reward. Reacting to such conversations, Jin Tae jumped out of ambush and hit the predator who first smelled the coveted scent with his brass knuckles. When they asked him in confusion, he replied that he had heard everything because he had sensed the approach of the uninvited guests and had hidden in advance. It turned out that they were hunting Yoon Ki, but they wouldn't succeed because he would personally protect him. But the fallen monster quickly got up, and it was clear that the attack had not harmed him in the slightest, and each of the newcomers was several times larger than the bully. They laughed together and said that they would quickly deal with such a weakling and take his golden blood. Jin Tae stood in a fighting stance and did not retreat, but he knew he couldn't win, so he decided to stall for time and wait for help to arrive. He might have succeeded, but another stranger appeared who thought they should listen to him. The monsters turned around and recognized him as Gu Cheon. He said that he had guessed that Yeon Ik had a hidden motive, but he didn't understand how he had found out about the golden blood in Ojak. He was outraged by the trickster's behavior, who had focused their attention on the treasure and decided to capture the golden blood alone. They tried to justify themselves, saying that wasn't true and begged for forgiveness, but the traitor showed no mercy and tore them apart in front of Jin Tae. Upon hearing the name Gu Cheon, the owner realized that he was facing the leader of one of the 4 factions and was surprised that he had come in person. But he continued to stand and guard the entrance to the building where the great ceremony was to take place. When the traitor suggested that he leave peacefully, he replied boldly that he had no intention of doing so. Sui Su advised him on a run, as with their skills, they could not defeat such a powerful enemy, but he replied that he already knew that. However, to flee would mean failing his mission, and then Kie's life would be in danger. Gu Kion's reasoning about the foolishness of the human race was in vain. Jin Tae chose to fight, shouting that he would not let a single drop of the golden blood be spilled. And when the brave disciple hung helplessly from the arms of the one he was protecting, Kai asked the traitor if he had done it. The latter, with an ironic hint at the embrace, declared that he already knew who the little boy with the golden blood was. Changmin, who had arrived, heard his partner tell Jin Tae to rest instead of talking, and was startled to see the predator. But when he looked out the window and saw the flashes, he realized that the monsters had not only approached this building. It seemed that something had happened while the 2 of them were away from Ojak. Gu Keon realized that the ceremony was over and mockingly said that they had missed a great chance to die painlessly. But the young man could blame the unfortunate child he cared so tenderly for, but Kai had already gently lowered Jin Tae to the floor. And sparks flashed in his eyes as he repeated his question to Gu Chan, asking if he had done that to Jin Tae. The boy's words were laced with threats, and the faction leader couldn't stand it. He started to walk toward the insolent boy, but his legs suddenly stopped responding. What had suddenly happened to his body? Was he being pushed back by the spirit of some worthless human being? Changmin realized that it was silly to be surprised, because he had added his own strength to the energy that was already enormous. And there was so much of it because not only the volume but also the quality of the energy had increased, as if he had been training with someone very strong for a long time. It was unclear what the hell had transformed Ki's fire, but after listening to Chang Min and observing his feelings, Gu Qian found them amusing. He wanted to get his hands on this guy even more. They said he was a newcomer and had been a possessor for less than a year, but it seemed like that was incorrect information. If he had golden blood, then it would be worth the effort, especially here in Ojak, because Click had failed because the kid had fought with the owners of Kana. Gu Qian dismissed the spirit's reasoning as ridiculous, believing that it couldn't do anything even if it tore the boy to pieces. Angry, Changmin twirled his fingers and threw a gust of wind at the traitor to let him know he wasn't dealing with just any scum. But laughing with all his heads, the predator assured him that he was different from Click, so he would drink all his golden blood and rise higher. Then, frowning thoughtfully and narrowing his eyes slyly, he declared that he would give the guy a head start so he could show off all his abilities. However, Ki had no intention of going all out amid the chaos unfolding in Ojak. Preferring to save his strength for a real powerful enemy, he believed that even a soul merger was unnecessary for punks like Gu Qian. He suggested ending it quickly, ignoring Changmin's concerns about the enemy's ability to transform. Hishu agreed, although he had initially hoped to have some fun, but instead of a real enemy, he had encountered a child who didn't know his place, for whom golden blood was too great a gift, and he sent his strange limbs forward without even taking his right hand out of his pocket. Ki accepted the challenge and also began to fight with his left hand, pulling out his short-barreled weapon and taking aim before firing. To his opponent's surprise, nothing came out of the weapon, neither steel bullets nor small clumps, but all 4 huge heads burst into flames. The fire-headed idiot demonstrated the capabilities of his club, which was not a real barrel but controlled the flames that had previously filled the space. And Changmin saw how his partner began to use his dokebi bat as a 100% effective means of controlling the flames. Left with 2 stumps instead of 4 toothy, head-like limbs, the faction leader just smiled and put his second hand in his pocket. Then, instead of heads, 2 giant hands appeared, instantly filling almost the entire perimeter from the entrance to the doors where Jin Tae lay. The limbs ended in fingers clenched into powerful fists. This structure hung over Ki Om like a sledgehammer and flew down sharply. This press crashed to the floor with a loud bang, knocking a pile of stones out of it and initiating a huge flash. It would have crushed anyone who happened to be underneath it. Without unclenching his fingers, Gu Cheon pulled his clenched limbs closer to himself and leaned back to watch the smoke dissipate above the flash. Then, smiling smugly, he said that even though the young shithead had golden blood flowing through his veins, the vessel itself was completely worthless. Now he could devour the precious flesh when the smoke cleared. But suddenly, a living guy appeared from under his hands with a sword in his hand and asked if that was all. What interesting thing did the predator want to show him? Then he swung his saber and with one beautiful movement cut through the creature made of huge fingers. He would not have refused to experiment further on this predatory dokebi, but he had no time because he needed Jin Tae's help. Both of the high school students' hands were occupied, and Chang Min saw how his friend used 2 of the owner's clubs at the same time to swiftly cut off 2/3 of the extended limbs, but Gu Qian was not upset by this, but by the disregard for his efforts in the fight. How dare this worthless little man speak to him, the leader of the faction, in such a manner? How dare he be so arrogant? Pulling his right hand out of his pocket, the predator jerked it up, and the sleeve on his arm crackled and began to tear from his bulging muscles. It was unclear what kind of nonsense he was up to, instantly building up all those biceps, triceps, and other muscles woven into a powerful braid. But after flexing his joints, Gu Qian bent his arm at the elbow and clenched his fingers into a fist, threatening to destroy his opponent for his stupidity with the weapon he had created. But he hoped in vain to scare Ki, who had already recovered from his momentary confusion and rushed forward with his double weapon. With his pupils flashing, he slammed his middle finger into the powerful palm, which was filled with purple energy and emitted it in all directions. Although the enemy's fist was as solid as a rock, the sturdy blade split it easily, like a sledgehammer. The second club of the dokebi successfully extinguished the purple power of the predator with the blue energy of the owner, directed at the fist from all sides. As soon as all the energy of the predatory dokebi gathered in its ugly limb was suppressed, the owner pierced this giant hand with his weapon. But the enemy did not have time to mourn the loss of his body, as Ki, not giving him time to recover, cut off his head, reminding him that there was no time to mess around with him. Having dealt with Gu Qian, the guy noticed in passing that, in his experience, most of those who talk a lot turn out to be small fry. Chang Min disagreed with this statement. How could a predator who could transform be small fry? Ki paused for a moment, then straightened up decisively, put his hands on his hips, and confidently declared that he had fought many battles and had plenty of experience to draw on. Because of such arrogance, they began to argue, but Jin Tae intervened, either because he felt pain or because the guy really knocked the faction leader's head off with one blow. This student was confident in Ki's incredible abilities, whose strength and power had grown many times over after the great ceremony. As if he had turned into a different person, the senior immediately went to his friend to ask how he was feeling. He offered to take him to the main building, telling him not to thank him, but to tell him on the way what was happening in Ojak. Upon learning that Gu Qian had gone to the site of the grand ceremony, Yeon-ik cursed, as this fool had pulled a fast one behind his back. Because of him, his wonderful plan had failed. If he really had obtained the golden blood, he would have to search all of Ojak and share it with the others. Or maybe he would have to act alone again. Yeon-ik dropped his hands between his knees and sighed heavily. Even his fighters looked pathetic. But as we all know, trouble never comes alone, and the second misfortune was the man whose scent he suddenly smelled. Maybe he would fall behind after all. It turned out that Im Song-gyu was hovering over him with a sword, and he had no intention of leaving early. When Gu Qianju slipped away from him, she was not upset at all. She believed that even if he got far away, he would at worst reach the main building, where Chan-nu would detain him. Could her partner really not sense the energy from a distance? The disciples were fighting everywhere, but the attack was coming from 3 directions. This seems strange because not long ago, all the factions were ready to kill each other. Why did they unite so quickly? Now they were fighting so that some people could eat others, even though they had previously argued and fought among themselves. Seeing her partner's interest, she assumed that they had a commander operating from the rear, and if a mind was behind the large-scale attack, they had to find him. She assumed that they had a commander operating from the rear, and if a mind was behind the large-scale attack, it had to be found. The partners began searching for such a headquarters and accidentally stumbled upon Yeon-ik sitting in a tree and overheard his conversation with his accomplices. They were convinced that he was the mastermind behind the attacks, which is why Im Song-gyu had attacked him, wanting to destroy him in order to get rid of his enemies more quickly. To save himself, the predator jumped to the ground and was astonished to see the young man quickly cut his observation post to pieces. Smirking, he predicted the only possible outcome of the situation. At that time, Ki had already reached the main building. Traces of the attack were visible, and there were cracks in the walls and stones lying on the ground. On the way, he met Mi-hee, who had already changed out of her torn clothes, but the bandage on her cheek revealed that she had recently been in a fight. After briefly bringing Ki up to speed, she told him that the four-eyed man had betrayed everyone, and Yoon suggested that the predators had come for his blood. He bitterly regretted that he always brought trouble, but Mi-hee believed that the predators were after Ojak's treasure trove of artifacts. Then, smiling, she shared the good news. She now recognized Kai's righteousness, and he was no longer weak, so they probably didn't need to worry about him anymore. After all, he strictly followed Ojak's motto, which prescribed that the unfortunate should become stronger. Ki thanked her for this recognition and even called her sister, which made Mi-hee slightly confused, but Changmin interrupted the awkward moment. He had overheard their conversation on the way here and, judging by it, believed that the training with the Grandmaster had yielded excellent results during the ceremony. However, the senior suggested not discussing it now, as it was more important to deal with those who had attacked Ojak. They were interrupted by Cheon Cho-nu, who entered the building, approached them, and ordered everyone present to go with him to the treasure chamber first. When Mi-ha asked if he had restored the Hamtu, the master replied that it would never be perfect again, but that they did not need to take the treasures. The master only intended to check them, and first of all, make sure that everything was in order with the sacred fire. Changmin, of course, knew about the existence of the sacred fire and its storage in Ojak, but he was surprised that it was still intact. Mi-hee doubted the need for a check, as the treasure chamber was located behind the main building, where the predators had not yet reached. So it should be safe, but Chan Cho-nu was not referring to predators, but to Chve Hyun-yeon, who had not been seen for a long time. This senior disciple could be planning something dangerous, and if the sacred fire fell into the hands of the factions, Ojak could disappear today. They set off for the treasure chamber, and on the way, the master told them that the sacred fire had been created during the Great War. It was made from the spilled blood of many dokebi, containing the power of hundreds of these creatures' flames, and was activated when it entered the body of its owner. Using it as a source of power instead of the fire of the soul is like consuming hundreds of dokebi whose blood gave birth to the sacred fire. Whoever obtains this object will gain incredible power that is completely uncontrollable by humans. Mickey added that if the fire is stolen, the consequences will be terrible. Chan Min admitted that it is so dangerous, but why is it still here? Why wasn't it destroyed immediately after the war? Mi-hee said that the Grand Master tried but couldn't even with his advanced technology. It seems that the fire has absorbed too much suffering and hatred, and they hope that it will burn out on its own over time, which is why they keep it in a remote part of the treasury. Thinking about the sacred fire, Ki suddenly wondered why Cheon Cho-nu decided that Hyun Yeon needed such a dangerous item, since he was also a student of Ojak. However, Mihi suggested that he was obsessed with becoming the strongest, and Ibi added that the real reason was revenge for his younger sister. Since the fight with Ha-Sol had just ended, Mihi asked if everything was okay with her partner, and Ibi nodded that it was, and it seemed they had arrived just in time. But Ki couldn't believe Hyun-yeon's betrayal. He wasn't close to him and didn't talk much, but this senior student didn't seem like a traitor. Then he asked Chang-min what he thought about it, since his partner had trained with this guy. But he didn't know what to say because you can't see into a person's soul just by looking at them. Everything becomes clear when you meet them. To get there faster, they ran almost the entire way from the main building, not thinking about the surprise that awaited them. As they ran up to the treasure room at the top of the stairs, they noticed the lone figure of Hyun-yoon. In the hospital, the Grand Master regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and sat up in bed. His students, who were nearby, began to ask him how he was feeling. Perhaps because of his age, he was embarrassed by the excessive attention and asked them not to fuss over him so as not to embarrass him to death. A female student volunteered to call the senior student Park, and he agreed, but first he wanted to hear a report on what was happening in the dojo. But the students did not want to upset their mentor, who was all bandaged up, so they just stared and fidgeted. Then he looked at them sternly and began to scold them for the mess, ordering them to tell him everything as it was, saying that he could sense skirmishes everywhere. One of the guards reported that everything was relatively normal, especially since the senior students were already pursuing Choe-yeon. In response to the White Giant's indignant exclamation, they explained that they couldn't let the man who had attacked him and sold himself to the predator go unpunished. Enraged, he called them idiots and shouted that it wasn't Choe-yeon who had attacked him that night. Climbing the stairs to the entrance of the treasure chamber, Miha rushed at Hyun-young, reproaching him for what the hell he was doing. But he looked at her in surprise and did not understand her complaints, what she meant, or what she was talking about. Why did they even come here in such a large group when the main building was in danger, and he personally felt that predators were lurking nearby? His coolness angered Mihi, and she would have rushed at him with her fists, but Ki stopped her. He began to list all of Hyun-yeon's alleged transgressions, attacking the master, destroying the Hamtu, releasing the predators. Was it true that he had done all of this? Frowning, Shui couldn't take it anymore and shouted indignantly, "What nonsense are they accusing him of? They've all gone mad." Changmin tried in vain to intervene and calm things down, but the girl and this guy had a long history of friction. Now she wanted to know why he had come to the treasure house, since he had not been invited and no one had seen him since the attack on the Grand Master. But the guy insisted that no one could have seen him because he had been here the whole time since the attack, following orders to protect the place. He had been told about suspicious movements by 4 factions and ordered to check the treasure chamber and guard it. But Mihi was not convinced by these words, since the master himself was unconscious and he had no deputies. So who could have given the order? Yun-yong said that only those who had been promoted to master in the last exam could give orders to senior students other than the Grand Master. The accused pointed to the lucky one, and everyone else turned to look at him. The man in question stood behind everyone, narrowing his eyes and crossing his arms arrogantly across his chest. He remained silent and smiled ominously. Since he remained silent, Hyun-yeon asked him himself how he should understand this, whether the master had forgotten that he himself had given such an order. Mihi considered it some kind of misunderstanding, because it was impossible for Cho Nu to have been slandering someone like that all this time. He had been promoted to master, so why was he doing this? But Cho Nu confessed that he had been stripped of his position, which was the reason for his behavior. Stunning everyone with his candor, the giant said that he no longer needed them, and that they had been gathered there only to be disposed of. Surrounding the area where the masters stood with energy, he concentrated his power in his fist and struck without touching the ground. With monstrous force, the senior students were thrown into the air, but luckily they managed to block the blow with their crossed arms. Scarlet flames shot through the forest, scorching the trees, and smoke from the explosions enveloped the ground beneath them in a whitish veil. After the explosion, the area in front of the treasure chamber entrance was broken open, and flames burned on it, glowing with yellow and orange cracks. The senior students fell to the ground after the attack, and while they were recovering, Cheon Cho-nu straightened up, assessed the work of his hands, and slowly walked over to Hyun-yeon. He grabbed the young man by the face, lifted him off the ground, and slammed him chest first into his bent knee, because no one had thought of Cho-nu when searching for the traitor, but he had figured it out. They didn't think of him because the giant inspired trust in everyone, being the best of the last generation, indestructible and undefeated. Now he was trying to finish off this clever guy who dared to claim his right to be the strongest in Ojak, and the ground glowed from his blows. The reluctance to show hostility toward him was formed in the other masters because of his power and worked on an instinctive level. Even Mihi refused to believe that this mighty athlete could be a traitor and wound the great master. He enjoyed catching the admiring, trembling, and fearful glances that brought him pleasure. Perhaps the practitioners did not understand, but Ojak's teachings were actually based on the principle of natural selection. Mickey disagreed with this. Ojak's teachings were fundamentally different. They taught people to gain strength in order to protect their loved ones. However, Chan did not listen to her and was outraged that the Grand Master dared to treat him this way, intending to expel him from the dojo. The leader treated him like a maniac intoxicated by power, just because he wanted to be stronger in a way he didn't like. Cho tried to shake off his anger and calm down, convincing himself to save his strength until he received the sacred fire. Yun was surprised by his former comrade's desire to use this artifact, as it was well known that gaining the enormous power of the predators would be temporary. Of course, everyone knew about the consequences that threatened to destroy the body and mind, but it turned out that the traitor was also concerned about this. But only until the golden blood appeared, because when used simultaneously with the sacred fire, it would rid him of the dangerous consequences. Chan laughed and touched his forehead, but the power of hundreds of Dokaibi would remain, and with it, he would surpass even the great master. But Kai, who appeared behind him, regretted that he would have to disappoint the traitor and apologized that his blood was not for sale. Leaving the forest, the guy leaned tiredly against a tree and said that there was already a long line behind him, as if he were some kind of donor. Mickey and Hyunyan continued to lie on the ground and were amazed to hear his voice and that he was still able to move. Only the culprit of the boy's new adventure was not at all happy to see him. With undisguised annoyance, he asked how he had managed to survive after his technique. Ki considered his accidental survival to be pure luck. He had simply caught the branch with his Olympic jacket when he was blown off the cliff by the wind. Now his shoulder was bothering him terribly, but Chan didn't really believe in accidents, calling his technique a kind of shockwave. It was unheard of that using it would simply blow a kid away. He didn't want to admit that he had dodged, but since that was the case, he was lucky. But that was the last lucky accident. There would be no more luck, and crouching down, he began to create a powerful field around himself. As the charge increased, a spiral unfolded around the man, and watching it, Kai thanked his senior student for another chance. When the red and white spiral turned into a huge cone that had gained the necessary speed, the creator of the vortex stood up to his full height and directed it at the guy. There was an explosion and flames rushed forward, burning a wide path through the trees while the area where it originated was enveloped in white smoke. Squinting, the mighty athlete watched him go. He was still in a fighting stance, but already regretting his sudden outburst of anger. He had probably gone too far. If he left the guy in such a state, it would take too long to find the fire in his soul. Nothing could be seen through the smoke screen in the direction of the scorched forest, and Chan stood and listened, but suddenly opened his eyes. He heard a familiar voice. It turned out to be Ki. The blow had taken him completely by surprise, and he was frightened. Were all the people in the dojo so impulsive? He himself only cut and shot, so he was even a little envious of those with explosive personalities, and the seniors sighed with disappointment. His badly beaten comrades were interested in how the guy got out of this mess, and raising her head, Mihi even opened her second eye. Swollen after the fight with Ha Sol, he had managed to block the blow, but Hyun, who had risen, was more practical, realizing that there wasn't enough time for that. It was impossible to release such a huge amount of energy so quickly. As Kai had done before, it simply wouldn't have had time to escape from the fire of his soul. Therefore, he had to resort to a different method, using a backup method. It is known that a certain amount of energy always circulates in the body of a Dokaibi. The body's channels are greatly expanded, and it was through these channels that the energy circulating through the body was urgently delivered outside. It formed a shield that protected him, which was also interesting because of its uneven shape. The user controls it by taking into account the angle of the attacks. This skill cannot be acquired at the grand ceremony. Hyunyan did not know what had happened, but the kid had changed greatly, along with Jang Min. The partners were radically different from the newbies they had been when they arrived, but Kai said that compared to other skirmishes, there was nothing special about this one. Previously, the internal barrier seemed insurmountable to him, perhaps due to his ignorance of the existence of the three aspects. After letting off some steam, Cheon calmed down and now listened carefully to his interlocutor, trying to assess his capabilities. It seemed that he wasn't planning anything yet, but the senior was on guard, unsure of what else this uncontrollable giant was capable of. Jangmin smiled at his partner's naivety and, in exasperation, grabbed his head. Did he really have to explain such obvious things to him again? But Cheonju still stood with his arms crossed, silently thinking about something. Finally, he said that if that was the case, then the guy must have grown up a little. However, Ki decided to take the initiative. Did the aggressor really think he could hit him again? It was his turn to defend himself. He aimed his short-barreled weapon at the traitor. A blue ball appeared at the end of the weapon, drawing energy into itself, and in an instant, it flew forward. However, the muscle man didn't lose his composure. Crouching down, he lunged forward and simultaneously thrust his mighty fist forward, using it to shield himself from the blue stream. Using his entire body to help him, he shifted his weight to his front leg and threw his right arm back for balance, pink energy beating from his fist. It stopped the released beam and, obedient to the wave of his hand, began to rotate in a circle, creating a protective cocoon around its source. Booga closed his eyes, and from the side, it seemed that he could not see anything, but he could feel with his whole skin that the attack was not over. What the hell else could it be? His senses did not deceive him, and this time the kid in the fluttering red tracksuit approached and was already raising his long club. Turning his whole body, Kai slashed his opponent with his saber, but Chan managed to put his right arm in the way of the blow. He jumped back, blood spurting from the scratch, but the wound closed immediately, so the giant suffered no damage. Watching this attempt, Hyun and Mi-hee understood why the white giant had decided not to allow the final battle for the title of master. If even the use of dual weapons had no effect, Kai didn't understand how to deal with such an opponent and consulted with his partner. Is this even possible in principle? Changmin smiled. He had tried to say this earlier, but now he was an expert and had noticed it himself. He realized that he owed his victories to his friend, who never stopped training. How much more would he have to suffer because of this boy? Out loud, he said conciliatorily that it was all in the past, that it should be considered his achievement, but their friendly idol was suddenly interrupted right there. Carried away by their conversation, they didn't notice new enemies approaching, who threw some kind of chain at the guy and now held it from 4 sides. Still nearby, Chan Cho-nu relaxed and sat down on the ground, realizing that they were too late. All 4 were dressed in identical costumes, and one of them said that it was his own fault for breaking the agreement, as he had no intention of betraying Master Yeon-ik. Putting one hand behind his back, Kai tried to lift the chain to throw it over his head, but he couldn't and cursed loudly. A Changmin stopped him, warning that the chain was not ordinary but imbued with energy. The guy tried to use his fire, but to no avail. To his surprise, the owner discovered that it seemed to have absorbed his flame, instantly increasing in size. Laughing, the predatory Dokebi said that it had been specially prepared for golden blood and could not be broken, but only lengthened by energy. Then the eldest of them, with a single horn on her head, pulled up her end of the chain and said that they were the personal squad of Lord Yeon-ik, and on his orders the operation to extract the golden blood would now begin. Hearing her statement, Kai shouted loudly. He exhaled irritably, while Chang Min, thinking about the increase in the number of links when force was used, said that he had seen something like this before. However, Cheon Cho-nu had already stood up and headed toward the prisoner, saying that he didn't want to let it come to this, but the golden blood was stronger than he had expected. He didn't have time to finish because Hyun blocked his way, landing right in front of him and already holding his double weapon at the ready. Looking down at the insolent owner, the traitor called him by his full name, wondering if he still didn't understand that child's games were long over. But Choi rose and replied in a voice altered by the mask he was wearing that, fortunately, the same applied to Cho. He had believed so much in his superiority that he had lost all caution, and thanks to that, Hyun had discovered his only weakness. The confidence suddenly drained from the jock's face. Covering his eyes with his hands, he frowned anxiously and froze warily. Continuing the conversation, the nerd said that he had planned to fight Chan Cho-no in the exam and had therefore prepared thoroughly. It turns out that the mask and hair are not only signs of external changes in each decoration, but also hide a concentrated mass of fire that is not easy to create. At first, he was losing to his opponent in terms of the amount of energy required, but now his technique allowed him to accumulate energy by storing it. And by giving it the appearance of blue feathers, he doesn't have to worry about running out of strength, which means he can defeat Hyun, who rushed into the attack. He pushed off, increasing the pressure with one foot, and with his whole body he sent a beam of fire at his opponent, the rays of which spread out in a cross. Defending himself, Cheon put his fist forward and lunged forward, leaning into his opponent's territory while thinking about what he had heard. He remembered that due to his low initial volume, his opponent's soul fusion was weak, not even enough to dye his hair blue. Now his hair was bright blue and thick, and he even had energy reserved in the form of feathers. It seemed that he had really prepared well for him, since all this was impossible to accomplish in a couple of days. Then there was no need to stand on ceremony with him, and he treated him accordingly, clenching 3 fingers into a pinch and turning it upward. He formed a tight bundle and threw it at his opponent's stomach with a sharp throw. Not understanding his intentions, the opponent did not have time to defend himself and flew backward. The ground opened up and Chan Cho disappeared beneath it. Getting to his feet, Hyun rushed after him and saw the familiar corridor where he had recently been. This was the other entrance to the treasure chamber that the traitor had found, taking advantage of his status as a master. Now he whispered that although he had doubts, he must not interfere with the extraction, so he should control his energy to get rid of the interfering possessor. But he must not interfere with the extraction, so he must control his energy to get rid of the interfering owner. Then he would take the sacred fire. Hyun-Yan said that because of his boundless greed, which had exceeded all reasonable limits, the scoundrel reached out his hands toward the treasure. When asked if he knew about this, the guy replied that he did, and despite the face burning with hatred, the muscle man continued the conversation. He knows everything, including the blatant villainy that happened between Cheon Chonu and the Grand Master, and that is completely unforgivable. The white giant calmed down after a brief outburst of anger and, standing up, left the building, assessed the situation outside, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said that the worst had been avoided and that all his disciples were well done, but it was time to put everything in order. He took out the colorful mushroom and ate it. He meditated for a while and ordered Gu Chul Chul not to even think about going in his place. Of course, Gu Chul Chul agreed, but asked him to be careful. Haijin, who had arrived, advised the Grand Master not to show excessive zeal, as his physical condition had not yet stabilized. But he told her not to complain, because if anyone needed rest here, it was her, especially since that idiot Chonu had already restored the Hamta. Thinking about the need for intervention, he said that he could do it right now, but it would be safer to use Tanabata's Night Sky. Hearing this name, Hanyu asked if it was a deadly technique, but it turned out to be the name of a secret technique. It is passed down in Ojek, from one grandmaster to another, and allows one to kill all predators that have entered the dojo with a single blow. Hanyu was stunned by this news, as was everyone else, but his partner, having mentioned the need to activate the technique, was already unwrapping the bandage on her arm. The problem was that the procedure to activate it was quite long, during which the activator himself was completely defenseless against attackers. He-Jin said that during this time the Grandmaster must be protected, but she was not going to do it alone, and where were these predators? The Grandmaster, in order to carry out his plan, went into the room alone and sat on the floor, thinking about the situation in Ojak. He blamed himself for what had happened. Sighing, he scolded himself for his mistake, remembering how he first felt that something was wrong 6 months ago. Usually, as a result of training, the quality of a practitioner's fire improves, but its volume does not change because it is predetermined at birth. But at some point, the amount of internal energy in Cheon Chonu began to grow steadily, which seemed strange to the Grandmaster. Just in case, he asked his deputy to investigate the cause of this phenomenon and learned that the source of the energy was the use of a treasure. Gu Cholche reported that the senior disciple was using a soul crystal created by a predatory dokebi. Absorbing the crystal does indeed lead to an increase in power due to the energy stored in it, but it also has a side effect on the possessor. That is why Cheon Chonu attended training without a partner, as it was pointless to call someone who had disappeared due to the side effect. After hearing the report, the Grandmaster immediately went to Cheon and had an unpleasant conversation with him. The white giant accused his student of violating the traditions of his dojo and committing acts unacceptable for an Ojak student. At first, he denied everything, but then tried to defend his point of view, which was radically different from that of his mentor. Chan Cho should have been expelled from the dojo that same day, but the Grandmaster decided to give him a chance to redeem himself, which was a mistake. But now, realizing his mistake, he, as a teacher, was going to fix everything himself, and, taking the necessary position, the mentor began the Tanabata Night Sky ritual. Meanwhile, in the dungeon beneath the sacred dojo, the duel between the best disciples continued. Cheon Chonu decided to change his stance and his working hand. Leaning back and shifting his center of gravity to his left leg, he formed energy in the shape of a huge fist and then ran forward. Like a spear, he hurled it at his opponent, leaning forward and pushing off with his foot. Hyun-Yong took the blow, crossing his double weapons like armor. Then he braced himself against the ground and, spreading his arms to the sides with his other leg, expanded his protective shield and extinguished the enemy's flames. Then, pushing off this ground, he jumped high into the air, clenching his teeth from the strain, and brought his arms with his sabers back, preparing to strike. Flying at his opponent from above, he swung his weapon and brought it down with force, forming the flames into a beautiful four-pointed star. He told him about the day of the exam when Chan Cho was appointed master without a fight. Not knowing the reason for this strange decision, he became very angry. But a messenger knocked on the window and handed him a letter, summoning him to the Grand Master, who explained everything. Landing, the bespectacled man attacked with a spin, not giving his opponent a moment's rest and forcing him to retreat. After landing the blow, he turned in the other direction and, swinging from behind his shoulder, jumped forward again. It turned out that the Grandmaster had promoted Chan Cho to protect his dignity so that everyone would think that the student had decided to leave on his own. So that no one would guess that he had been expelled, his comrade quickly calmed down, but the traitor suffered because he knew everything. Noticing that the muscle man was gathering fire in his hand again, Hyun-young hit him on the fist and said that he was against the Grandmaster's decision. But the giant stepped back to a safe distance and they stood facing each other, ready to continue the fight. Lowering his sabers, the bespectacled man said that by seizing the treasure, Cheon Cho-nu had betrayed Ojak, and there was no need to worry about protecting his dignity. But just as parents cannot abandon their child, the Grandmaster could not publicly expel his disciple, trying to cover for him until the very end. But instead of leaving quietly, the scoundrel decided to repay his mentor by letting predators into the dojo. Enraged, Hyun-yeon approached relentlessly and asked Cho-nu if he had decided to use all his remaining feathers at once, and to use the same technique he had used in the training match with Mi-hee when he picked up the fire that had been scattered in advance. But his answer disappointed him. It turned out that he was preparing to move on to the next stage of the two-wing technique, which the senior student had been taught by the Grandmaster. And starting a new attack, he now intended to show his skills to punish the traitor with the teachings of the Grandmaster. Meanwhile, at the official entrance to the treasure chamber, the commander of the personal guard, Yeon Ika, was carrying out her vile plan by pulling a chain. Changmin thought intently about the situation, trying to remember where he had seen a similar chain. Finally, he remembered and was even ready to bet on it. But by this time, Kai was already wrapped in a steel chain from head to toe and could barely move his hands, the damn thing even preventing him from speaking. Instead of words, sounds escaped his lips as he tried to express his indignation at his partner's behavior, who was busy with something incomprehensible and should have helped him by now. Attempts to use fire only increased the number of coils, and his appearance made him smile. Turning away so as not to offend him, Changmin said he would help. Cheered up, Kai exhaled to remove the links from his mouth and was able to speak normally. Was his partner serious? But he joked that although all the fun lately had been reserved for the top student, sometimes it was worth relying on your partner, especially since Mi-hee had lost consciousness from the pain, and Ibi tried in vain to rouse her with words that the boy with golden blood was in danger. Finally, the girl struggled to raise her head, but she was unable to stand, and the cursed chain was squeezing the boy more and more. The squad leader insisted that the boy not even try to throw her off, not understanding how he could remain conscious after losing so much strength. Her subordinate was also furious, but she advised her to remain calm, because sooner or later they would achieve their goal. Coughing, Kai asked his partner to hurry up if he knew how, because he could clearly feel himself weakening, as if his strength was being sucked out of him. But the third predator assured him that it was too late to do anything, and explained that the voracious chain worked in 3 stages. Her colleague with 4 horns and black hair laughed and exclaimed that the second stage, the acceleration stage, was already underway. Hearing these words, the high school student became alarmed and began to stir again, groaning and angry at his helplessness. However, Changmin calmed his partner down, saying that he had expected this and that everything was under control, so there was no need to panic, just listen. Explaining the sequence of actions, he advised him to mentally imagine his hands pushing the chain apart and then releasing his fire. Ki perked up and agreed that if his friend was sure, he would try as he had no other choice. He felt a hostile screen pressing down on him from all sides, much wider than the cocoon, but he began to draw his energy out beyond the chain. He felt his blue fire meet fierce resistance from the scarlet stream. The chain was literally saturated with this power. But the one-horned commander smiled. He was hoping to outsmart their trap, but lengthening it wouldn't stop him. He was underestimating the potential of their special forces. The 4 newcomers continued to hold the ends of the treacherous chain, while simultaneously narrowing their circle around the captive. The guy was wrong to think they were fools who could be easily defeated from the start. They had advised him not to struggle, lest he make things worse for himself. However, they were surprised by his partner's relaxed demeanor. Was he bluffing, or was he completely unaware of the danger? But he only smiled mysteriously. His smile infuriated the strangers, and they threatened that fear would soon distort his face, anticipating an unforgettable spectacle. But now Ki was already entangled in the vines, and could only groan and cough. Then the squad leader announced the start of the 3rd stage, and after her words, the area where they were standing was illuminated by a bright flash. When the smoke cleared, Mi-hee and Ibi saw a huge purple box that the one-horned predator had promised to make the prisoner's grave. Free from the coils that had bound him, Kai rejoiced at his freedom, but it was a new kind of imprisonment inside the box created by the chain. Chanmin called it the final stage of extraction, when, in about 5 minutes, a person's strength is taken away, leaving only an empty shell. Inside the box, one can move freely, but it is impossible to break it open and escape. His partner asked to borrow some energy and wait a little, then sat down at the bottom of the prison and spun a small stream. Soon, he found what he was looking for near the wall of the box, two pulsating clumps of blue and red energy. To escape from captivity, Kai needed to get the club and strike the red energy precisely. Changming told him to aim carefully and use all his remaining energy. It turned out that the guy had been waiting impatiently for these words. After walling up the owner in the box, the predators stood nearby, waiting for the process to end, preening themselves in the mirror. The two-horned one was angry. After all, after the guy's death, they would have to seal the fire of his soul. But the third advised them to be patient, since everything was being done according to the whim of Lord Yeon-ik. But suddenly, a noise came from the steel box, and the commander of the predators turned toward it with alarm. Her worst fears were confirmed when cracks appeared on the box from an internal impact, and blue rays of energy burst out of them. The cracks grew larger and wider, and then, with a terrible crash, the box shattered into small pieces, releasing a stream of blue energy. Leaving the 4 pieces of chain in his hands, the boy broke free in the third stage, which meant he had found some kind of loophole. The two-horned creature demanded an explanation. It turned out that the voracious chain had a weak spot that they knew nothing about. But the unicorn didn't know about it either. She had probably just figured it out, somehow recognizing a vulnerability in the box. But Changmin knew about it, calling it an emergency exit. The manufacturer had provided it for extraordinary situations. If he was not mistaken, their trap was called the Voracious Chain, and it had been created by the so-called Dirty Brothers. It was probably sold to them by a wandering merchant from the south, also known as the Moon Wanderer. When the puzzled commander asked him about it, Chang Min replied that he was the one who had defeated the brothers and sold them the chain. The two-horned predator could not hide her surprise. She was so taken aback that she did not immediately come to her senses and even shed a tear. To convince her, he told her the story of the sale, which began with the pursuit of Jin Quan Ho, who had fled to the south. On the way, Chang Min came across some predators with a dubious reputation and, wanting to teach them a lesson, forced them to reveal the secret of the chain's use when he saw it. He then took it, but carrying such a bulky item with him was inconvenient, so he sold it when he returned home. But let no one think that he was lucky to find this particular item among so many similar ones, even if it had passed him by. He still has information about 90% of all similar items in existence. And what's so surprising about that? They're probably up to their ears in preparations for the battle with the Golden Blood, so they ignored its owner from canon. Although, with the sheer volume of information he has memorized in his lifetime, he sometimes gets confused. When asked by the surprised Key, he said he wasn't sure which of the 2 buttons, blue or red, was for the emergency exit. The straight-A student cautiously asked what would happen if the other button was pressed, and his friend replied that they would die because that button accelerated energy absorption. But even if they did nothing, they would have died, meaning the chances were 50-50. Key found this outrageous and assured his friend to trust his decision. The friend pretended to be reasonable, but it turned out that he had no plan and they got out thanks to luck. But his overconfidence almost ruined both of them. Watching the conflict escalate, the commander concluded that the partners had lost their vigilance, which was an excellent opportunity to attack unexpectedly. While the selected energy had not yet fully returned to his golden blood, he did not have enough strength to face 4 opponents at once. She declared combat readiness, and all 4 released their claws and prepared to attack simultaneously. But the boy annoyed the two-horned one the most, who had her own plans for the evening, so she decided to speed things up by attacking first. But she had barely taken a few steps when she was hit by a powerful blow to the stomach and flew backward, landing behind her companions. Spreading her arms wide, the girl fell backward onto the ground and cried out in pain. The sudden attack was thwarted and her friends froze in confusion. It turned out that Kai had overheard their conversation and deliberately wanted to tease them, making them stand there waiting for him to recover his strength. Outraged by the audacity of the young man who had fled from them and even dared to lecture them, the sisters wanted to send him to the other world. Their eyes flashed with malicious fire, and the 3 demons rushed forward, but each was met with shots from Key's firearm. Then he caught up with the 4-horned beast, which did not even have time to react before receiving a sharp blow to the back from his blade. The third sister, seeing her wounded companion, retreated, realizing how fast this strange enemy was. He was already holding a club in each hand and released a pair of fireballs on the run, pursuing the leader of the squad. Blocking the 2 blue beams, the one-horned predator barely remained on her feet, realizing that this was only a small part of the young fighter's power. The guy spun around and caught up with the third girl, slicing her body from shoulder to waist and making it clear that his true strength was returning. Then the leader thought about the task given to her by Yeon-ik, who had ordered her to steal the golden blood before it matured because the boy had already reached maturity. He rushed among them like a mad beast, inflicting serious wounds on the traitors while remaining unharmed himself. Deciding that destroying the leader would weaken the rest of the enemies, the young man rushed after the commander again and finally crushed her with a powerful blow. Hovering over the defeated chieftain, he declared that as a schoolboy he had dreamed only of living peacefully and studying. But he would never run away from those who had dragged him into this merciless conflict. The third and fourth hunters, still able to fight, crouched down in fear, looking at each other in confusion and trying to distract the young fighter with conversation. But the young man quickly realized that all four of them were planning to take him down. Finally finishing off the advance guard, Yeon Ik-ki ran through the main entrance into the treasure chamber, thinking only of not being late. Worried that Cho-nu might steal the sacred fire, Ibi wanted to send Mihai to help Hen-yeon, but his partner was still unable to get up. On the way, Chang-min mentioned that he sensed the presence of only one person in the treasure room, although logically there should have been two. However, due to the peculiarities of the room, it was difficult to tell if it was someone wearing glasses or someone squinting, so the spirit led his partner to the right place. It turned out to be Hyun-yeon. He said that if Yoon was able to find a way out of such a difficult situation, then his evasion of Cho's blow was not accidental. However, the traitor had already stolen the fire and was heading to the main building with it because he had guessed the Grand Master's intentions and wanted to stop him. This was now the most important thing. Ki tried to object because the senior disciple was seriously wounded and bleeding profusely. But Choi didn't think about himself, realizing that the enraged enemy had left him alive on purpose so that he could witness Ojak's downfall, and how all its inhabitants would pass away, and he wept with helplessness at his inability to protect his beloved dojo. This moment of weakness in a strong man touched the young man deeply, and he remembered how he had felt similar emotions. Realizing how dangerous the traitor Hyun-yeon was, Ki offered to help him escape home for his own safety. But Ki refused. He had no intention of becoming a coward, and besides, his inner fire had already returned. Seeing his determination, the bespectacled man cast aside all formalities as the senior student of the dojo and asked for only one thing: to protect Ojak. He sat leaning against the wall, unable to stand up, and spoke with pain in his voice. To tell the truth, Kai's disappointment was not as strong as his companions, even though he had already been training with the Grand Master for some time. The young man did not feel much loyalty to Cheon Cho-eun, as he had not trusted him from the very beginning. But in his short life, he had learned what it was like to be unable to protect what was dear to him. Now he swore not to repeat the same mistakes and not to let the traitor escape. Looking up at the young man with hope, Hyun-yeon said that he would then confidently leave Ojak to the Golden Blood, not to Kia and Chang-min. His partners accepted this farewell with sincere pride, but they didn't have time for long conversations. Chang-min reminded them that they had to hurry if the traitor had used the master's movement technique, as he could already have reached the main building. But before leaving, the senior disciple stopped Kaya and handed him something important, which readers will learn about later. Despite the fact that all the defenders fought bravely, the predators still managed to approach the main building and break through the fence around it. Two disciples blocked the enemy's path right at the entrance. Otherwise, danger would have loomed over the Grand Master, meaning retreat was not an option. They fought fiercely with the enemies at the fence and steps, and luck was on their side. The fighters were not left alone at the threshold. Gu Chol suddenly appeared. To cheer up his warriors, he joked that he hadn't had time to clear his throat and the four factions were already on the verge of destruction, which was not good. One of the enemies asked who he was, hinting that he might be the Great Master. Closing the door behind him, the elderly mentor drew the attention of all the monsters, but the mighty giant Cheon Cho-nu was already rising to meet him. Stopping, he said that now he understood why the attack had stalled, as he had not expected to meet the deputy himself here. But if the old man needed a worthy opponent, he was standing right in front of him. At the same time, he ignored the questions of his former students about why there were enemies next to him. The mentor was surprised by the appearance of the muscle man. It was apparently difficult to leave this house, but it turned out that the agreement with the predators required the neutralization of the Grand Master. On the other hand, if the white giant's powerful techniques were capable of destroying the predators, there was a great risk of not finishing the job with sacred fire and golden blood. Gu Cholche sarcastically snorted. At least now his former pupil was honest, but the latter called his revelation a parting gift. He presented it in memory of the past, to somehow thank his former mentor, given the current situation. Then, with a war cry, Hee-jin appeared and called her former colleague an indecent name, accusing him of his past misdeeds and new intrigues. In response, Cheon Cho-nu sneered contemptuously at her colleagues Mi-hee and Hyun-yeon, who reacted more calmly, at least asking if he had done it and why. The woman was outraged, seeing no point in asking when everything was clear as day. Her friends had foolishly trusted a deceiver who hid his rotten nature behind a mask of kindness. Feeling irritated, The muscle man looked at her with a probing gaze and declared that he had always felt uncomfortable around her because of her sharp tongue. Han Yu suggested that she slip away quietly, as he was a real villain and it was unclear how to defeat him, but his partner told him to stop whining. Cheon advised her to listen to her partner and not fight someone twice her strength. But that was precisely why she took several assistants with her, and Hee Jin donned her battle armor. Then the villain, cracking his knuckles, said that he still needed to meet the Grand Master, and that to get to him, he would have to kill them all. If we delve into the giant's past, he wasn't always like this, although he had been physically strong since birth. As a child, he adhered to the rules of modern society, which prescribed avoiding violence, and therefore restrained himself. But one day, Cheon saw a schoolboy pour a drink on another simply because he had brought him the wrong dessert. Observing such conflicts, Chan wondered why the group condemned and despised the weak and admired the strong who inspired fear. Taking advantage of a convenient opportunity, the schoolboy beat up the instigator of the conflict, claiming that he was acting in the name of justice. And for the first time, feeling the pleasant sensation of power, the young man decided that strength was incomparably more valuable than any moral rules separating good from evil. Having experienced the pleasure of realizing his power and the fear it instilled in others, he began to seek to repeat this feeling. And in this distorted state, Chan entered the path of the Dokebi warriors, losing the moral boundary between good and evil. After beating up all the students at the main building, the bully said that he was ashamed of them for talking so big when they turned out to be weaklings. But Gu Chol-che called him a loser who had lost the opportunity to merge souls, wondering how many treasures he had to absorb to gain such power. Hyo-jin also got beaten up, but she didn't even think of giving up and ordered her partner, who was trying to persuade her to run away, to shut up. Everything could have turned out differently if the deputy had merged with the Grand Master, and she just needed to hold on until he finished the ritual. Finally, Cheon Chonu decided that he had had enough fun and needed to fulfill his mission. But feeling a vibration in the air, he became alert. Some kind of presence was approaching from above, its power comparable to that of the senior students. Of the senior students, he had only fought with Yim Song-gyu today, but it was definitely not him, whose energy he knew well. Closing his eyes to better sense the energy trail, Cheon-woo noted that it was neither Mi-hee nor Hyun-yeon. Who was this new participant in the battle? But then the owner of the unfamiliar energy landed, and it turned out to be Ki. Seeing Gu Cheol-jae, the wounded Hee-jin, Chus, and the other students, the guy breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he had arrived in time. His opponent stared in amazement at the guy who had suddenly appeared and said sarcastically that he didn't understand what the special forces were doing. But Yoon had no intention of arguing with the traitor. His eyes flashed with anger and his body tensed like a cat before a decisive leap. In the next instant, he drove his fist into the pumped-up giant and swept his leg out from under him. The man collapsed like a sack of flour. And for the first time in his life feeling such intense pain, he let out a wild, drawn-out scream. Ki said that now Chan Cho would learn what had happened to this vaunted special unit, and with another hook, he threw him several meters away. Falling under the first blows, the athlete thought it was an accident, just like the fact that the kid had survived his special blow twice. But then he managed to escape from the squad of specially trained professionals who had captured him using a clever trap. And already on his way here, the vibrations in the air revealed his incredible strength, and now he can knock people off their feet even without a club. Not always managing to jump out of the way of the flashes from this seemingly chicken-like creature, one would like to think it was a mistake, but it doesn't look like an accident. This strange guy, who didn't even finish school, used to amaze him when he was a green novice. Now he is in no way inferior to him, who has been physically strong since childhood and is now an experienced warrior pumped up by long training sessions. Fighting at full strength, he is unbeatable, and it will probably take more effort than with Hyun-yeon. On top of that, he had learned somewhere how to use his legs to strike not only the torso but also the head, and this was becoming increasingly annoying. It was time to use heavy artillery, and with his next kick in midair, Ki saw red armor on his opponent's arm. Having never encountered Cheon Chonu in training, the high school student didn't know what arsenal he used in combat, but it seemed that this glove was his club. But the giant just grinned, explaining that he hadn't even started fighting seriously yet and that the boy should run away from the special forces straight to Gangnam to save his skin. Forming a fireball over his palm, he warned the boy menacingly that he would surely regret returning to the main building. Throwing the ball to his glove, Cheon Chonu lunged forward, and bending down aimed a scarlet koh that turned into a cylinder and surrounded his opponent. But the boy had already managed to get his firearm and opened fire, successfully suppressing the enemy's attack with his shooting. However, the Golden Blood's counterattack also proved unsuccessful, as the athlete's powerful physique and reliable glove defense prevented him from winning. The first use of clubs in the fight allowed each fighter to reveal their potential and develop a further strategy. Chanming noticed that the traitor's club not only focused energy, but also directed its flame backward and used it as an accelerator. The partners performed a similar technique with their legs, and the enemy's right hand, precisely because of this movement, instantly accelerated his attacks. In the end, instead of using two types of weapons at the same time, the spirit advised them to use only one to increase their speed. Since the fight was taking place at close range, this suggestion made sense, and the choice of blades seemed like a reasonable decision for the young warrior. Watching the fight from the sidelines, Hee-jin admitted to Han Yu that she had no idea what was going on, but wanted to help Ki-woo. Her intuition told her to use this chance to prove herself and improve her standing among the other students. But her spirit stopped her, and she began to argue that he was obsessed with his own safety and didn't understand the situation at all. He insisted that she was just overwhelmed by adrenaline and wasn't thinking straight. Carefully observing the actions of both participants, he made a sound assessment of the situation and decided that any intervention would not help but only hinder. And if she doubted his decision, she should look at the deputy, who was sending all the students back. Besides, the predators, although they were snapping at them, were gradually retreating, slowly descending the stairs. And they were not retreating because of the golden blood, but because of Chan, whom they feared even though he was on their side. Instead of arguing and fighting, she should think and remember the last time she saw a giant with a weapon. Thinking it over, Hee-jin said that he was right, even though Chan had made a mistake by devouring the treasure, but in recent years he had been stubbornly improving his physical condition. He said he was striving to increase his endurance and therefore had not even touched his club, which looked like a glove. He had easily defeated them all, and if he had now taken out his Dokkaebi club, it was likely that he considered him a stronger opponent than they were. Han Yu repeated that they should not interfere and leave the newcomer alone. Ki decided to ask his opponent why he was doing such unsavory things, since he was already so strong. He just happened to hear that Chan had done something he shouldn't have, and he was curious why he had started all this. If he was already strong enough, why did he need sacred fire with golden blood? But the giant called this question stupid, because it was only natural to become stronger, and the novice had come to Ojak for this very reason. Clenching and unclenching his fist, Kai confirmed that he had indeed come here to become stronger, but that he needed to protect someone. The giant smiled indulgently in response and said that, despite developing all his talents, the boy was still a child and thought like a weakling. Strength should not be increased for protection, but for suppression. There is no feeling more pleasant than when everyone trembles and worships you. In other words, he wanted to look down on everyone and feel his superiority. Ki called it a very stupid desire, thinking that his senior student had great ambitions. But Cheonju said that he had tried to study hard, but it was useless, and he realized this in 3rd grade. Looking at his opponent with disapproval, the top student compared him to a middle school student who doesn't understand who he is or what he should do. Such words made the giant laugh, and at the same time angered him, thinking that this was still too difficult for such a puppy, and he raised his gloved hand. However, Kai did not want to anger him and said that he had no idea what he meant and was just being insolent. Chasing after Yeon-ik, Yum Song-gyu cut down trees in the dense forest with his sharp weapon, but Yeon-ik successfully escaped. His partner, Ju-hee, shouted indignantly and refused to believe the words of this predator who had called Chonu a traitor. Although the traitor understood that the news shocked them, he wanted to send them away, so he informed them that the predators were already in the main building. But the partners were happy that the fight would be real, as they were annoyed that Cho-chun had been conducting training sparring sessions without weapons. Yong-ik regretted that they would lose a comrade. Once he received the sacred fire and golden blood, he would no longer be the person they knew. But Ju-hee immediately became suspicious of the traitor's intention to hand over these items to the enemy, suspecting that he had far-reaching plans. Had she underestimated Zalotsi? Yim Song-gyu understood that the young man still had much to learn and did not yet know how to control his power. He hadn't even developed his own signature move, but most likely he was now desperately trying to defeat Chan Chonu and would surely win. Indeed, the fight continued, and jumping up at his opponent from the side, Kai swung his saber down from above, but the latter dodged by arching his back. Then he turned to face the guy and fired a scarlet beam from his glove, reinforcing its effect with his entire body. Yoon dodged and jumped up, trying to separate the giant's head from his body with a horizontal swing, but the latter managed to bend down and the saber whistled past. Despite his enormous mass, the Titan maneuvered easily, accurately determining the direction of the blow, moving his feet left and right, jumping and bending. His strong legs never tired of lunging forward, allowing him to quickly close the distance and deliver uppercuts with his gloved left hand. Analyzing his opponent's tactics, Chang Ming noticed that the mighty athlete skillfully dodged, identified vulnerable points, and delivered crushing attacks. Pushing forward relentlessly like a heavy bulldozer, his hand-to-hand combat style was characterized by strict discipline, speed, and precision of movement. Clearly aware of the seriousness of the threat, the opponent treated them with due attention, avoiding mistakes and miscalculations. Each blow drained his partner's strength, and despite their desperate resistance, they were gradually pushed back from the main building. But Chan looked fresh. Even when Ki seemed to have caught up with him, jumping forward sharply and slashing down from above, he easily jumped back like a skilled dancer. But finally, there was a respite, and it became possible to consider further actions. Changmin said that despite the seriousness of their opponent, his actions were quite predictable, but the trouble was that he had little combat experience. And even if he managed to improve his abilities at some point, they would not make up for his lack of combat experience. But Ki was not deterred. He was determined and suggested eliminating this shortcoming through fusion. Hearing his decision, Gu Chiolche called the guy a desperate fool who didn't understand that the duel was just preparation for the dangerous ritual of merging souls. But if the boy managed to overcome the obstacle, unpredictable events could occur, and long training was necessary to perform such a technique. After all, it is difficult for two personalities to coexist in one body, and with golden blood, it is worth risking something going wrong and the power getting out of control. On the other hand, he is still just a child and exudes energy, as if the upcoming union should happen naturally and easily. To carry out his plan, Ki trusted Chan Min, closed his eyes, and concentrated on his friend's voice in his head. Meanwhile, crouching down and pressing his hand against the ground, Qian did not listen to the mutterings about the merging of souls. Was he really ready for anything? Irritated and ready to strike, he jumped 3 meters above the ground and shouted that he would not let this guy stop him. Expecting to catch the young man with his hands down, the giant accelerated his energy, but suddenly, a blue barrier blocked his path. Ki, on the other hand, seemed to have fallen asleep on the spot, remaining completely motionless and completely absorbed in himself. Obeying his friend's words, he drew strength from his body, picturing it as a bonfire in his mind. The boy imagined his blue fire as a picture in which it was actively burning, trying to consume its owner. But in reality, the flame would never harm its owner. One simply had to open one's heart and accept it. And having made up his mind, the high school student did what the voice inside him told him to do, imagining himself as a huge burning torch. Hearing the suggestion to shed light on the darkness gathering above them, the boy opened his eyes and found himself in the real world. The enemy who had been swooping down on him was now flying in the opposite direction, covering himself with his glove, and it was unclear where his energy had gone. And from the motionless boy, a powerful, dazzlingly bright beam shot upward, sending blue waves in all directions. Descending to the ground, Chan looked anxiously at the powerful flash next to its creator, which had sent stones flying into the sky and tried to knock him off his feet. When the smoke cleared on the battlefield surrounded by clumps of flame, a changed Kai appeared with blue hair and blackened whites of his eyes. Jin explained to Han Yu that blue hair appears when there is a high level of synchronization between a Dokaibi and a human. This happened during their first fusion because the friends trusted each other completely and had been together for a long time, but she didn't expect them to be so close. The guy stood slightly tense with clenched fists and looked defiantly at his enemy, apologizing for making him wait. But he didn't have time to finish his sentence. His legs suddenly moved forward from the surprise. He lost his balance and fell backward, grabbing the air with his hands. Rubbing his bruised head, he felt a burning shame that his legs had somehow stopped obeying him. But when he tried to get up, he fell again. Jin and Han Yu watched in amazement as he tried to get up and desperately cursed, ordering Chang Min to adjust to him. His partner objected that it should be the other way around and asked if he had any control over his body or energy, and if he had any idea about cooperation. Ki reminded him of last year's competition, where 2 people ran with 3 legs, but the spirit claimed that dividing the functions would result in complete chaos. Han Yu didn't believe that this could be called synchronization, and Jin saw the problem not in the fusion, but in their personalities. Watching the partners argue, Cheon Cho-nu was disappointed, expecting something significant from the self-confident young man who had made such a fuss, but it was clear that he was joking. He himself quarreled with his partner, lost his weapon, and there were practically no noticeable changes in his appearance or strength. Worse still, his rival was unable to use the power of his golden blood, which was a pointless waste of energy. However, this is common among beginners like Kia Chong, who believed that his trusty knife was more reliable than any new famous blade. Rubbing his bruised shoulder, the guy was tired of listening to his mentor's advice. If his opponent was going to keep talking for much longer, he would leave to rest. Well, if he's finished talking, let him shut up and continue the fight. and blue energy swirled over the battlefield. But after the funny dance moves of the youngster, the giant did not take him seriously, so the high school student jumped and swung his arm. Chan calmly stepped back and slightly to the side, extending his gloved hand forward, and the blow landed right on it. Immediately after that, the giant laughed loudly, and as expected, no significant changes were visible. But suddenly the laughter stopped, and he lowered his hand and crouched down because fiery lumps were drumming on his back. Not understanding what was happening, he straightened up abruptly, his face contorted with pain. Even his eyes rolled back, but his thrown-back hand continued to be beaten. Not giving his enemy time to recover, Kai pushed himself off the ground and lunged forward again, swinging his other arm. His fist sank into the palm that was open to meet the blow. It was now a bare hand, and it seemed as if it would crush the young man's fingers. But for some reason, the traitor unclenched his fist, then began to retreat, shuffling his feet and swaying as if fleeing from a squall. He frowned and groaned through clenched teeth, and something was beating and crushing his hand, as could be seen from the sleeve bulging in various places. Watching the fight, the students did not understand how this was possible after the master had clearly blocked the attack. What could strike after the attack had been stopped? Only Ki rushed forward again, gathering energy into a ring and concentrating it around his arm. Chan crouched down and this time defended himself with his elbow, but even now the fist aimed at him carried a palpable fiery charge. And when the attacker swung from a medium distance, it struck not just one limb, but several parts of the body at once. Having received bruises, the master became angry and accused the boy of hiding his true abilities, although he understood perfectly well the peculiarities of the first fusion. Chungmin reminded him that special powers are not easy to manifest, especially if they have not been honed in practice and are like uncut precious stones. Gu Chiolche explained that the partners had combined their abilities, taking the strength of one and the control of the other, using their own bodies as a source. The combined energy of their strike was a powerful charge gathered in a fist, penetrating deep and causing an internal explosion that was impossible to repel. Of course, it is not as easy as it seems. If the energy is not directed precisely enough, the attacker risks destroying himself with a backlash. In this technique, it is important to feel the rhythm of the opponent's movements and to connect mental concentration with the art of fiery movement at the right moment. This achievement, with the creation of a fire channel, was the result of lengthy experiments and previous training in Ojak. Meanwhile, the boy was thinking about a worthy name for his newly acquired skill. It had to be impressive and cool. He wondered what names the other students at the dojo had given their special techniques, but decided to leave that question open for now. Meanwhile, Chan saw that the youngster had spread his arms and was apparently up to something. He sensed a threat emanating from him and decided not to tempt fate. So he instantly gathered his fiery stream into his glove and stepped back to develop a defense tactic. But the kid didn't give him a break and leaping into the air, found himself right in front of him, preparing for another blow. He thought about the name of a special technique. Ki wanted to include the phrase hand-to-hand combat technique in it, but something simple and catchy would be much more appealing. Looking the giant in the eyes, he gathered a wave of fire in his fist and demonstrated once again that he was no worse than his gloves. A dazzlingly bright light flashed in the sky and crashed down on the enemy, accompanied by a cry that golden blood belonged only to its owner. A white beam circled around his opponent and emitted local discharges that tore his clothes into small shreds, leaving his torso bare. Beaten and bruised, Chan spread his arms and legs limply and flew toward the ground, trying to comprehend what was happening and feeling the absurdity of the situation. Despite possessing the greatest strength of all Ojak's disciples, he was defeated by a schoolboy who had recently appeared here. His thoughts were interrupted by a strange voice reminding him of his past deeds and his own betrayal for the sake of power. Would he accept his defeat at the hands of a newcomer as meaningless karma and live the life of a failure? A fire appeared before him, suggesting that everything was controlled by a higher power and offering him to accept it even against his own will. And Chan thought about the timeliness of this opportunity. Perhaps he really had no other choice, and he reached out his hand. Something changed instantly, but the athlete did not understand what it was. The pain dulled, and then he opened his scarlet eye. A key landed on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief, and said that the merger was actually very tiring, but he didn't have time to finish. He felt a vibration in the air and heard an incomprehensible noise coming from the direction where Chan had fallen. Turning around, he saw a strange creature that was unlike any of the predators or monsters he had encountered before. It was huge and seemed to be made of scarlet flames with black inserts on its torso and face, and the glove of a traitor. At first, it just roared, then began chanting power, and finally declared that it wanted more power than any inhabitant of this planet. Heo Jin, Han Yu, and Gu Chulche also saw the stranger and were simply shocked. Could he have managed to extract the sacred fire? It turned out that he had used it knowing that it was very dangerous, and had only done so because he couldn't handle it and had nowhere else to go. But Changmin explained that in reality, the giant had been used, and he had become stubbornly fixated on his idea, so now they would have to use their hands. Ki didn't understand who could use a human being if the sacred fire had to be kept well sealed in a treasure chamber. But his partner explained that if this fire found a way into the heart of the one who had consumed it, it would deprive them of control over their body and drive them mad. And apparently, he had already lost his mind. Approaching Ki, the creature sniffed him for a while and then laughed maliciously. Then it swung its arm and with a familiar movement, threw the guy toward the forest. He flew through the air for several meters, knocking down trees with his back. The place where he fell was covered in blue smoke, and when it cleared, the owner was already sitting leaning against a tree trunk. He coughed, meaning that all the commotion was because of the sacred fire, and instead of gathering strength, the fool chose to go mad. But according to Chong Min, he had become at least twice as strong, although even if that was the case, it wasn't critical and he could still beat him up. We need to use the soul fusion again and try to fight this newborn creature again. Throwing Ki A Cheon aside, Cho No began chasing the other disciples and throwing them in different directions, enjoying his power. The predatory Dokkaebi, who had retreated, reappeared at the entrance to the main building, urging their comrade to destroy all the possessors. Realizing that the sacred fire had been activated, they became completely emboldened and made no attempt to hide. One of them said that victory was already assured. But the daredevil didn't even have time to finish his sentence before he paid for his carelessness with his life, right in front of his disheartened comrade. Having dealt with the predatory Dokkaebi that had fallen into his hands, Cheon Chonu immediately absorbed his fire, looking around for a new victim and demanding even more power. The students who saw this were confused, and He Jin, shouting, "Don't stop!" pulled one of them by the collar who had almost been hit. Agu Chulcheol ordered everyone to retreat quickly and stay away from the enraged master. However, Kai, who had recovered from the blow, had already made his way out of the forest and was running towards the battlefield, trying to draw the monster's attention to himself with his cries. There was no need to touch the other students if the enemy was just a guy who could jump up and punch a raging giant in the face. Then he jumped into the air again and, releasing a huge amount of energy, began to fall like a rock onto the beast from above. But the monster was already ready to defend itself and, crouching down, put out its bent free arm and then covered itself with its other arm. After blocking the attack, he took a wide step forward, bringing his powerful torso forward and swinging his club as far to the side as possible, striking from left to right and getting rid of the annoying puppy. His eyes burned menacingly and flashed sparks, and his mouth twisted contemptuously as he assessed the result of his blow and the distance the boy had flown. Then he casually turned 180 degrees and, shouting "You!" with joyful enthusiasm, went after easier prey. He understood that they needed to completely capture the scoundrel's attention so that he would focus on them, and to do that, they needed to close the distance. Meanwhile, the monster completely ignored them and his partner, catching up with the defenseless dojo student who was running away. Then the senior student overtook Chan Cho and found himself in his path, pushing the student out of the way with his hand. However, the glove had already been activated, wrapping around the target in an arc. Fortunately, Kai managed to withstand the blow this time. But this only provoked the Titan, and he wanted to continue. Chong Min warned that the left fist was coming and was right. He was on his guard and now assessed the situation through his friend's eyes. His extensive combat experience helped him anticipate the giant's movements. Then his partner said that the best way to dodge was to take a step back, but in this situation, it was necessary to move slightly to the side. However, the close distance allowed the giant to immediately strike with his other hand in the stomach with a dull sound. The young man exhaled. Something had to change. Because blood could be spilled, and it was bad to fight alone, but defending someone else was completely different, especially since Kai had never done anything like this before. And Chan Min told his student to leave quickly, but the latter stammered in fear, saying that his legs wouldn't listen to him, but apparently his habit of obeying orders helped him. The next moment, the paralysis of the seated man passed. He jumped up and, crying out in delight, ran away as fast as he could. Looking after him with disappointment, Cheon Chonu pulled a bundle of energy to his left hand and struck Ki with his fist. He flew back, but landed on his feet and immediately raised his arms in defense. Then the giant rushed after him, firing projectile after projectile. Fearing for her comrade's life, He Jin rushed at the demon, shouting that he would remain a worthless scoundrel until the end, and pierced his leg with her boot. A sharp knife protruded from the toe of her shoe, inflicting a deep cut, but the wound closed instantly. Han Yu did not understand the reason for such a quick recovery. But the wise Gu Cheol Che explained that it was due to the healing power of the sacred fire and declared that ill-considered attacks were useless. Once again, the disciples retreated, carrying away the wounded, and Kai thought that everything was repeating itself like Groundhog Day, only on a higher level. Once again, the traitor was stronger and pushed him back, but that wasn't quite the case. And as he prepared to face the enemy, the guy said that he himself had changed. Chanmin was nearby, advising him not to fight blindly but to think and figure out how to stop this brainless thug. The schoolboy pondered, remembering the advice of both mentors, his persistent training, and how he spent all his free time devising a special technique. He even broke out in a sweat from the tension, but finally raised his head and suggested calling their move a deadly strike. While his partners stood idly by, Chan surrounded himself with a circle of flames and, raising his arms, shouted to the sky that he needed more strength. He still wanted to carry out his plan, but the residents of Ojak resisted, preventing him from breaking through to the white giant. Seeing the seriousness of the moment, the Grandmaster's partner joined the battle, using his experience and energy to fight his former student. After carrying the wounded to safety, Qi consulted with Changmin about a special technique, and Changmin laughed at the idea as it was the first thing that had come to his mind. But they had never used it before, and it was completely unclear how to implement it, although there were no alternatives and the situation had to be remedied somehow. However, preparation takes time, which is a serious problem because during that time the bully could cause significant damage. He would destroy many defenders and attack them because their partners would be unable to defend themselves at that moment. Hearing their conversation, He-jin ordered Qi to not delay because he was not a coward and must not hesitate but act while the others dealt with the monster. Ojak's teachings emphasize using not resentment, but relentless training to increase strength, even if it leads to a dead end and seems impossible. The mentors taught them to help and support each other in battle, although it seemed that Cheon Chonu was unaware of this, even though he was a master here. Other students stood next to her, all of them beaten and exhausted, but they promised to protect him while he prepared for his final blow. Just let him say thank you. Oh, these students? Qi smiled and uttered words of gratitude, albeit slightly belated. He-jin asked a very timely question. What deadly technique was he going to use? Well, that was obvious. The only deadly blow he had at his disposal was the use of his accumulated energy. But he wouldn't be doing it alone, he would be doing it together with Changmin. Then, throwing aside their fatigue and forgetting their pain, the students prepared for battle, telling him to rely on them, and flew toward the enemy. Cheon Chonu greeted their arrival with joyful enthusiasm, creating a dense wall of explosions along the entire perimeter of his circular platform. After scattering his students, the giant relaxed, but it was too early to rest, as He-jin and Gu Chelche arrived to help the defenders. They rushed at the renegade from both sides, but although the demon managed to raise his palms to meet their attacks, he was visibly shaken. Qi was preparing for the fatal blow, which he had been thinking about even before the great ceremony when he was training with the senior disciples. Together with his partner, they thought long and hard about what it should be, consulted with other disciples, and everyone answered the same. They said not to overthink it or try to copy others, just do what comes naturally to you. Now, knowing that he and his partner both used energy bursts, he suggested using all the power of the golden blood. Without thinking too much about it, Changming agreed, confirming that he was ready to go all in and use all his accumulated power. Choosing his tactics, Kai decided to wait until the very last moment and then gather all his fire into his fist and strike just once. He had no doubt that such a special strike was what the Grandmaster had in mind, but Changming wondered if it was worth doing if it didn't work in the end. And would he be able to control the direction? But his partner saw no problems, except that his friend might forget how to do it. But that was the end of their discussion, as a loud explosion rang out nearby, sending rocks flying into the sky. The culprit was, of course, Cheon Chonu. When the smoke cleared, he went to inspect the battlefield and saw fallen and motionless enemies everywhere. He wasn't interested in looking at his defeated enemies and was searching for a new victim when he suddenly smelled the scent of someone with power. He rushed after him, struck him, and the man flew away with a dull thud. The aggressor continued to run, shouting that he wanted more power. And He-jin also shouted at the top of her lungs for Qi to hurry. Glancing at the area in front of the building, the schoolboy saw his comrades lying on the ground, and his eyes narrowed with anger, but he remembered his plan and restrained himself. He dodged to the left, allowing his opponent to strike first, and the latter took advantage of this, swinging his gloved fist. The powerful blow to his torso knocked the man down, but he clenched his teeth and jumped back to his feet. Now he had him, and grabbing the hand that had struck him, the boy clung to it. When Changming mentioned the problem of controlling large amounts of energy, the young man reminded him of a surefire way to hit the target. He also mentioned that they had used this technique before when shooting at point-blank range, and that there was no need to aim because it was impossible to miss. And when merging, the partner himself said that it was impossible to burn in one's own flame, so there would be no misses. And now the mad traitor leaned over them, his eyes burning with a terrible fire, demanding power and golden blood. So the moment had come to deliver the fatal blow, and with a war cry, both partners struck. A flash of a dazzling white cross flashed, and blue rays scattered in all directions from the enemies. Then, the site of the explosion was engulfed in bright flames, blazing with white and blue fire. The flames engulfed Cheon Chonu, his eyes glowing wildly and his mouth emitting terrifying screams. The blast wave tore at the clothes and hair of Gu Chol Cheol and Hee Jin, who were watching the scene unfold. Stones flew into the air, and the thick smoke obscured the sky, but when the veil settled a little, a scarlet fire began to shine through it. Noticing this, Kai realized that the expected result had not been achieved. Out of frustration, he bit his lip and almost cried. However, in the next moment, Cheon Chonu emerged from the smoke, alive and unharmed. The astonished disciples could not believe their eyes. How could anyone survive such a fire? It seemed more fantastic than the fire of golden blood. Ki stood opposite the survivor and said that it was ugly to be so stubborn, asking if the bully was going to continue climbing over the heads of others. He didn't like this desire, although he understood it, because the desire to feel superior is inherent in humans at an instinctive level. But there was no need to cross the line for that. If he stepped on other people, he would have to spend the rest of his life alone. After these words, the young man reached into his pocket and pulled out a small feather. Seeing this object, Hee Jin was very surprised because she knew very well that the feather with accumulated energy belonged to Hyun Yoon. It was the same one that the bespectacled Ki had given him before leaving the treasure trove. The boy placed it in his palm, clenched his fist, and activated the power within it, saying that he would use it to protect others. Because he had promised this to its owner, after striking with this fist, the fire of Cheon began to weaken and dissolve into the air. A white, blue, and blue flame beat him from all sides, rising above the forest and the surrounding mountains and shooting upward in bright bursts. And when the smoke cleared, the giant surrendered, falling to his knees before Kiom and bowing his head. The boy breathed a sigh of relief, but noticed that his hair had turned black again, which meant that the merging of souls could be broken, but Chongmin was gone. Had he gone too far again, and would his friend need time to recover? At least everything was finally over. The disciples rejoiced at their shared victory and the defeat of Master Cheon, which meant that the attack of the alliance of predators was also over. However, it was too early to rejoice. A stranger's voice announced that he would not give the sacred fire and golden blood to anyone without a reason. The man admitted that he had gone to great lengths to gather allies and get this far, and that this little man was his trump card, and he never thought it would turn out like this. While Ki was wondering who this person was, Yim Song-yu appeared from the forest, shouting for the guy to stop the stranger. Jo-hee warned that the predator used the art of shadows and was able to hide in someone else's shadow. While the high school student listened to them, the stranger jumped down from the tree, approached Cheon, and raised his hand to the scarlet flame. Then he stepped into his shadow, turned into a black silhouette, and began to quickly dissolve into the air. It was Yeon-ik, the leader of the predators. Jo-hee said that this man could then take over the body and control it completely, but he became invisible before she could finish her words. He said that in addition to what she had said, he could use the power of the captured subject and planned to try to do this with the body of the sacred fire. After that, a rustling sound came from the shadows through the flames. A white ball flashed past Chan, and the scarlet color of his body began to mix with purple. The stranger's voice said that while he was enjoying the power of the captured flame, all the damage would be taken by this worthless human. Then the villain laughed and shouted that he had captured the power of the sacred fire, and now no one could stop him, and he would take the place of the head without interference. But suddenly, a strong wind rose, and a dazzling white light began to seep through the main entrance of the dojo. Where did it come from? It was the great master who had finished his ritual called Tanabata Night Sky, and the energy of Ojaka burst forth from the highest mountain. Its power was so incredibly great that it penetrated every corner of the dojo and destroyed all the predatory dokaibi in one fell swoop. After the mountainous eruption, a white giant appeared from the main building and soared high into the air. He concentrated his energy in his hand and barked at Yeon Iku to stop showing off and shove his tricks deep into his ass. The traitor tried in vain to stop the leader of Ojak, who would not agree to any negotiations and raised his club over the villain. The giant lunged forward and tried to escape, but he was too late. A dense, glowing beam pierced him from top to bottom and cut him in two. Ki looked on in amazement as Chan fell out and hit the ground, and the giant's body fell apart into small pieces that disappeared somewhere. A fiery ball fell from the traitor onto the ground, emitting a ray in every direction. The great master stepped on this ball of energy with his foot, crushing it, and then said that it had been a long battle, but finally it was over. The crushed flames scattered into small clumps and died out, and the teacher stood silently looking at the blue sky and the clouds running across it. When Cheon fell, The remnants of Yeon Ik's energy left him, and he became harmless. The great master said that now everything was definitely over. The disciples began to gather around their teacher from all sides, shouting that they had won again. The boys stood around the defeated Chon Cho Nu and rejoiced that they had protected Ojak, although they acknowledged that it was mostly thanks to Ki A. He was so tired that he sat on the ground with his head down and did not intend to get up, as if their words did not concern him at all. Then the students thanked him, because with his help they had been able to defend their dojo. They spoke to him calmly, as if nothing special had happened, asking him how he had mastered the art of soul fusion so quickly. The Grand Master sincerely apologized to Cheon Chonu because he had known about the danger that threatened him from the beginning but had delayed warning him in advance. He was even more distressed that he had failed to instill in the giant the most important rule, that strength alone means nothing. The main thing is to understand the reasons why one wants to acquire it, and he regretted that he had not been able to teach the giant the most basic thing. The reason why becoming stronger is more important than strength itself lay motionless on the ground and did not respond, even though he could hear everything. After the battle in Ojak ended, Hyun Yeon was rescued, the wounded students were treated, and the protective barrier over the entire territory was restored. The next day, after the restoration of the Hamtu was largely complete, local police arrested Cheon Chonu. He asked to stop for a moment to talk to Kiom. At first, they refused, but then they allowed it if it didn't take too long. Hearing this request, the student was surprised and asked how the blind man had managed to guess his presence while his eyes were covered with a bandage. The traitor explained irritably that he could hear perfectly well and was indignant at being called by nicknames, as if no one knew his real name. At first, the students thought that the former master had nothing to say if he was talking such nonsense. But the man was only trying to warn the young man about the dangers ahead, saying that strength was like a two-handed sword. The greater it was, the more reliable the protection of loved ones. However, the number of enemies was growing, so Ki should be especially cautious. When the young man grunted, the big man asked if he understood the meaning of his last words, because talking about protecting everyone was just bragging. At this remark, the young man frowned at first, then ordered him to shut up and go where he was told. Several more days passed during which Chang Min did not respond, and life in Ojak returned to normal. The only uncertainty was when the construction mess would end, so everyone worked on restoration during the day and trained at night. Apparently, the battle had greatly motivated the students. One morning, in his favorite pose, Yim Song-yu wondered if Zolotzi had recovered yet. With such a long break, it was possible to lose all your skills, and even if you learned something new, it was unlikely to stay in your memory for long. Smiling, Kai said that if he had come to test his strength, he could greet him properly and unleashed a burst of his fire. After the battle with the predators, the Grand Master awarded the bespectacled man, who was still lying in the hospital, the official status of master. Ki was also officially recognized as having completed his probationary period and became a full-fledged disciple of Ojak. Although many students congratulated him on this achievement, they believed that he had long since reached the level of a master. But the time came to leave the dojo, and one day, under the light of the full moon, the Grand Master summoned the young man to tell him something important before he left. Arriving at the master's chambers, Kai heard the long-awaited recognition of the results of his training. His strength had exceeded all expectations. The training system had proven so effective that the student had indeed become 10 times stronger than planned. Now the student could confidently defend his blood from dozens of opponents of the beginner and intermediate levels, but Fang was far from an ordinary fighter. Ki was disappointed, thinking that his strength was still insufficient, but his teacher explained that Click had not been in perfect condition the last time. Due to his injury, he had acted impulsively and suffered defeat, but by the next fight, Fang would return much stronger and better prepared. The young man sincerely believed that Click was impossible to figure out and seemed incredibly strong, but Kai felt that he himself had grown a little stronger. The great master smiled. Did the boy really think he could compete with Click just because of his unique blood? To become equal to those who have lived for centuries, it is clear that he will still have to face him face to face, but there are other enemies besides Click. If the student decided to focus solely on him, he might be able to defeat him, but it would require special training and rare weapons. Ki learns important news. It turns out that the sacred fire is very valuable, and such a treasure can neutralize the dark techniques used by Click. But the teacher couldn't lend him this treasure simply because it wasn't in Ojak, and you can't fight Fang with just anything. This treasure has changed hands at least 3 generations of Dokaibi, and only a guy with legendary strength can unlock its true power. The mentor found traces of a rare artifact. It seems that it will soon be put up for auction. The registration issue will have to be resolved, but that is not very difficult. Excited by this, Ki promised that if there was even the slightest chance to participate in this matter, they should keep him in mind. The master smiled and said he would contact his student as soon as he arrived in Gangnam, where everything would be explained to him in detail. The young man was also troubled by the mysterious stranger he had met at the ceremony, but his mentor preferred to leave that question open for now. And so the last day of the young apprentice's stay in Ojak came. Ki cast a farewell glance at the place that had become so dear to his heart. All the senior students came out to see him off, and even the Grandmaster himself. The young man looked sadly at them standing at the entrance to the dojo and said goodbye. He had already begun to descend the long staircase when the white giant suddenly remembered something and called out to him, ordering him to catch up. Looking back, Ki caught a bundle that looked like a certificate of graduation from Ojak. The Grandmaster said that this package could be sent by carrier pigeon if any help was needed. He said that Dale, for example, had sent his gift along with a letter of recommendation. Bidding him farewell, his mentor said that it would come in handy at least once. Ki thanked him, descended the stairs, and set off along the path. Thinking about why Ojak was given such a name, he decided to ask Chan Min about it in Kanam. The Grandmaster stood and watched the student from above until he disappeared from view, lost in his own thoughts. Responding to his thoughts, Gu Chol-che expressed doubts about the boy's suitability for this mission, even though it was the cherished wish of the founders of Ojak. They dreamed of a new era that would unite humans in Dokkaebi, but the Grandmaster believed that this young man might become its center. Soon, in Gangnam, Dae-il called Hwang Ji, warning her that he might need her help and asking if she could provide it. Laughing, the girl said that she was already on her way considering that it was his request, and that it was good that they were both hunters and could help each other. She herself thought that since it concerned golden blood, he would be useful to her, while Kai was already riding the elevator in the police building. He thought that although he hadn't been gone long, it felt like 100 years had passed, and he hoped that Chang Min would come to his senses soon. Then, entering the docking station room, he greeted everyone loudly, drawing attention to himself. Dale and Daeon were very happy to see him, saying that he had finally returned. Hae-soo said that the police had informed her of his arrival and that he was somehow connected to the affairs of the four factions. The top student confirmed this, calling it a long story, but he brought gifts from Gangwon-do, so he wouldn't return empty-handed. Dae-il was shocked by the news about Cheon-jun, and Kwon-ho boasted that he had managed to return early and had already chopped up a couple of predators. Without answering, Kai walked straight to Dae-il, talking about the neighborhood where he used to live, and Kwon-ho asked him not to ignore him. Apologizing, Yoon said that he didn't recognize Jin and had even forgotten his name, which made him angry because they had only recently parted ways. The statement by the top student about his increased strength and ability to defend himself was met with indifference, as both had improved their skills. Even Yoon's boastful talk about his ability to perform soul fusion only elicited a smirk from Kwon-ho, who called him Lee Chang-min's second-in-command. Tying up his colleague's hands and feet, Kai, enraged by such statements, advised him to be more careful with his words. Otherwise, they would have to settle things with force, to which Kwon-ho immediately agreed, suggesting they go outside and prove it. They stood there with their fists clenched, ready to fight, but the appearance of Ju Eun-soo diffused the situation. The girl reminded them that colleagues should live in peace and harmony. When Kai asked who she meant by colleagues, the owner inquired what kind of fight they were having. Kwon-ho noticed that she was acting out of character and wondered why she had suddenly become so gentle and peaceful. Discussing what this meant, Ju Eun-soo declared that the world was originally full of love and harmony. Dale, however, saw the reason in the mountain of paperwork because she was the first to return from training and had to struggle with it alone. According to Dae-il, the predators had been quiet during their absence. Not even the Phantom Fang had shown itself, so they had time to prepare. In connection with this, Kai asked to hear about the auction where the Treasure of Light is expected to be put up for sale. To discuss this, the interested parties gathered around a table, and Dae-il began to tell them about it. It turned out that the place where the Treasure of Light was to be exhibited was called the Demon Battle Auction. It would have been great if you could get something for fighting there, but not everyone could apply for this auction. Admission was by ticket, and he himself had participated in the fight for the butterfly coin last year. Showing the coin, the guy asked if Kwon-ho, who was not usually interested in such things, would try to get it this year. It was needed for Kai, but Jin flatly refused and said he was only there because of Click. The straight-A student was already twirling the coin in his hands and wondering if the butterfly-like pattern was the reason it was named that. Kwon-ho couldn't resist and intervened, calling it a red and white butterfly pattern. Surely the guys didn't know that it was from the cohort of black heroes along with Click. And she has the gentlest character among them, and it is she who holds the annual demonic battle auction. Assuming that the fight for capture involves stealing such a thing, Kai hit the nail on the head. The coins are distributed among those who have applied to participate. By stealing coins from other participants, you can get into the rankings and get the opportunity to participate in this auction. But Kanan did not apply to participate this year, so Dai-yong contacted Kambuk, who is currently fighting for this right. Ki thought about the department of owners that should be there, but it turned out that Dai-il was referring to hunters of predatory dokaibi. Looking at his watch, he announced that it was time to leave for the scheduled meeting. However, Ju Eun-soo stopped them because she wanted to give Ki a gift that Hae-soo had brought. Very surprised, the guy opened the box and found a smartphone with emergency contacts inside, and a smartwatch with identification tracking and database access. Assuming that Ki-eum was being watched by high-ranking officials, Hee-so explained that from now on, they were giving him some freedom of action. The high school student was taken aback, not understanding what was going on or what such a strange gift meant. But after patting him on the head, Ju Eun-soo announced that he was now a full member of the Gangnam Dokkaebi division and that they were counting on him. Kwon Ho was walking down the street, annoyed that he had to go to the meeting with Ki-eum, but that was the condition for participating in the battle for ratings. The top student believed that they had been sent to help, but his partner did not like this at all. On the way, Kie asked who the Dokaibi hunters were and what kind of people they were. According to Dae-yoon, they were not possessors at all. His companion explained that it was not only the possessors who hunted the Dokaibi, but also the people of the latter, and they were called hunters. But he couldn't believe his ears. How could people hunt Dokaibi? It turned out that these people had gone beyond the limits of human capabilities. In order to fight the predators, each of them underwent an operation to transfer the pattern and gained the ability to control energy while remaining human. Essentially, this involved cutting a pattern from the captured Dokaibi flame onto their bodies, and not all volunteers survived the operation. But the most unpleasant thing awaits the survivors. A very painful process of getting used to the changes in their bodies. Hurrying his partner, who was frozen in surprise, Kwon Ho added that these people endure everything very patiently in order to become hunters. Usually, the reason for this decision among most hunters is revenge against the Dokaibi, which the owners must not forget, even though they are not predatory. The conversation was interrupted because the guys were already approaching the meeting place. Confidently opening the door to the coffee shop, Kwon Ho Ki took a couple of steps and, without taking his hands out of his pockets, called out to Sonbei. The girl was sitting nearby and immediately responded, saying that she would help them during the fight for the butterfly coins. It seemed that Kai recognized her. But introducing herself as Yoon Hwan-ji, she reported that she had become a Dokkaebi hunter last month and offered to take care of her. Hesitating, the top student replied with the same Korean greeting, wishing her well and also giving his name. The blonde wanted to dispense with this formal politeness, as both of her interlocutors were older than her. When Kwon Ho asked who was older, she replied that they had all been assigned to the police station, so there was a difference in status. Their common goal was to protect law-abiding citizens and fight against the despicable Dokaibi. Ki was alarmed by his partner's words but did not sense any hostility in his companion, who seemed like an ordinary girl to him. Wan-ji suggested that they first briefly introduce themselves so that they could learn about each other's abilities, since they would have to work together. She also wanted to greet their spirits, to which Kwon Ho replied that he had been working alone for a long time. These words left the girl at a loss. She blushed and then apologized for the inappropriate question. Ki mentioned his partner's name, explaining that he was tired and hadn't shown up in the last few days, which was normal after a serious fight. Getting ready to take notes, she asked how they usually fight predators to determine their positions based on their fighting style. Kwon Ho doubted that he would have to fight with her as he had been forced into this project. He did not want to cooperate with the Dokaibi hunters, but hadn't he heard that without them, the owners would not be able to participate in the auction? However, his partner thought it would be enough to kill all the loiterers and lookouts and take their coins if they had any. Yvonne said that his partner had a problem with his head, but he replied that only a novice who had defeated a few weak opponents would say such things. Turning to Ki, Hwan-ji asked about his fighting style, expecting that nothing would be impossible for someone of golden blood. But the schoolboy called himself a novice who, at best, could only move faster than her and knew practically nothing about fighting styles and positions. He even spent time in Ojak, but learned almost nothing, and without Chong Min, he could do very little. After saying all this, he laughed. After that, Kwon Ho called his partner even more of a fool than he had thought before, who had only learned about the red and white butterfly shortly before this conversation, and even about the annual auction, but they had already greatly angered their interlocutor, who loudly complained about the half-baked goods they had sent her. Seeing their confusion, she explained that she had expected a lot from this conversation with the vaunted Golden Blood and the famous Demon of the South. In fact, one turned out to be a dim-witted idiot, and the other was worse than a single-celled organism, and she wondered how she could work with such people. However, this was a request from the renowned Dion and Dale, so it was not surprising that the level of the Kanum branch was so low. Upon hearing this verdict, Kwan Ho was outraged by how he was described, and Ki decided that they had not lived up to her expectations. Trying to fix the situation, the top student said that they were also committed to protecting ordinary people and would do everything possible to cooperate. But the words about protection only made Huang Ji smile. She asked them not to pretend to be dokaibi hunters, no matter what brought them here. She told him to keep his promises to himself. She was only interested in concrete results, and everything else was meaningless. She signed up for this case thinking it would help her advance in her career, but she now sees that this is impossible and that she will have to say goodbye to a fast-track career. Surprised by this turn of events, Kai accused her of pretending all this time. Realizing that the guy had figured her out, Huan Ji was confused at first, but then decided there was no point in pretending anymore. Her face took on a sly expression, as if she really liked what was happening between them. But since she had been ordered to conduct the investigation, she would have to do it. Nothing seemed to have changed, but Kai had a strange feeling, and it seemed like he had felt it before. Apparently, Hamtapu had been used, but his colleague was only interested in how far she planned to go and whether it was possible to finish her off right there. Huang Ji considered this option unlikely, as she was the best in her class, although not strong enough to defeat the two of them. She suggested that they complete a trial task in 30 minutes, during which time they had to steal the access card hanging around her neck. With this key, they could break into the headquarters. If they couldn't do it, they could pretend that this conversation never happened. Narrowing her eyes, she wished Sonbai luck, saying she hated useless guys. Kwan Ho jumped up. He didn't care about the access card or the coin. Anyway, to steal it, he would have to show his abilities, but Kai advised him not to act rashly. Why not go for it? He had already endured enough, and the owner quickly reached for the card. But Huan Ji pressed down on the table from her side, and he jumped up and hit the attacker on his outstretched hand. Her coffee cup flew into the air, but she caught it with her hand, saying that such a thoughtless attack was unacceptable. After that, she put the table back in its place, smiled, and suggested that the guy try again. Then she straightened up and slowly turned her back to them, releasing some energy. Ki continued to sit motionless on the chair, watching her closely, not knowing what she would do next. When Huang Ji turned back to face them, she had a hunting knife made of energy in her right hand. Kwan Ho looked at her angrily and called her a bad name, protecting himself with his hand. But she said nothing and only threw the cup into the air and then stabbed it with her knife. It pierced the glass, spilling coffee everywhere, and cracks began to spread from the point of impact. In the next moment, the cup shattered into tiny pieces, and the girl turned the knife blade back. The shards continued to hang in the air, but they were no longer pieces of real tableware, but fragments created from energy. And then they turned into dazzlingly sparkling knives that flew toward Kwan Ho. From the outside, it looked like he was being shot at with short beams, which the guy tried to defend himself from with his hands. The girl's eyes lit up with red fire and she jumped at her opponent, delivering a slashing blow. Of course, he had a lot of experience in combat. He managed to dodge, but the knife whizzed past him by a couple of centimeters, and Huang Ji admonished him not to engage in combat without knowing his opponent's abilities. Jumping away from her companions, she said that these lines were taken from a textbook on the basics of dokaibi hunting strategy, the first paragraph of the second chapter. Taking on human form, she looked at them in surprise and asked if they really didn't know even such basic things. The participant in this duel no longer wanted to give the arrogant woman any advantage, although Dael, of course, asked him to follow all the rules. After all, the huntress turned out to be quite a gift, and growing increasingly angry, he took out his club, saying that she would not leave so easily. It turns out that she can use not only the energy of the dokaibi, but also Huang Ji's bat, which she called an isolated weapon, although its meaning is the same. And judging by his words, the young man had never seen anything like it before, so he would have to tell him something. Her isolated weapon was remarkable in that it could change things at will. The huntress could change the shape of anything she touched with the blade. For example, she touched Kwan Ho's hair, and right before everyone's eyes, it turned into a lush mane. Laughing, Huang Ji exclaimed that the hairstyle suited him and ran toward the exit of the coffee shop. But where was she going? Did she really think she wouldn't be caught? The enraged owner of the luxurious hair rushed after the huntress. But when he rushed out the door, there was no one there and the street was deserted. Not even the sound of footsteps could be heard. Finding himself in such a ridiculous situation, the guy looked around in confusion but didn't notice anything suspicious. His offender had disappeared without a trace. Nothing new appeared in that place, except for a paper airplane flying over the house, the kind that all school children probably play with. The paper airplane landed on the roof and turned into Huang Ji. Sighing with relief, she said that it was difficult, but it allowed her to escape. She was seriously considering giving up on this hopeless endeavor, so she had to resort to such tricks, especially since she had plenty of time. But Kai was already there and asked her to think carefully before making such a decision, as they might be more useful than she thought. Turning around at the sound of his voice, she asked how he had managed to track her down, but she herself had said that she could change the shape of things she touched with her sword. And on the arm she had raised during the conversation, the sleeve slipped down, revealing several scars, similar to the marks left by cuts. Therefore, he thought that she herself could turn into something, but with any changes inside, a human would still be noticeable. Kwan Ho ran after her to the front door, and in order to escape him, she had to become something capable of flying and get to the exit to the courtyard. The girl grunted in praise, but that wasn't enough. The battle for the butterfly's power was much more complicated than he thought. Besides, constantly getting involved in conflicts because of Dokebi would inevitably undermine So Yeon's morale. Wang Ji believed that cooperating with both hunters would only get in the way, although he could try to take the map by force. She had already mentioned this, but he didn't like the idea of fighting with allies. Were the results really that important? Hearing these arguments, she stamped her foot in irritation. Of course they were important, and the guy obviously didn't realize how much. They were extremely important to her because they were directly related to the reason she had joined the ranks of the Dokebi hunters. In response to the schoolboy's questioning look, Huang Ji threw him some white paper hearts with the words "catch" written on them. But this was not a sign that she liked him. Along with the hearts, a fiery beam flew in his direction. However, Kai sent his fire toward him. There was an explosion, and the young man covered his eyes with his hand and looked at the raging element below him. Then he sympathetically suggested that she must have her own unique story, and of course she did. Does he know the peculiarities of the Dokebi Hunters organization? With excellent performance, even newbies can rise quickly. She already has an Ani under her command, and although she is the only one, she can be called a true professional. Most hunters, including Huang Ji, are obsessed with productivity, and the higher they advance in their careers, the larger the team they can create. Information and operational capabilities are also growing, which makes it easier to achieve the goal of revenge that most Dokebi hunters have. But she personally became a hunter not for this reason, but for the money. And besides, here there is a civil servant's pension with a fixed retirement age. However, despite all the advantages, there is a lot of work, so even the high salary, which is unattainable in other large companies at the start, does not attract many people here. If it weren't for these reasons, she would never have endured the extremely painful procedure, although some consider her greedy for money. The girl saw nothing special in her pursuit of money, but for others there are other values that are no less important than money. For example, the desire for revenge or a sense of justice. The fact that she doesn't have these feelings doesn't mean she's not sincere about losing money. She takes it more seriously than others. But for some reason, her companion remained silent, and as she opened up about everything that was bothering her, Huang Ji suddenly noticed that he had disappeared. Trying to figure out where he had gone, she looked down and noticed children who, for some reason, were walking alone without their parents or other adults. Where had they come from in an area where she had set up a barrier to prevent strangers from entering? To find out, the girl quickly planned to climb down from the roof and once she landed, headed toward them. Seeing her, the children screamed in terror, calling on God to save them from the monster, but she slowly approached them, saying that she was human. Reassuring the children, Huang Ji said that she was not a monster or an enemy, and that she was not bad at all. To convince them of her good intentions, she crouched down. She wanted to help them, but first she asked them to tell her what had happened. According to them, a monster had suddenly appeared and then just as suddenly disappeared, and after that, all the people had vanished. So these children were lost and became accidental witnesses. Usually, such people became residents of the Dokebi world. It didn't matter how they got there. Sometimes they were accidentally drawn into the perimeter of a battle that was just beginning, and then they were often killed. If the children called it a monster, then it was probably a predator. It's good that they caught her eye before they could get into trouble. The hunter promised to contact her headquarters and get them out of there, but they would have to wait a little while. However, as soon as she put the phone to her ear, the sky above them began to darken, and a thick, dark purple fog began to descend. As she was on the phone, the sky grew darker, and a cold wind began to blow. Suddenly, the children warned her of the danger, calling her sister and loudly announcing the appearance of a monster. Following their gaze, Huang Ji looked up and saw the predator rushing toward her with a naked blade. His appearance was so unexpected that the hunter dropped her phone, which hit the pavement and broke into two pieces. The girl quickly jumped back and shielded the children with her body, a weapon appearing in her hand. Landing, he grinned, regretting that his sudden attack had failed, even though the angle was perfect to slit her throat. It was clear that this was a predatory Dokebi, but where had he come from so unexpectedly and how had he managed to get through the crowd? Baring his teeth, the predator stuck out his tongue and said that he was going to kill her with a single blow, that it was useless to refuse his mercy. Looking at him, Huang Ji realized who she was dealing with. The long cloak and long black hair, the blade protruding from his hand. It was the hunter of hunters. Surprised by the rumors that had reached her, he considered it an honor to be known even in Seoul, but his opponent said that these were not rumors at all. The police received calls from colleagues in southern branches warning of the appearance of a predator who tracked down and killed only hunters. But after a warrant was issued for his arrest, he disappeared from the area, most likely moving to another location. Not surprised by how quickly the news spread, he reported that he had killed an AAA-ranked hunter, so it was an honor for her to die by his hand. He laughed and wondered if she was desperate enough to beg for mercy, but the hunter liked this human-like creature, especially one with a name. And she had no intention of backing down because according to their reward system, capturing a dokaebi would earn her a promotion. Preparing to fight, the girl ordered the children to run as fast and as far away as possible. While the children ran to the corner, the enemies stood silently on the sidewalk facing each other. Then, with a giggle and his tongue still sticking out, the predator rushed at her, his eyes flashing and his hair flying. Huang Ji, on the other hand, was serious and watched her opponent closely. And then they came together in close combat. The predator jumped forward, holding his weapon in front of him, and the girl met him with her club. Commenting on her actions, he noted that she had parried the first blow, which was not bad for a child. But she was very inexperienced, and he could easily see that she was a novice. Against his left alone, she had to defend herself with both hands. But the girl looked too bold and even snorted, calling her opponent a fool, then ordered him to look behind him. And when he returned to his previous position, not noticing anything behind him, he was thrown back by a flash, after which only a paper man remained. The paper was in the air where the hunter had been standing, flying around, and when the smoke cleared, the girl was gone. Was it a trick? Then she must be hiding in his purple mist, and the predator began to chop at it, but found no one. Confused, he looked around the street, searching for her with his eyes. She couldn't have run far, but everywhere was empty. This was getting interesting. Could the daring victim have decided to play hide-and-seek with him? At least let her respond. But Huang Ji hadn't run away. She was already attacking from above, swinging her knife. He felt a vibration in the air behind him, and his opponent jumped back, but his goal was to capture him, not send him to the other world. Landing, the policewoman held a trap card, the so-called Seal 14. The predator tried to escape, but the hunter pursued him, ordering the octagonal ring to appear. She released a burst of energy near his cloak and activated the card. The hunter of hunters found himself trapped in a force field created by white and blue rays cast upon him like a net. After a while, the field turned into a beautiful figure in the form of 3 intersecting planes that rotated rapidly. The sparkling circles hung in the air and gradually shrunk until they fit into a disc, which then fell to the sidewalk. Breathing a sigh of relief, Huang Ji jumped for joy, because for the first time in her life she had personally captured a predator, even though she was nervous. Her technique had changed, and the attack had unexpectedly been successful. It was a good thing she had brought the lock with her, and pleased with herself, she bent down to pick up the card. But the indicator showed that the trap was empty. Strange, because she had seen with her own eyes how the predator had fallen into it. She had to find it, and the hunter rushed off in pursuit, thinking it was unlikely that it had gotten far. A quick scan of the neighboring houses yielded no results. The street still looked deserted, so she turned the corner. It turned out that he had no intention of going far. He had caught the children and enveloped them in his thick black-purple smoke, while he made himself comfortable on an iron box. He said mockingly that his aunt had finally shown up, although she was late. The children were floundering in the sticky gas, but couldn't get out, and asked her to help them. How did that bastard manage to escape from under the seal? It's impossible to move so quickly and completely silently. But knowing how to transform into different objects, she guessed how he had moved, and the predator confirmed that he had staged a show. By first spraying a black cloud, he was able to use his power to move into another body. Using the black cloud, the predator hid in the sky when the hunter called and when she tried to seal him in a trap. However, during the battle, the villain hardly used this ability, and upon reflection, she realized that this technique had limitations. Most likely, they are directly related to his combat ability, which means he can be defeated and sealed in a trap again. But the problem was that the children had been captured and could be killed at any moment. Interrupting her thoughts, the predator laughed viciously, revealing the reason why he was targeting the hunters, because they were weak and easy to eat. Even AAA-ranked specialists, who are bound to protect ordinary citizens, cannot forget their duty and are extremely weak when hostages are involved. But it was time for her to get back to work and put her isolation weapon on the sidewalk, because it was clear how the children could suffer if she refused. It turns out that he is not super-duper at all, and did not get rid of high-ranking hunters with his skills, but always used this argument. and she declared that this time he had found a different opponent, and that the sense of duty that the villain was so keen to emphasize meant nothing to her. The only problem that concerns her is how to catch him. Let him save such threats for others. They won't work on her. Is there really no other option? The hairy man raised his right eyebrow skeptically and began to manipulate his fingers with his left hand. The child began to suffocate, and Huang Ji thought she had made the right choice. Her death would not guarantee the children's salvation, and it was useless to scare her with threats. She turned away and walked away, knowing that without her isolation weapon, she would not be able to use technology, which was the Achilles heel of any hunter. However, the situation was critical. 2 children had already lost consciousness, and the third was choking on smoke, screaming and crying desperately. The girl's heart trembled, and unable to bear the agonizing scene, she unclenched her fingers, releasing her isolation weapon. Turning to face the enemy but not looking him in the eyes, she quietly said, "Enough, let the children go." Laughing, the enemy jumped to the ground. He knew the hunter would do this, but he was worried she would change her mind and let them go after she died. Then he would be able to use them again next time. With that thought in mind, the predator rushed toward her, anticipating the joy of an easy victory. Waiting for the sad end, Huang Ji regretted her stupidity, not understanding why she had made such a choice. What did she care about her own success or big money now, if in a few moments she would have to disappear? She had wanted to get rich so badly and had been so determined to become a hunter. Was she really going to die so stupidly and simply? But when the hunter of hunters was only half a meter away from his victim, he was stopped by a powerful blow. The girl's gloomy expression gave way to surprise at this turn of events, and for a moment she was even speechless. The savior turned out to be Qi, who almost lost his balance due to the sudden stop. The guy said that a good deed doesn't need a reason. No matter how much Huang Ji tried to act like a bad person, she would always remain a good-hearted person. When she came to her senses, the girl naturally asked where he had suddenly disappeared to and how he had ended up there. She found out that Quan Ho had been trying to catch her. Thanks to his ability, he searched the area, and Qi, sensing the energy of a predator, came to see what was happening. Meanwhile, a third-rate predator took the children hostage, but the enemy had already seized the hunter's club and was planning to get even with her companion. Comparing the impending massacre to a one-on-one fight, especially since he was already losing patience due to the boy's very appetizing smell. But Kai was only provoked by the villain's words, who threw them around so recklessly as if he knew nothing about him. Predatory and still not alarmed, the calmness of the pleasantly smelling subject only made him smile. After all, the girl had already been deprived of her protective weapon, and the same would have to be done to the boy, since the captives were still in his hands. The appearance of another hunter would not change anything, but Kai had no intention of negotiating. He simply took his club and aimed it at the villain. One shot was enough to separate the villain from his cunning nets, and the little girl fell to the ground with a scream. Looking back, the hunter of hunters couldn't believe his eyes. It turned out that this was not an ordinary firearm used by humans, and the guy wasn't a hunter, but a dokebi who had used his club. But then everything went haywire. The stranger suddenly disappeared, leaving small traces of energy where he had just been standing. Had he really just abandoned his partner to her fate and was now grinning predatorily, anticipating how quickly he would dispose of the defenseless huntress? But the girl felt the air vibrate from Kai's movement and looked in the direction where he had disappeared. And there was the enemy himself, sensing the guy's location, amazed by his lightning speed and realizing that he wanted to save the captives first. But it was unlikely to work as his weapon was useless in close combat. However, turning toward the young man, the predator saw a blade in his hand. What was going on? Just a moment ago it was a club, but now it was a sword, and the villain's cheerful expression vanished from his face. Without giving the traitor time to react, the guy started slashing at him with his sword and, while the flames were still burning, rushed toward the kids. Finally freeing them from their enemy's bonds, Kai began to calm them down, promising that everything would be all right now and that they would soon return home. Huang Ji watched in amazement. Not long ago, she had been greatly disappointed by her conversation with the man who lacked even basic knowledge. She had considered the rumors about his golden blood to be greatly exaggerated, but in practice, he managed perfectly well without these basics and turned out to be incredibly strong. He listened to the children's words of gratitude, but he had to finish with the wounded man, who was grieving that he had misjudged the rank of the guy, who turned out to be higher than the level of AAA. But Kai did not consider him a worthy opponent, because only small-time losers incapable of anything more take hostages. But even in death, he did not want to leave with dignity, seeing how the villain swung his sword using the black cloud technique. After all, it had already been sprayed, and before the excellent fighter could lower his weapon, the place where his enemy had been lying was empty. Huang Ji, who had arrived in time, reported that the predator should be sought where he had previously sprayed his black smoke. This was no ordinary enemy, but a hunter of hunters, well known for his crimes in the south. Having escaped, he would continue to destroy hunters. Therefore, it was imperative to deal with him, but after listening to her, Kai did not rush to give chase. He said that by not chasing after her, they had acted wisely, as they had only found two places during their search of the area. One was saturated with the energy of a predator, where his energy was stronger, and the other was far away with little energy. While thinking about where to go first, he played rock, paper, scissors with Quan Ho, and Quan Ho had to go to the second place with weaker energy. Therefore, the predator, having slipped away from here, must move not just anywhere, but precisely there, and is unlikely to realize yet how badly he has blundered. Heading to the distant weak spot with black smoke swirling around it, Quan Ho found a secluded corner so as not to catch the eye of anyone who might come there. There was no need to rush and nothing prevented him from waiting patiently. When purple swirling clumps appeared, the guy realized that he had waited long enough. Ki did not go to his partner because he knew that he would not let the enemy escape, especially since Quan Ho and the predator were both from the south and probably knew each other. Materializing, the hunter of hunters noticed his target and cursed his luck, but the guy jumped on his enemy, pinning him to the ground. They recognized each other, and Quan Ho was delighted to finally meet the enemy who had always escaped before he could really annoy him. And here he was truly lucky, especially considering that his mood today was lousy and he urgently needed something worthwhile. The predator tried in vain to stop his execution, but the demon of the south raised his club and sent his enemy to the other world. After that, Quan Ho found his partner and discovered the huntress and 3 children. Seeing another unfamiliar Hyung, they were initially frightened. Not knowing what to expect from him, but learning that he was not an enemy and had saved them all from the evil monster, they cried and complained, remembering how scared they had been. Hiding his sentimentality, he put on a stern face and ordered them to stop crying, promising to take them home only if they kept quiet. But one boy cried even louder, and a second child, emboldened, declared that the big guy with the spiky hair was only scaring his brother with his shouting. However, when Ki asked if his colleague could take the children to their parents, Quan Ho smiled slyly and agreed that there was no one else to do it. He would gladly relieve his partner of this task, as he would have to deal with the quarrelsome hunter. Confused by this sarcasm and feeling awkward about her behavior in the coffee shop, she silently turned her head away. Quan Ho added that he was counting on them now, as the fighters would surely be able to handle the predator if he left them alone. The girl coughed awkwardly, and the satisfied demon of the south, scratching the back of his neck as he walked, went to escort the children. Still standing in the same place, Kai noticed that his partner was up to his usual tricks again today. But Huang Ji lowered her head and replied that her sunbaes were always teasing her too, but to tell the truth, she was a little embarrassed. After all, she had declared that she was ready to do everything possible to achieve results or get promoted, speaking as if she were completely insensitive, and she had almost died saving hostages. In the eyes of those around her, she probably looked comical, and he probably found her funny. But the guy firmly objected, saying that despite all her obsession with results, if he had been even a minute late, they wouldn't be talking now. Huang Ji risked her life to save the children, and Ki admired her courage because he himself had run away in fear when he first saw the Dokaibi's club. To him, she didn't seem funny at all, but very cute, and he smiled sincerely as he told her so. The hunter thought about the guy's words, but suddenly remembered the test and sent the young man on his way. He was surprised, asking if it wouldn't be better to walk her home, but the girl firmly replied that she could walk alone because she needed to think. Then she added that she had decided to consider Kai to have passed the test for stealing the pass because she was convinced of his strength. She suggested they write to each other tomorrow. The guy was embarrassed but promised to write, telling her to be careful. Meanwhile, the hunters discussed Huang Ji, saying that she always talked about money, which was completely incompatible with the ideal of a Dokaibi hunter. A true hunter should be guided by a sense of duty, and such a greedy person was not fit for the role. However, Huang Ji didn't hear her colleague's conversation. She considered today a successful day and, looking thoughtfully at the guy who had saved her, suddenly called out to him. When Kai turned around, the hunter thanked him loudly for saving her and shouted that she would help him in the battle for the coin. She offered to start working together tomorrow and then added that she was counting on him, respectfully calling him Sunbai. And so a new day dawned, which turned out to be an unlucky one for the predators. Several of them were frozen in ice crystals in a dead end. Dodging the hunter, one of them sat down in front of her on the floor and asked her to stop and spare them. He said that they had accidentally ended up in the area, were just passing by, and had not attacked anyone. Why did she attack them first, since the task of the Dokaibi hunters is to maintain law and order? But the woman advised him not to compare her to other hunters because her goal was completely different. Her goal was to destroy all dokebi, and covering her eyes with her bangs, she approached him in small steps. But the predator had already guessed who she was from her isolated weapon with freezing technology, fiery red hair, and hatred for dokebi. She is known as the most famous master from the north, known as the Red Flower Witch. Her name is Chae So-hyun. She was the hunter who was firmly convinced that the very existence of dokebi was a sin. The 3 participants in the butterfly coin search operation were supposed to meet on a pedestrian street. Kwon Ho didn't like crowded places and grumbled about why they were meeting there if they were going to the hunter's headquarters. Trying not to get annoyed, Hwang Ji patiently explained that they would never find their headquarters on their own. Ironically, she said that in her opinion, the non-predatory ones differed from the dokebi hunters in that they acted secretly, hiding themselves. Ki added that if the possessors were called upon to restrain the predators, then the hunters behind them carried out secret missions while remaining unnoticed. To avoid revealing personal information, contact between hunters was kept to a minimum, and they always worked individually except for large operations. Surprised by his knowledge of their instructions, Hwang Ji asked where he got it from, and Kwon Ho suggested that he had been brainwashed by someone from Fang's team. But it turned out that the smartwatch given to the guy gave him access to databases, which he had browsed out of curiosity since he hadn't forgotten how to read yet. So, the straight-A student decided to spend one night studying the hunters. If not now, then when else would he use the skills of the country's #1 hero? But Kwon Ho quickly knocked the braggart down a peg by announcing that it was commendable, but the hero was still being held back a year. Continuing to joke, Kai asked why he needed to study so much, and Hwang Ji suggested that he was sad because of money. Although she was a little upset that it wasn't a textbook, but a government-issued gadget, and apparently becoming unskilled in Canem was also a very cool achievement. Although they have about the same salary as hunters, plus a pension, and because of the nature of the work, the schedule is quite flexible. In general, the conditions are no worse than in a large company, but Ki heard about this for the first time, so why the hell hasn't he received a penny yet? Kwon Ho was surprised that his partner hadn't signed a contract before going to Ojak. He thought they were both paid monthly. Ki realized that he had been deceived and that the scene played out last time was only meant to dispel his doubts about his salary. In the opinion of his interlocutors, it was unacceptable to complain too much about the lack of money. A sense of duty should guide one's work, although it was not their place to say so. One of them had long owned real estate in Canem, and the other had become a goblin hunter for money, but they had already approached headquarters. Although, in essence, it was more of an accounting office due to the individual work style of the hunters, so they were not there as a single group. Ki urgently needed to talk to Ju Eun-soo, but she did not answer the phone, and the answering machine redirected him to voicemail. There was not a single door in the alley, only a vending machine, but it served as the entrance. One just had to use it correctly. The girl began to explain the sequence of actions. First, you had to insert a coin worth 101. Then you had to press the buttons labeled coffee, cola, cider, and coffee again. Everything had to be done in that order. Then the vending machine moved aside, opening a door in the wall that was inconspicuous to the casual observer. This was the entrance to the headquarters, but behind the door was not a staircase, but an elevator. To enter the elevator, you had to place your access card on the reader, and if the identification process was successful, the door opened. After the guys and girls got to the right floor, a robot voice in the elevator told them to go to room 48. In the hallway, Ki stammered that the situation looked tense, while Hwang Ji hunched her shoulders, and Kwon Ho asked her why she was so nervous. The girl explained that she was nervous because they were about to meet their rival. Ki was surprised, saying that if her name was Cha So-hyun, then they were colleagues and would be participating together in the battle for the butterfly coin. Having heard about this red flower witch a couple of times, Kwon Ho called her talented, saying she had destroyed 4 or 5 predators in her debut year. She quickly became a master, considering that Hwang Ji was also obsessed with results. So-hyun should have liked her, but the girl looked upset. She said that of course she liked her, but the problem was that So-hyun didn't feel any sympathy for dokebi, even those who weren't predators. When they approached the right door, the robot's voice said, "Room 48, please remove your isolated weapons." Then the doors opened, letting the companion in first, and the guys curiously looked around the unfamiliar room. The walls, floor, and ceiling were the same steel color as the rest of the building, only painted with cells, and it was very impressive in size. At the back wall stood a table where 2 women were talking. One of them, with red hair, stood with her back to the newcomers and was loudly protesting. It was Cha So-hyun, and she didn't understand why she had to work with amateurs when she had said earlier that she could handle it herself. Judging by the sign on the wall, she was talking to An Chae-ri, who informed her of the order from the boss, so the famous hunter had no choice. However, the redhead demanded that something be done because even with their skills, the inexperienced would be a hindrance. Her opponent asked her not to overdo it. It was quite difficult to get a butterfly coin alone, but Ji-yoon had picked up some very good guys, and here she was. The three who had entered had already approached the table, and Hwang Ji raised her right hand and cheerfully greeted Ani and So-hyun. But Kwon Ho wasn't going to put up with that. She had just blurted it out, but we'll see who gets in whose way. How dare she? But So-hyun walked past without even acknowledging him, instead turning on Hwang Ji. It seemed she didn't believe her either. Were the two of them not enough? The blonde tried to justify herself, saying that her colleague was overreacting and that the two girls were indeed enough. She closed her eyes and continued that reinforcements were never a bad thing. And besides, these two were pretty good. One of them is named Yoon Ki and has golden blood. After hearing this argument, So-hyun turned to the top student. So this was the boy from the rumors. She felt sorry for him. Placing her hand on his shoulder sympathetically, she asked if he had really become a dokaibi against his will. She stroked his other arm and wished he could return from the monster's skin to the state of a normal human being as soon as possible. Ki didn't expect such a turn of events and didn't know whether to be happy or upset by her words, so he didn't know how to respond. However, Kwon Ho became enraged at the word monster and wanted to deal with her, but So-hyun didn't even bother to talk to him, saying she was going to patrol. She was more than enough to fight for the butterfly coin on her own, and she would never cooperate with the dokaibi, even if they weren't predatory. Without looking back, So-hyun left, and the door to room 48 closed behind her. Kwon Ho called her a typical goblin hater, and Ki remembered his words about how many hunters wanted to take revenge on the dokaibi. Why on earth had they been assigned to her team? But then An Chae-ri intervened, saying she had a request for them. As a representative of the administration, she was responsible for them, and since they had come here, she suggested holding a short briefing. After informing them of her superior's powerlessness, Hwang Ji said that people weren't eager to fight for a butterfly coin, and she personally agreed, seeing it as an opportunity. Agreeing with her, An Chae-ri admitted that she had been supervising So-hyun for over a year and had recommended her, hoping that she would learn to work in a team. From the outside, the hunter seemed very lonely, and she wanted to give her a chance to broaden her horizons a little. Outraged by this request, Kwon Ho remarked that he couldn't imagine getting along with a girl who was even more stubborn than he was. Despite the problems in their relationship, something had to be done to resolve the situation, so Ki asked Hwang Ji what he, as the group leader, suggested. But the hunter did not consider herself a leader, so the guy decided that everyone should follow So-hyun, if anyone knew where she was patrolling. Kwon Ho and Hwang Ji did not expect the straight-A student to show initiative and at first looked at him with curiosity. Then the guy irritably declared his categorical disagreement, and the girl smiled and said that it was as if he had read her mind. Of course, she knew everything and would show them all. Let the owners follow her. Leaving the headquarters, So-hyun quickly calmed down, her irritation replaced by thoughtfulness, and she prepared to inspect the area. Moving to the beginning of her usual route, she planned to go down and, summoning a small amount of energy, checked how it worked. There, she was caught up by the motley group. Hwang Ji asked her to wait, while Ki was surprised at how far she had already moved. Noticing that the hunter was not only active in the north, he asked her where exactly her route would lie and why she should answer. He said that knowing who he was, it was foolish to ask such questions and that she hadn't even introduced herself, which was rather unfriendly of her. So-hyun looked at him with interest and said, "Come on, I told you I would never cooperate with a dokaibi." Seeing that the guy was about to object, she continued, asking how many times she had to repeat herself, even if he turned out to be a saint. But whether he was a dokaibi or not, he was still her enemy. Hearing this statement, Kwon Ho was outraged. Did she really think she could handle them? But Hwang Ji covered his mouth with her hand to silence him. Thoughtfully, Ki scratched the back of his head, since the girl herself had said it. He had no choice but to settle the dispute by force, and he looked her boldly in the face. So-hyun looked at him with wide eyes and determination, then lowered her head, turned her whole body toward him and clenched her fists. But continuing to clamp her mouth shut, Kwon Ho Hwang Ji called out to the bully by name. Then he spread his arms wide and laughed, saying he was joking, that fighting was in his blood but he would like to resolve everything peacefully. Therefore, if the hunter did not want to be friends, he offered a temporary partnership. After all, she also had to collect coins to get to the auction, and An Chae-ri had given him something, so he took a brochure out of his pocket. It was called A Guide to Fighting for Butterfly Coins to participate in the Demon Battle Auction. Ki began to read aloud. Point 1. If the owner of a butterfly coin is nearby, you can hear an alarm signal through your coin. Point 2. You must immediately proceed to the source of the signal and take possession of the coin by any means necessary. Point 3. At the end of the butterfly coin collection contest, The participants who took the first 3 places in each district will receive tickets to the auction. So Hyun didn't understand what this meant since he would still have to move around the district collecting coins. However, Ki insisted that 4 people would be more effective at finding coins and fending off rivals who, according to the rules, were hunters of a higher class. Therefore, he suggested that they temporarily join forces and suspend any friction between them for the duration of the coin collection. So Hyun said that his words were not convincing. Their organization was not so worthless that she would be interested in a simple reinforcement. But Kai didn't believe that she wasn't interested in reinforcement. Why else would an ordinary hunter intend to participate in an auction that didn't interest her at all? After all, this auction was being organized by the Dokebi, whom she hated fiercely, so the girl must have had a very good reason. When talking to An-chae-ri, she claimed that she could handle it on her own, but now it was obvious that she was not completely confident of victory. But if they join forces, success is guaranteed, because the top student has recently become much stronger. Watching her colleague's persistence, Hwang Ji politely asked her to think about Chae-ri's well-being. Then, lowering her head, So-hyun agreed, saying that they could follow her everywhere, and that she would not interfere. But let them know one thing, no matter how dangerous the situation they find themselves in, it would be useless to count on her help. Smiling, Kai said that was enough. They weren't colleagues, at least not yet. Having made her decision, So-hyun turned away from the 3 of them and ordered Ji-yoon to patrol Zone D while she would take care of the rear. She flew into the air, and Ki, breathing a sigh of relief, followed her. Hwang Ji shouted after him that he was leaving his little sister to him. Kwon Ho stayed behind and asked why the girl had shut him up. The huntress explained that it was a precaution. She was afraid that Sonbae would beat him up, thinking he was the neighborhood bully. But it was time to get to work, and they jumped off the roof onto the sidewalk. The guy was annoyed that his companion was pretending to be friendly, and he said he was used to being openly hated. Then Hwang Ji decided to tell him a little about her colleague, why the famous hunter hated Dokebi. It turned out that So-hyun had lost her family because of a Dokebi, and the blonde had heard that her colleague's father was a famous hunter. But he died in an attack by some Dokebi. Kwon Ho sighed sympathetically, considering this case typical. After all, a person without scars on their soul is unlikely to risk their life, no matter how much money they are paid. However, Hwang Ji called this story not quite ordinary, saying that losing someone to a predator is commonplace. And So-hyun's father had passed away because of a so-called friend who was not a predator. After parting ways with her fellow hunter, the Red Flower Witch flew around the area as usual, watching what was happening below. Ki constantly followed her, and she didn't even worry about him. But suddenly she turned her head and noticed that his movements were fine. She was sure of this because the boy was in Ojak, but if he hadn't been able to keep up with her, she would have had to abandon him. The owner was surprised to hear about his stay in Ojak, realizing that his companion had expected him to follow her. But So-hyun evaded the question, saying that he was more famous than he thought. It turns out he is famous, and laughing, he added that he is known as a fool who knows nothing. The huntress said that was why she was collecting coins with him only this year. If there was a response, they would go into battle, but the hunter's work was the priority. She meant not only the predators, which, incidentally, had become fewer this year. Their numbers had decreased because of a certain individual who had brought a dark hero here, and many weak predators had been devoured by the first faction. Confused, Kai said that he didn't want to, and that he even felt awkward about it, but his partner didn't take it as a compliment. Lately, there had been no serious prey, and she had to chase after small game. But suddenly noticing traces of predatory energy, Kai stopped and asked if they could use them to find the monster's hideout. He had trained in searching, but his friend had done it before, so he wasn't sure if everything would go smoothly. He wondered if his skills would improve after a couple of training sessions, and the girl answered his question positively. They descended to the ground, but the guy didn't find anything suspicious, so his companion suggested moving on. Objecting, Kai said that they hadn't taken a single break during the entire search and wondered if it would continue like this until sunset. So-hyun said that if he was afraid he couldn't make it, there was only 1 point left, and all the kilometers they had covered were her daily route. Only then would she be able to respond quickly to an intrusion. Was their department using a different system? Remembering how Ju In-soo and Kwon Ho usually relax in their chairs, Ki hesitated but then said that it was a little different. The hunter said that they had no time to rest, but he didn't have to follow her everywhere. The guy assumed that she was probably hungry. What did he care? She was used to this lifestyle and only felt hungry if she hadn't eaten for a long time, but her stomach suddenly growled. Ki exclaimed that she was already hungry and that there must be a 24-hour cafe nearby, suggesting they go in under the pretext that he was also hungry.